All right, y'all. Man, Good Friday, March 31st here, 2023. It is a tornado outbreak that I'll be covering alongside Ryan here on this live stream. All right, so if you're watching this back, always make sure to keep up with the date and time in the bottom right of the stream here so that you are up to date. This is in Central Daylight Time, so just make sure you're on the correct minute of the hour and we'll be good to go, okay? So, with that, let's get started here. We've got a dual or a double barrel high risk, which is the highest risk that the Storm Prediction Center puts out. You can see it in pink here, up here in southeastern Iowa, as well as down in the Memphis area in the lower to mid Mississippi Valley. Around that, we've got the moderate risk that is a 4 out of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. And a lot of this area here, wow, that is big. A lot of this area here will be for tornadoes, but eventually this moderate risk will extend to the east into the night, include areas of Champaign-Urbana, Indianapolis for quite severe winds as this storm system evolves. You can see already that in these red and pink boxes that we've got active severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. Our event is beginning with our low pressure system back in this area, firing up storms all along it, and we're going to have multiple rounds today. This round right here is going to be strong. This round back in here is going to be strong and evolve for many hours as we go through the day, okay? So this is an important day to cover, but I want to, at the start of the stream, make sure that for whoever's watching this back, because we have 20, 30 million people in quite the elevated severe weather risk today, that we are addressing storm anxiety here. I care very much about the humanity aspect of weather events like this. So the storm anxiety, beforehand is just as important for many people as making sure that we're staying up to date with effects that happen afterwards in these humanity elements. So storm anxiety, I've heard from many people that the best way to deal with this is to have as current of coverage as possible, have multiple ways to receive information, as quickly as possible in as calm of a delivered mode as possible, which is what I strive to do here, okay? So we'll be doing that all day today. It's going to last a while. You can see this enhanced risk right here extends into Columbus, Ohio, and that's going to be all the way through this morning, close to 4 to 5 a.m. Eastern by the time storms are over in this area in Ohio. So we've got a long way to go today. But the first mode that we're really going to be watching is the tornado-focused part of the severe weather outbreak, which are for these areas in pink. The first high risk that I will be covering here on my channel. So, everybody who's watching Ryan and myself, I hope you're all doing well. And I hope that you are ready to relay information should you or someone you know be in the path of these risk areas here for today. So, let's make sure that we are all focused today. It's, these high risks from the Storm Prediction Center are they are socially based. These are issued for expected tornado outbreaks. And that's so if we have this in place appropriately, this is blowing up in social media and for everybody watching. So it's of utmost importance that we are covering this through and through. And that's what I'm going to do here. So thank you guys for the support. This is a scary situation, of course. It's a nerve-wracking one, but it's rightfully so. So the way we're going to deal with this is to have the best balance possible in coverage, information, and also telling you guys that, hey, it's going to be all right. Even if you are in a high risk today, you should be very much weather aware, but there is, you're still in the majority of the percentage chance for something to happen is nothing. Nothing is the majority. But the reason why we're here is to cover, that there is an elevated risk. So we'll be here a while today. We'll be here a while. If Ryan does have to go early, which I don't think he will this time, then I'll be covering afterward for him, and we'll see what we can do. So make sure you've got beverages. Make sure you're taking care of yourself throughout this stream, or if you're watching this back, and we'll just dive right into it, okay? I'm going to have a lot to focus on. We're going to have at least 4 to 5 different radar sites to monitor here as we go through the day. And as a result, I will probably be almost always, focused on the radar and much less so on the chat. Especially if a lot of viewers are here and a lot of chatting is happening. But I am doing my job here of Radar Central, but I've got Chris Hall below me and also cameras to watch, of course. And yeah, that's it. I got to do my job as the lead meteorologist, the weather relay, so I can let Ryan know if there's something he's not looking at that he needs to look at. This is a classic springtime severe weather outbreak, one that we haven't really seen of this caliber in a few years, I think, for a lot of these areas. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, the last time that eastern Iowa here, Davenport area, was in a high risk, or 5 out of 5, for tornadoes was in 2006. So, the caliber of an event in this area is not to be understated. So yeah, that'll be the theme today. We'll be doing the meteorology backend on this channel, but also focusing on the humanity aspects. Very important. So I'll show you guys, we've got plenty of radar sites open here. I am, of course, looking at GR2 Analyst. Let me get this on 2 panels. We're going to focus on our active tornado warnings in just a second here because we're already starting to get some gnarly storms out there, as expected. So I've got the Des Moines radar here. I've got the Davenport radar here. Make sure I've got these on the correct view for y'all. And I also have the Little Rock radar open as well. So lots to focus on. I'm going to be going back and forth between these 3. This is our most dangerous looking storm at the moment here near Hot Springs, Arkansas, in southwestern Arkansas in this area. It's pretty impressive to me that this is already taking off. We've seen good model agreement. That's when we get these higher end risks for severe weather that denote a sort of a certainty of severe weather happening in the areas highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center. So the fact that this is already looking pretty nasty, supercell structure here, draw it in there in blue for you. This is our supercell structure, just like this. And we've got rotation over here just the north and east of Glenwood. It's pretty telling to me because these are going to keep existing in an environment to the north and east towards Memphis and also the northwest corner of Mississippi in such a way that they probably will not, they're not really going to lose their tornadic potential. Especially even still as they may evolve upscale, which means they turn into that line of storms we're so used to seeing. Right now we see multiple supercells here in the blue, but these will eventually turn into a line of storms as we go through the night. But that line of storms is going to pose still a significant tornado threat. So I'll be watching all of this today. I think I need a 4th radar site actually for Kansas City just in case we start getting something going over there. So let me open that up. Lots and lots to focus on. So yeah, thank you guys for the support. Georgia should be fine, guys. I'll look at as much of the chat as possible, but for a risk like today, I want to reiterate that if I'm not looking at your area or I don't cycle through and see your area in there, then it is not going to be a focus today because we have to make sure we're paying utmost attention to the areas that are in the highest risk today as we go through the day. This is now casting coverage. Now casting coverage means I pay attention to the storms that are happening now and in the immediate future. So that's what we'll be doing. You can keep up with the active tornado warning count above my head here. And of course I've got Chris Hall below me. So I'll do my best to keep up, make sure I'm paying attention to everything. I have 50 billion people talking to me at the same time here, and I'm also listening to Ryan while I talk to y'all. So busy endeavor here, but I had the privilege to do this the last couple outbreaks, and I think this one will be just as well covered by this team that we've got going on, this dynamic of Ryan and I here on covering all aspects. Now casting coverage is super important, and it will be, in my opinion, the best way to deal with storm anxiety. because I'm not going to tell anyone to not pay attention to today's storms. Everyone should be paying attention to today's storms, even if you're not in the risk area. The power of an endeavor like this is in the exponential relay. Everyone watching this relays it to 5 people, who then relay it to 5 people. You get the idea. The exponential relay is the most important part of this operation. It helps us get that information out to as many people as possible. Many people. All right, so keeping up. We're going to be radar focused for much of today, but really quickly, I do want to take a look at the satellite here so that I can show you guys some stuff. So this is our current visible satellite here. I'll play the loop for you from College at DuPage. You're going to hear these warnings coming through. There's also going to be another tornado warning coming through in just a second for that storm in Arkansas. But I just want to show this. We talk about this often. These areas in white are clouds, and you can see storms blowing up right here in the clouds in this satellite image. So this is one area of storms that we're going to have. There's also storms out in front here entering northeast Mississippi that are blowing up. And a lot of our area in Illinois here, as well as Iowa near the surface low, is clear. We've got sunny skies. We also have partly cloudy skies down here in the Memphis area out ahead of Little Rock. And so this is all bad news in terms of instability for our storms. It means that, it means that we're justifying, the Storm Prediction Center is justifying our risk, our high and moderate risk today, because we have fewer failure modes for storms, meaning that, usually we're looking for some reason for that would tell us that storms are just going to collapse or they're not going to do something severe. And at the moment, what we see is that we don't really have many of those signals other than there might be too many storms. That's one of the main ones we're focused on. If there aren't too many storms, you're going to get things like this supercell in southwestern Arkansas that just has air streaming from the south into it very efficiently with hardly anything stopping it from becoming a tornado producer by taking advantage of its environment here. So the environment is vicious. It is in place, and it will be in place for a long time today. I'll show you guys that again. Yeah, let's look at the tornado risk in particular here, so that I can show you guys that. Let's see, where did my? I've never seen that happen. I might have to restart Radar Omega here. Interesting, dude. All right, so I want to show everyone the risk. The primary tornadic threat today is in this area right here. I'm going to draw it in for you, actually. This is our primary tornado threat today. As we go off to the east, it's going to these storms are going to form into a line, a very long line, probably, and pose a severe damaging wind threat primarily for Chicago, Indianapolis, Nashville is in there, even Huntsville, Alabama is in there. So everywhere down along this line, even up to Milwaukee and Madison, Wisconsin, is in this damaging wind threat here. It's going to look like this sometime at this evening into the early nighttime hours, and it will continue east with time into the early morning hours, continuing to pose a damaging wind threat and also a tornadic threat the whole night. So lots to talk about today, but when those storms get to you, we'll be talking about you. That is the theme today. All right, now I've got access to everything. Now we can look at those tornado threat risks so that I can show you. So areas in pink here, you don't see that color very often. These areas in pink right up here, southeast Iowa, western Illinois, and down here in the Memphis area along the Mississippi River into northern Mississippi. These are our primary tornadic threats, but we also have still a very large moderate risk, or a 15% chance within 25 miles of anywhere in this area for a tornado. That includes St. Louis, Jonesboro, Jackson, Tennessee, Springfield, Illinois, up to Cedar Rapids, and even as far west as Des Moines, Iowa. Then watch as we go through the night. I'll show you the wind risks next. In these areas in pink denote our highest wind risks for our damaging wind. So that's going to include the corridor down to Indianapolis, even as far south as Evansville, and many areas of Nashville and western Kentucky into central Kentucky, Louisville, and also Chicago. Of course, are going to see a very powerful storm blow through, and we'll probably see tornadoes in the line of those storms. So we'll have to cover those. Those are particularly dangerous because those will be when we're in the nighttime hours. In these areas here, we'll be into, it's going to start getting dark out. Even down here, it's going to start getting dark out, and you're not going to see those tornadoes. They'll also be rain wrapped more than likely. So, radar becomes the central focus as well as the National Weather Service warnings to let you know, hey, you should be taking shelter. All right, so let's go to our active tornado warnings here. We've currently got 2 active tornado warnings. Let me double check that. Yep. 2 active tornado warnings are, one is here in south central Iowa, and it's going to travel up this direction. I have to constantly change colors here. Travel up this direction, roughly. And this is our supercell down here. This is a funky looking supercell, but it still is a rotating storm here in this this configuration. And then I'm gonna have to do as much as I can here, switching radar sites to make sure if Ryan is not looking at a single storm that's most pertinent, that I switch over to that one. So there's our first tornado warning, and then we've got this one down here in Arkansas. I'm gonna take a quick look at that and see if it is producing. I don't see any evidence of it yet. But we do have quite a strong storm here. Powerful updraft, keeping the supercell going. It is going to head into the Little Rock area and down the line here. So Little Rock, there will be an advance. Heads up for you guys. This is probably the first area we're going to be concerned with today due to these storms producing tornadic potential this early on. So this storm will head into the Little Rock, Arkansas area. So in advance, y'all watch out up there or down there. We've also got this new tornado warning for Appleton, Arkansas. That includes Perry, Morrilton, Opelo, Perryville as well, and Houston in Arkansas. So this storm is just taking place. Let's watch the loop of it just real quick here. You can see how rapidly this develops from what looks kind of like a straight line here, and then this hook develops, or it actually just hooks out here very rapidly, and we get a possible rotation signature just showing up very quickly off of that one. So this could produce a tornado in the next 10 minutes up here in the Perry into Adona, Arkansas area. And that's in Perry County and headed into Conway County. So there's a look at all 3 of our active tornado warnings right now. These ones in Arkansas look the most important to cover. If there is a debris signature with these, I'm going to keep a close eye on that, and I'll let Ryan know instantly. So that'll be the theme today. I'll also be coming in and covering these warnings like I do on Ryan's stream, as I always have been. And I'm probably going to have to do that quite a few times today. The last time we had a double high risk like this was April 14th, 2012. So just about 11 years ago. Definitely a long night. So yeah, everyone make sure you've eaten some good meals here. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves. Thankfully, this southern one headed towards Hot Springs, Arkansas, in a few moments here. It looks like its rotation is broadened out just a bit. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Right now, this is a good trend, but we could have a cycle ongoing, which means when a storm cycles, it just means that it takes a little bit to reestablish itself. So it broadens out and then tightens up, kind of like a ballerina would, extend her arms out and then bring them in. And when she brings them in, she starts spinning faster. So that's what a storm cycle is, exactly like that in the atmosphere. Oh man, I was actually thinking that these ones in Arkansas would take some more time to become tornadic, but these ones have taken off at the same time as our risk up to the north. So very important to cover both at the same time. This one here in south central Iowa that's headed towards Norwood along Highway 65 here. This one does look like it may become tornado warned again sometime soon, but we could have a little bit of a radar artifact here. Sometimes it's hard to tell with these really thin storms. We've got these thin storms like this, so radar signatures are actually usually they're usually artifacts because we can't see too much about the storm. But either way, I imagine a lot of preventative warnings will be issued today as well. Whenever we're, pretty far away from a radar, looking a few thousand feet up into the storm, we may see some tornado warnings that are preventative in nature. So the theme of today again will be covering these storms, letting you know when to take shelter when they're coming toward you. Overall, though, you may see a storm go by. There may be one that goes overhead of you, but the chance for something to happen to you is very low. It is very low. And should it happen, we will let you know, of course. So there should be nearly nothing that we miss here. We covered everything from the last Friday's tornado outbreak. I don't think we missed hardly anything there. We covered Florence, Alabama, all these areas. So as far as I know, we're doing a heck of a good job here. I would watch this if I weren't doing it myself. So um, this is a great way to receive information. So, also, what I'll be doing is looking between radar scans. We have about a 2 minute period or so, depending on how the National Weather Service is operating their radars, between each new frame of data, like that one that just came in for the velocity. About 2 minutes between, so we have a sort of this period where we're going to be waiting for the new data, and then we can talk about it, and then we can focus on something else. But since we'll be going between multiple radar sites, there will be points where I am just back and forth, and I can hardly pay attention to anyone's messages in particular. Thank you guys for the support too, either to Ryan or myself. If we do get something terrible happening today, of course, we'll be the first to cover it and hopefully have outreach for it, as we have been doing. All right, what's up, Ryan? Okay. What I'm feeling so far is that our Arkansas risk is actually, it's actually firing a little bit sooner than I thought, and these storms are organizing rapidly, which is, to say that we'll be covering it imminently. But I mean, I talked about on my stream just a bit that there's really what the reason why we have high risks are they're socially influenced. We want to make sure that everybody is paying attention to the risks from the Storm Prediction Center, and when we have high risks issued, it is really because there's more of a certainty expected in storms to go through, and that there's still a really, really low chance for people in these risk areas to be impacted, you in particular, or somebody it's still a really low chance. But the moment that we're able to cover it for you, then we'll do so, because this is the now casting part of the operation. So when we get these high risks, I would say that synoptically we're really lacking failure modes for storms, which is what we usually have. We usually have too many storms, or we have some atmospheric condition that prevents them from forming and taking off. But in this case, we don't really have too much of that. The only one really is too many storms. But if we have a lot of storms, that can also, all of those storms can still pose a threat. So that is the reason we're on today and covering this. Storm anxiety is a big deal, and I think the best way to stay on top of it is to receive, focused information from us, so that you know when something's going to happen. So that's what I have to say about it. Okay, cool. Let me turn him down just real quick. There we go. Okay. Hopefully those alerts are coming through, y'all. You can tell me if they are. If you heard that recent tornado warning, just want to make sure that that's happening. So that new tornado warning is up here near Clinton, Arkansas. I know a lot of people live in that area, so that's in Van Buren County, as well as oh goodness, where did it go on me? I don't see it. Van Buren County. Why don't I see this warning? Oh, there it is. Cleburne County, Conway County, Stone County as well in this warning. Portions of all of those counties are in this tornado warning, but it is entering Van Buren County. Did not hear an alert. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm not sure why. All right. If you don't hear that alert, that's fine. That's not the primary focus of the stream. You'll still see it pop up. I'm not sure why it didn't come through. I've got it set up so that should. Oh my goodness. All right, that's not important though. I hear the alerts that'll let me know something's going on. Yeah, you can hear it on Ryan's for sure. I have no idea why it wouldn't play on mine. I can re-add it, but well, that's not my focus right now. My focus right now is this storm entering the Hot Springs, Arkansas area. It does look like it's going to go to, it's going to skirt the north side of town here, but don't discount any part of the storm. So if you look at the storm here, you can imagine this right here is our descending air in the storm. This is our rear flank, and it's going to come down to the south side of the storm and wrap around just a bit like this, following this blue arrow here. And when that happens, it will form a powerful gust front just about this area that will travel through the Hot Springs town, the town of Hot Springs here, the city. So even if this tornado is ongoing right now and travels to the north of Hot Springs along this line, you can still get some powerful winds in the rear flank of it from the storm that is just putting down a lot of air here and pushing it forward. So all parts of this storm are dangerous as it enters this area, so please be taking shelter in the interior-most room of your house or a basement if you've got it in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Luckily, it looks like this one up here has not established strong rotation in the Perry County vicinity in Arkansas, so we're watching that one. That's tornado warned. Please be in your safe spots there. And then this northern one's a little further from the radar near Formosa and headed to hopefully to the east of Clinton, Arkansas. It's a much smaller storm, but I think that this tornado warning is definitely valid. Also, something I want to say is, for all of us here now or down the line, we really need to keep our National Weather Service friends in mind here. There are many offices that are issuing these tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, taking calls, many calls from the public, and doing all of this at the same time. So we need to keep them in mind. If I see a tornado before they do, that is, that's insignificant. The work that they are doing is unparalleled as well. So we all have our parts to play in this, and we should, everybody should be, wishing them the best as well. Everybody has their parts to play. So this one looks pretty gnarly now, like I've been talking about near Hot Springs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see if we do have any indication of a tornado on the ground. I think we might. This one I'm not certain about, but definitely treat this storm as if there is a tornado on the ground. Yeah, this is pretty, this might be telling. So we might have the first progress of a tornado on the ground here just to the west of Hot Springs over Piney, Arkansas. So, yeah, I think this is probably pretty telling for a debris signature. So I'll go ahead and let Ryan know that. Go ahead and let Ryan know that. Hey Ryan, I do think that our Hot Springs, Arkansas tornado warning here may be on the ground producing a tornado debris signature. It's just now starting up. If it is ongoing, it might be a little bit suspicious. Either way, if it isn't, this is still a very dangerous storm, so we have some evidence here that may tell us that a tornado is on the ground to the west of Hot Springs. But for Hot Springs proper, we're going to have powerful gusts coming through from the rear flank of the storm. It's putting down a lot of air and pushing it forward. So even if the tornado doesn't impact you directly, it's important to be taking shelter here. Yeah, definitely on that new scan. Dang, man. All right, so first tornado of the day, more than likely in progress here, just to the west of Hot Springs in Arkansas. You probably will hear that tornado warning upgraded and coming through shortly here. Uh, let's see here. So this tornado is going to pass to the north of Hot Springs, just like this, in this direction. But all of this area out in front is in danger. Like I said, multiple impacts from this storm possible here in Garland County in Arkansas. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna see this go through this area real shortly here. So let me call out some locations. Time to pull up Google Maps. Make sure that everybody in the immediate vicinity knows, so that we're highlighting these areas. So this is northern Hot Springs, Arkansas, about where this is going to go through. That's the Hot Springs National Park. It's the Family Dollar on the north side of town, to the north and west of the Golfa Gorge Amphitheater. Will's Cinnamon Shop up here and along State Road 7 or Park Avenue. It's going to pass along Park Avenue to the north of town, going to northeast. Cedar Glades Park and Northwoods Trail here. And the Northwoods Lodge and Base Camp in the Hot Springs National Park is about where this tornado will likely track if it stays on the ground, going this direction. Okay. So yeah, right now this is about over Cedar Glades Park. I think it passed over National Park College and the Mid America Science Museum over there. And yeah, again, it's gonna go up Park Avenue or State Road 7 here, up towards the Fountain Lake School District, Fountain Lake Elementary. This area, Fountain Lake School District, should be on utmost alert. I really hope that schools were let out early in this area in Fountain Lake. Y'all are next in line for this tornado, and then in advance, y'all heads up. It will probably pass the north of Owensville, or just around the Owensville area, and eventually this same storm will impact portions of the Little Rock, Arkansas metro. If it is still tornadic at that time, we'll be covering it. Okay, we've also got a new tornado warning behind it for Kirby, Glenwood, Rossboro, Arkansas. So this is behind this storm that is producing a tornado at the moment. And it will track mostly in the same direction here, in the same environment, with access to, the same storm fuel here that would produce a tornado, as well as other damaging weather hazards. So if this Hot Springs tornado, if this cell right here does not go, through Little Rock, the one to the south will probably impact Little Rock as well, bringing plenty of heavy rain, lightning, and so forth. Any active severe weather risks at that time as well. So let's go back up north here, just so we're paying attention, just in case something up here is imminent as well. Still some. I mean, we're going to see some absolutely massive hail. This right here in Jameson and north of Gallatin in Missouri here, near Trenton in north central Missouri. This is some very, very large hail here, more than likely being lofted into the storm. We see a hail spike on radar coming out of the storm like this from the radar site scanning it this direction. So very large hail, also a threat over here. We could see up to apple-sized hail today, which is about 3 inches in diameter, just about like that. Thank you, Andrew. Hope you're doing well. Heard the alert. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'll try to pay attention to that, see if it comes through. So that hot springs tornado warning has not been upgraded yet, but again, I expect that to come through soon. But keep in mind that the National Weather Service is busy doing very many things at the same time. A tornado warning will suffice for you needing to take shelter in these areas. All right, let's check over here in western Illinois. We've got a bunch of storms coming up here. This is going to be the theme today. Let me show you guys this. Turn this off. Switch it to categorical. This is going to be the theme today. We have this cluster of storms over here in western Illinois that are in our high risk currently. These are going to track off to the east, and then this line of storms right here is going to impact the same areas. Okay, so the same areas. These are very powerful storms that are going to track in and take advantage of the environment. It's going to recover just fine and allow for severe weather to persist. So multiple rounds are possible today up here in our northern mode. As they consolidate into one big line of storms eventually. These supercells over here will likely become a line of storms that travels in this direction, bringing spin-up tornadoes in it as well as damaging winds. The same is going to be true down here, I believe. We're still early in the day, so these cells right here in central Arkansas are going to travel to the east-northeast into our moderate and high-risk areas from the Storm Prediction Center. But we've also got development back here, and even into northeast Texas, that is going to travel in much of the same direction. So if these storms are powerful and they persist, then they too will take advantage of the environment in place down here in the mid-Mississippi River Valley. All right, let's go back to our active tornado. This one still definitely looks like it's got tight rotation. We see one side of the storm is rotating this direction, going this direction, and the other side of the storm is going this direction quite rapidly. So Hot Springs, like I said, is probably getting impacted by quite a bit of that gust front. So really powerful winds coming through, even if the tornado did not pass over any part of the town. It may have gone to the north through the national park, like I mentioned. But Fountain Lake in the Fountain Lake School District is up next here. Let's take a look if this is still showing signs of being on the ground. Yes, I think this tornado is probably still on the ground here. Although, well, let's see. This is an old velocity scan, I believe. Yes. Okay. So, the debris signature is still co-located with our velocity couplet here. So I believe that this is on the ground. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you guys can see the description of that RAILFAN camera, but we can change that at some point. Right now, that is not my first concern. All right, let me make sure Chris is still on here. Lots and lots going to go on tonight. This is just the beginning here. Again, Fairfield, Bay, and Shirley up here in north central Arkansas. Y'all make sure you're in your tornado safe spots. This is past to the east of Clinton, Arkansas for now. So Clinton, you should be good besides some stray lightning strikes in the area. So hopefully Clinton proper in Arkansas is fine from this storm. You still are in a tornado warning, so I would advise continuing to take shelter. Okay, down here in this storm, we see something that I don't like looking at very often, but it is a convergence signature. So we got winds going this direction and winds coming this direction together. And when this boundary forms here, our updraft, downdraft convergence zone is what we like to call it. We've got some converging air here. It's going to rise in the center of this, and it usually that leads to rotation here. So this is a signature we see out ahead of time. It's already been tornado warned for previously indicating rotation. This could tell us that is cycling at the moment. So this could be our another tornado, another chance at producing a tornado from this storm. So we'll watch this. We'll watch this signature closely over the Plumerville, Arkansas area here. This is to the north and west of Little Rock. This one approaching Fountain Lake. Still has some indication of debris in this area. It may not be on the ground anymore. I hope that it's lifted before it goes over the Fountain Lake, Arkansas area. That would be the best case here, but it still has the chance to produce another tornado at any time if it is not currently producing one. Yep. Whenever I'm talking to Ryan, I can do my best to put his stream on. You can hear his audio. I'll make sure to try to do that. It's a good idea. There's just a lot to focus on. I have to click a lot of buttons at the same time. Plumerville, thank you, Plumerville. Got it. But yeah, that's what we're doing here today. It's going to be the same for a while, just like the last two streams I've done here. If you caught those, I tune in to Ryan's stream, and I let him know whenever something I'm looking at is pertinent, if he hasn't looked at it yet, and I'll turn his light screen and so forth like I always do. But I'm showing you guys the meteorologist perspective here. All right, let's go back up north. Gotta be keeping constant eyes over here, constant eyes. This signature near Norwood, Iowa, we've been looking at the storm for a bit here. This is pretty concerning, but right now it's a bit, this is not truly rotation. It is to the north of where we're looking at here. So I would say that at the moment, this storm right here has the hook going this direction. This is a radar artifact up here. So right now, though, it's certainly starting to show a concerning presentation as it hooks out this direction. Draw that in pink. There's just not a good color for this now, is there? Draw that in blue. So there's our hook echo developing. You can watch it over the last few minutes start to take place and become definitely more threatening. So we have large hail probably ongoing here in the pinks, and even the purples showing up here. This is indicative of a strong storm, a very powerful updraft, a rising air in the storm. So it's more than going to sustain itself, and if it does start to rotate down in this area, that is when we have imminent concern. So let me make sure I'm looking at this. You can see if we've got a mesocyclone aloft, and we certainly do. This is much higher in the storm. We've got air moving like this and rotating here, so we can look at all parts of the storm here from low to high that the radar is scanning to tell us more information. So we'll probably have to be paying attention to this one pretty soon. It is going to head up to the Monroe, Iowa, and the Knoxville, Iowa, Pleasantville, out ahead of time here. So we'll be monitoring this this storm up here. This is also, again, this area up here is going to have quite the risk for tornadoes coming up, and also damaging winds. These supercells are no joke. No joke. Yep, if you're in a risk area today, today's not a day to mess around. It's a day to just be prepared. Be prepared and stay up with the nowcasting. Nowcasting is just, we're covering the storms now and immediately down the line of where they're going to be. So wherever we're talking about storms, you know, that's the area we're focusing on. And down the line, we're only looking about an hour or maybe 2 hours out at most. Sometimes I'll show you the big picture here to make sure that you guys know what's coming up. But with an event like today, it's important that we are just, you know, paying attention to storms as they happen. Appreciate the support, y'all. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's possible that I did when I was covering the storm down here near Hot Springs, you could hear that I wasn't certain about the debris ball being on the ground there. whatever, that there being a debris ball showing up on the radar. But for all intents and purposes, like we see a somewhat consistent signature here. This could go up with height, maybe. It doesn't really go up with height. So there is a lot to look at, and usually these cells, whenever they produce signatures like this, they have to be in areas of higher reflectivity. But even in lower
A
reflectivity,
new tornado warning has
we
been
can see
issued.
things being kicked up by inflow out ahead of this. It doesn't matter, if this is producing a tornado. A weak tornado, like the wind damage, even the non-thunderstorm winds in this are all of concern when it's happening. So if there was no tornado on the ground, then it's not important. We're doing what we can to cover this from radar, give you the best information possible. The point is you're in a tornado warning. And it's good to have that. It's good to have that hesitance about whether what we're seeing is truly what's happening or not. But even if it isn't, even if it isn't an ongoing tornado, it's still a very dangerous storm. But thankfully, I didn't issue that hesitance on Ryan's stream, but I did on my own. So I'll make sure to do that next time. There could be, yes, the wind event from today in the northern mode that goes through the Chicago areas all the way to Indianapolis and east. That could qualify as a derecho. It's what we call a serial derecho when it's much longer north and south. So we'll see, but there is a good chance that the significant winds could be of a high enough caliber to qualify as a derecho after the fact. We'll not be focusing on the definition of this storm. Right now, we'll just be covering it as it goes, but if it produces enough significant impacts in terms of wind, then yes, it could be. So good on the National Weather Service for not upgrading this warning to radar confirmed, as they lacked, proper evidence. It was pretty concerning for just a bit there, and probably lots of tree leaves and branches were kicked up. Even if it was not by a tornado, it could have been just by wind damage from this thing. So, like I said, the National Weather Service is on top of these things, and we're going off the best data we can. It's good to be hesitant. It's good to have multiple perspectives, multiple takes, and to go back and forth and understand the science behind what we're seeing here. If the stream is blurry, make sure you change the quality of the video. I don't know why that's a problem on my stream. That's really annoying. I have to make that a command. I have to tell you guys, hey, you're probably watching on 144p, but certainly 2,000 people are not going to be watching this on that quality and be like, wow, this is great coverage. No, it's probably your problem. It's probably on your end. Right, we're watching back. Wow. Watching back here. All right, let's cover Mountain View, Arkansas. We got this cell has it continues to look really it's not super powerful in terms of like the rain that is dropping here, but we still have a supercell structure. But it does have pretty intense rotation. This is about 4,000 feet up in the storm, so just under a mile that we're looking at this rotation. But this is certainly rotating here near Fairfield Bay, and it will head up toward Hanover, Mountain View in Arkansas up here, and eventually Mount Olive and Melbourne. Y'all are in a tornado warning up here in Stone County. As the storm enters Stone County, so make sure you're taking shelter. Let's take another look at Iowa. We've still got this storm developing down here. Continue to see some rotation aloft, but honestly, not too much rotation aloft ongoing right now. I think our primary tornado threat definitely increases as we go to the east here. So the next hour or so, the tornado threat in our northern mode here in northeastern Mississippi, or Missouri rather, and south the eastern half of Iowa is really going to increase in the next hour. For now, we've got hail producing storms. So we'll keep an eye on pattern recognition here. If these storms start to produce less hail as they head off to the east here, and to the northeast, relatively in this direction, then we can pay attention to possible tornado genesis. Whenever hail is stopping, tornadoes can start. That is something that we see quite often based on the winds. Different wind profiles as we go up in the atmosphere support hail, and different ones support tornadoes. They can coexist, of course, but that is one way we can tell if something is changing in any particular storm. Okay, so let's look at our storm down here again. These ones in Arkansas, yeah. Okay, so this one that I pointed out, it's got some a pretty powerful inflow headed into the storm here near Springfield, Arkansas, to the north and west of Little Rock and Conway. So this is going to head off to the north and east. We're looking at the convergence signature here. There it is, right there over Plummerville. And now we start to see that this inflow really ramp up here. The TANs are 60-mile-an-hour winds here, and begin to connect with parts of the storm that could start rotating here. So if we're looking at a rotation signature soon, that could be ramping up. It's a bit difficult to tell, but we'll have to watch if that establishes itself. Okay, now let's go to Western Missouri here. So we're watching these cells over here again. Not our primary tornadic threat area today, but these cells will be tracking into that area. And right now they're remaining discrete. Right now they're remaining discrete, which means there's one here, there's one here, there's one here. They're hardly interacting with each other, which is, as we get into where the winds are supportive of tornadoes here across this sector. Why is this in quad panel? I'm so sorry. There we go. As they go into eastern Missouri here and approach tornadic favorable conditions, they're going to be not interacting with each other, which means each of these could have tornado genesis associated with them, and it could be uninterrupted, which is why the Storm Prediction Center talks about the potential for long track tornadoes, because if they're able to just persist and not be interrupted by another storm running into it, then that's where the long track threat comes from. Bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings over here for up to golf ball size hail with these nasty supercells. So again, we'll be watching for these if they stop producing hail or the hail production decreases in any of these supercells here. What we see in the pink here in the core of the storm. We'll be watching for tornado genesis in particular. All right, Western Illinois. Keeping an eye on everybody here for tornado genesis to talk about to Ryan. This is going to be the theme today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hope you're all doing well. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves. To the best of our knowledge, we don't have any confirmed tornadoes at the moment so far today, but we got a long way to go in our now casting stream here. Tornado genesis just means the beginning of a tornado from what we can see on radar. So that's what I'm watching for. I'm watching for tornadic beginnings, so to speak. Is there a better radar for this? We got Davenport. We've also got the Lincoln radar in Illinois here. But these ones are not looking tornadic for now, but we do have supercells up here for sure. Man, it's going to be nasty. Davenport might get a round of hail, and then another round of supercells is going to approach from the west, and could promote a tornadic threat with it as well. So a lot of people are going to get a couple rounds of storms up here. I was hoping that wouldn't be the case in the forecast video I made. I was hoping that we'd just get that one round going through, but even this prefrontal stuff here, our cold front's way back in here in West Iowa. Even our prefrontal stuff up here in Western Illinois, that's just popping up because it's warm out. because it's moist out there. This stuff is turning severe and could still have the same threats associated with it. So this is what this is a hallmark of a upper end risk day that we've got going on, and yeah, it doesn't disappoint, I suppose. But we're definitely going to have multiple rounds. I did talk about multiple rounds of storms possible down here in our southern risk mode here for northwestern Mississippi into Memphis and west to Little Rock. So this will have multiple rounds. You can see these cells already popping up way far away from the radar. There's our second round coming through, so that's going to be well into the evening, into nighttime hours as well. Yep, you can have a tornado if it is hailing. Generally, the most supportive winds are going to be different, though, for hail and tornadoes. So that's why we have that pattern recognition in place. We're using GR2 Analyst right now. What time will it start to slow down tonight in central Illinois? Let's see. We can take a look at that real quick. It's good to always be up to date with what our model consensus, literally the average of all models, if we can look at multiple, if I have time, is telling us like when things will end, when things will start. So the consensus here is that there's going to be a strong line of storms. There you can see it there. This whole line of storms right here will develop at some point into the evening hours. And once this line is passed, it'll be pretty clear. It'll be pretty clear on radar. So if you stick with us for hours today, you'll see when it's, mostly a line or a broken line here of supercells. That pass on the west end of this line is when it will be it'll be finished for the day. So it's going to move through quickly. There's 9 p.m. Central. This is 7 p.m. Central, so they're traveling across the entire state of Illinois in 2 to 3 hours here, and then yeah, this is some model data, y'all. Definitely model data that we're looking at here. We'll look at one more just so we have consensus. A consensus. The most powerful thing in weather forecasting is averaging. Averaging will give you the best results every time. So yeah, this model, you can see that line really clearly. This has a linear bias, but this line of storms, once this is passed, almost everyone to the west will be fine. So that'll be the theme today once we get this primary line of storms. But for a while, you're gonna have multiple rounds down here, so you can see these popping up ahead. And then another round of storms could pass through as well. Any part of this line will be dangerous as we go into the afternoon and the evening and overnight. All right, so let's look at our current storms again, just to make sure, because again, this storm, like I've been saying, is going to enter the Little Rock area. It does look like it's going to pass over a good majority of the metro area here in Little Rock. And then we've got this other strong storm behind it that's going to track up the same direction through Hot Springs, through Benton, Arkansas, and toward the Little Rock metro. So it's very possible that shortly y'all could be in a tornado warning here in Pulaski County if you're not already. A little corner of it might be, so everybody might be getting those tornado warnings on their phones here in Little Rock, as it includes the county in some capacity. All right, let's look at our other storms up here. This one is becoming more dangerous, like I've been talking about. We might see some tight rotation starting to develop here. If we go back, you'll see the inflow developing. Man, it looked real bad there for a second. And then all the way back here, you can see the signature that alerted me when it was over Plummerville here in Arkansas. This right here was 19 minutes ago. And now we see the development of a strong supercell here. It is persisting and probably still becoming tornadic here, as it is now warned once again. That warning was allowed to expire here for a second. Here you can see the pink box is not there, and then it was reissued. So that's for Quitman, Pearson, and eventually Heber Springs here in Cleburne County in Arkansas. You'll be in the path of this tornado warned storm. This one up here is real tiny. Real tiny. Little shrimp storm. We're gonna see a few shrimps. We're gonna see a few huge supercells today. So all varieties of supercells here with this small guy right here. But he's still rotating and he is still tornado warned. So take every single one of these seriously. Eber Springs, thank you, thank you. Learning all the pronunciations down here today. Yeah, I don't really like the look of this one right here. This is not a great look for the storm. So again, we could be seeing that. We could be seeing a cycle into another chance for tornado genesis here. But Ryan's got all eyes on this storm, so I'm making sure I'm covering everything else. This is the one that he's most focused on. So let's go back up to Iowa. Golf ball to golf ball size hail here on this storm, and basically all of these here. There's so many that look the same, I can't even tell which one I was looking at. I think it was this one over here. But all of these are just blowing up and then just jetting north. Look at the structure of these. Here, let me go up and height a little bit here. What's the best look that I can look at? I think it's really just this lower one. Just look at this supercell develop here in central Iowa. As it goes, you can just see it being
a new tornado
pushed off to the
issued.
north. So we have our updraft back here. This is where the air is rising, and then as it just goes up with height, it just gets jetted off to the north, and that's because our winds in this area are like 4 miles above the surface, are probably about 100 miles an hour winds. So absolutely ridiculous. So Des Moines Metro probably going to get in on some hail here shortly. Was this a split supercell? What's happening here? Yeah, I think this supercell right here actually split as it went over Afton. So you can watch it just split off. Watch it develop and split off here to the left. So the left side of the split here, this one right here, over Winterset right now, going toward West Des Moines. This one's going to be a hail producer for a while, and then this right side split is going to be the one that could become more tornadic with time. So that's what we're watching there. All right, that new tornado warning is including all Little Rock proper, as I was talking about. We're really hoping that this does not develop on its way to the metro. So sirens are going to be going off in Little Rock more than likely now. It's going to be on your phones. Make sure you're taking shelter in the interior-most room of your house, or a basement if you've got it here. Let me tell you that if you heard about the Mississippi tornado last Friday, or any of the Mississippi tornadoes, and even the Alabama tornadoes, there were some houses that were, heavily or basically completely destroyed in the tornado, but the interior-most room of their house was still had walls standing in the closet or the bathroom. We saw multiple examples of that. Multiple. So nothing confirms messaging quite like that does, unfortunately. It's like learning the hard way, I suppose. So interior-most room of your house is very important for a supercell like this. Make sure you take shoes. Make sure everyone's accounted for, and do so in a prepared manner. Take us with you too. If you take us with you too, then we'll be able to keep giving you updated information. That's also very important. This is historically possibly has produced a tornado in in the last 30 minutes or so, and it's probably going to head toward the northern part of the metro. But any part of the metro here is in the line of fire, which is why this tornado warning is issued here in this pink box.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, this one up here, I've been talking about it near Greenbrier and Guy, Arkansas. Headed up towards Quitman, Pearson, and Heber Springs. This one does look a lot worse right now in terms of the wind speeds that it's got. It's definitely rotating quite a bit more, and starting to connect much quicker here. So this cell Heber Springs out ahead here in Cleburne County. Make sure you guys are in your tornado safe spots. This one's looking pretty dangerous. So we got to make sure we're paying attention to this. Oh boy. Y'all have got some time to prepare in lots of these areas. Make sure you are in action right now. This one up here is probably about to produce a tornado. Let's take a look. Nothing indicative yet. But we could see a tornado shortly with this cell to the north, well to the north of Little Rock. Heber Springs is in the line of fire here in Quitman. All right, so there's our data for now there. Let's go up to Iowa once again. Thankfully, there is this, let me see here. We do have this tornado warning in Missouri for Mercer and Putnam counties here. So this one is rotating. It's very far away from any radar sites that we have access to, so this is our best look at it. It's going to head up towards Powersville and Lucerne in Missouri here toward the Iowa border, eventually crossing towards Seymour, Promise City, Plano, and Centerville in Iowa. So this one is tornado warned. Tough to see it, so this is one of those preventative tornado warnings that I was talking about. This has, the potential to be it is a rotating storm, has the potential to produce tornadoes as it heads up towards Centerville. Still lots of hail up in these areas, waiting to see if the hail threat will probably persist, but again, one pattern that we're looking for is seeing if hail does slow down in any particular cell, that it could be telling us that a tornado may be forming soon. So I'll be watching all these cells up here, of course. Golf ball size hail report in Murray or Murray in to the west of Osceola in Iowa. Osceola. Oh, not this again, dude. They pronounce it different in every state, don't they? Okay, let's go to Western Illinois now. Or I think I have one open. Yeah, there we go. So Western Illinois, we do have some rotation. Let's see here. I wanted to look at this from a different radar site. Here in Western Illinois. Absolutely, guys. Yeah, now casting is the best way to keep up with the anxiety. See if a storm's headed toward you. Draw the path quite often. Large hail here near Lewistown, Illinois. This is going to head up towards Peoria. Probably go, hopefully, to the west of the city, but supercells like this, when they mature, can begin to take more of a rightward track than they were initially going. So we may see the track go something like this and head towards an impact part of Peoria. This is not tornado warned at the moment, but it does have some large hail associated with it. So there's a considerable severe thunderstorm with this. As it goes towards Peoria, if it maintains its considerable severe thunderstorm warning into this area, into the county, there is a chance that the emergency management services here could sound the tornado sirens. So they definitely will for destructive if we get baseball-size hail. But there is a chance that sirens could sound for a considerable warning as well. I know some counties do that. So don't be surprised if this happens in Peoria. It will be because this supercell is exhibiting powerful winds and damaging hail at the same time. Not currently tornadic. Peoria, thank you. Peoria. Davenport, Iowa is going to see these, in the Quad Cities, it's going to see these initial strong storms moving in. These ones are all hail right now, all hail and wind right now. No tornadic threat with these currently, but this could evolve soon. So any of these severe thunderstorm warnings extending up to the north are because these have some dangerous hail associated with them. We see that 1-inch hail just reported near Mount Pleasant in Iowa. So they're going to head up to the north roughly in this direction, but we've also got a strong storm over here, also going in this direction. This is round one over here in this area. We'll see these supercells over here in central Iowa. They're going to move eventually this direction, more develop down here and move in this direction as well. So round two is coming up too for eastern Iowa that we're watching at the moment. Okay. All right, let's look up here in your equipment. It does look like this is a common theme up here. We saw that one cell just sort of fall apart. It's really not raining that much more up here towards Mountain View, so it's not currently tornado warned, but it is spinning like a top. I think the same is happening here. We really are starting to lose our updraft strength, even though it doesn't look like it. We are. This is sort of raining itself out. So hopefully that remains the case, so that these tornado warned storms up here don't do much. But even so, Heber Springs is next up in line for a rotating thunderstorm to come through. And then, of course, we've got Little Rock here that we're watching very closely. I wish I had some more data to look at, but I do see, I see a mild convergence signature. We can see the reds going away from the radar and greens going toward. So this area right in here is converging together. So when it converges, it has nowhere to go but up. And so the storm will continue to be severe here, and also potentially tornadic. So hopefully everyone in Little Rock, North Little Rock, up to Cato or Caddo, and Gibson are taking shelter here in Arkansas. Down the line, this is going to continue along Highway 67, somewhat paralleling it and crossing over Interstate 40 and going to the north near Jacksonville, Arkansas. So an advance warning for y'all up in these areas here in Jacksonville, Austin, Cabot, in Arkansas. And thank you guys. If you wanna like the stream, that's the one thing that you can do. If you haven't subbed already to the channel, it is just letting YouTube know that, hey, this is important. The more people that watch this, the more that we get exponential relaying of data from you guys telling other people, and those people telling other people by word of mouth. So let YouTube know that this is important stuff on both Ryan's stream and mine here for the best coverage. Another resource that you can use to keep up with the storm is as current as possible. Cato. Oh no. Alright, so hopefully this isn't what I think it is. Hopefully we're not seeing imminent tornado genesis. Brett Adair is going to be the person to tell us, though, if it is happening. I do see Brett's feed on Ryan's stream, so Brett is going to have the best view of this. One of the best views of this out ahead of the storm. So Brett is right here. Here's his indicator here, his little tracker on the west side of Little Rock, and our possible tornado genesis ongoing is going to head in his direction over Interstate 430. Didn't get a notification? Make sure you ring the bell. That's another thing you can do to make sure you are getting that. Here's a good look at the storm, why we're starting to see rotation possibly ramp up here right in where the hook echo would be, that hook of the storm, where the tornado is going to be. We see winds accelerating as we get closer to the surface here in this rear flank of the storm. This is the back side of the storm. We have air that's descending and whooshing down, and it can get wrapped up here into this rotation, just about here. So we see these winds steadily increasing as we get closer to the surface and in this area of rotation. So you don't want to see that. It's one signature that can tell us that something is ongoing that is beneficial to producing a tornado in this storm. So we'll have updates about every minute and a half to 2 minutes from this radar, or just about 2.5 minutes. Nope. If you guys watch that, I am not that Andrew Hill weather kid. That's a different Andrew Hill. Everybody keeps talking about that. I'm gonna have to dispel that for months and months to come, I think. But I grew up in California, not in Illinois, so I hope that guy's doing well though. Maybe I haven't heard of what he's doing, so if he pursued weather, that would be super cool. All right, let's really quickly check if we have a debris signature yet. I don't see anything. Don't see anything yet. Let's look at ZDR. Okay. So waiting on the velocity scan. The velocity comes in about 17 seconds after our reflectivity, which is this scene over here that just tells us, how heavily it's raining and a few other aspects of the storm. So velocity will come in next, and we can see if we have imminent, more powerful rotation. And we might. Brett Adair, again, is going to have a look at this pretty clearly. This is probably not rain-wrapped. Any sort of rotation that would show up is going to be in this area of the storm. Brett's going to be looking this direction at it. So again, hoping that this does not connect and establish itself here as it enters western Little Rock. Western Little Rock is where this storm is tracking first and foremost. Kamak Village or Kamak Village here is in the line of sight for this the dangerous part of the storm here. But hopefully everyone in Little Rock, especially the northern side of the metro, is taking shelter at the moment. Okay, another look at Iowa real quick. We do have this tornado warning, a bit of a preventative warning down here on the Iowa-Missouri border, right in the middle of the state near Lucerne and Powersville. It's going to head up to the area of Centerville, Iowa soon. So this is a strong storm. Plenty of lightning is ongoing with the storm, I'm sure, and it does have the potential to produce a tornado. Yeah, plenty of lightning. Efficient lightning producers today, guys. Lots of lightning with these storms. Looks like the hail core for this storm is moving in northwest Des Moines right now. So possibly Huxley and Ames. Out ahead of this, we'll see some hail. This is a left split from an earlier supercell. So it's going to be a hail producer more than it will be tornadic whatsoever. Down here, we're looking at a bit of rotation here, but all of these higher areas are what's called side lobing. It's when the side of the radar beam is hitting the stuff that's way up above in this storm, but not down here. So that produces radar data that is not accurate in terms of what we're looking at. So we're keeping an eye on this one still, but that's why this is not tornado warned yet. We'll see if that rotation does tighten up and is evident on radar. It's one thing to be able to see rotation on the radar. It's another thing to have it in the storm, but not be able to see it because it's got such a narrow presentation. We can only work with what the radar beam is actually hitting in the storm in terms of real data. It's one of the limitations we've got. All right, let's look at Western Illinois again. Or, well, also let's look at the middle of Missouri, because these storms are going to be problems later. You can see a huge hail core to the west of Boonville and Rocheport. That just went over I-70 here in the center of Missouri to the west of Columbia. Huge hail core in the pink and the purple here. But this doesn't necessarily mean that there's baseballs falling here. It means that we could have a golf ball-sized hail blizzard right in here. So there's that new severe thunderstorm warning issued for it. Some really large hail falling here, or a lot of large hail is also possible there. Yeah, again, these supercells are just staying pretty discreet here, which means they're not being impacted by other storms around them for the most part, which means that if they remain uninterrupted and become tornadic down the line here, just about where Brad Arnold is here near Hannibal in Missouri here, that they could be big problems. They could be big time problems. So these ones we're going to be watching them for a long time today. Long time today. All right, I hear Ryan talking about a tornado down. This one definitely looks like it has managed to connect itself here. And Breadair has got it on the ground. So let's take a look at this. Yeah, so what we can see here, right about this area is where there's a tornado on the ground. In the circle, the blue circle here. So we do have a tornado on the ground. Brett's got a good look at it. This is headed into western Arkansas, again near Kamak or Kamak Village. So here's our tornado back in here, abouts, and it's going to travel this direction. Dang it, man. Dang it, man. That is not what you want to see. I'll tell you guys, once again, we have this cell back in here near Owensville. This is headed in the same direction towards the southern metro of Little Rock. It's going to interact with the same environment that is currently producing a tornado here as it enters western Little Rock and travels through the west, northwest, and northern sides.
A new tornado warning has been issued
Of Little Rock here. So, again, we're going to have another possible tornado go through. And yeah, this is just a big tornado on the ground, probably doing damage right now. I don't have Brett's feed for you, so if you want to see that tornado happening, make sure you've got Ryan's stream up at the same time. He's currently jetting south to make sure he does not get impacted by this. He's got a minute or two to make sure he gets out of the way of this as it passes over Interstate 430. As it passes over Interstate 430, it will go towards the Reservoir, Robinwood communities here, River Mountain in west northwest Arkansas, or Little Rock here, sorry, along Interstate 430. So the Olive Garden over here, just next to the Arkansas River, and the Big Dam Bridge, and Interstate 430 here. This is going to head towards the Crystal Hill area in northwestern Little Rock as it approaches Interstate 40 and 430 junction. It's going to go a little bit south of that. So the Burns Park area, if you know where Burns Park is, this tornado is headed for that area.
New information. This tornado warning
there's our
has
particularly
been
dangerous situation tornado warning for this storm. Okay, so again, here's our tornado right here. It is now seconds away from Kamak Village, and a couple minutes away from Crystal Hill, and the northern parts of the Park Hill Historic District in northern Little Rock here. Indian Hills, Apple Valley, in Little Rock here are in the path of this thing, as well as Sherwood. So advance, y'all watch out ahead of this thing. McAlmont, Sherwood. These areas in Little Rock are in the line of sight. So make sure everybody here is taking warning in our first PDS tour of the day. Man. Okay, so let's take a look at our debris signature if it's there. Yeah, it certainly is here, just to the west of Kamak Village here. This is our debris signature. We can see it here in the greens and blues. It's approaching the radar site. So it would be very bad if we lost a radar site today, especially for more data. But again, all these areas that I'm calling out are in the line of sight for this thing. Reservoir, Robinwood, Kamak Village, the Burns Park area, Crystal Hill, and to the east near Indian Hills, the Northbrook subdivision, Miller's Crossing subdivision, Stonehill, Austin Gardens. A lot of these areas, it's going to be on the south side of Camp Robinson. South side of Camp Robinson. So it's going to clip the south part of this, I believe, if it stays on the ground near Burns Park. Okay, so there's your updated coverage for this. Again, we've got this storm headed in behind it that could impact similar regions, if not the southern side of Little Rock, coming up as it moves into the same environment. So advance warning for that, just in case it does develop. Let's go back to make sure you're watching Ryan's stream to keep up with that. To keep up with that storm, we're going to go back to Iowa right now. Make sure we don't have anything in particular developing rapidly to talk about. Still hailing in a bunch of spots here. We do have a new tornado warning down there in Missouri. Let me see if I have a good look at that somewhere. Okay. Let's see if I can get this up here. So this tornado warning is for Hale Sumner. We don't really have a good look at this. This is another one of those preventative tornado warnings here in northwest Sheridan County, headed into the southeast part of Lynn County in Missouri. So preventative tornado warning there. Rotating thunderstorm here that could produce a tornado at any point here for Marceline, Buckland, Brookfield, Missouri here in Rothville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I was just looking at Western Illinois here. Okay, so this storm that we were looking at, wow. Let me look at this from multiple radar sites. I was wondering if that rotation was not legitimate or not, because it's in a giant hail core, so it could be messing with the data a bit. This is a bit tough. This one's a bit tough. Let's try to look aloft here. Tough radar presentation. Gosh, it's hard to tell. I think we do have a mesocyclone just about in here, though. And this is gonna travel to Peoria. This is gonna travel to the Peoria area. We were talking about this just a bit ago. Peoria, Illinois, is in the line of sight.
A new tornado emergency has been issued
for this storm. Man. Okay. All right. So that tornado emergency is for our Little Rock storm. We've been through this before. We have a little bit of a debris ball possibly showing up here as it passes over Kamak Village. So, new tornado emergency for this storm. It's very, very close to the radar. So, again, we're just gonna call out the areas out ahead of this thing. So Sherwood, Southern, and Burns Park here, Park Hill Historic District on the north side of the Arkansas River. McAlmont, all of y'all need to be in your safe spots, like immediately. We have confirmation that this is doing damage. So this is a storm to take wisely. Look how far ahead this warning goes. They're not messing around with this storm. So Jacksonville, Cabot, Austin, Ward, Beebe here up to McRae, Butlerville in Arkansas here. All out ahead of this thing need to be taking shelter, according to this pink polygon here. So hopefully all those subdivisions I was able to call out. I think that Indian Hills, Apple Valley, and Sherwood, headed up to Sherwood here in northern Little Rock, are in the next line of sight here. Everybody needs to be taking shelter here. Everybody needs to be taking shelter. Even if you're in downtown Little Rock, I would be taking shelter, and you never know. You never know. Okay, so we still got a noteworthy debris ball here. It's passing over I-40, probably just passed over I-40. You can see in the pink here, this is our debris ball, and it's going to travel this direction into the Sherwood area. Sherwood area, Indian Hills, the Sam's Club there, the Kroger there in Lakewood as well. Lakewood and Sherwood and Indian Hills are next up. As well as the Park Hill Historic District for this tornado. That is not a good signature. That is not a good signature at all. Wow. This is going to go through quite a few populated areas, y'all. So right now it's over Burns Park. I've been yammering on about it. And next up is Larry's Pizza.
New information. This tornado warning has been
What in the
upgraded.
world? I swear I was looking at that. Holy moly, man. Really? Is that radar indicated? Let me take another look at that. Show up. Wow. Okay, hold on. Is this confirmed? This is a particularly dangerous situation. Radar indicated a tornado, so we do not have confirmation of this on the ground. My goodness, what in the world? So yeah, this has the potential to produce a large tornado shortly. It's also got it's probably got baseball size hail with it here. You can see that in the pinks and the purples. Wow. So yeah, Peoria, this is quite something. So this is not a confirmed tornado yet. This is a particularly dangerous, situation coming up. It has the potential to. There's nothing stopping this from producing large tornado, is what I should say. So please, please take shelter. Does this include Peoria County yet? It does. It does include Peoria County. So hopefully everybody is getting alerts on their phone, as well as the tornado sirens are being sounded. My goodness, man. Yeah, dang. I should come through and tell Ryan that that's not on the ground yet, as the radar indicated, but to take it the same. We need to make sure that we are relaying good updates here. Hey, Ryan, I would just want to make sure that I tell you that PDS approaching Peoria is not on the ground. It is a radar-indicated particularly dangerous situation, which means that it has the potential, nothing stopping it, really, from producing a large tornado if it does connect. So I just want you to know that there's not a tornado on the ground that we know of yet, but to treat this storm exactly as if there is. Okay. My goodness, guys, we're just getting started here. We're just getting started. Yeah, if you're in Pekin or Pekin, Illinois here, please be taking shelter anywhere along Peoria. That's just... This is a cell that I'm going to be watching. The moment that this hail core... The moment that this hail core goes down whatsoever, I'm gonna stop. I'm never gonna stop yammering about it. Okay, this cell right here. I mean, it's just got massive hail. Look at that. Look at that hail spike. That is absolutely ridiculous. Baseballs that are suspended in the storm right now, baseball size hail, is that's what produces a signature like this. So it doesn't even matter if a large tornado is on the ground or not. This is going to just do so much damage to this area. Let's see. Let me go back to the Illinois radar here, just to make sure. And then I'll go back to... There's so much to cover. Man. Yeah, this is going to be a day that we talk about for quite some time, guys. All right, back to Little Rock. This is right next to the radar site. It's doing damage. It's doing damage right in these areas I was talking about. I don't know how this turned on, but I'll take it. So the Park Hill Historic District, Lakewood. If you're just joining, Apple Valley and Indian Hills here in northern Little Rock, these subdivisions where the Hobby Lobby is, Larry's Pizza is, and the Sam's Club over here, as well as, let's see, the Greens at North Hills, this golf club over here, and this area is in the line of sight for this tornado as it passes very close to Sherwood. It is just on the southeast side of Camp Robinson here, Camp Joseph Robinson. There are a lot of houses in this area. Really, really hope that everybody is taking shelter in these areas. Interior-most room of your house, this is a tornado emergency for these areas. You can see in this big, bold pink box here. Tornado emergency ongoing here. It is definitely still on the ground near Sherwood. It's going to pass through Jacksonville, Arkansas, just around this area. So Jacksonville, Arkansas, next up. Make sure you're taking shelter. Take us with you, take shoes with you, and take something to cover your head with. 3 things to remember. 3 things to remember. Cover your head, take shoes with you, and take us with you so you can hear. You can hear updates on where it's going. If you want to see... Man, if you want to see the tornado... images of it, Ryan will be showing some of the damage and images, making sure we get the news relay going. I make sure that we are taking care of the radar relay over here. Oh man, don't do that. Come on now. This is not good. This just looks terrible as it heads towards Peoria. So everybody in Peoria, please be taking shelter right now in
A
and
new
around the area.
tornado watch has been issued.
This is absolutely ridiculous convergence right here. Oh my goodness. Okay, so from the radar site that we got going here, we see some convergence into the storm with winds going this direction, and this direction. Pretty powerful winds that could
A
just
new
spin
tornado
together
warning
a
has been
tornado here
issued.
at any time here as it approaches Kingston, Mines, Mapleton, and Peoria. Just massive hail with this thing as well at the same time. Yeah, if this hail production goes down at all and this wraps together like it is, just look at this every single frame here, every single frame. You can see it just starting to wrap up. So this wind is coming this direction and bulging out there. This wind is wrapping up this direction. So this is looking like a worst case scenario for Peoria. You should be treating it as such, just to make sure that your life is safe as possible. If you're in a mobile home in these areas, please take shelter with the neighbor's houses. Just run there in a neighbor's sturdy house. Don't be in a mobile home for this. Don't be in a mobile home. You've got about 8 to 10 minutes for most of the city of Peoria. Okay.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
There is a lot happening, and we have only just begun today, guys. A lot happening, lot to cover. Let's not get lost in it. Oh my gosh, look at that. That is absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Huge area of wind-driven hail. Just this sort of signature right here, this on the north side of Des Moines, it's going to head up towards Ames. Ames is in the line of sight for a massive pocket of wind-driven hail. This will do damage to sidings of houses, possibly shingles on the roof as well. You can't be outside for something that looks like this. We've got 70-mile-an-hour winds driving quite a bunch of hail here over Slater and headed up towards Ames, Iowa. So this is dangerous. You don't want to be outside for the storm whatsoever. That's a nasty signature. Wow. Wow, that wind-driven hail. I'm seeing the damage on Ryan's stream. Oh man, this is a heck of a storm, guys. Heck of a storm system. All right, let's go back to the man. I don't even know what to look at. All right, I'll go one by one here. Jacksonville, Arkansas, up next. If you're just joining us, Jacksonville, Arkansas, up next in this tornado emergency. We can see this is definitely still on the ground. We got 100-mile-an-hour winds showing up on the radar right about here, and winds going toward the radar right here. So these are rotating just in this area very rapidly, and this is going to pass up right through where Jacksonville is on the map here. So that's Jacksonville proper in Arkansas. Man, anywhere north of I don't even know where to put this. State Road 161 to 294, Military Road, there on the south side of the town, and to the north of, or to the south of Vandenberg Boulevard, the south of the Little Rock Air Force Base. This will probably go through maybe a little bit of the Air Force Base here on the southern side, through Jacksonville, Arkansas. Wow. Yeah, it's done a lot of damage on the north and the northwest side of Little Rock already. There's no reason to believe this is not still on the ground doing damage. Let's take a look. I mean, you just can't even see anything in there. All right. So make sure you're in the interiormost room of your house. You have seconds, just a minute, just about 1 minute in Jacksonville, Arkansas, before this approaches the center of the town. Goes right through it. All right, back to Peoria. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, so we see that hail core really strong there, and we see it start to, you know, I don't even know if you could call that deterioration, but we still see a strong hail core here that may be, you know, de-intensifying here. So we definitely have rotation ongoing right now. Rotation ongoing right now in this part of the storm, approaching Peoria in Illinois. Does look like if we watch the loop through that it's gonna cross probably over the Pekin or the Pekin area. Can somebody tell me how to pronounce that? Pekin or Pekin, North Pekin, and probably through areas of East Peoria if it is producing a tornado at that point. Gosh dang. Yeah, I'm pretty concerned about. Man, I'm concerned about all these areas. Davenport's up next to get this severe thunderstorm that I talked about just a little bit ago. We could get some multiple rounds of heavy rain here, and wind-driven hail are possible as it moves through the Quad Cities area. You're starting to hear the thunder and so forth. Nothing tornadic over here yet, right now. So nothing tornadic for the Davenport area at the moment. I'm hoping that this tornado warning down here, we haven't had a confirmed tornado with this cell going towards Peoria. We haven't had that yet, but we have the warning in place because it has the potential to produce a possibly a significant tornado. So we're still watching this. All right, back to the Little Rock cell. Man, that is just not good. So that this is our debris ball right here. This is the location of the tornado. You can see the hook going down here, and it's moving into Jacksonville, Arkansas proper at the moment. I'm watching the storm behind it as well. Oh my goodness. This could do the same thing if it wraps up. So we got a close eye on this one on the west side of Little Rock as well. Yeah, this is just not good. You can't really see anything in here, but this is most all debris that's showing up on the radar to some extent. So cross your fingers that everyone in Jacksonville here is safe and sheltered in Arkansas. All right, so out ahead of Jacksonville, we still got we've got some areas, some subdivisions here along State Road 89, 321, approaching State Road 31 near Woodlawn. Woodlawn, Bethlehem, Oak Grove, Butlerville, and Hickory Plains are and Sylvania here in Arkansas are next ahead of this. So this area right here is where I'm talking about. This is the next immediate path of this tornado as it stands. However, with any tornado on the ground, this could occlude north into the storm. So anywhere along this area is still in a lot of danger, even up north towards Cabot or Cabot, and along Highway 67 here. Everybody is along this area up toward Garner is in a tornado emergency warning, meaning it's ongoing. So y'all should be taking shelter right now if you haven't already. Okay, so this is doing damage in Jacksonville, Arkansas right now. Let's see our friends in Peoria, keeping a close eye on it. Yeah, this is good. We're not seeing anything that's indicating a tornado on the ground at the moment. From the best of our ability to tell in radar, I don't see anything. This is good. So hopefully this remains the case. However, an incredible hailstorm is also going to go into West Peoria. It's about to start hailing like heck here in this city. So it's really going to do damage to any cars that are out. So this is still an incredibly dangerous storm. Unbelievable hail that is about to pass in here. at the moment, it's warned for 2-inch hail. However, these signatures in the purple here, the pink and the purple, 2-inch hail, and a lot of it can be falling. Can also be wind driven. So these areas in Peoria are going to take a beating from hail. Even if there is no tornado in progress from this storm. So a really dangerous severe thunderstorm about to head into Peoria, no matter what. No matter what. All right, let's look in the Des Moines area. We're covering Des Moines as well. Yeah, Ames is about to get it. Hopefully I gave you all like a 10-minute heads up here in the Ames, Iowa area. Now there's possibly a hail blizzard ongoing over here as well. Wind-driven hail in this area of pink and purple is about to impact the city of Ames properly here. Let's go right through the center of it, especially the west part of it. So a lot of people will be injured if they're outside in this hail. We've got a lot of hail, and it's moving at 55 miles an hour in these winds. Past a certain point, like your health and so forth is more important than your car. So if you have an advanced heads up, like up here in Roland, Garden City, and Hubbard in Iowa, if you've got like 20 minutes to prepare here, you can get your car to some parking garage that's covered, if there is one out there. I don't know if there will be. Or a gas station, but gas stations likely will be, there's not a lot of space. You don't want to be selfish and not let anyone else in. It's just not a great situation overall. But I would prioritize just not being out in this. I would prioritize being in shelter because it is going to be a strong, severe thunderstorm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, nothing tornadic yet for the Des Moines area, and just to the east, we do have some tornado warned storms here in northern and central Missouri. Let me look at those. Okay, so here's our storm that's to the north of Jefferson City, quite a ways here. And also will pass the north of Columbia, Missouri. I know those are both populated areas, so Sturgeon and Clark to the north are going to get in on some large hail from this thing. All right, and also the active tornado warning up here for Buckland and Marceline. That's going to pass up towards La Plata and Atlanta in Missouri, going towards the northeast part of the state, where eventually all these cells, as they head east toward the Illinois border, along the Mississippi River here. All of you guys were like, these storms are going to become, more tornadic with time. More tornadic with time is what we're expecting. This is pretty early in the day for such for the tornadic activity. We still got a long ways to go. So Jacksonville, Arkansas, we saw it go through there, like I've been telling you. Damn. We still got this strong cell behind it. It is not exhibiting imminent rotation yet, but we have to watch it closely. But another, this is bad, this is just as bad. We got heavy rain, even small hail, and really damaging winds, and a bunch of lightning as well from this cell. It's going to pass in the same areas that were just impacted by a tornado. These are, vulnerable areas now. So this storm is not going to do them any favors whatsoever. All right, once again, Oak Grove, Woodlawn, Bethlehem, Hickory Plains, and Butlerville. Butlerville's over here are out ahead of this path, the path of this tornado, over here. So the location of our tornado is right here, about to pass over State Road 89 here, to the north of Interstate 40. So I'm most concerned right now about Butlerville, and all of these small towns, unincorporated areas just before Butlerville, and Hickory Plains. Along here, along State Road 38. This tornado is still ongoing. Still ongoing. Let's see here. If you know the Barnhill Orchards, the Dollar General in Woodlawn, the Let's see here. The Southern Charm wedding venue. Uh, there's all sorts of little businesses and churches out here. So the Mount Zion Methodist Church is next in line for this tornado here, to the west of Woodlawn. Sounds familiar. So Oak Grove, Woodlawn, Bethlehem, and hopefully to the south of Butlerville. But Butlerville, y'all be taking shelter as well. Hickory Plains next in line for this tornado going through. It looks like the tornado should stay to the south of this Highway 67 corridor up here from Cabot to or Cabot to Garner. So everyone up here be taking shelter, but you should escape the tornado at any point. Though this tornado right here can be wrapped up north into the storm. So this is the reason why this polygon exists. For all of these areas, all of them are in danger from the tornado, depending on the path that it takes. So yeah, this is still ongoing, doing damage. Butlerville and Hickory Plains up next. What just happened there? So this is to the north and east of Little Rock. It has passed through and done damage to quite a bit of western, northwestern, and northern Little Rock, and now into Jacksonville, Arkansas. It has passed through there. We have the strong storm on the back end of it. That's now severe thunderstorm warned. Now severe thunderstorm warned. But it does not look tornadic right now. I'll tell you when it does look, if it does become tornadic in any way. All right, let's go back to Peoria. Still not seeing anything imminently tornadic here, but very large hail is falling through the city. This is doing, this hail in here is probably doing a lot of damage. A lot of damage. Nick Gorman's about to head into that. Let me see if this works. Let me see if I've got his feed up. I don't think I will have it. But Nick Gorman is headed into Peoria. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. He should be streaming, but his stream might not be working. You know, that streaming these things is not the most important thing. So the tornado warning does exist for Peoria. It might you know, we start to see a little bit of this hail production maybe stopping here, so this could turn into a more prominent tornadic storm soon over here. It's definitely a dominant supercell, as you can see. Like this area used to be just like a cluster of cells, and now we have a discrete, you know, an isolated supercell out here that is really taken shape and is dominating this environment right here. So that's why we see this tornado warning, including Peoria, Metamora, Eureka, Illinois, areas all to the north and east of Peoria. This is going to head towards Winona, Rutland, and Minonk along Interstate 39 here. And it should be well to the north of Bloomington, Illinois. Let's see. So yeah, those areas are next in line for this supercell that's traveling to the north and east this direction. We got a long ways to go. Long ways to go. This right here could be round one of severe weather for you know, west central Illinois into central Illinois, into north central Illinois. This is the round one of severe weather, and we still got all of. Do you see all of that? You see all of this? These red boxes here: severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings in the pink boxes. These are all going to track in the same area. The atmosphere is going to recover just fine, and they're going to become tornadic as they enter this area. As we go through the day, the tornadic potential remains for quite some time. Yeah, quite a bit of power outages as expected with the path of the tornado in Arkansas. Nick Gorman's there. Oh, we got Nick Gorman. Okay, there we go. All right, so Nick Gorman's feed's on the bottom right there. He's driving into Peoria right now. He's basically in where this hail was. But as you can see, let me see if I can put that up, actually. I think I can do that. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. This is Nick Gorman. Don't pay attention to the name right now. There we go. So this is Nick driving through Peoria right now along Interstate 74. If you don't see hail in this, it's because these pinks can also be extremely heavy rain. Extremely heavy rain is possible. Literally a downburst is what we call this, and if it's more concentrated, it can be a microburst. So, you know, just a ridiculous storm through and through there. Oops, I was circling that on the radar without even showing you guys. Still getting used to this. But yeah, this is Nick Gorman's feed going through Peoria right now. So this is what we're looking at. Nick Gorman's right here. He just drove through some of this pink here on the radar. That's our really, really heavy rain or and into hail forming in this area. Likely some of the larger hail is down here near East Peoria and Pekin as well. Davenport's in the severe thunderstorm warning still. That storm's headed towards you with wind and hail. I'm going to open another radar here. I'm going to have 5 radars open. That's what we need to do to cover today's weather. 5 different radar sites open at the same time. And keeping track of them as best as possible here. All right, so here's Davenport. So nothing tornadic here that I can see. Just some winds and hail are headed into the metro, and you're going to get 2 rounds of it, more than likely here in the Quad Cities coming up here, and then you're going to get another round of it from the west, again. So this is a long day here. We could see possibly a tornado warning issued down here. We've got a little bit of rotation aloft. That's a little tough to see, but at this point we can tell. We can tell that this storm is rotating down near Stronghurst, Illinois. That's going to head towards Monmouth or Monmouth. I think it's Monmouth and Galesburg in Illinois here. So no warning for this one yet, but this is a rotating thunderstorm that we could see mature down the line. So advanced heads up for Galesburg and Monmouth. Okay. All right, so 5 different radar sites open. Keeping track of our Little Rock tornado here. It does look like hopefully it's in its dying stage here. We don't see the velocities close together here. They're now broad and apart, so hopefully this tornado is lifted, but it has done plenty of damage through the Little Rock to Jacksonville areas here in Arkansas. So, man, now we have this back here. It looks funky right now. So we have this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see. I think that tornado warning was for that cell I just called out in Iowa, or in Illinois rather. Yeah, it was. Okay, so over here, Monmouth and up towards Galesburg now in a tornado warning. I wish I'd relayed that one to Ryan. I was thinking about it. Called that one though. Out ahead of time. So y'all are in a tornado warning now from the National Weather Service. Make sure you're taking shelter. So this second cell that's headed towards right through the same areas of Little Rock. It's got this hook echo on it, but right now we don't see rotation. Okay, so the hook echo is right about here, and the velocity you don't see anything there. So that is just a scary presentation for now, but it could become a threat soon. So we're watching it, but right now there is no tornado in progress with this cell that's back behind our tornado producing cell. So this is over Little Rock right now, unfortunately. Doing damage there. What in the world is that? Okay, let me look at Ames again. Okay, I don't see any rotation in this. Again, this is another, scary looking formation here. It's the shape we're trained to see, but really what we're looking at here is a bunch of hail in a sort of a misshapen storm here. So hail just kind of like wrapping all around this storm up here. It's passed through Ames, probably did quite a bit of vehicular damage here and maybe the sightings of houses as I was talking about. Story City's about to get in on that in the next couple minutes. Then Radcliffe, Buckeye, and eventually Iowa Falls. up here is going to be in the severe thunderstorm. You can actually see our cold front at the moment. Yeah, I believe this is our cold front right here. So you can see it showing up on radar with these really light returns. The winds are pushing this cold front forward, and all sorts of strong thunderstorms are forming off of this boundary and out ahead of it. So our cold front is moving through Des Moines, I believe, very shortly. Closed captioning is not possible. I'm using a
A
low
new
latency
tornado
on this
warning
stream,
has been
so
issued.
YouTube will not allow for closed captioning with low latency, unfortunately, at the moment. Hope they change that because it would be ridiculous. But that's why you hear the warnings on my stream before Ryan's. This is meant to, be the meteorology side of it, relaying the perspective. I wish I could. I would definitely do it the moment I could. I would put closed captions on because I care about accessibility. But I think that even 30 seconds can make a big difference in a day like today. So 30 seconds, very important. Making sure that all that information is accessible. Okay, let's see. Closest radar site we got to this tornado warning down here for Unionville. That just went through Centerville. I've been talking about Centerville, Iowa. Said that about 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago. We had baseball size hail here in Centerville. And now it's tornado warning for Udell, Unionville, Ottumwa Agency here in southern to southeastern Iowa. My goodness. Baseball size hail here and rotation. So this is a preventative tornado warning because we're far away from the radar site. It's also a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for baseball size hail, as was verified on the ground here in Centerville. That is definitely doing damage. So Ottumwa out ahead of this. Make sure y'all are ready for this, and we could get another round of hail just behind it. So multiple damaging storms coming through, possibly. All right, let's switch radar sites back to Little Rock. I don't see any rotation with this storm yet. It's just got that scary looking presentation. Severe thunderstorm warning with it. We're going to be watching this one closely, though. It's moving through the same areas that the cell ahead of it had a history of producing a tornado in, which is about to be over Butlerville. So I hope that this is not on the ground. It looks like it might not be, but even so, powerful winds are going to come through from the rear flank of the storm. The rear flank pushing down through this and hitting the surface just like that. So all of these areas hopefully are still in shelter. It's passing through, and then you've got another storm on the flank of it that may do something coming up. So yeah, hopefully this is falling apart for now. And then it's not over. It's not over because we have these strong cells back here in southwestern Arkansas and western Arkansas. They're going to move into the same locations. So this one down here near Texarkana is going to go all the way up along Interstate 30 and possibly take advantage of the same environment. Multiple rounds of storms possible for a lot of these people. Hopefully that this one down here and any strong cells, hopefully they just die out. Hopefully they don't impact anyone. Man, look how gnarly this is that we can see here, but without seeing much of any rotation showing up. Like, I can't really tell if this is rotating or not. We can try to go up with height in the storm here. It's very possible that it could be taking shape. Oh, man. Let me look at this. This is about 4,000 feet up into the storm here that we're looking, and yeah, I think it's probably there's a good chance this is trying to come together right now. So we can see way up high into the storm here, even though we're right next to the radar site. It's very possible that this could be trying to develop. That is one heck of a scan. Look how much that just intensified. Wow. Maybe, man, dang. I'm gonna talk to Ryan about that. Yeah, Ryan, I'm watching that same one too. As soon as you get that new scan, look at it on GR2. It just ramps up in reflectivity so rapidly, and then you can go up to maybe like tilt 6. You know, we're looking pretty high up in the storm because it's right next to the radar. I think that that it's definitely starting to come together. We can see at that height that there is a mesocyclone coming together, meaning the storm is rotating. And so we have yet to see the effects of that at the surface since the radar's so close. So it's possible that this will become tornado warned and move through generally the same areas, maybe just a little bit south of the track of the last one coming up here. So close eye on that one with you here. I cannot believe how much that just ramped up in one scan. Look at that, like 40 to 45 dBz here, and then suddenly it's got 60 dBz in, let's see how many minutes that was. 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes from moderate rain to possibly hail producing. You just don't want to see that, so we're watching this one closely here. It looks like this one over here has managed to completely fall apart. Still dangerous. There's our tornado warning that
A
we were
new
talking about.
tornado warning has been issued.
So this one's going to track more to the south, but Jacksonville, I don't know if we can reach the people there because they were just impacted by a tornado. You know, these areas need to be in shelter again if possible. I don't know how that's going to be possible for everybody, but much of the same areas that were just hit need to be in shelter again, which is asking a lot, but hopefully we can get as much information out to them as possible. All right, let's go back to Illinois. Ryan's going to keep an eye on the Little Rock cell here. We're looking back in Illinois. There's some rotation possibly developing here. Let me toward on the east side of Peoria. Okay, so we're watching this supercell. Still a prolific hail producer here as it goes over Washington. Our rotation might be taking place down here to the south of Washington, headed towards Eureka. Headed towards Eureka, Illinois here, up next in Woodford County. So we're watching this one closely too. Let's see here. So if we play this back, just a couple frames, we can see we have a little bit of a cell popping out in front of this. And it's all of these cells down here are going to get absorbed into this supercell as it travels this direction. And any one of these could immediately accentuate the beginning of a tornado with this storm. If it interacts positively or constructively rather with this storm, it can just wrap up a tornado incredibly quickly. We've seen this happen before. So the interaction of cells here, we'll be waiting to see interference, whether that's constructive to a tornado or destructive. So let's take a close look at that. There's definitely rotation. Yeah, this is a cell to be watching right now. All right. Goodness gracious. All right, Des Moines. Still got that wind-driven hail core moving up through towards Alden and Iowa Falls here, up even to Hampton in Iowa. Advance, y'all watch out here. The hail core might make it up to you before this cold front overtakes it. I think Des Moines is almost in the clear. Might be in the clear shortly here. I'm not sure. Let me take one look at this to make sure that this is the cold front, so I can tell you guys whether you're good or not in Des Moines. So give me 1 second here, and then we'll go back over all of our tornado warnings again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, okay, so it's tough to tell. It's tough to tell, but I think that this area right here is our cold front. So as this passes through Des Moines and those cold winds start whipping in, y'all should be fine there. Y'all should be fine in Des Moines shortly, okay? We've got rotation possibly starting up over here near Knoxville in Iowa. If we play that back, there's a little bit of a continuous rotation signature here. Might be a little bit displaced from the storm, though. Again, these are going to become more and more tornadically capable as they travel to the east, more towards the Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, and eventually Davenport area. This is where our high risk is from the Storm Prediction Center. We can take a look at that here. So again, here's our active cells here. A lot of them over here are, just now entering our higher risk area here from the Storm Prediction Center, and we still got our first round of storms over here that are now beginning to take advantage of the environment as it sets into place up here, especially in southeastern Iowa and west central to northwestern Illinois. So yeah, again, these cells right here. These cells right here are going to go into this area, and they are going to, be in an area that would be conducive for them being efficient tornado-producing supercells. Efficient. So this is now casting, y'all. If you're watching Ryan and I, we are focusing on where the storms are now and immediately ahead of time. Man, it's tough to cover everyone. We've got upwards of 25 million people in elevated risks from the Storm Prediction Center, and almost 3 million people in high risks today, the highest risk from the Storm Prediction Center. So we've got to make sure we're paying as much attention to immediate threats as possible, and then watching down the line within a couple hours. That's our priority right now. But I'll briefly tell you that this area right here, do that in black. This area right here is the primary corridor for tornadoes today, and then as it moves east, there will be a bunch of spin-up tornadoes, but also a damaging wind threat, especially up here into Indianapolis, all the way towards Cincinnati, and eventually into western Ohio. This is where our the potential for a derecho may develop here if we get enough significant wind reports. That could be our a theme going into the night. And a strong storm like a derecho can spin up a bunch of tornadoes with
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we have to be watching out ahead of these areas for a lot, the entire rest of today into the nighttime. This may very well be a 12-hour stream here. So that's what, if you live out ahead of out ahead of where we're looking right now in Chicago and Indianapolis and so forth, Louisville, Nashville, eventually these storms are going to get to you. We're going to be talking about you all the time. So now's the time to just be aware that something's happening ahead of time that may impact your ability to, to do much of anything in terms of not being in your house. So that's how you should be feeling today. You should be, just making sure you got things in place out ahead of this risk. And once these storms get to you, we'll be talking about you. Making sure that any places of specific impact are mentioned. That's the power of YouTube live streams like this. All right, this is a concerning signature. Let's take a look here. Okay, let's see if this has any sort of tornado debris signature. Not yet. No evidence of a tornado being on the ground. Plenty of large raindrops falling here, though. So this cell right here is pretty dangerous. Again, I mean, look at the shape of it. That's just absolutely classic here. You can just see that the shape of this supercell, absolutely classic. This is to the east of Peoria in Illinois. It just passed through and dropped a ton of golf ball size hail in Peoria. The tornadic part of the storm is in the pink polygon here, this pink box. And it includes Eureka, El Paso, Panola, and Minonk here in Illinois, in Woodford County. So now this is going to pass. This is going to go, if it continues to be the dominant supercell here, especially as these cells down here interact with it and move into it and either benefit it or it stays the same. It's going to pose a threat probably all the way down the line. Eventually, the supercell may travel in this direction towards Kankakee and Clifton into eastern Illinois. That's the current path it's taking. It's got quite a lot of time and not a lot interacting with it to cause it to lose its supercellular structure. So for now, this thing has some time to just go out into these areas in this direction. So in advance, y'all watch out. The supercell is in place, moving in this direction generally, and will eventually pose a threat in some way to a lot of these areas, whether it's tornadic or whether it's hail and wind. So this one over here near Monmouth and Galesburg that I called earlier, that I should have relayed to Ryan, but I chose not to in the moment. That one still is tornado warned. Let's take a closer look at it over here. Still some rotation, but nothing that looks imminently concerning on radar. Hopefully you guys are all in your safe spots over here in Warren County. This is going to go to the north of Galesburg, I think, in Illinois. Davenport and the Quad Cities are in that nasty, severe thunderstorm I've been talking about. Wind and hail. Doesn't look like much tornadic is going on here, so wind and hail is the big theme for pretty massive blob over here, impacting quite a few people. Don't want to be outside in that. That's the theme today. Where did my radar sight go? There we go. Okay, let's go back down to Little Rock. And this thing's already over to Jacksonville. Doesn't look like it's producing a tornado, though. But these areas are still warned. So let's talk about them here. These are a bunch of unincorporated areas near Lanoke in Arkansas. So Furlough, South Bend. Wow, the traffic. The traffic on Google Maps will clearly show you where the path of this tornado went through. So yeah, man, if you want to look at the path of the previous tornado as it went through, you can see it on the traffic layer on Google Maps very clearly there. So it definitely has done a lot of damage. I hope we were able to relay information to as many people as possible there as we start today. Make sure you are liking this and Ryan's broadcast both so that YouTube is like, we got to show this to more people. It's the most important thing we can do here because everybody who's watching can tell other people who are not watching about what's happening, and they can tell people. That's the power of our mission here and our operation, is that we can extend to so many beyond. Thanks to everyone supporting. I appreciate it. Hope you're all doing well. Take care of yourselves too. This is just the beginning today of what could be a continuously stressful day for quite some time because we've got multiple rounds going through the southern mode here into Memphis. Memphis, we're going to be talking about you plenty coming up, I think. You can see these severe thunderstorm warnings down here. If they stay together, they are going to travel into Memphis. That's as simply as I can put it. All these cells back in here are mature. They're in place. They're going to keep moving. They've even got rotation already showing up here in southwestern Arkansas. So we're going to continue to see that happen with time here as they move to the east. Again, not seeing much happen at the surface here with the storm. We can take a look aloft again. It's just a mess. Just a bunch of radar mess here. A lot of contamination. So we can't really tell what's happening from this radar site. I don't think we're going to have a clear view of this storm. This can happen sometimes. The radar scatters through this part of the storm because it doesn't have much to look at here. So we can't really have the best data. All right, let's go back through our areas here into central Missouri. Strong thunderstorm with a hail core about to impact Columbia now. We've got some more popping up. There's actually quite a few popping up now. This is what's going to form our line of storms eventually as they all merge together. And that will likely be in place by the time these cells over here get to St. Louis. So St. Louis, you'll probably see the conglomeration of all of these cells together, the results of that, and spin up tornadoes or embedded supercells even are going to be the theme over there in the next couple hours or so, the next few hours. Okay, so this cell in northeastern Missouri, again, these are all traveling towards better tornadic conditions, better conditions for tornadoes as they get towards Hannibal on the Mississippi River here. All of these cells are going to travel towards better tornadic conditions. Right now, they're mostly producing hail here in central Missouri, so Jefferson City might see a storm pass close by, if not overhead. Columbia is probably going to experience the impacts of this. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a severe thunderstorm warning for Columbia, Missouri, and in these areas here. Okay, so there's our Missouri update. I think I'm going to switch to St. Louis radar now. All right, so let's go to Iowa. Here's our Galesburg, or this is Illinois. Let's go to Iowa. So we still got that tornado warning for Ottumwa and Wapello County, and we've got strong storms behind it. We started to get a little bit of a notion of this line here with hail and damaging winds in it primarily. Strong storms behind it are going to travel through much of the same areas. So we got a little bit of a supercell out in front, predominantly hail producer, but also tornado warned here, and then very strong storms back behind it. That looks like the theme for a lot of Iowa here, headed into east central Iowa. These storms up here are really together. You know, they might start to rotate. They're a little funky looking because right now the conditions are not the best for tornadoes until maybe like an hour from now.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So let's check on Illinois now that we've got that warning. The McLean cell was updated to confirmed. McLean, Tazewell, and Woodford County, so I believe that's this storm. Right here, we have been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning. I don't see the rotation that has caused that directly. We've got mostly a broad rotation here around the Eureka area that I've been talking about, headed up towards El Paso and Panola. So I think that this is probably. Let me see if I can get that warning through. I don't have it updated yet. This might have been reported by public or law enforcement to confirm this tornado on the ground. Let's see. Trained weather spotters. So there's our observed tornado warning rather than radar confirmed. So we have a observed tornado warning here to the south of Roanoke, headed towards Secor here or Seeker, and towards Panola and El Paso. But everyone in this polygon, I've been talking about these town names, hopefully is taking shelter. Very large hail headed through Roanoke and Benson in Illinois and towards the Interstate 39 corridor here. This will pass to the north of Bloomington. This might include some of the county that Bloomington, Illinois is in. So if you got a tornado warning on your phone, this is well to the north of Bloomington. It includes Kappa and El Paso, up to the north of Normal and Bloomington. So yeah, big hail is possible with this, and also right now I believe it's got a weak tornado ongoing due to weather spotters reporting it on the ground. So make sure you're taking shelter in the interiormost room of your house or basement if you've got it. Thank you for the support, y'all. I appreciate it. The best way to get alerts should just come through the emergency management integrated into most current cell phones. The last few generations of cell phones from iOS and Android should have that integrated automatically. I'm not sure how to turn it on though. I know I get them by default, so if you turn that more off, it was probably purposeful. so you probably know where it is. But if not, you can look it up where to turn on the you know the emergency management warnings and relays on your phone. Ooh, all right. A little bit messy of a storm here. We're getting those mergers together here, like I was talking about. So these cells are coming from the south here and merging with the supercell that's moving off in this direction. And as they do so, they could have the chance to, sort of perfectly construct a tornado with the ongoing supercell. If that happens, it can also be the opposite, where they hinder any chance for tornado genesis in the near term. In the next, 10 minutes or so as they merge together. We got another one down here as well that will head up into the cell in the next half hour or so. So mergers like this can promote a dangerous environment. We have to watch this, with the radar data that we get. That's the most important part of a situation like this. All right, let's go back to Arkansas. So this supercell back behind. Let's see here. This could be an ongoing weak tornado as well. I don't know if we're gonna be able to see that, but we've got some rotation right here near Georgetown. Y'all are still under a tornado warning in Gregory, Augusta, and Georgetown headed into northeast Arkansas here. This leading cell can still produce some weak tornadoes, as we can see in this blue circle here. There's the potential for weak tornadoes to show up. Wow. Hopefully our chasers are... Maybe I should try refreshing that. Chasers in low cell service. You can see that kind of goofs up the footage there. This is going to be a theme quite often today, but I'll try refreshing the feed just in case. More than likely, though, that is what they're going through is low cell service. We'll see if they show up. In the meantime, we do have those virtual RAILFANs in place behind them. So yeah, this cell back here, thankfully, it did not seem to... Thankfully, it did not seem to produce another tornado as it moved through the Little Rock area. That's all we could have asked for, I suppose, is a little bit of a sparing for some of the people who were just impacted along the western to northern side of Little Rock. So a bunch of unincorporated communities out ahead of this cell. It may have another tornado warning issued for it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see. So yeah, so we may see another one for this, but right now Little Rock is focusing down here in southwestern Arkansas. This might actually be Shreveport's office. It is Shreveport's office. So down here near Ashdown, once again, one of the cells we were watching, we see this rotation. Here it is right about here in the Saratoga, Washington, and Ozan, Arkansas areas here in Hempstead County. And now this storm has a tornado warning that we'll see shortly. There it is. So make sure y'all are taking shelter down here, especially in northern edge of Hempstead County in southwestern Arkansas. So these cells, like I was saying, they're going to travel quite a bit towards all the way up to the Memphis area, and we've got more behind them, even as far down as Corsicana in Texas. Those ones should remain just severe thunderstorm warnings, so hail and wind are possible down there. But the tornado conditions are up here as you get into southern Arkansas and towards Memphis and northwestern Mississippi. So reminder, guys, that this area right here, right about in here, is where our other high risk is. We have 2 high risks today from the Storm Prediction Center for tornadoes. This is where it is. Right now, we don't see much of anything in it. These cells are moving into it. These are the reason we have a high risk in this area, is for these guys back here and these ones also all the way back here that are going to move into this area. So right now we're seeing the origin of the cells, and we're going to see what we're going to be tracking in a few hours from now into the evening. So this, again, the new tornado warning was issued for this cell as well, to the east of Little Rock now, east of Jacksonville, Arkansas. So it's headed towards, man, Desark, whichever pronunciation is proper there. Eventually we'll approach areas near Brinkley, Arkansas, as it heads towards the eastern part of the state. If this supercell manages to persist, we've seen a lot of supercells sort of die out as they move into this area of northeastern Arkansas right now. There may be some subsidence, which is sinking air in that area that causes them to sort of deflate. But if this one persists and stays intense on radar, we see these reds and pinks showing up in here for a longer period of time. This could track towards the Memphis area as well as we begin our risk, our primary risk time slot in, in that area of the Mississippi River Valley. There was a nadir in Little Rock, yep. Indeed, and it's done quite a bit of damage, so let it serve as a reality check that today is ongoing and will be ongoing for quite a few hours. Okay, let's see. Let's go back through. I'm going to pay close attention to this one in Illinois, like I said. This is now in basically central Illinois, to the north of Bloomington. This one looks a mess as we get some cells interacting with it. It does look like it's destructive right now. It's not. It's hindering any chance for tornadoes to form in the short term, from what we can see on radar. So hopefully that remains the case. Let me take a look at some analysis here. This is just an absolutely ridiculous environment. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay, so conditions are still pretty favorable. Wow. Yeah, conditions up here are still pretty favorable for tornadoes, but they will only increase in favorability. The southern mode near Memphis really looks concerning in terms of our winds going up in the atmosphere. That tells us how much these supercells are going to rotate, what chance they have to put down tornadoes. Okay, so Ryan's talking about Brett Adair and Brian Allen. So they're right here in this storm. We can see a little bit of radar data that's tough to see, but there is this hook echo. This looks like a well-organized supercell, and he's saying that these chasers right here, Brett and Brian, are out ahead of this thing, and it looks like there's it looks tornadic. So definitely something to pay attention to here. Beacon is the correct pronunciation. Okay. All right. And we got a long way to go. So hopefully this doesn't produce a tornado, but if it does, we've got a bunch of those unincorporated areas toward let's see where we're at here. Woodlawn and Bethlehem again, and eventually
a new tornado
Dayark and 4 Mile
has been
Corner.
Issued.
So there's a new tornado warning in Iowa that we got to track here. Probably an extension of one of the ones we had. So I'll go and look at that quickly here. That's going to be for this cell. Yeah, Jefferson County and Keokuk County here. So Sigourney, Hayesville, Martinsburg, South English, and Kinross. Oh my goodness, look at that. Yeah, that looks a lot more concerning. Like I said, now we're moving into east central Iowa, where the tornado parameters here, the atmospheric conditions are starting to look much more favorable. So there's our rotation right there. Is to the north of TUM 1 now, to the best of our ability to tell here. So this may be tracking over farmland for quite some time. So there's a Dahlonega there, and Farson and Competine. So some unincorporated and small towns right in here, out ahead of the path of this possibly tornado-producing storm. Hopefully, y'all are able to take shelter. Okay, those are just these warnings are blending together here. Wow, look at that. So we've definitely got rotation ramping up quickly here. You can see that we had mostly weak rotation here before Atumwa, and now we've got tans on one side here and blues on the other. So 60, 70 mile an hour winds rotating this direction, 60 mile an hour winds rotating this direction as well. So this is a powerful rotating storm. We're far away from the radar. This is about a mile and a half up into the storm, so a little bit of a radar hole over here from what we can see. So what happens on the surface could be tornadic here. So definitely need to be watching out for this storm. This is going to be one of our first Iowa tornadoes today, probably. We've also got a little bit of rotation possibly showing up here, headed towards Interstate 80 near Malcolm, well to the east of Des Moines. Let's see what I can pick out here. This is in, oh man, Poweshiek County. This could become an embedded supercell as well. You can see it's kind of out in front of this line of storms back here just a bit here. But if it merges with the line, we could see rotation wrap up really quickly there near Searsboro. So I'll tell Ryan to look at this one again in just a bit. I think that's what I'm going to do so I can focus it back. It's going to continue being pretty good rotation bit there. So definitely going to be concerning. I hope everybody out ahead of this thing in Keokuk County and the western Washington County in Iowa here is able to take shelter. Definitely a tornadic storm in progress there. 45 minutes east of Des Moines. This cell is going to head up towards Iowa City. Iowa City looks to be in the path of this cell in some capacity. So y'all watch out ahead of this in Johnson County. I think from the track of this cell, if we look at it, it might also pass close to Cedar Rapids, but probably will go to the east of it. So Iowa City and Cedar Rapids, these areas along Interstate 380. The supercell is approaching, but probably will go through more towards the Iowa City to North Liberty line here, as it stands. This is well out ahead though, and it could be interacted with this line of storms approaching it from the west. That could deviate its path just a little bit. So, advance, y'all watch out. Now you guys are the next talking point as we get closer, and we'll be able to cover exactly where storms are going as they approach your area. I'm not talking about your area right now or in the next couple of hours. You've got some time to go. Just make sure you have a plan in place for when severe weather does get through. Places like Louisville, Kentucky, and Indianapolis, you guys are hours and hours out, at least 6 or so hours out from now, from any strong storms, or the strongest part of the storms reaching you, I think. You might get a little bit of something out ahead of the time, but the strongest part of the storms are expected to reach that region hours from now. My goodness. Thank you for the support. Make sure you guys are liking the stream so that YouTube knows to show it to more people. We can tell as many people about this as possible. All right, let's see what we can look at here. This is a little bit tough to see. I don't think we'll have a tornado on the ground that we could see yet, but it's very possible that this sort of signature that we see with this rotation like this is rotating quite rapidly. That this could do something on the surface, but it's going to take some time for us to see if there is a tornado in progress here to the north and east of Ottumwa. Okay. Wow, lots to look at. All right, let's go back to our Illinois cell. It does look like all of these cell mergers here they've been destructive in terms of tornadic potential. So this is good news. Good news as it heads up towards Interstate 55, Odell, Dwight, Pontiac here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I hope that this cell remains non-tornadic, but at the moment it is still producing quite nasty conditions at the surface. As is this one up here that's headed towards to the west of Peru in Illinois. So this area with a bunch of towns in here. It's nicely populated. So Depew, Bureau Junction, Cherry, and Ladd here on the west side of Peru are going to get in on some hail. These pinks here on the radar. That's our hail core. Could be dropping a golf ball size hail and a lot of it, and it could be driving it forward with winds as well. So, a lot of damage is possible from this hail core as it passes through these areas along Interstate 180 here in north central Illinois. Also got this storm that just passed through Davenport. Let me take a good look at that radar. So we're closer to it. This is quite the large supercell here. We could see something form on the southern end of this. Why is this on quad panels? Let me fix that. We could see something form on the southern end of this here near Jocelyn, to the east of the Quad Cities metro, and up towards Linden. So we have a little bit of a convergence signature out ahead of this. So winds are going this direction out in front of the storm and blowing this direction right here along the leading edge of the storm. So it's got a little bit of a gust front associated with it. Should that wrap together in terms of rotation, then we could see something right in this area in particular is where I've got my eye near Jocelyn.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so we were talking about that one near Ottumwa. That was just upgraded to a confirmed warning. So let's look at that. This is a radar hole, so it's tough to see, but we can see a debris signature. So yeah, that is
a new tornado warning has been issued.
That's unfortunate, man. Dang it. All right, so this is a big debris signature right here. No doubt about it. Confirmed tornado warning. It did pop up. I told you guys that it would take some time, for this to reach about 1.5 miles up into the storm near Martinsburg in Iowa. So, and it did. It was producing a tornado when I talked about that, and now we can see it just a few minutes later. It's managed to loft the debris that high. We have a really, really clear signature of a tornado here. So let me see where that is exactly. To the south of Martinsburg, that's going to impact Farson, Iowa. Farson, Iowa is going to be really close to this tornado. It's a very small town, 3 blocks. And then it's going to pass up into the east of Martinsburg. But just about in the area of Martinsburg. Martinsburg needs to be taking shelter right now if you haven't already. Martinsburg is in imminent danger from this. Also a small town. And it's going to pass over State Road 78 or 149 here, the junction there with 149 and 78. And then out ahead of this, it's mostly rural areas here. Out ahead of this, so we got a bunch of cornfields. But this warning is confirmed now. We do have, it's continuing to be a very large debris signature. You can see it show up there, right about there, and then Martinsburg is in the path of this. So we're about 1.5 miles away. Here's a debris ball also showing up with some higher reflectivities here where the tornado is, in the red there. we're pretty far away from the radar, so this can be displaced east and west here, anywhere along this boundary. Since we're scanning the storm a mile and a half up, the tornado could be more this direction toward the surface, or it could be more in this direction. But it is doing damage all in this general vicinity. So Martinsburg, Iowa. Hopefully everybody there is able to have some way to know what's happening. I don't know if Ryan is paying attention to this. So let me just do an update just to let him know. Just in case. Ryan, I don't know if you did see the debris signature on the confirmed tornado in Iowa, but it is very large from the Des Moines radar. And we're a mile and a half up in the storm, so it is producing significant damage, and it is approaching Martinsburg, Iowa, right now, as well as Farson, Iowa, which are very small towns. Hopefully, it's traveling over mostly rural areas thereafter, but these towns are about to be impacted. Okay, we got it. On the doorstep of Martinsburg, Iowa right now, big tornado. Wow. That is a huge signature in Iowa. Again, don't when you see a product like this, don't pay attention to anyone that's just telling you like it's 2 miles long because it's like this. This area in the blue is not where like the entire width of the tornado. The tornado is somewhere in there and is swirling up debris all around it, okay? So it's not necessarily this entire thing here, but this is the debris that's circling around the tornado, especially at this height in the storm. So that's how to read this radar properly. This correlation coefficient product that tells us where the debris is in a tornadic storm. I cannot believe what we're looking at here. We do have a chaser rapidly approaching. This is Caleb B right here, new on our team. Ryan is streaming his feed. Ryan is streaming his feed at the moment, so if you want to watch that, over there, we might get to see a tornado in progress from Caleb. Yeah, this is probably a lot of crops out here. Maybe a lot of crops, maybe a lot of dirt. If it rips up a bunch of well-tended soil, that can easily fly up in the air and be so now this is a particularly dangerous situation warning. We're going to see that pop up after this severe thunderstorm warning, so get ready for that to come through. Wow. We got multiple...
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yep, so now this is particularly dangerous situation. Harper and Kinross and Kyoto. These are the areas I'm most concerned with. Maybe the eastern side of Sigourney here in Iowa and Keokuk County, first and foremost. All of these areas need to be taking shelter now if they haven't already. But everywhere in the polygon is in danger, even over here near Delta and even up to North English. Y'all watch out. Like I've been telling you, this storm is going to head towards this corridor up here. Iowa City and Cedar Rapids. So this is producing a large tornado right now. And it is going to head up towards Iowa City and Cedar Rapids. We know this is producing Sigourney. Thank you. Sigourney. Got it. Sigourney. Wow, this is one heck of a storm. We really hope that this does not continue to be tornadic up towards this area along Interstate 80. But it is approaching those areas. I mean, right now it's a county away. The tornado warning is a county away from Iowa City. So, an advance heads up. Tell everybody you know in Iowa City and Cedar Rapids, hey, there is a large tornado on the ground right now with the cell that is moving towards that area. So, even if it's not doing that when it gets there, they should know that, hey, a significant tornado likely is ongoing right now, even if it's about an hour out or so from those areas. This is the power of the stream, is to let everybody know out ahead if they haven't gotten if the news isn't talking about it, which they should be. If they haven't gotten a warning on their phone because they're not in the county yet, this is the power we have to tell them, hey, out ahead, take a look at this. My goodness, man. And the worst part about this is some of these areas that were just impacted by the tornado they're also just going to have this damaging wind and hail moving in right afterward from the strong line here. So anyone who was impacted here to the north and east of Ottumwa, again in that small town of Farson and Martinsburg, are about to get a double whammy here. Don't like the look of that. No problem, guys. Thanks for the support. Of course, we're more focused on anyone impacted by the event right now. I appreciate it. Some of these are difficult, yep, but we're doing the best we can to relay. Okay, so there we go. There's our update for this storm. Eventually headed towards Iowa City and Cedar Rapids in this direction, through Keokuk County into northwestern Washington County into Johnson County. So take a close look at this. Make sure you're paying attention to this. This is still an ongoing tornado. Still an ongoing tornado. Wow. I've been talking about it, guys. I was like, as soon as it gets over here, and this high risk is in place for a reason. Tornado parameters are really solid over here, and this storm is taking full advantage of that. Okay, dang. So this storm that we've been looking at here, has approached a Desark or Dayark here in Arkansas. It's you can see how it's cycled even on our reflectivity product. This hook established itself, then kind of got wrapped into the storm, and now another one might be going on.
Has been issued.
So this one right here, it's gonna go the tornado would go basically over Desark. So weak tornado may be in progress right now. Just over here. So let's see if this did do damage. So let's see if we got damage so far from this. Issued. I don't see one yet. So I don't see an indication that this tornado was on the ground as it approaches Desark, but it's definitely, with a storm like this, we're definitely seeing probably a funnel, at least a funnel here in this area. So a very scary storm approaching this. It's going to go towards Cotton Plant, and then eventually Hillman and Hunter here along Highway 49 in eastern Arkansas. So this is going to go to the south of Jonesboro. This is the storm approaching Memphis along I-40 eventually here. So Memphis, this storm is headed toward you in some way. It might go to the north of the city just barely, but it has held on. Like I've been talking about, we still have that classic supercell structure. It looks intense on reflectivity. We see these reds and pinks. It indicates the storm is healthy. So this will probably be one of the first ones to impact this area, that we have a high risk over here in this area for tornadoes. So here we go. We're headed into the area. I hate this too. I'm looking at the winds here, the photographs. I'm taking a peek at them, and that is just not good. I don't see a reason why this won't. It's down to the storm. It's down to the storm physics right now in terms of what it can spin up. But
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Nothing about this tells me that it's not going to, that it can't produce a tornado. Everything points to that it will. Let's take a look at ZDR here. Yeah, that is just everything about this cell is screaming right now that we need to be in shelter. Out here, even as far south as Brinkley, toward Forest City. Y'all watch out along Interstate 40 here, headed towards the Mississippi River. Hopefully this doesn't produce, but right now it just looks like all the part. So I'm telling you, y'all watch out ahead of time here. Okay, Let's look down
A
here
new
since we've
tornado
even
warning
got
has
tornado
been
warnings for
issued.
Tyler, Texas. All the way down here, I swear I thought these weren't going to be too tornadic in nature, but even these are rotating. It gives way to just how powerful the storm system is. So Tyler, Texas got some relatively weak rotation coming through, but a strong storm nonetheless.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So that's for Smith County right there. It's the one you hear. So Tyler, Texas, eventually towards the Longview, Lakeport, Marshall, the storm is passing through and will persist for quite some time. My goodness, man. Okay, and then we've got also a tornado warning up here for New Boston. This was impacted in November from our tornado outbreak in November. This area has some weak rotation here, so strong storm passing through. It is rotating. I don't see evidence of a tornado on the ground yet. We're pretty far away from the radar, so hopefully y'all are taking shelter in
A
Bowie
new
County.
tornado warning has been issued.
Bowie County here, and then up here towards Arkadelphia, Gum Springs in Clark County in Arkansas. This is also a rotating storm. Don't see any evidence of a tornado on the ground, but it is warned, so please be taking shelter here. Along Interstate 30 here to the north of Prescott, Arkansas. This is in the southwest part of the state. Bunch of rotating storms here, and these ones are going to make it all the way just all the way over there, all the way over there. We will be watching them for hours. Okay, so looking at Dayark or Desark right now. I don't know how to pronounce that, so Desark. Going with my gut here. We have 11 tornado warnings at the moment. So things are ramping up. Things are still ramping up, I think. Okay, so I covered these. Let's look at Illinois real quick here. Near the Davenport area, we were talking about this. Possible convergence signature as it moved through the Jocelyn area to the east of the Quad Cities. So now we see that's sort of fizzled out just a little bit here. But it still warrants a close eye watching this one as it heads up towards Coletta and Milledgeville into the northwest part of Illinois. We've also got a strong storm down here that could start rotating pretty quickly here near Bishop Hill. This is the one that was back near Monmouth and was tornado warned, so Annawan, Wyanett, and Princeton, all around these storms right now that could start rotating very rapidly. Okay, so let's look at our storm. Let's look at our storm over here to the north and east of Bloomington. This has kind of become a sort of a... This doesn't look incredibly tornadic, but we could get spin-up tornadoes here. We even have some embedded structures here, so maybe an embedded supercell or two in the main one here that's kind of just formed into one mess here. So we could have some rotation near Cornell in Illinois, and that's going to head up towards Odell along Interstate 55. Down the line, that's going to be areas near Kankakee and Manteno, and my goodness, man, Pewtone. I'm trying here. A lot of these are tough to pronounce here, but this is all along Interstate 57. We're approaching. We have a strong storm approaching these areas soon with golf ball size hail. Is what it's warned for at the moment. All right.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So now we've got. Now we're going to Iowa. Now we're going to Iowa. This one is persisting as it goes up into the east of Sigourney towards Harper. Well, tough to talk a lot about this, but you know this is damage in this blue here. It's our tornado debris signature. Harper in Iowa here. Let's see, Harper. Harper is also a really small town, 3 or 4 blocks there of houses. And then South English and Kinross look to be in the direct line of sight after this in Keokuk County. This is now, and then it'll pass into northwestern Washington County, where it goes up towards the Interstate 380 corridor between Iowa City and Cedar Rapids. That looks to be the path that it's taking right now, so I'll draw that in. Tornado's right about in this area, and it's going to head this direction roughly, but anywhere in the polygon that's issued for these storms should be taking shelter now. So Iowa City to Cedar Rapids, including all of that area, and Johnson and Lynn counties. Advanced, y'all watch out. This line of storms right here is approaching it a little bit from behind, but that's not
a new tornado
necessarily
warning
going to
has
stop
been
it.
issued.
So this tornado warning up here in Powesheik County, we were talking about Malcolm earlier as well. This one also is confirmed. I can't see much with it, so let's look at the velocity. So yeah, this is a rotating storm. We were talking about it way back here, as it was to the north and west of New Sharon. Now it's up here near Brooklyn in Iowa, along Interstate 80. All right, if you're in Des Moines here, you can see our cold front right here. All the storms initiating along it. To the west here, you're fine. So Des Moines proper in the city, you're good to go. You're good to go. You're past the cold front. Cold air is piling in. It's stable. But to the east here, we're still watching. Very strong storms continue to be a problem. And look at that. This is our velocity on this confirmed or PDS tornado warning. Let's watch that back a few frames. This is what significant tornadoes are made of here. So Harper it's headed straight towards Harper. Somehow we can reach the people in those 3 blocks of this town. That would be the best thing. That would be the best thing ever. I don't know if there are mobile homes there or what's going on there, but they are in the line of sight. This tornado is definitely still doing damage on the ground. I'll draw it for you. You have a little bit of a debris ball right in here, and then the supercell structure kind of is like this as it goes out into the forward flank. So this is where your tornado is down here in the circle. Man, look at man. So if Iowa City and Cedar Rapids up here in eastern Iowa, where we're looking right now, these pink boxes are tornado warnings. If they don't get in on this tornado down here, which is doing significant damage, we know it's on the ground doing damage down there, and there's still tornado warnings aplenty issued for this part of the storm up here. We could get a bunch of spin-up tornadoes. We can get, and I know there's just a bunch of there's a bunch of hail. There's just a bunch of nastiness out there. Honestly, right now, I'd recommend that everyone in Iowa City and Cedar Rapids is just taking shelter. It's better to just be in place now. It's better to just be in place now. And when you're in shelter up there in these cities, you take us with you. You take helmets or mattresses with you, something to cover your head with. And you take shoes with you. Make sure everyone's accounted for, including your pets. Okay, so I would recommend that everybody. I'd just recommend that everybody over here in this Interstate 380 corridor is taking shelter. It looks like Waterloo is out of the worst of this, but you guys are still going to have one more chance at strong storms back here along the cold front that will pass through into the area. Right now, Waterloo is doing okay, but y'all watch out for that next line.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So there's our PDS tornado warning that includes parts of Johnson County. So now Iowa City should be sounding those sirens. Hopefully, it looks like it's going to stay to the west of Iowa City. Swisher to North Liberty and Oxford and Tiffin might be the areas of concern that I'm watching closely here. But anyone along this polygon path here could be could be next in line. So make sure everybody's taking shelter. If you know somebody in these areas, tell them right now to take shelter. Just well ahead of time and stay there. But have a way to, track these things. This is ridiculous. We've got a bit of debris fallout here in the storm as well. So this up here near Kinross is debris from down here, I believe. So definitely quite a bit is being flung up into the forward flank or this forward part of the storm. We know that for sure. All right, so yeah, I would just recommend that everybody in Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, is taking shelter. It doesn't matter if the tornado comes over your house or is far away from you. It's just better to be in shelter because then you know you're at least better off. So interior-most room of your house or a basement if you've got it. And bring, of course, something to cover your head with, mattress or helmet. Bring us with you, Ryan and I, on YouTube on any devices. And bring shoes in case you have to walk on something dangerous. Wow. Dang. I'm looking at the tornado right now. I'm not going to share any images, of course. Ryan's getting a chaser pretty close there that you can see the tornado ongoing here as it approaches Harper. Wow. Dang, man. So you'll be able to see that on Ryan's stream if you want to track the tornado visually. We'll be looking at the radar, of course. I cannot believe. Yeah. So this tornado. I mean, let's get a motion on this. It's moving at 65 miles an hour right now. 65 miles an hour. So all of these impacted areas here in Iowa, where this tornado exists here. Let me draw in black. Where this tornado exists here, we're going to have rotational. So the rotating winds, and we're also going to have translational, or the movement of this storm together. You add those wind speeds together. So on the south eastern and the eastern side of this tornado, as it moves through these areas, right over here, you're going to have, however fast this is rotating, 100 miles an hour, whatever, plus 65 miles an hour moving to the northeast here. So this part of the tornado is very dangerous. This part of the tornado is just as dangerous, but we oftentimes see on this part, on this side of the tornado, in localized areas, the most devastating impacts. So again, once again, Iowa City to Cedar Rapids, everybody should just be taking shelter right about now. These storms are just going to pass through this area in general over the next hour, moving really quickly, so they're getting there faster than it may look. They may look a little far away, but they're going to get there real quick. Okay, so everybody taking shelter there, that's advisable. If you're in a mobile home in Johnson, Lynn counties, and surrounding areas there, just go ahead and get with a neighbor right now. I'm sure they'll let you in, and in a sturdy house. Okay. Gosh, look at that. It's just still going. This is all debris. All debris in the storm. And there are tornadoes down here getting close to Harper and Kyoto.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, let's go back down south. We're thinking about Memphis as well here. The cell doesn't have too much in terms of organized rotation at the moment. It's just a rotating supercell at the moment, but it will go in around the corridor of Memphis. It might pass just the north, this first one, and it could develop in any way as it gets to that area. So the storm is about an hour or so out from Memphis in Tennessee. And then we've got, all of this mess down here in southwestern Arkansas, headed into central Arkansas. All of these are in just an incredibly dangerous environment. Like, there's just not really much of anything stopping these cells down here if they decide to produce tornadoes. So we'll be watching that if they do that, we'll be telling you where they go. But basically, it's very rare that anyone here is going to be specifically targeted. But we've already seen damage, so just know it can happen. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves too. keeping up. This is going to be a long day. Even from now, we've still got a long time to go covering today's event with 2 high risks. 13 tornado warnings ongoing right now from Texas through Arkansas, headed towards West Tennessee, up into Illinois near Hannibal here. Gosh dang it. And then, of course, a bunch in Iowa right now as well. Man, all of this area is just primed. Let's look at the St. Louis radar. We got some rotation here near Odell as well. Been tracking that storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's gonna go up towards the Kankakee and Manteno and Piotone areas here along Interstate 57, Kankakee County, into southern bits of Will County. There's also a strong thunderstorm out ahead of that that'll impact Manhattan and areas near Joliet. Eventually, that'll find its way into the South Chicago suburbs. It'll probably still be strong by that point, producing hail. This one's for wind and hail. And then our supercell down here is probably going to track a little bit further to the south. Already, I don't even know where that came from. Already a strong storm over Kankakee proper as well. There is so much to look at. I'm trying to cover everything here. Boy. And I'm just like, I'm almost at a loss for words. But I'm trying to keep it going. Alright, Des Moines radar here. Again, this is just still going. It's right on the doorstep of Harper. Might go just east. A and B construction. I really hope that's not hitting the town right now. So Kinross. Thankfully, most of these areas are rural. We got some various houses off of roads here and a bunch of farmland. This is corn country here, but that's not going to be the case for too long as it approaches the Interstate 380 corridor. Yep. Make sure everybody's moving around. You know, if there's more people here along Interstate 380, Iowa City to Cedar Rapids, everyone in Johnson and Lynn counties, I recommend just taking shelter now and staying in shelter in the interior most room of your house or basement if you have it. Take a mattress or helmets, something to protect your head. Take shoes to protect your feet if you have to walk through anything. And make sure everybody's accounted for. Take Ryan and I with you, take YouTube with you, and multiple ways to receive updates about what's happening. As it stands, I'm most concerned about Harper to Oxford to Tiffin and North Liberty and Swisher right now. If this takes the same exact path that's going in, but tornadoes can move around and they can change direction. So anywhere along this polygon into Johnson County now. It's still got time. It's still got time to persist on its own as it's moving up here. This tornado's just gonna stay on the ground. These cells back here are kind of approaching it, catching up with it, but for now it's remaining uninterrupted, producing a tornado. Let's check velocity. Oh boy. All right, so this is some really tight rotation up here near Elberon and Garrison. It's gonna go up towards Urbana, Iowa, and Center Point. So tight rotation here. This is more of a hybrid supercell. Could be a spin-up tornado. Let's check and see if that's doing damage yet. I can't see it from the radar, so not yet. But this is a dangerous storm here. That's tornado warned for Garrison, Mount Auburn, and Vinton. This one down here looks. This one down here looks a little less tornadic. So these areas here near Luzerne and Blairstown, hopefully not imminently tornadic, but you are in a tornado warning, and this has a history of producing a tornado. So this is a confirmed warning up here. So I'm more concerned. Besides our ongoing significant tornado down here, it is definitely still ongoing near Kyoto and headed up towards Wellman. But I'm also concerned up here near Elberon, Iowa, in Benton County. Again, I recommend everybody in Cedar Rapids to Iowa City to be just taking shelter for the next hour or so as these storms pass through. Ton going on, yeah. We were up to 13 tornado warnings at one point. Okay, listening to Ryan still. I don't know if he knows about this storm in particular, but he's going to cover this our PDS warning in depth here first and foremost. But I'm watching this one just to make sure the moment that it does something that I'm able to cover it. One heck of an Iowa tornado day. We've got a lot of time to go though. Man. I really hope that this tornado somehow managed to only move over rural areas. These are small towns, only a few blocks wide there. So if it's managed to, avoid population centers, that's the best case. But I don't know if that will. I don't know if that will always be true. So wow. Yep, I'm staying well hydrated. Hopefully, y'all are able to track along. Use Ryan and I's coverage together. Ryan will be showing you a lot of the news part of it too, and the visuals. Those are also important. Okay, so let's cover all of our storms again. Start here over near the St. Louis radar. So up here, near just past Hannibal, just had baseball-sized hail in Hannibal, in Missouri here. Now it's passed over. The storm's passed over the river, Mississippi here into Kinderhook. Beverly, it's going to head towards Meridocia, Versailles, and Beardstown in Illinois here. This is west central Illinois to the southeast of Quincy. It is tornado warned. We've got some pretty significant rotation here. Brad Arnold's on it here in Pine County. This is looking concerning too. The hope here is if this storm does do anything here in this tornado warning that it is not able to last too long. We've got cells to its south that may interrupt processes. So hopefully this one, if it does do something, that it's as brief as possible. That's what we're watching here in west central Illinois, just across the Mississippi. All right, so yeah, again, Beverly, Versailles, Meridocia, Mount Sterling, Beardstown out ahead of this are in the path of this. I'm not sure whether to tell Ryan about this or not. He's got Brad Arnold up, and Brad Arnold's following the storm right now, so he's going to cover all the warnings now. Okay, good. All right, let's see in Arkansas. This storm headed closer to Memphis within the next hour. Still some broad rotation here. You can see a broad rotation on this northern part, disconnected from the southern part. So the storm is rotating, but in a very wide area as it passes over Highway 49. Tornado warning extends out in front of it in the pink polygon here near Wynne, Arkansas, into the eastern part of the state. This is south of Jonesboro and west of Memphis in Tennessee. West of Memphis, Tennessee, south of Jonesboro, Arkansas. A tornado warning is also down here in southwest Arkansas. This one has quite some rotation from afar. It might be a bit side-lobed from the radar here, which means the data isn't exactly accurate, but it is a rotating storm nonetheless. So Arkadelphia will... Clark County here is in a tornado warning, as well as the as well as for Hot Spring County again. Hot Spring County and western parts of Grant County in Arkansas. Tons of storms that have gone through this area recently. All the tornado warnings down here in Texas were allowed to expire, but strong storms moving through near Tyler. Those are going to head towards Shreveport in general. So Shreveport in Louisiana. We'll probably see some strong, severe thunderstorms, possibly tornadic, as we go into the next hour or so into northwest corner of Louisiana. So everybody is hopefully paying attention. This huge risk area today. Scanning for anything imminent that could be new to talk about. You know, when we have so many warnings, it's almost like just playing catch up. But if I see something, I'll be sure to note it. Okay. Let's go to the Chicago radar. Absolutely, I'm doing my best to cover all of them. Okay, so there can be embedded rotation with this supercell near Dwight, Illinois. That's going to head into the southwestern part of Will County. Out ahead of it, we've got golf ball size hail, severe thunderstorm warning here for Joliet, or south of Joliet, into New Lenox and Frankfort. So a large hail is possible with this cell, and then another one will be behind it, also with possibly large hail and also wind damage, I believe. Or this is just warning for a golf ball at the moment, but there will be gusty winds with all of these. This northern one headed towards Will County is not tornadic at the moment. But it will pass into the southern suburbs of Chicago with pretty strong impacts here. All right, and then over here near to the north of Oglesby and LaSalle and Peru here in Illinois. This is north central along Interstate 39. We've got hail cores in the pink here near Mendota and Baker, Illinois. So this looks like a bunch of hail right now. I don't see anything imminently tornadic in here. That is legitimate for the most part. So severe thunderstorms over here. I think our tornadic potential is out to the west, but developing in the Quad Cities vicinity right here. So we're going to have these tornadic storms here, but they're also going to continue east into this area, even into southwestern corner of Wisconsin here. That's where our tornadic threat is maximized at the moment, and will continue to be so over the next few hours. This storm down here, though, it's on that eastern edge of where I'm looking at for tornadic potential, just around the Quad Cities area. So on the eastern edge here near Neponset, and Sheffield in Illinois here, just along Interstate 80, to the west of Princeton. This one is rotating. So a little bit of a broad rotation here. I would not be surprised if there were a tornado warning issued for this one, though. And that would include parts of Bureau County and Lee County, and maybe the southeast corner of Whiteside County here in Illinois. All right, let's go back. Nick, I don't know if you're watching the stream, but if you can hear me, I'll cover your storm in just a second, since you're coming over on Zello. So Nick's talking to me. He is where is Nick at? I don't know why I can't see Nick. I had his location earlier, but he was talking about the one near Brad. So let's see here. Who was that? I don't know why I can't see Nick.
A tornado warning has been issued.
All right, there's the warning for Bureau County and also Henry County in Illinois there. So there is I was talking about that just now. Where was I looking at that from? Over here. So Bureau County, Henry County right here. I didn't see the border. So the eastern part of Henry County. Now this is a tornado warned storm. Got that call out ahead of time here for Wyanett and Lamoille. I gotta try to find Nick Gorman here. I don't know where his location is. But if he's going towards Brad Arnold, if he's going towards Brad Arnold's storm, I'm gonna take a look at that in just a second. Okay, so this one near Brad Arnold, oh, man. Again, I don't think it's going to persist too long, the one that Brad Arnold's on, because we got the storms to the south that are going to impact it. They're probably going to interrupt it if it is trying to produce a tornado over here. So we have a brief tornadic threat here for Beverly and just out ahead towards Mount Sterling, Versailles, and Meredosia and Perry here in western Illinois, headed into west central Illinois. It is west central Illinois. That's where we're focusing right now. Oh my goodness gracious.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I can hardly believe. I mean, there are 141,000 people watching Ryan right now. This is absolutely necessary. An incredible amount of people are watching our operation here to make sure that we are getting all this information out to as many people as possible. A new
PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So there's a new PDS warning. Let's go back, and so we can cover this as best as possible. We've been yapping about this quite often here.
A new tornado warning.
Let's look at it from Davenport radar. Okay. All right, Davenport radar. Here we go. So here we go. The storm's heading towards Iowa City. You can get a clear look at the rotation still ongoing right there near Wellman. Take a look at the debris signature. There it is near Wellman. Just as clear as day gets. There in the blue. We've also got the debris ball still ongoing here in the pink on the southern part of this storm. Here's our supercell going up. Supercell going up. Tornado location doing damage right now just the west of Wellman.
Warning has been issued.
So that's J&B's truck and trailer repair in Bunker Hill Cemetery where that's at right now. And it's going to go up Johnston, Iowa Road here. Let's play it back just a few frames from this radar. This line of storms is approaching it from the south. It might interact with it shortly. We could see the continuation of this tornado with this storms interacting with it. We could see the intensification of it. We could see anything. So anything is still possible up and including these areas to the north and west of Iowa City. But I've been talking about it for a while. Really wanted everybody 30 minutes ago to be taking shelter here in and around Iowa City, all around the I-80 to 380 junction here. That is unreal. This is unreal. Look at, oh my gosh. I just don't know. I don't know how many times you're going to see this. Hold on. Oh, man. So here's a look at the supercell here, and now it looks classic. I mean, this is just the classic shape. Tornado here at the bottom in the blue dot. Here's our debris signature associated with that. Here's our debris. All of this is debris in the storm. Up in the storm, miles up in the storm. That's debris falling out, continuing to be lofted. It's everywhere in the storm, so it's probably going to be falling all around this area. Debris from down here, the corn crops and so forth. Anything that it did hit will land probably in and around Cedar Rapids and Iowa City. It's just a visual to serve, to tell you that this is going to be this is historical. We're going to be thinking about this tornado, 10, 20 years from now. It'll be in the record books and it'll be a reference. So hopefully everybody here in Johnson County and eventually Lynn County, it's going to track mostly northeast in this direction. So I hope it just misses. I hope it misses these populated areas, but anywhere along this path here, is in danger from the storm and will be in danger from storms over here as well. These will intersect at some point, and I don't know what's going to happen at that point, so we'll track every frame of data we got. Yeah, we got corn out here. The corn out here is being lofted. I'm just hoping that all of the tornado's lifespan here has been in fields and not in populated areas. But I mean, with the amount of time this tornado has been on the ground, it's hard to believe that it hasn't hit something. Everybody should be sharing, liking everything about this and telling people about it, because now it's going to move into populated areas.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
What in the world? Okay, so this tornado over here, oh my gosh. As it approaches Wynne, Arkansas, has decided to immediately establish itself. I believe that's a radar indicated. Nope, radar indicated PDS. I'll tell Ryan that. Oh, now the lights aren't working. Dude, come on now. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Ryan, that Arkansas PDS warning is radar indicated at the moment, so this is, again, a storm that has the potential to produce a significant tornado based on its radar presence here as it approaches Wynne, Arkansas, along Highway 64. So Wynne and Parkin, y'all watch out. The storm will hopefully go, or is probably going to go to the north of Memphis proper, but it can deviate and move as we know storms do. So everybody out ahead of this thing, you have an advanced warning. It's now producing a dangerous signature, but we don't have confirmation of it doing damage on the ground yet. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Is Chris still on the stream? Chris's feed is right here below me. Let's see if I can refresh it. But I think he might just be down right now. But I'll give it a refresh because he is out in front of the storm in East Arkansas. So here's Chris right here, and our particularly dangerous circulation is right here, approaching Wynne in this direction, Wynne, Arkansas. So he has a good look at it. This is moving.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is moving to the east northeast, roughly, mostly to the east, at 60 miles an hour. So highway up, almost up to interstate speeds here, as this storm moves off to the east. So rapidly moving, tough to keep up on. Will sneak up on you if you're not paying attention here. Okay, still active tornado warnings down here near Arkadelphia, Malvern, and Prattsville, towards Sheridan, eventually towards Pine Bluff here in south central Arkansas. So those storms are tornadic and approaching you. Dangerous severe thunderstorms are moving towards Shreveport, Louisiana as well in the next hour or so, through East Texas. Those have a history of being tornado warned.
Has been issued.
Okay, so let's look at this again. Let's look at this from the Memphis radar. Do I have that up? No, I don't. 6 radar sites, maybe? All right, so let's look at it over here from another radar so we can confirm that it is doing damage. That was
a new tornado warning
incredible
has been issued.
Scan there. Let me see. Yep, that is clear air, so this is not a debris signature yet. So you can see here, I have my center point right here. Here's clear air.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Where the inflow is into part of the storm. That's where we see these lower values. So this is not yet a debris signature. Not yet a debris signature. Not yet a tornado on the ground, to the best of our ability to tell. Chris has got spotty feed. He is right here, though, in front of the storm, looking at it. Just look. I mean, just look at this. That is why we have a radar indicated particularly dangerous situation warning, because it is tough to beat something that looks like that. You're not going to see that very often, and that was 8 minutes ago. So this is just, I mean, this is just happening now. It's a little bit of side lobing. This is not truly, how fast the winds are moving right here. If we go up in height, you'll see that the stronger part of the storm and a little bit of hail is over this area, so it is distorting the radar image and causing it so that we don't have exact data. That's why it looks like that. So let's go to current. Still rapidly rotating, though. Okay. So our tornado, if it develops, will be back in this area. As it approaches wind, our inflow is streaming into the storm from the south here. This is in east-northeast Arkansas, well to the south of Jonesboro, but is approaching northern parts of the Memphis, Tennessee metro in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Okay, so let's go back up to Iowa. Let's go up to Chicago first, actually. Good grief. All right, so this is side lobed. So this is not true radar data right here, but we do see a potential rotation down here if this were to develop on the southern edge of this storm in Kankakee County. Currently does not look like it is doing so. Heavy or very, very heavy rain, probably quite a bit of hail, is entering the south suburbs of Chicago. So over New Lenox right now and Frankfort, and we'll head up to Orland Hills, Oak Forest. Basically in this direction, you can follow this severe thunderstorm warning. Take a look at the line here. So here's the line of storms here, and it is just moving this direction in mass. So this is severe warned for hail, first and foremost. So lots of hail is going to fall with the storm as it goes into everywhere from Chesterton through Gary, Indiana, all the way up here, and possibly on the west side of Chicago, downtown. The west side of the storm should impact downtown Chicago, that is. Goodness gracious. Okay, make sure you're keeping up with both Ryan and I. We got this tornado warning over here still. It's going to pass to the north and west of Peru and go up towards Sublette, Lamoille, and Ohio, Illinois, near Princeton. This should pass to the north and west of Princeton. This is tornado warned here in Bureau County, and might continue a tornado warning up here towards where's this county at? I can't see where it is. Lee County, up here towards Lee County in north central Illinois. This is approaching areas near Rochelle. Okay, now we have more to look at in Iowa. Okay, so this is a little bit less. Okay, let's see here. So this debris signature indicates this tornado is probably still on the ground, but may be in the roping out phase as it interacts with the line. The line of storms down here is now caught up with it. If we play this back, you can see the supercell on its own, just there, near Wellman, Iowa. And now this line of storms is starting to catch up with it and integrate. For a while, that may disrupt the ongoing tornado here. This may disrupt the ongoing tornado, but we still see indication that it's doing damage or has recently done damage.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So let's take a look at that. So hopefully this is going to stop being on the ground as it approaches, western Iowa City. It's going to go overhead of Tiffin and North Liberty most directly. Here in Johnson County, and then we'll pass up towards Ely, Bertram, and to the east of Cedar Rapids, more than likely. But I think this is still on the ground, and as the storm merges together, it's very possible we see this part of the storm push out in front and cause an accentuated or a tightening of the inflow here, which will cause this tornado to re-intensify. this interaction right here is a tough one to study. So I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen as this part of the storm pushes out to the
A
north
new
and east
tornado
and
warning
interacts with
has
the
been
tornado
issued.
right here. But it doesn't, I mean, past a certain point, it's not going to matter too much as it does extreme damage to these areas. Okay. Well, this is got a bunch of 17 tornado warnings. A little chaotic here, man. um, sometimes you just gotta take a step back and see that, you know, this is the reason we've been making videos and relaying stuff and so forth. So, okay, let's look at velocity. This storm is rotating a little bit anticyclonically down here, actually. So this one's going less. Yeah. So this is anticyclonic rotation, a little bit less on this side. So it's actually got a clockwise orientation to it down here near Birmingham, Iowa. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know whether I can tell you if that's going to produce a tornado or not. An anticyclonic one. It would be impressive. All right, so we see rotation in to the west of Iowa City is letting up just a little bit here, but it's still in place. So there was the tornado. You can see it really, really clearly here, just really, really clearly. About 6 minutes ago, it seems to have diminished. So its original location was right here, and now we could be getting what's called a cycle. So the storm cycles, it begins to push rotation out here and into here. So the storm might be cycling as it interacts with the leading edge here. This is likely a developing tornado once again. So Chris Hall's feed's not up right now. So if it does pop up, it'll be right here, just below me. He is in the Arkansas storm. We're going to look at that in just a second. But before we do that, we have several things to cover up here. I think I called out Urbana and Center Point, Iowa a little bit ago. Now we have a concerning area of rotation. It's in it might be a little bit contaminated. I'm honestly not sure. This is rain wrapped 100%. So this is a dangerous rotating part of the storm, headed up towards Raleigh and Quasqueton, in Iowa here. Eventually towards Winthrop. You guys know what I'm talking about here. You know what I'm talking about. So we're going to watch this just in case this redevelops down here to the west of Iowa City. It's going to track really close to Tiffin and North Liberty next. And I'm going to look at our tornado warnings back in here. This is along the cold front. So now Waterloo is in a tornado warning. I told you guys you'd be wanting to pay attention to the cold front. And we've got a bunch of spin-ups possible here. So here's a look at really light rotation here. Possible anywhere along the leading edge of this, we could have some gust nados, which are, the cold front's moving forward. You feel that gust of wind coming in, and anywhere along that gust of wind, that leading edge can have little spin-ups in front of it. So we could see gust nados here. That hopefully shouldn't be too strong as it approaches Cedar Falls and Waterloo here in Black Hawk County in Iowa.
Has been issued.
This is gonna maintain intensity as it approaches Dubuque, Iowa, Prairie du Chien, here into southwestern Wisconsin here, and possibly even as far north as La Crosse in Wisconsin. Okay, and then we've, I think we'll probably get some tornado warnings down here. We've got rotation wrapping up near Montezuma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Powesheik County here. So this part of the storm is also rotating. Bears a severe thunderstorm risk with it. It's going to pass into areas that were just impacted by this major tornado that's been going through southeastern Iowa. So, man. Yeah. All right, so let's go back to Davenport. Thanks for the support, y'all. Make sure you're liking this, getting these feeds out, getting these YouTube streams out. Ryan's stream. This is probably producing another tornado very soon here. Look, can't really tell yet. Can't really tell yet if there's a new tornado on the ground with this to the west of Iowa City, but I would not be surprised. We can see the physics of this line of storms converging here. Our supercell is right here, and this pushing out in front of it could cause this to rotate more rapidly as it approaches the west side of Iowa City. So let's talk about that. West side of Iowa City includes Tiffin, Coralville, along Interstate 380 here. It's near where this possible tornado, a cycle of a previous significant tornado, will track. It's near the Cosgrove, Iowa area. So North Liberty. And then the Coralville Lake along the Iowa River here is next up, and then eventually Ely, Iowa is probably going to be next in the direct line of this, which is now probably producing a tornado again. Let's take a look. So yeah, here's a probable new debris signature right here in the blue circle. Right here is about where it is, and it's going to approach Tiffin pretty directly here. So new tornado likely on the ground west of Iowa City in Johnson County, Iowa. Likely ongoing. Not what you want to see. I mean, just this is all debris from the previous tornado that this cell had down. That is all debris. Okay. They warned the Birmingham, Iowa storm. Let's look at that. This is an anticyclonic tornado warning. I don't know the last time I've seen that, honestly. That's incredible. Anticyclonic tornado warning here. Headed up towards Lockridge, Trenton, Mount Pleasant in Iowa, here in Henry County and Jefferson County and Van Buren County in Iowa. I did not expect that to get warned, but yeah, look at this anticyclonic rotation. Wow. Okay, let's I am
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's go through. Let's go through. So St. Louis radar here. We're looking in west central Illinois on the border near the Mississippi River. We have a cell down here in Missouri that's approaching Silex, Whiteside, Missouri here in Eolia and Paynesville. Right here near Bellflower. This one could be attempting to set up some rotation here. Definitely. So this is getting ready to become tornadic. The cell right here as it approaches Whiteside, Missouri here in Lincoln County. Oh my goodness. All right. Down here in St. James, Missouri, just to the north and east of Rolla. And this is going to parallel Interstate 44. This is going to parallel Interstate 44 and possibly head into parts of the St. Louis metro here. So this supercell down here is what we're looking at. We have some distinct rapid rotation here right in the St. James area. So this cell is very dangerous, large hail associated with it as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we've got that warning for Phelps County. That was one of the ones you just saw come through. So that's a new warning here. or maybe a continued one. We've also got this cell rotating down here, possibly near Cherryville, Missouri, headed into Washington County in the eastern part of Crawford County. So Potosi, what in the world? Okay, old mines and rich woods here in Washington County in Missouri. These cells here that are becoming tornadic are going to approach St. Louis in general, Jefferson County, St. Louis County, St. Charles County in the next 45 minutes to an hour. Whether they will be tornadic at that time remains to be seen, but there is little reason for them not to be. So expect these cells to move in and pose a threat for the St. Louis metro within the next hour. Okay, so Versailles in Illinois, Mount Sterling, Beardstown, and Chandlerville out ahead of this thing. Kilburn and Oakford. This supercell up here is on the northern edge of this line now. It's produced 3-inch hail, apple-sized hail here near Beverly, Illinois, and is passing up towards Kilburn. So in advance, y'all watch out. This general area of the storms are gonna head towards Lincoln, Illinois there. And down here, this part of the storms here are going to head towards Springfield, Illinois. There are so many. I'm constantly saying names, city names, town names. Ryan's saying city names, town names. I hope this information is reaching those. Whenever you're listening for your area, if you see it on the map. Okay. So let's look at Arkansas to Memphis here. I just don't even know what's going on here. I see. Okay, now I know what's happening. So this is a huge tornado. Ryan's been covering this one. Did it impact Wynne? It had just touched down as it went through the town of Wynne, Arkansas. Another massive tornado. Here's our debris ball, and the darker reds here. So this is where the debris is, and we have the correlation coefficient product showing us lower values in the blues. This is going to go towards along Highway 64, headed east-west here. It's going to go towards Terrell and Gilmore, Clarkdale and Jericho here, towards the Mississippi River. Down the line, Millington, Tennessee, to the north of Memphis, Rosemark, Atoka, Brighton, Mason, and Braden here on the northern side of Memphis.
New information.
And the northeastern side of the Memphis metro here. Hopefully, I think this is staying out of a lot of the Memphis metro here, but it is unfortunately going to go through, or at least the storm is going to be in the northern part of the Memphis metro. So expect a warning coming for Shelby County in Tennessee, and Tipton County in Tennessee. Y'all watch out ahead of time for this. It's about 30 minutes out, maybe a little less than that, as it's traveling to the east at 60 miles an hour. Parkin, Arkansas, Earl, Arkansas.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Maybe next up. In line for this, it's continuing to do damage. As long as we see these darker blues showing up on each new frame of data, we know that the tornado is more than likely still on the ground, because these are the deeper values here. Once it turns into greens and yellows, we could say that the tornado might have lifted or is weakening, but for now it is on the ground doing damage. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you all for watching Ryan and I. We have I don't even know. There's 155,000 people total here
has been issued
that are helping us relay the message. Looking at radar, looking at everything from this back end, and Ryan covering the main stuff there, making sure everyone's accounted for. That's what we're doing here. So this is we are doing the absolute best we can here, and hopefully this changes changes what would happen to some people, saves them.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Alright, so I'm looking at the Little Rock radar, seeing if anything's of imminent concern here. Some of these storms are rotating. And tornado warned up here near Griffithville in Arkansas, to the north and east of Little Rock. All of these storms down here approaching Shreveport in Louisiana. It looks like these are still maintaining a severe threat.
A new tornado
Possibly
emergency
rotating.
has been issued.
So we're watching that Shreveport. You've got severe thunderstorms headed your way. So let's focus in on our tornado emergency. That's going to include. Did it go into Tennessee? It is to. It is going to be to the Mississippi River here. Second tornado emergency of the day here. That is going to include Gilmore, Terrell, Clarkdale in Arkansas, close to the Mississippi River here in the northern part of Crittenden County, eastern part of Cross County. There it is. Okay, we are doing great. Okay, let's take a look at Illinois. Y'all have an advanced heads up here. This tornado is very slim right now. It's probably small, like a cone tornado, is what we can see here based on this blue box. So our rotation's right in there over that blue line. So this might be roping out, hopefully, but it has the potential to just remain a significant tornado over here. So let's look at Illinois now. So we can make sure we're staying up to date here. Of course, a lot of these areas, all the way over here to Michigan City, are seeing hail right now. Nothing tornadic yet with the heavy rain and hail that is moving through the south part of the southern Chicago suburbs here. Anything tornadic that may happen here would be down here towards Bonfield.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded
to the southern part of the Chicago suburbs here. So Peatone and Manteno, those are the areas I'm watching most here for anything tornadic. But for the most part, what you're looking at up here is a hail threat. Go ahead, Ryan. Okay. All right, y'all. So, Meteorologist Andy Hill here. If you're not watching, the both of us, we're covering this event as best we can, with 18 active tornado warnings at the same time. I just covered the Chicago southern suburbs. Hail and so forth is moving through there, but nothing imminently tornadic over there. Our tornado threat is focused in many other areas here. So, I've been going through them one by one to the best of my ability. I believe that the Memphis storm will track into the northern Memphis suburbs towards Millington, Rosemark, Atoka here in western Tennessee and eastern Arkansas. Right now, it's more than likely a cone tornado that's going to cycle and put down another one to the north of Parkin, Arkansas, along Highway 64. This is a storm that will probably cycle a few times, put down a few tornadoes. Hopefully, that dies out before it reaches Interstate 55 near Jericho, Clarkdale, and Terrell. Here in East Arkansas along the Mississippi River. And of course, just tell me whenever to stop, Ryan, or you can... Yeah, okay. Appreciate it. Where's Clarksville? Clarksville is up here in to the northwest of Nashville. Y'all are fine for now, but we're going to be watching plenty of this today. Okay, so there's our southern warning again. Now I'm going to talk about Iowa. We had 18 warnings, man. Okay, let's see if I can see what's happening. We've sort of merged with the line here. Possibly weak tornadoes all along Iowa City to North Liberty here. It's tough to tell. Our radar data is a little contaminated. This one down here looks like it could be concerning near Downey, Iowa. But here is, okay, now I see where we're focusing. So no, thought I need to turn Ryan down. He's so loud in my ear. Okay, there we go. So this is the most concerning rotation now. It's to the south and east of Iowa City. So again, you got to be prepared here. Anywhere along this line can spin up a tornado now. We are in a very high vorticity environment, which means the storms have a very high tendency to spin. I believe this is a confirmed tornado now. So we have a confirmed tornado now for Downey and West Branch. That's passing just southeast of Iowa City right now. And I think this is also a confirmed tornado warning to the north and west of Iowa City, headed up towards Mount Vernon and Solon, here in Iowa. Okay, so let's see here. So Waterloo still in that tornado warning. The storms are about to get to you. Please be taking shelter up there in Black Hawk County, in Bremer County, and also just be taking shelter up there. In Waterloo, Independence, Iowa, next up in line for that, all the way towards Prairie du Chien in Wisconsin, and Dubuque also is going to get in on some of these strong storms coming up. So y'all, this is the time to start paying attention along the Mississippi River here from Dubuque to La Crosse. All the way up to La Crosse, Wisconsin. Okay. Oh, so here we have our tornado debris signature up here. This one to the north of Coralville is doing damage, more than likely. So let's look at the velocity. There it is right there. So this is likely a tornado on the ground north of Coralville. It's going to head into Solon, Iowa proper here, to the north of Iowa City. I don't see a tornado on the ground to the south and east of Iowa City, but that can change at any moment here. I don't know why I'm not getting new scans. Did we lose this radar? I hope not. So this was 4 minutes ago, so this is doing damage right now. Thank you guys for the support. Make sure that you're doing what you can to get these streams, Ryan and I streams, out to as many people as possible. I'm not getting new. Oh, that's why. So I was up a scan here. There we go. Okay, so now this is likely a tornado on the ground as well. Is up a scan. Jeez. Yeah, so this right here to the south and east of Iowa City is doing damage at the moment. 2 minutes later, after the scan, we can see a little bit showing up right here in the blue. That's an indication that we probably have a tornado on the ground to the east of Iowa City and to the west of West Branch. So this is the fish barn along Interstate 80, the Schneider Werner Drop Yard, Mini Mints, and along Herbert Hoover Highway southeast here, and the I-80 off ramp there near Herbert Hoover Highway. It's going to head up towards Oasis, Iowa here, unincorporated areas, and eventually towards Cedar Bluff. How far away is that? Okay, so Cedar Bluff along the Cedar River here is also in the path of this tornado in particular. Mechanicsville also needs to be taken shelter just about now. I mean, the tornado warnings are encompassing your area and approaching rapidly. Prairie du Chien, thank you. Got it. That's important. Appreciate it. Prairie du Chien. All the tornado warnings up here, including Waterloo, were allowed to expire, but that does not mean this is not a powerful storm moving through, so hopefully I'm encouraging y'all in Waterloo, Iowa to take shelter. Belle Plaine should also be taking shelter. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here.
Has been issued
for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so there's something that could begin our qualification of a derecho. So this, Independence, Manchester, Cedar Rapids, as well, is going to be in this 80-mile-an-hour wind gust severe thunderstorm warning. You remember this from August 2020. It's going to look kind of like that. Okay? It's going to look kind of like that. That's from these storms back in here, I think, and some also probably these storms in here. Both of them are going to be significant. Wow. Okay, so let's take a look at velocity once more. Several areas of rotation probably kicking up tornadoes here near Solon, Iowa, and also might be roping out or in the dying stages of a tornado over here to the west of West Branch that we were looking at. So Mechanicsville, y'all watch out ahead of this. You're in a tornado warning, basically, for the most part up there. So the strong storms are going to move through your area. Iowa City, you're going to have another round of really windy storms here behind this, the nastiness that's going through now. So Iowa City, don't come out. Okay, just one more windy storm coming through just in case. It's better to just stay in shelter. Okay, and then our tornado warning down here is mostly any indication of rotation down here near Mount Pleasant has kind of disappeared. This was an anticyclonic rotation that prompted this warning, so a tornado rotating the opposite direction of what's typical. All right, let's look at St. Louis again. Gonna do everybody here. Hopefully, it can keep everyone up to date. So this is a side-lobed radar image, which means it's not accurate to what's occurring, but this is still a dangerous supercell down here near Cuba and Bourbon in Missouri. So this is going to be the supercell primarily that impacts the St. Louis metro area in about half an hour, to an hour from west to east. It'll be the supercell down here that's looking to track toward that area. Okay. I need the, goodness gracious. I need the Lincoln radar here. I need to have 6 radars open. Okay, so for Chicago, real quickly, before I go and do that, it doesn't look like anything tornadic is impacting this area right now. So this is just a bunch of heavy rain and a lot of hail probably is in here somewhere in various spots. So nothing tornadic over here right now for the southern Chicago suburbs. Okay, let's see. Let me take a real quick look here near Lamoille and Sublet in Illinois. This is a tornado warning. It's been extended as severe thunderstorm, but it's going to pass the south of Rochelle and it's going to approach DeKalb and in the northern NIU over here. So this storm is approaching your general area. History of tornado warnings over here approaching NIU. So make sure y'all are watching there. Heads up. Tell your your suite mates and so forth, and that there is this dangerous storm, and that there is going to be more, because you can see this mess over here on the left side of the screen. This is going to impact most all of the northern half of Illinois here. Like all of this area is going to see, storms because of this line of storms right here. It's going to pass through this area in some capacity, some manner. So this is round 1 for friends over there at NIU, and this will be round 2. Probably a significant tornado ongoing just to the north of Solon that we've been talking about here. Just starting now to produce debris signature on the radar about 30,000 feet above the ground. So this will likely show us more debris in the next scan. Mount Vernon, this one's headed towards you. Could do damage, significant damage in the town of Mount Vernon, Iowa. Martell, Iowa, and Anamosa, Iowa up next. So this is passing to the east of Cedar Rapids in Lynn County once it crosses into the county. This is the result of our supercell previously, now merged with the line. We still got that embedded supercell structure here, just like this. So it's still got the capacity to take in air from here and rotate as a result.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, covered St. Louis, covered Chicago. Let's go down to Memphis. Here's our tornado emergency still ongoing. So this is a look at our tornado a minute and a half ago to the north of Earl in Arkansas. Gonna get a new velocity scan in 8
A
seconds
new
here.
tornado warning has been issued.
Washington County in Missouri, new tornado warning for y'all. We talked about that storm a bit. It's probably been extended. Let's see here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so this tornado might have lifted. Is definitely doing damage to the northeast of Parkin, and then we see this debris signature right in here. It's moving off to the east, and it kind of goes away just a little bit there. It's hard to tell. But this hopefully is lifted for right now, and hopefully will stay lifted. But it's just it's got a lot going for it right now as it heads towards the northern part of the Memphis metro. Thanks. So Gilmore, Terrell, Clarkdale in Arkansas here. We've been talking about you onto the Mississippi River along Interstate 55. Let's take a look back in here just in case. I don't see any other active tornado warnings, but strong severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorms moving all through those areas. This is a classical springtime severe setup on the high end. So it's been a little bit since we've seen one of these actually come to fruition, but they do happen. They do happen, and this is how we cover them. So unfortunately, you know, we've been without them for a while, but this one has manifested itself quite, you know, I won't say perfectly, but quite well in terms of being able to produce severe weather of this magnitude. Okay, let me talk about Davenport. Anyone in the Quad Cities region, this line of storms here is rapidly approaching your area. Gosh, that's another anticyclonic tornado possible there. That is unbelievable. How is that even happening? We have anticyclonic tornadoes occurring down here. This is just wicked. So, like, the winds are moving, like, this direction, much stronger on this side here in the pink arrows. And what that tells us is that it's rotating in this direction, clockwise, opposite of what we usually see. So, possibly a new tornado warning for Louisa County, into Muscatine County here in Iowa for an anticyclonic tornado. Is that doing damage? Not yet. Okay, so that's not doing anything. It might have booted out there, but how intense that was for just a little bit there. That looks like a tornado, but it's rotating the opposite direction. I don't know if I've ever seen such a clear signature like that. Okay, so Davenport, again, you're going to get that round 2. Hopefully nobody put their guards down as storms moved through earlier. Now you have this line approaching from the west, moving into the Quad Cities region, and then we'll continue east through all of northern Illinois. And then Dubuque is also going to get in on this nasty part of the storm over here. That is pushing a tornado very close to Mount Vernon, Iowa right now. We have multiple embedded supercell / book-in vortex structures here. Let me draw them blue. Book-in vortex structure here. So you can see that curve around like this on the northern part of a line of storms here. That is a book-end vortex, also capable of producing significant tornadoes. So that's what we're watching right now as it heads up towards Dubuque in Iowa. Yep, staying hydrated, doing the best I can. Let's look in Illinois real quick here. Again, southern part of the Chicago suburbs here, southern Chicago metro. It's just looking like heavy rain, some hail embedded in here. Just a pretty decent severe thunderstorm ongoing. We got a storm dropping hail over here, probably near Sugar Grove. That could head into the northern metro, Bloomingdale, Prospect Heights, Northbrook, toward Highwood, and North Chicago here. So that's one severe thunderstorm that isn't warned right now, but it could impact this area along this line. Nothing tornadic with that cell at the moment.
Has been issued.
So this is not producing anything tornadic as it heads into the Aurora area and up through Elgin. and Schaumburg. Those were the areas I wanted to call out. And of course, our friends at NIU have this severe thunderstorm approaching them. Again, not too tornadic in nature that I'm noticing, but it will go towards DeKalb. Okay, let's look at Central Illinois. Carrollton, Illinois here. Jacksonville, Illinois. A lot of these areas are now getting impacted by severe thunderstorms. All right, I don't see anything that is telling me there may be a tornado on the ground, but definitely some strong storms moving through. So Jacksonville, Illinois, here in Morgan County, Carrollton, Illinois, and Campsville in Greene County. Wow. So that's a look down there. These strong storms are going to persist for a long time. And eventually, these are going to be the ones to move through this corridor into eastern Illinois as well. So Champaign, Urbana, down to Charleston, maybe even as far south as Effingham. We'll see the results of these cells right here in a couple hours from now, or maybe even sooner than that, because these cells are moving really quickly, very quickly, interstate speeds. Oh man. Okay. What in the world
A new
is going on
tornado
down
warning
here?
has been issued.
This is just absolutely. So I mentioned it on Ryan's stream. We've got a cyclical supercell here, producing multiple tornadoes in cycles. So this next one will come through. We can see this pink right here. If you need a refresher, that's 120 miles per hour going this direction. 120 mile an hour winds right here, approaching Interstate 55 in eastern Arkansas, right next to the Mississippi River. This is almost certainly going to produce a tornado in the next minute. Thank you for the support, friends. I'm sorry I can't get to anyone because we've had up to 18 tornado warnings at the same time. And they're just nonstop. So Terrell, this area in between Terrell and Clarkdale, Arkansas, looks to be the next cycle for our tornado to go through here. Just absolutely disgusting rear flank downdraft here, feeding into the circulation. The circulation will show up on the northwest part of this area right here, just about. Yeah. So expect tornado warnings into northern Shelby County and southern Tipton County in Tennessee shortly. That will probably cause the sirens to go off in Memphis. Maybe. I'm not sure how attentive the emergency management services are down there, but Millington definitely should have tornado sirens ongoing once these warnings are issued, if they aren't already. The storm is going to pass well to the north of downtown Memphis, so well to the north of this area. This area is fine at the moment, but you guys are in high risk for the rest of today for tornadoes. Here's Pine Bluff, Arkansas over here. I talked about this maybe 30 minutes ago, and now we have a tornado warned cell over here. Pretty weak rotation at the moment, but rapidly developing as it approaches Whitehall and Pine Bluff. Wow. All right, let's go back to Iowa. From top to bottom again. So, I don't know what this is. Let me look at this. This is probably a tornado in progress to the north of Moscow, Iowa. Sunbury and Bennett and New Liberty over here. Are there two places called North Liberty? Okay, so this is New Liberty, Iowa. This is likely a developing tornado or ongoing tornado. Just in this area right here in the blue circle here, right in here, pass towards Sunbury and New Liberty. Right here, we probably got
a new
active tornado
warning has been issued.
Oh boy, Tipton. Good grief. So there looks to be another tornado just around the Tipton, Iowa area in Cedar County. There's like 4 tornadoes ongoing with this line. Look at this. There's one probably right here that just went through Mount Vernon that Ryan's talking about. There could be one right here near Stanwood that's got a new warning issued for it. One near here, near Tipton, Iowa, and one down here to the north of Moscow, all along this line. Incredible vorticity aggregation is what's going on here. Okay, so everybody up to the north of this, Dubuque, Iowa, Prairie du Chien, even as far north as La Crosse could get in on some severe weather, but Dubuque to Prairie du Chien, this corridor right here, and down, down south here, this is the area of primary concern, as well as over here for tornadic activity. It could reach as far north as Dubuque, which is why I am highlighting those areas. Strong storms are moving through. Let's look at if any debris is present here. Yeah, just about everywhere. So west of Tipton proper, I'm gonna check that town right now. Tipton, Iowa. There is the Cedar County Fairgrounds on the west side, where just about where this tornado may have tracked. Cedar County, hopefully avoiding most of the town of Tipton, Iowa. Debris signature there. Possible debris signature here, starting up in between Mechanicsville and Stanwood, Iowa, approaching Stanwood, and then Mount Vernon.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Mount Vernon may have had a tornado go through briefly there as well. Some rotation did find its way in that area. And then down here, we're watching for a developing tornado as well. Maybe even ongoing. And that one is, pretty obvious. So yeah, we see our rotation here. Winds going this direction on the south side, this direction on the north side, and this little red blob right here. So here's our rotation. Tightly packed, headed towards New Liberty, to the north of Sunbury and near Bennett, Iowa. Look at that. Okay, so this cell that's to the north of Moscow here, it's right along what interstate is this? Oh, I turned my thing off. Here, let me turn that back on. Interstate 80. I knew it was I-80. It's going to pass to the north of the Quad Cities Metro here, so Long Grove, DeWitt, McCausland, and Folitz, Eldridge. Y'all watch out ahead of here in the northern half of Scott County, and then into Clinton County. This is where this hybrid supercell structure is probably tracking. This is in the perfect part of this storm to just do damage, do tornadic damage. Perfect part of the storm to continue on. It's got air streaming in, being tilted to the north and west as inflow right into there, and in order to produce a tornado as it pushes air down from the backside. And there you go. The next scan is literally what I'm talking about. So take a look at this. Maybe not quite yet producing damage. This is 1,300 feet above the surface. There's our one to the north of Tipton that's produced damage. Okay, so it might take just a second for this tornado right here to lift damage up to where the radar can see it, but I mean, I can almost assure you that that is ongoing right now. And New Liberty and Bennett, Iowa here, and then Dixon are in the direct path. I think this one is probably the one that might persist for the longest time, or may cycle a couple times. If you look at the orientation, if you can even see it, of this line here, you can see that that is the most forward part of the storm here, right here. So this is out in front of everything, and it's where things can continue in a steady state manner. Let's see if there's debris there now. Yep, there's our debris ball. All right, right here is our new
A
debris
new
ball.
tornado warning has
We'll
been
probably
issued.
get a confirmed tornado there, upgrade there for a New Liberty. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we were upgraded further, but we'll leave it to the National Weather Service. So New Liberty, Dixon, all the way up to Gambrel, DeWitt,
New
McCausland.
information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Make sure y'all are taking shelter now. I think that PDS is for this. Let's see. I mean, there's so many, I don't know. Let's see. I don't even know where that was. There's, man. And refresh my page here. There's so much happening. So I think this is, yeah, this is for this Clarence cell up here to the north and east of Tipton now. We have so much going on, I don't even know if our backend is updating anymore, because I can't tell what's new and what isn't. But all I can see is what's currently happening, so that's most important. This might be one of the most active days we'll ever cover. PDS is a particularly dangerous situation for those wondering. Okay, so wow, I don't even know. Let's see. So yeah, that's the update here. So north of Davenport, north of the Quad Cities Metro, I believe that this tornado right here may persist for a while. This warning's not been upgraded yet. That's probably the next thing that's going to come through for another warning once we see that happen, because this is a tornado and a half. It does look like up here we've lost our tight rotation up here near Martell and Anamosa and Amber. Still under a tornado warning. Please be taking shelter. This tornado warning up here near Dyersville, Iowa, and Earlville in Delaware County. There's so many different names flying around here. This one's gonna go close to Dubuque, probably the northern part of Dubuque in Iowa. So we got a tornado warning up there. So here's our big debris ball from that storm near Bennett and Dixon. I don't know if this one near Clarence is still on the ground. Could be. But both are doing or have done major damage already. Bennett, Iowa. It looks like this is about to come through. This tornado warning has not yet been upgraded. But I believe this is doing significant damage right in and around the Bennett, Iowa area. Oh no. Oh no. This is probably one of our strongest tornadoes today that we're focusing on here. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, man, let me look at Bennett here. Bennett, Iowa. Okay. Quick guest star. Here we go. He won't leave me alone, so he wants to hang out just a little bit. We're doing too much right now, okay? We're doing too much. We're doing too much.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't know if Ryan's not looking. I'm going to tell Ryan to look at this one. I don't know what he's doing. Ryan, I'm not sure if you're not looking at this one just to the south of Clarence, but this one is definitely one of our strongest tornadoes of the day, about to pass through the Bennett to New Liberty area in Iowa, just to the south of Clarence. That one has got my eye most significantly. I'm honestly like, I mean, the National Weather Service guys, they're doing everything they can here. So the fact that this is a tornado warning at all, it suffices to say that you should be in shelter here. And this is going to go through the northern part of Scott County again. I think this is going to be one that might persist for a while. This is unbelievable. unbelievable damage right about to be in Bennett. So there's our confirmed
New
tornado, or
information, this
PDS
tornado
tornado.
warning has been upgraded.
I think. I'm not sure which counties we're even looking at. There's too much stuff. So regardless, Jones County. So that's this one up here, I think.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so Bennett, Iowa. Really hope everybody is able to take shelter there. Storm's making itself known. Let's go to Illinois.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
That one is for the Bennett storm, so that's our confirmed warning into the northern part of Scott County in Iowa. Okay, let's come down here. Jacksonville, Illinois. We have an observed tornado warning down here. I'm not sure when this occurred, but everybody, Leiterberry, Ashland, Tallulah, Petersburg here in Illinois, up to Athens, should be taking shelter. And then we got a tornado warning for Greene County as well in Illinois. I'm going to look at this from St. Louis. Chicago, you guys look fine for now. Severe thunderstorm warnings moving into South Bend, Indiana, and eventually crossing the Michigan border there. Nothing tornadic up there at the moment, okay? So we're focusing our attention now to St. Louis, which I've been talking about quite often here. So for St. Louis, we still have this supercell. It's persisting. This is going to be the one right here over St. Clair to impact the metro in some way. About 15-20 minutes to about 35 minutes, 45 minutes on the eastern side, so from west to east. This has a tornado warning on it right now. No indication that it has produced. Okay, and now let's look at Memphis. Oh,
new
my
information.
gosh.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
In the world. Wow, we need to cross our fingers for these people. That is ridiculous. I don't know, man. Okay. All right, so I've been talking about Atoka, Brighton, and Tennessee here in Tipton County, the very northern part of Shelby County in Tennessee. This is well north of Memphis for now, but you guys are not removed from the risk. We have cells that are going to move into the area and pose a significant tornado threat later tonight into the evening. It's not done yet. But right now, this is moving through. This is crossing the Mississippi River here. I don't think y'all are going to see something like this in a very long time down here. This is... I don't know. There are no words for this, so we're just going to keep covering it as it is. There are no words for that, so just cross your fingers. Atoka, Brighton, and Covington, Tennessee, please be in your safe spots now. Brownsville, Tennessee, out ahead of the storm. I don't know how long it's going to last. It looks like it has an environment in front of it for quite some time to persist. Yeah, I don't see... Let me look at thermodynamics. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know a reason for this to stop. What do you say? Oh, I just hope this lifts. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this didn't impact anyone between Terrell and Clarkdale there in Arkansas. What's happening? Okay. It looks like it went over Wapanaka Lake. Wapanaka Lake, and the Terrell Flying Service Airport. There are unincorporated communities out ahead of this, right here. This is Dixonville and Quito or Quito, here, near Atoka.
A new tornado warning.
So those are in the line of sight here. Munford, Tennessee, Drummonds, and Dixonville as well, here near the Mississippi River in western Tennessee. This is next in line for y'all. Brighton, Tennessee, next in line for y'all. Okay. All right. So let's go back up to Iowa. Please be getting in shelter, guys. Please be getting in shelter. So important. Interior-most room of your house or basement. With a helmet, with shoes, everyone's accounted for, and take some way of hearing about updates to this with you as best you can. This tornado that just went near Bennett, Iowa, hopefully is in the dying stage here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Same up here towards Oxford Junction in Iowa. It does look like the northern part of our. This was a PDS. What? Okay, I did not even see that one come through. That is absolutely ridiculous. So is this radar indicated? Emergency management confirmed tornado damaging Manchester, Iowa. Okay, I don't know. I didn't hear that one come through. I can see it though. Let's see if it's showing up in debris. Impossible to tell from this radar site. I don't think we have a better look at it. So everyone treat this warning extremely seriously. That's going to include Colesburg, Luxembourg, New Vienna, Holy Cross, Rickardsville, and Balltown here in northeastern Iowa. This is going to pass just to the north and west of Dubuque, go towards Dickeyville in Wisconsin, Platteville, Wisconsin. And I didn't know. So pay attention to those warnings when they pop up. If somehow I miss one of them, I don't know. I've never missed a PDS warning before, but this is the day to do it, right? This is the day to do it. So hopefully everybody's taking shelter. The counties up here are Delaware County. We were talking about that earlier. This is going to be extended into Dubuque County more than likely, or almost certainly with a signature like this in your Greeley. Millville, North Buena Vista, and Cassville, and B-Town. Here across the Mississippi into Wisconsin, Grant County, Wisconsin. This is the driftless zone. Okay, these are hills and mountains over here. These are you're not going to be able to see this tornado at all in these areas here in the driftless zone. You're not going to be able to see it. So this is incredibly dangerous. No way to see this tornado until it's on top of you in these areas. That's the name of this geography, this geographical location. You're in southwest Tipton County in Tennessee. Really, I mean that is just where the tornado is. So over here in Atuka, like please be taking shelter. Hopefully this is dying out, but again, we've observed this tornado in particular cycling multiple times, and a cycle simply means that it, the old tornado occludes or degrades. It stops spinning, and then a new one forms out in front of it at any point. So that's why this polygon is so important, because we could have the old tornado occluding right here in the blue, and a new tornado occurring right out in front and about to wrap up here. Just around like this. So it's good to hear you're in shelter. Oh, we're really hoping this does not cycle, but I mean, as far as I can tell, there's no reason for it to not do that. So we'll wait new data for Atoka and Brighton in Tennessee. I'm sorry, I can't pay attention to anyone.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I can't pay attention to anyone. I'm just gonna do the stream and relay what I see. All right. I'm looking at as much as I can at the same time. So this is now a tornado emergency, apparently. That's probably about to come through, I guess. This is what this polygon means. I'm not sure what's going on. but it doesn't really matter. This is a dangerous tornado, whether it's a confirmed, a radar indicated, or an emergency. Like all of them should mean the same thing to you here. Does look like it's not on the ground at the moment, or is just now occluding. Here's our new cycle forming right here. Our new cycle is forming right here and right here. So this tornado is occluding back in here, and it's going to show up once again here as it goes to the east near Munford and Brighton, Tennessee. I'm really worried about these locations. 15 minutes out, 10 minutes out for some of them. I'm not tired. I'm just trying to keep up. Okay. All right. While we wait new data, unfortunately, I am human, so I have to take a short break. But I'm going to play Ryan's audio so you can listen to that until I'm back. Okay? I'll be right back, guys. As soon as I can find things here.
The storm. I think that the tornado now that it's in Tennessee is even stronger than it was in wind, if that puts it into perspective to you. Bryce Knight says that we've got reports of total destruction in Wynne, Arkansas, from the police chief. Pictures I'm seeing isn't complete destruction, but definitely high-end destruction, to say the least. And then, of course, we have this monster still causing problems, I hear. The perfect supercell. Wow. Wow. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a life-threatening situation in Millington, Rosemark, Atoka, and Brighton, Tennessee. We've got an ongoing damaging tornado, and that's going to continue until 6 p.m. Central, that warning is. Now, what's happening here with the tornado, I believe, is we saw it spin up there. We saw the big debris signature, and now I think we're seeing it try to occlude. I think we're going to see it reform. I think that this might die out and then reform. But it's still the perfect supercell. It's discrete. Nothing stopping it, guys. Nothing stopping it from going nuts as it goes even farther to the east towards Covington and Brighton. So take shelter now. Let's go back up north just very quickly. Lots of damage reports coming in from Iowa as well. We've got a tornado down here to the south and west of Wheatland, moving up towards Wheatland, Iowa. Take shelter right now. We've got a tornado here near Oxford Junction. And we potentially have a tornado moving into Monticello, Iowa. That's not 100%, but you're under a warning, so take shelter immediately. Starting to see some pretty concerning signs of rotation on this storm near Petersville and Buffalo Prairie in Illinois.
Back
I
on.
would say that this is probably going to try to curl up and produce a tornado somewhere between Edgerton.
Hopefully you all are still doing well, taking care of yourselves as well.
And then
I've got to eat a little bit, so I will do continuous coverage here.
It hasn't yet, but you are.
Well, I take some bites of some mac and cheese here and there. Take care of yourselves just as much. It's so important. During an outbreak, the likes of which we've never covered on YouTube before.
No, I don't.
In the spring. Oh yeah, let me turn Ryan off.
To reissue that or not?
Thank you. Okay.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Alright, so back just in time for our new tornado emergency again.
A new tornado warning
Tennessee.
has been issued.
The very, very northern edge of Shelby County here. And much of Tipton County here in Tennessee. So Atoka, Brighton, Brighton really looks to be near the direct path of where this next cycle could occur if it does. Absolutely, guys. Yep, make sure we got multiple ways to receive warnings. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching Ryan and I. Doing the best we can here. So there's your tornado emergency update. Again, an advanced warning here. The supercell will track to the Brownsville, Tennessee area here in Haywood County. And eventually, down the line, this could go near Jackson, Tennessee here in Madison County. So it's more than likely is not going to impact the town or the city of Jackson. It might go a little bit north here to Oakfield. But, you know, it is very much worth having an advance warning for what's happening right now. A couple of counties out, okay? All right, let's go up. Look at all our friends here just in case. Make sure everyone's accounted for. Okay, so we've got a strong line of thunderstorms here with, you know, a history of producing some confirmed tornadoes. This is in west central Illinois, approaching central Illinois. This is going to impact. This is going to impact Bloomington, Lincoln, Decatur, Springfield, Illinois. Everywhere in between that is going to get this line of storms here. We've got some rotation in and around this, so brief instances of tornadoes are possible in here, but also just really powerful winds and hail are going to fall in for a lot of people here. So this is going to look real bad on the ground for quite a few people here, you know, basically along I-72 and north and along I-74 and south. So all along these
A new
areas
tornado
here
warning has been issued.
in the upcoming for central Illinois severe weather. If there are tornadoes that spin up with this part of the line, we'll take a look at them more in depth. Looks like Chicago suburbs are fine for now. There's some strong storms moving through, but nothing severe warned over there. Just got some severe thunderstorm warnings again moving through northern Indiana right now. Nothing tornadic over here at the moment, but storms are rotating. We talked about the one that was going towards NIU. It looks to be to the south of it. So the storm is rotating a little bit, but again, no warnings over here to talk about yet. Even when these come through, this is just round one for y'all. And then this line of storms back in here is going to be round two as it travels all along northern Illinois. It's going to go this entire route, entire path through here. So a second round is possible for anyone who, you know, just went through a storm over here in northeast Illinois. Let's look at Davenport now that you guys in the Quad Cities are in a tornado warning proper. It's probably for this rotation down here, right over Illinois City right now. You can see that in that blue circle. It's going to track, if we look over Illinois City, it's going to track this direction, roughly in this polygon, with the potential to move anywhere along the line, so please be taking shelter in the Quad Cities. No tornado on the ground that we know of with this particular warning right now. Double checking that. Okay, so nothing on the ground doing damage yet with this storm, but please be taking shelter. Interior most room of your house or basement if you got it over here in the Quad Cities, Iowa to Illinois here. Bring with you a mattress or helmets, something to protect your head with. Pillows will do as well, but hopefully multiple of them. And then make sure you have your shoes too. You have time to prepare for this storm in particular if you're in the Quad Cities. All right, likely an ongoing tornado up here near Hurstville, Iowa, as well as Fulton. This is a confirmed warning, likely for a previous rotation, but we can't really see it that clearly. But we have all sorts of rotation occurring up here. Okay, so again, Dubuque County is in a tornado warning here in Iowa. These storms are going to be pretty nasty when they move through here in Dubuque. We've been talking about it for a little bit now. We've had some possible confirmed tornadoes up here from emergency management services, even into northeastern Iowa. So all of these warnings are worth taking into consideration. Making sure you take shelter. These are not false alarms. Not false alarms. Yeah, Waterloo, y'all are fine. It's gonna be really windy back behind this. We got 50+ mile-an-hour winds that are still moving into that are pushing this thing forward from behind here. So these winds are jetting this thing forward. It's gonna be really gusty out, but the storms are mostly done over here. Well, they are done for Waterloo. Cedar Rapids, just about, and Iowa City also, storms are done for you. Those winds are gonna be super powerful, jetting this thing forward though. So rear inflow jet is what we call that. The rear inflow jet for these storms is pretty powerful and will continue to go through. All right, I got you, Ryan. All right, I'm taking a look at it. Yeah, we're so close to the radar site that it's very possible. I see these really high velocities just on the side of the higher reflectivity, which could say that this is a a legitimate sampling here of the velocities here. So it's very possible that this will
warning has been issued.
This will cycle. We've been observing it cycle multiple times in Tipton County in Tennessee and also before in Arkansas. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. Yeah, look at that next frame on it too. So now this is just near Brighton, Tennessee. See, that new particularly dangerous situation warning came through. Is that including, are we into Haywood County in Tennessee? We are into Haywood County and also up here into Lauderdale County. So as the storm cycles, we have to put, the National Weather Service has to put a polygon around it that includes any deviant motions in and around where this tornado could develop. So hopefully Brighton. Let's take a look at the evolution of this, what Ryan's talking about. Yeah. So because we're so close to the radar site, you can see just places where
tornado warning
you can see places where the storm is, having a jet-like structure push forward, and then see the response of inflow curving around that. The storm is literally altering its local environment here by doing that, and we can see it, result in a weird-looking hook since we're so close to the radar. This is less than 1,000 feet above the surface where this beam is scanning. So it's gonna be difficult, but we can try to look at. Yeah, well, no, it's not really difficult at all. There is a tornado there. I'll tell Ryan that. Yeah, Ryan, there's actually there's a debris ball there, and that hook jetting out just to the north of Brighton, Tennessee. We can see it there. It shows up on reflectivity in the reds nicely, so we nailed it there. So there's our cycle. Finished cycle of a tornado here. Now on the ground north of Brighton, Tennessee, headed towards Covington, Tennessee. Headed a little further north than some of our first looks at its path here. So the IHOP there, the Spitfire Bar and Grill, the southwest side of Covington here, Holly Hill Estates, Cottonwood Estates here, and then eventually into Hyde Park. So these everywhere in Covington is under the direct path of this tornado. The way it's formed here, down here like this makes me think that this tornado could deviate or wobble quite a bit on its path up, or it could end up in this direction as well. So everybody in this polygon even if it just goes this direction and includes north, I am not sure what's going to happen with this, but it's very possible
A new
this could just
tornado warning has been issued.
pursue directly into Covington, Tennessee. So the Covington High School and all parts of Covington, Tennessee are in danger now. I hope that it might pass to the south and avoid most of the populated areas here, but everywhere along here is populated to some extent. We've got estates here and there. Wow. Appreciate the support, y'all. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to pay as much attention to radar as possible. Good night. Good night. All right, guys. Definitely just manifest the best thing you can for these people in Covington, Tennessee. Gosh, dude, this is not cool, but this is what we knew would happen. To some extent, this is why this environment is primed, and atmosphere is primed for this today, and this might prompt another possible tornado emergency. If I had to guess, the National Weather Service is getting this data right at the same time we are, and they could opt to upgrade this once again because I'm really concerned. Let's look at that last scan here, just so we can see the path. So, might be just on the south side of Covington. The south side of Covington is in the direct line of path of this. So, so possibly down to or up to the Covington High School may be hit by this. Hyde Park, the Tipton County Sheriff Office and the County Health Department, here in Covington on the south side, the Tipton County Health Department. Hopefully everybody should be off work in the government offices there and at home. So that's where this is headed to next. Let's take a look at the velocity. Yeah. So this velocity right here is 153 miles an hour, being sampled at 883 feet above the surface, next to 28 to 30 miles an hour. So about 183 mile an hour gate to gate shear, 90 mile an hour, 90 mile an hour VROS. So this is the signature of a violent tornado, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Maybe it's hopefully it's letting up just a little bit, but at this point it's pretty certain that a lot of the southern part of Covington, Tennessee is going to be impacted by this tornado. So that includes the Hyde Park Methodist Church in just a minute. 30 seconds.
New information. This tornado warning has been
upgraded. Okay, and then it's going to pass through the southeastern part of Covington into the Eastern Heights, Baxter Estates here, toward the Covington Municipal Airport. The municipal airport is in the direct line of this tornado, I believe, or just right next to it. And then this is going to head up towards mostly rural areas, but there's a lot of churches up in here, and family cemeteries. Eventually, it's going to be close to Nutbush in Tennessee. A new tornado
watch has been issued.
Durhamville, these unincorporated areas to the northeast of Covington. Where's Henning at? And to the east of Henning in Tennessee. This is. Yeah, when the diameter of the CC drop, it doesn't tell us how big the tornado is, okay? This is just where the debris being flung from the tornado is. It's somewhere in the middle or around this area inside. So there it is, going through southern Covington. It's on top of South Covington here, where the high school is, or where the county sheriff and the health services are, just about in this area of Covington. And of course, this is a tornado emergency now. Looks like I've been calling out Brownsville. Hopefully, the storm passes to the north of Brownsville, but much of Haywood County is going to be in a tornado warning here in Tennessee. And this tornado has the potential to move around. So Brownsville, please be taking shelter in Tennessee. Humboldt, Gadsden, Bells in Tennessee, please be taking shelter out and well out ahead of this storm, even if it's 30 minutes out from you. I would just be ready now. Ready now is the best thing you can be. My hope is that this let up just a little bit so we avoid the worst possible damage here. But there's it's hard to tell. Probably isn't hard to tell. I mean, 158-mile-an-hour returns does tell us that something bad's going on. Okay. Well, I think we, we've said all we can for these areas right now.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Hopefully, southeast Lauderdale County, western Haywood County are all taking shelter. And hopefully this doesn't continue. So let's go back up to Davenport in Iowa. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we got tornado warnings issued for the storms back in Arkansas that are going to travel along the same corridor, and also into northwestern Mississippi. We'll take a look at those soon. Double digits tornado warnings for like over an hour. With the sheer number of people that are watching this coverage, whether it's here on YouTube or from anyone, I really hope that this is by far, to me, this is by far and away the best covered, severe weather risk that I've ever seen. The fact that we're able to generate such a response is incredible. So I really hope that the exponential relay of what we're doing here, everybody watching, telling other people, telling more people, using all the resources available to them. I'm providing one here in the back end of things, and then Ryan's providing a lot more of the public service in the outlook there, that we can use all of our resources together to get as many people safe as possible. All right, so I'm looking here near Charlotte, Iowa. This is persistent rotation. Oh my gosh.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
This is for Jackson County, so that was this warning up here for Fulton and Andrew. This one approaching Charlotte, Iowa is not good either. I'll tell Ryan to take a look at this one. Gosh, man. All right, so I'm going to come through with Ryan soon, whenever I hear. Okay, there we go. All right, Ryan, while you're staying covered on that, Charlotte, Iowa is about to take a direct impact from a tornado. Charlotte, Iowa at the moment. So a couple minutes out there in Clinton County to the north of Davenport. A big debris ball there. Dude, this has already got this already has debris fallout with it right here. That's debris fallout right there. So this is debris here. It's the perfect distance from the radar site to start lifting it into the storm. That's why we're seeing it. But if in case you just thought this was crops or whatever, it is going up into the storm. So Charlotte, Iowa, incredibly dangerous tornado coming in. All right, I'm hearing Ryan talk about right turns. Wow, yeah, that was yeah, we see it. Again, guys, as much as I can say, they do turn They take different paths. They're steered by the mean wind impacting the storm, so Brownsville was never out of this in Tennessee. So please, please be taking shelter. Oh my gosh, what a storm. Okay, Ryan's calling out all the town names, so pay attention to what he's saying when it comes through for you. We're going back to Charlotte, Iowa here. I'm covering up to Miles, Iowa is next in line for this. Let's play the loop. Play the loop through. So it looks like it's traveling a little bit more to the northeast. So yeah, Preston to Niles. This should pass the west of Goose Lake, Iowa, and eventually it's gonna get to the Mississippi River here over near Savannah and Sabula in Iowa before it crosses into the northwestern corner of Illinois.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So Charlotte, Iowa, it's probably on top of that town now. Where's that at? There we go. Charlotte is a couple blocks of houses. Small town. Sorry, Ryan, that wasn't me coming through. We're good. Okay, and all right, let's look at yeah, Charlotte, Iowa's tornadoes on top of this location now. And then we've got a confirmed tornado was doing damage up here near Fulton. You can see the signature of it coming down right here in Jackson County. That's going to head up towards Bellevue into St. Donatus, and eventually into Joe Davies County here in the northwest corner of Illinois. This storm should pass the east of Dubuque, so it's going to go more towards Shoalsburg in Wisconsin, Lafayette County. If it persists up there, I'm not sure if it will. It's a little bit less instability, but we have got strong, severe thunderstorms moving through no matter what.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So Clinton County is this down here for, I'm not sure which, I think this warning may have been reissued or upgraded, but yeah, I mean, we've got it going through Charlotte here. Preston to Miles might be next in line. Hopefully both towns are avoided. If there is anything in between them. So yeah, I think there's minimal structures between these towns. So hopefully this tornado either dissipates or passes in between these towns. That would be the best case. So anyone in Joe Davies County here in Illinois, Carroll County, Mount Carroll over here, just please consider taking shelter out ahead of the storm, even if you don't have a tornado warning yet.
A new tornado warning
it's more than likely going to come through pretty soon here because this line is not going to let up in its tornadic potential. We're going to see possible tornadoes move all through these areas, and we'll cover exactly where they are when we get there, but at the moment, I would recommend taking shelter now. Interior-most room of your house or a basement, if you have it. Take something to cover your head. Pillow, mattress, helmets are the best. Whatever you've got. And then take your shoes and make sure everyone's accounted for. And don't panic, okay? Don't panic. All right, Davenport's got the Quad Cities basically have another hail core going over them, so strong part of the storm. Nothing tornadic, I think. Nothing really stand outish in terms of tornadoes here that just passed through the Quad Cities. It's very windy though, and a lot of hail's falling through this urban area right here. So hopefully everybody's inside to avoid any injuries from that as it passes through. Okay, so yeah, there's the tornado warning for Joe Davies County. I would recommend just taking shelter anywhere in this vicinity.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Anywhere in this vicinity is a good idea to take shelter now. All right, let's look at central Illinois. All right, so at central Illinois, we have possibly a developing spin-up tornado headed towards Emden, Illinois, to the north and west of Lincoln. So we have rotation right here. Quick spin-up tornado is possible with this area here, especially as it passed through Mason City. You can see it develop. It's probably already produced, actually. If we look at our correlation coefficient here on the next frame, okay, we don't see it, thankfully.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So hopefully this did not produce a tornado and does not continue to do so towards Emden and Interstate 155 up here to the north and west of Lincoln. Down here, and we've got some broad rotation in a lot of places here near Springfield, Illinois. This looks mostly like a blob of damaging wind and a lot of hail. A huge severe thunderstorm warning for all of these areas that I've talked about before. Springfield over to Decatur, and Lincoln up to Bloomington in Illinois. All right, you guys are all ready to get into this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So that's the story up here. Spin up tornadoes, but otherwise very nasty conditions moving into this corridor. And eventually this is going to go towards the Champaign-Urbana area. So we'll be tracking this line of storms as it goes out this direction. So a lot of the I-57 corridor here is going to be impacted as well. Okay, so let's go to St. Louis. St. Louis, no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings over here as the storms go through the metro. I don't see anything that would prompt a tornado warning shortly. But I would be inside during the duration of this storm and the vicinity there. I think that I'm going to check just real quick here where our cold front is. Our cold front's still off to the west here, so we could still get some more development of storms over here into the St. Louis metro, but I'm hoping that y'all have avoided the worst of this, hopefully. So some hail cores down here to the south of St. Louis near DeSoto, Bonne Terre, to the northwest of Farmington in Missouri. So some strong storms here, lightning, definitely a bit of lightning coming through, but right now I think you guys are okay. So St. Louis is looking okay for now. Just another band of storms might be possible. Okay, now let's look at Tennessee. Oh, and then we're gonna look back into Arkansas, of course. Okay, so our tornado is definitely still on the ground here. And moving into Haywood County, Tennessee right now, the western part of it. Along Highway or State Road 54 into Brownsville. Looks like it's going to go just north of Brownsville, but anyone in this polygon should be taking shelter. The tornado can move anywhere along the path here, or it could occlude to the north, posing a threat for damage all along that path. So everybody in the polygon should be paying attention here to the north of Brownsville. All right, let me go back. Let me go back here into East Arkansas. These cells, unfortunately, these cells are both tornado warned. I'm going to look at the velocity. So here's our, nope. Here's our winds over here on the right. Some broad rotation forming, preventative tornado warnings here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Out ahead of them. Into the eastern bits of Arkansas here. These are moving in and will continue to be in a very supportive environment for tornadoes, all in this area. Okay, Memphis, Tennessee, all the way down south into the northwest part of Mississippi. These cells are going to track in particular toward the city of Memphis and probably in between Hernando and Senatobia here in the northwest corner of Mississippi. So these cells are next in line. They are mature. They are tornadic, and they're moving into a similar environment that we saw, a violent tornado probably be spawned from, essentially. So we're going to be watching these really closely, especially any of them, that's going to impact a metro area in particular here. Either one of these could pass really close to Memphis. So just y'all watch out, an advanced warning that we've got cells going in the direction that we'll be talking about that are, about 30 to 45 minutes away from Memphis and surrounding areas into northwest Mississippi. So we are, my gosh, we're watching these closely, because if this just keeps going, there's going to be a problem, and we're going to tell you about it. We're going to tell you about it. It looks like almost all of our warnings down here are being allowed to expire, so just some wind and hail threats down here near Shreveport and into the down towards Natchitoches, perhaps, with any storms that move through there. All right. Let's see where things are now. This tornado may have lifted. We could get a cycle going through here, or yeah, I mean, all of this part of the storm is dangerous. So watching as much as I can. Been talking about Iowa as much as possible. We'll go back up there now. We've covered Tennessee for now and eastern Arkansas. All right, let's go back up to Iowa, north to south again. So Dubuque, no warning for the city proper. Thankfully, you were in a warning before. Strong storms moving through, really, really gusty winds. But it looks like this warning is, going to encompass the northwest corner of Illinois. And we've got several possible tornadoes on the ground here, including this one that went through Charlotte, Iowa. So it's gone this way. We'll continue to go this direction. This one near Green Island, Iowa, cross the Mississippi, and go towards Stockton, Illinois. Just all sorts of circulations in here. All sorts of circulations. Hard to really see. There's so much going on at the same time here that's tough to see. Like all of these areas of tan here on the right side here that I'm circling, these are 60 to 70 mile an hour winds showing up on the radar. So a pocket of them here, pocket of them down here, just about 1,000 feet above the surface, height of a skyscraper. And they could mix down to the surface and, produce a weak tornado anywhere along the lines of this, anywhere along this line of storms. So this is going to be the case for quite some time, even all the way down here, near all the way down here to Galesburg, Illinois. Again, you're getting the second round now. Okay. So the cold front right now is right here on the Iowa-Illinois border. As soon as Davenport's through this bit, the Quad Cities is through this last bit of storms, y'all are going to be fine, but it's going to be really, really gusty winds pushing this forward for quite some time. So pretty soon, this is the last bit of storms for this area to the west of this. This is our cold front. Stable air is moving in, but very quickly
PDS
moving
tornado
air
warning
also
has
is
been
moving
issued.
In. Okay, so Logamon and Sangamon. That's Logan and Sangamon counties. That's isn't that Springfield? It's one of those 4 cities I've been talking about. Yeah. Oh my, where did that even? Yeah, it's just so hard to keep up with this stuff. Just all of a sudden, we have a significant tornado ongoing. Look how Sherman. I mean, literally, we do the absolute best we can. Absolute best we can, but look at Sherman, Illinois right now. It's just, that was, how long was that? That was 3 minutes. Oh my goodness. That was 3 minutes, and now it's on top of the city. We had almost zero clue besides a blanket tornado warning here. I cannot believe how fast that was. I wish I could. I wish I could know. But you know, even this signature, like right before it, like yeah, this looks tornadic right here. But the fact that it would just go from that to that I would never ever forecast something like that. Unbelievable. So this is gonna head into the area of Lake Fork, Mount Pulaski, in Illinois, eventually Kinney, and then Clinton here, way out ahead of this thing. Y'all watch out. It looks like it might already be weakening. That was one of the fastest tornadoes I've ever seen, into intensifying into such a strong one. So that went through northern Sherman, Illinois, just to the northeast of Springfield. There's a lot of traffic there. There's a lot of traffic there. I mean, all this traffic is stopped right along this corridor of Interstate 55 because of the heavy rain and the hail, and then this tornado just blindsided them. There's probably some cars flipped around here, if I had to guess. I mean, we did the best we can to. I don't know if there is anything you can do about that. Like, that is just unbelievable. So, I hope that. Well, I don't know. So yeah, I mean, this right here, this is in central Illinois. That could go to, so like, this can just happen anywhere in today's environment. It happened here in Sherman, Illinois, to the north of Springfield, and it's possible, and we'll do our best to keep up with it. But that's a blindsider. I mean, past a certain point, there's only so much you can do. Maybe this down here, you know, near Riverton and Dawson might be about to do something, because that looks concerning. Wow. What in the world? I just don't even know what to say about that. So what I'm seeing is that the same environment is going to be in place right here, all the way east to Champaign and Decatur. So the same, yeah. So here near Riverton and Dawson. So this could be a developing tornado, or an ongoing. It's probably an ongoing one now. Just near Dawson, Illinois. That's going to pass up towards Mount Pulaski and Latham or Latham or Latham in any one of those pronunciations. Warrensburg, Maroa, Kinney. This could be a tornado that's headed towards you. More than likely, with this supercell structure we see here, it's going to wrap up. It's going to wrap up and continue for at least a few minutes in this direction, since we have a supercellular structure supporting it. Wow. So this tornado that just impacted Sherman is already dissipating. So it's just like that, in and out. And now we've got one down here near Dawson. This one is also on the ground, producing a debris signature right now. Wow. Okay. So we have a tornado warning. This tornado warning part of the storm up to the north here is going to approach Bloomington and Normal. So this part is going to approach. There's hopefully it does not do the same thing, but everyone in Bloomington and Normal, I would advise, and surrounding areas, I would advise taking shelter at the moment. Interior most room of your house or basement if you've got it. Yeah, just best when we see stuff like that happen. If you know, if we already had everybody in Sherman taking shelter well ahead of this thing, we would have hopefully been fine there. So that's what we should be. That's what we should be telling people. Just Bloomington, Illinois, take shelter. Decatur, Illinois, take shelter. Everywhere along this corridor here. I have a feeling that this Dawson cell may persist for a little bit longer than the one that just went through Sherman. So we have a new update here. Still a minor debris signature here, indicating it could have lifted or it did a little bit of damage here. Okay, so that's that is the best advice that I could give for everyone along this. This is probably going to be a confirmed tornado warning as well near Dawson, Illinois. So that will encompass a lot of these counties over here, the eastern part of Sangamon County, into possibly Macon County or like the northwest part of it, in the southeast part of Logan County.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So there's that. Okay, let's look again at Davenport. And Davenport proper, Quad Cities, it looks like you guys are out of this, out of the severe risk today. The cold front is passing through now. Strong winds are going to keep going. I just recommend staying inside. Unbelievable amounts of vorticity out in front of this thing. So every part of this line can rotate at any given point. It's going to have downbursts in it, which is where these areas in pink are hail or downbursts, more than likely downbursts, which is just really, really heavy rain, really powerful winds. Moving through around 2 here. Geneseo, there's probably a tornado about to be on the ground here. Very shortly. Geneseo, Illinois here, and headed up towards Hoop Pole. I'll tell Ryan about that one, because that one is within the last 30 seconds it has shown up. Hey Ryan, in the last 30 seconds, just to the east, due east of Davenport near Geneseo, Illinois, we've had a quick spin-up tornado that might be about to impact the town, so if I can get this warning out to anyone who may be there or knows somebody there, that's the best case. Yeah, so everywhere along this line, guys, is going to be possibly spinning up tornadoes. A really powerful part of this line. We can see that just with how heavy the rains are along the entire line here, along the cold front. And because of that, it means that the dynamics, or literally the winds of this system, are much stronger than some of the other ones you might have experienced in this area. And I mean, the same is true all the way up here into the northwest corner of Illinois. Sabula, I mentioned that town a little bit ago, Green Island, and Joe Davies County as well. Okay, so let's go back down to Tennessee now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Right now, this likely does not have a tornado on the ground. Hopefully, it might be about to produce one, though, as it heads off towards Bells in Tennessee. This is passing to the north of Brownsville, so Brownsville, we were spared there. Hopefully the same will be true for all other communities along the path of the supercell. Yeah, okay, so hopefully not producing a tornado at the moment. Let's see if it's cycling. So we've had that tornado on the ground there about 20 minutes ago, 16 minutes ago. And now we have this part of the storm here. So a cycle could take place. Man, I don't know. I don't even know where to begin. It could be anywhere in this area, I believe, as our rear flank of the supercell pushes downward, and we get some inflow concentrated into any part of this storm. Wherever it gets concentrated and stretched thin is where we'll have the most rapid rotation. And check the environment ahead of this thing. I think that it's still got the means to continue on, but it is quickly losing. It is quickly losing instability as it goes off to the east. So hopefully the tornado threat with this cell decreases. That's not a guarantee, though. Okay, so this cell looks like it's gonna track to the north of Jackson, Tennessee, here in Madison County. Oakfield, Three-Way, Medina, and Humboldt are the places I'm watching most closely for the path of the supercell in West Tennessee. This is probably where this supercell will track next with a strong tornadic threat. Hopefully that threat decreases with time, though, as we go into perhaps a little bit more stable air. Just a little bit more stable air out in front of this thing in West Tennessee. So hope for the best for Humboldt, Medina, Oakfield here. Areas north of Jackson, Tennessee. I think Jackson, Tennessee will be hopefully okay here, but please take shelter anyways here in Madison County. I know a lot of people are in Jackson, Tennessee, so I would advise taking shelter. There's no reason for you to be outside trying to look at this thing. It's just better to be in the interior-most room of your house or basement if you've got it. We have plenty of evidence over the last couple weeks here that that is
A
the
new
best way
tornado
to stay
warning
safe in
has
these
been
storms.
issued.
Okay, so like I said, at any point a cycle, this tornado could cycle, and it does look like we might have actually already accomplished that with this blue arrow right here, indicating areas of possible rotation, just like this. And where they touch, just
A
in
new
this area, we
tornado
could see
warning
a
has
new
been
tornado
issued.
forming briefly. So Bells, Tennessee, we could see that tornado coming down. Hopefully everybody's already in their shelter all along and ahead of this storm. In exiting Haywood County and entering the southeast part of Crockett County, the southernmost part of Gibson County near Humboldt, and northwestern Madison County. Hopefully everybody is taking shelter there. All right, we're going to go back up to Illinois. This part of the storm here in central Illinois very much warrants a close eye because we saw something spin up so fast and we were hardly prepared for it. So Decatur, Illinois, Bloomington to Normal, Illinois.
Warning has been issued.
I would recommend everybody in this area take shelter. Champaign, Urbana, have a plan in place. These storms will probably be to you within an hour or so. They're moving quite quickly. So please have plans in place out ahead of this. Don't panic. Just have a clear conscience and do what you need to do. Just have a way to protect your head with a helmet or a mattress or pillows. Have your shoes and make sure everyone's accounted for, and keep some form of communication, which is probably this YouTube stream is one of the best ways to do it. Ryan or I, keep us on so that you're receiving the most current information. It does look like we have a tornado probably about to be on the ground, if it's not already, just to the southwest of Mount Pulaski. So we don't see that yet on our correlation coefficient, which tells us that there may be a debris signature. But here to the south of Mount Pulaski, there's a developing tornado. Developing tornado here. Okay, let me see if I can bring our chasers back up. So yeah, just be in your safe spots. So this, let's look at this overall, just for a second here on Radar Omega. So this is to give you a better overview of what's going on here. We have this area of storms that is tornadic and dangerous and is moving this direction. Urbana, Champaign, in within an hour or so. Western Indiana, within another hour, the tornado threat begins to decrease significantly at this point. But any sort of spin-up tornadoes, brief tornadoes, are always possible through the night as we go each hour through this area of red here, which is our moderate risk, into Indianapolis, even as far east as Dayton, Cincinnati.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's our confirmation of that warning that we were just looking at there in near Mount Pulaski in Illinois. Now this northern part of the storm up here near Dubuque and through Davenport, it's now exiting Davenport. After this Davenport, you'll be fine, but it'll be really strong winds outside, feeding this cold front forward. This is going to pass into the Chicago area, Rockford, Illinois, possibly severe effects felt as far north as Madison, Wisconsin, and Milwaukee. But the primary threats are going to be focused down here in northern Illinois, including the Chicago metro. So this is about an hour to an hour and a half out from Chicago, maybe 2 hours from west to east into the suburbs and the metro here. So please, over the next couple hours, be paying attention in the Chicago metro. Your time for these storms and the primary impacts are going to be felt from this line back here entering Illinois right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we'll be covering it, okay? we'll be covering it. So a couple hours out for the dominant or the primary impacts of this storm for Chicago. St. Louis, it looks like we've avoided the worst down here. Now we have some severe thunderstorm warnings in the area for the Illinois side of St. Louis Metro. But it doesn't look like we've got that development happening to the west. Our cold front is still well out here, so we're still in a dangerous sector here. But I think St. Louis may have avoided most of the worst of this, thankfully, so far today. That can change, but right now the outlook is good for y'all. The outlook is not good for everybody, though, because we still have advanced tornado warnings well in advance of these supercells over here in eastern Arkansas. These are going to go into the Memphis metro, South Haven, Hernando, Senatobia, and Mississippi, all in this high risk right here in this pink. This is entirely for a tornadic threat. This is the reason for this upgrade down here. And we have a supercell tracking right through the middle of it. This direction. Wow. I really hope that this does not do it. There is oh man. There could be a way for this supercell down here to not to not do the worst of what it could. I see one possible failure mode, which is a little bit of a stable layer just about a mile above the surface, but I don't know if that's going to erode as the storm gets to the area. It's already in place, it's already mature, so hopefully that helps prevent the worst from happening here in the Memphis metro as this gets closer. So let's look at it in depth here. Okay, let's look at the cell approaching. Oh my gosh, the southern Memphis metro.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so wow, guys. I mean, this is why we have a high risk down here. There's just not that much over here to stop this cell. So tornado warning is issued for it. We can't tell anything about it yet due to the orientation of the radar site to the cell. The radar beam's coming in from this direction, so it's hitting hail first before it gets to the area of interest we're looking at in terms of tornadoes in the southern part of it, southwestern part. So we can't really tell if the radar is giving us a clear image, but for the most part, you know, this is as clear of a signature as you need to take shelter. So if you know anybody, look how far out this tornado warning goes in this pink box, all the way out to Robinsonville, Mississippi. You know, basically just about to get to the southern Memphis metro. This is about 30 to 45 minutes out still, maybe about 30 minutes now. Then this supercell is approaching rapidly at 65 mile an hour speeds here from the south and west. Bread Adair is in Memphis here, positioning to intercept this cell. So storm chasers have their eyes on this. This northern one seems to have fizzled out, and now we have a dominant supercell on the south side of the southern of the two cells here. And it looks like its track is probably going to be north of Senatobia. Anywhere from Senatobia to downtown Memphis is where I would put this thing, but probably right here in DeSoto County in Mississippi, as well as the northern part of Tunica County in Mississippi. So anyone over here in DeSoto County in Mississippi, the southeastern part of the Memphis metro, all of the Memphis metro, at that, I would say to just be in shelter. Just be in shelter now. There's no reason not to be in shelter, and just stay there for an hour or so, and it's the safest you can be. Make sure everyone's accounted for, and you got time, so don't panic. You got time over here. So we have plenty of signatures here that tell us something powerful is ongoing or about to be ongoing, which is this weak echo hole in the center of this. This is a bounded weak echo region. or a donut hole is what you may have heard it called before. So this indicates that in the center of the storm here, right in these greens and yellows, that we have a strong rising part of the storm, so it is going to persist. It is like its intensity is going to stay the same. It's going to remain a robust supercell.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
And that would be the upgrade for this cell over here, I think. I've seen so many warnings today. So yeah, this is Lee County. So this is now a potentially dangerous situation. Supercell here. Potentially dangerous situation. Tornado. Radar indicated it has not produced one that we can see happening on the surface yet, but Postel and Marvel, LaGrange and Rondo and Lexa here in the eastern part of Arkansas approaching the Mississippi River are now in a radar indicated PDS. So that indicates that at any point we could just have a significant tornado spin up here in seconds. And it could just it could persist, much like this storm we've been observing up here that went through parts of Covington, Tennessee. This could do the same. All right, so there's your advanced outlook, telling everyone in the Memphis metro and to the south along I-55, basically north of Como here, that a very a life-changing storm is headed your direction, possibly. There's no reason for it to stop, almost no reason, so please be ready for that in advance. It's absolutely ridiculous what we're watching. All right, let's go back up to Illinois. So here we are near Latham or Latham. Was unable to pronounce this before, should remember it. Looks like we still have a possible weak tornado on the ground. That's moving really quickly toward Maroa. And to the north of Decatur, Illinois. This particular tornadic part of the storm should move to the north of Decatur, north of Forsyth or Forsyth here in Illinois. But in the general vicinity of Maroa, Illinois. Bloomington, Illinois, I see something here that could be rotating. Let's take a look at how fast this is spun up very quickly. So let's relay that to Ryan. This is a populated area, so Bloomington, Illinois, not in a tornado warning, but please take shelter. Okay, Ryan, I'm watching a rapidly developing area of rotation just about to go over Bloomington, Illinois, a populated area there to the north of that confirmed warning. So Bloomington, Illinois, hopefully I can issue, please take shelter. There's no tornado warning yet, but this is developing rapidly.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So hopefully we can get people in shelter there. Just based on what we're seeing, it doesn't matter if it doesn't happen. This is a preventative measure for many people in the path of this. So just in case the next scan tells us everything we don't want to see, we got to make sure we say it. And because if we didn't say it, then and it does happen, then that's the worst thing you can have. That's the thing you don't want to miss. You don't want to miss it. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So hopefully Bloomington, Illinois stays fine here. Waiting on data, probably about to come through here. Not looking forward to this one, but I hope it's fine. Okay, I don't see anything. I don't see anything as this goes over the city, but probably a very powerful thunderstorm. Hopefully, it's not developing. Keep an eye out on it. We've got rotation down here near Farmersville, Illinois, as well. This is not warned. This is going to head towards Taylorville, Illinois. A little bit of a vulnerable location due to previous tornadoes moving through. I would expect this to be tornado warned, possibly, and for Christian County. As it approaches. So rotation here. This is a tail end Charlie of this line, the southern part of it, just on the southern end of this. So this is rotating. Pretty significant rotational off. So if there is a tornado warning down here for Taylorville and surrounding areas in Christian County, don't be surprised. I issue y'all watch out for this one down here to the best of my ability to read the radar. So Taylorville, please consider taking shelter. Okay, let's go up and let's go up to the Davenport radar. Again, storms are east of Davenport now. You guys are fine, but it's gonna be real windy back in there. But you guys are out of the storms now. These circulations out in front of the line are almost impossible to see.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We basically got tornado warnings for all of the front of this line, and that is oriented north-south. As I've been mentioning, any part of this can spin up a tornado in an instant. Any part of this can spin up a tornado in an instant, so it's most important that down the line of this, Princeton, Dixon, Rochelle, Peru, you guys are going to be in it again. This is that round 2 we were talking about all along I-39. And NIU over here in DeKalb, Rockford, Illinois. This is going to be a nasty part of it, and very narrow, ropey tornadoes could pass through any part of this, or could be present in any part of this line for all of these areas. This is going to be the part of the storm that travels to the east toward the Chicago metro here. So this is going to persist till it gets to Chicago in about an hour and a half, maybe. It's moving really quickly, so I'm trying my best to see how fast we're moving here. East at 65 miles an hour, so about probably an hour and a half or so for the western suburbs of Chicago. For this line to come through, we've got a bunch of tornado warnings, tons of severe thunderstorm warnings. You can treat this as a sort of a derecho event if you'd like to think of it that way, because we've got significant wind gusts all along this line, and it has persisted for quite some time. So you guys are familiar with the super powerful winds that can come through here, but also tornadoes are a big threat. My goodness. Okay, so let's go back down to actually, this could, of course, this border of Illinois is not, there's nothing there for the storms. This could be as far north as Janesville in Wisconsin, Milwaukee in Wisconsin, Racine and Kenosha. All of those areas could see impacts from tornadoes. Definitely will see impacts from winds there into southern Wisconsin. So everybody be paying attention. This one right here near Hoop Hole that we talked about earlier, near Geneseo. This probably is maybe continuing to produce a tornado, or has at some point. So yeah, dangerous part of the storm. Also down here near Neponset. Said these towns like 4 or 5 times today now, because they're just gonna get walloped once more. But once this part of the line right here in northwestern to western Illinois, once this passes through, you guys are going to be okay. So Rochelle, it's going to get bad, then it passes through. NIU, it's going to get bad, then it passes through, and then you'll be okay after that, but it will be windy for a while. The same is going to be true in Chicago 2 hours from now, okay? This is the last part of today's storms for up here. This is our cold front. We have stable air behind it. But really powerful winds even still. So it's going to be a long, gusty night. Thanks for the support. Make sure you guys have liked Ryan's stream and my stream, and that we're able to get as much information out through the both of us as possible. I'm showing you the back end here, the meteorology back end, where focus is on radar, so that I can relay anything pertinent to Ryan, covering all parts of the storm. And then Ryan's focus is, again, on making sure that everybody is updated. So yes, thank you guys. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves too. This is a lot, and we're gonna see a couple of things coming up here that might be, just as bad, if not the worst thing we've seen today. Crossing fingers that doesn't happen. So now we've looked at northern Illinois, and this is likely still producing a tornado near Walnut and Deer Grove to the east of Hoop Pole. It's going to pass up towards Amboy, Sublet, around those areas into Lee County. One of the most dangerous parts of the storm line that we can see here. So possible tornado ongoing in this area and out ahead of it towards Amboy and Sublet in Lee County. Let's look at central Illinois. Bloomington is looking okay. Still got that weak rotation, so it has not intensified, but rather persisted. I don't think there is a tornado on the ground. There is no tornado warning for this yet. Thankfully, it looks like it did not intensify as it went over the city of Normal and Bloomington. This still has the possibility to put a tornado down, though, as it passes to the north and east. So, tornadic storm there. May have, thankfully, I think it's fizzled out, though, much more. So, Bloomington, you guys are looking okay for now in the city from this line, but you're probably going to get one more bit of the southern edge of this. So, even more severe weather is going to move in into this same area. So, don't let your guards down there. This part of this cell entering the Maroa area that previously had a tornado on the ground. Does not look like it has one currently, but I mean it could put one down at any point. Again, I think that Decatur, Illinois, you guys are probably fine from tornadoes. Non-tornadic part of the line here, but damaging winds and downbursts of heavy rain are going to move into the area more than likely. We haven't seen the hail reports coming through, so all of these most intense part of the storms, any pinks that are showing up, are more than likely a very powerful downbursts or even microbursts. Okay, so that's when it's just all blinding rain and very very strong winds. That's what we're seeing happen here. Again, down here near Taylorville, would not be surprised if we had a tornado warning issued for this part of the storm here. It is rotating. Brad Arnold is going toward it. That should tell you another thing here. So Taylorville, this part of the storm is headed towards you. It's rotating. Don't be surprised for if a tornado warning in Christian County, Illinois comes through. Been talking about that one a little bit here. Looks like we did get development just to the west of St. Louis. So we'll take a really quick look at that just to make sure none of it is imminently tornadic, but it is rapidly developing. Wow. Just like that, we think you're fine, and here it is like 10, 15 minutes ago, and suddenly storms are really forming and filling in here near St. Louis. So hopefully they don't reach maturation and do anything bad over here. So a couple more storms moving into the St. Louis region. None of them severe warned at the moment, except for the east part of the metro. We've got a hail core here just to the northeast of Belleville and Swansea, overhead Shiloh in Illinois. It's going to pass off to the east of
a new tornado warning
most of this,
the
east part of the St. Louis metro here. So St. Jacob, Highland is going to get in on some really heavy or large hail here near Shiloh. This is a sort of a left splitting supercell. You can see it traveling more to the north. And we usually see larger hail in this parts of and these types of storms move up in this direction. So Brad Arnold, when I tell you guys, Brad Arnold is looking at a possible tornado here approaching Taylorville. You can see it on Ryan's stream. I should have called it out, but I'll show the clip of it to him afterward. But yeah, he would understand here. So don't be surprised if there is that tornado warning coming through. But because Brad Arnold's taking a look at it and showing us a live view, I'd say that already it's a good idea to be taking shelter in Taylorville in Christian County in Illinois. So Maroa, Maroa, Illinois. Looks like this could still produce a tornado at any point here as it heads towards the town. All right, let's go back and look at the Memphis area. Oh man. Okay, so down here in the Memphis area, still got the strong cell moving through. It looks like it's gonna track south of downtown Memphis towards this northwest corner of Mississippi near Hernando, Nesbit, as far north as South Haven. You guys are going to be in a tornado warning here in Tate County, DeSoto County, Tunica. Well, you already are in Tunica County, and possibly the southeastern part of Shelby County is going to be included in a tornado warning for this cell, this supercell down here, which is just gnarly. This is in our southern high risk.
A new tornado warning
This is in our southern high risk here, including the Memphis metro. We have a supercell moving into the region, taking advantage of the environment in place, the reason why the highest risk was issued by the Storm Prediction Center. So now all that's left is to remain, all that remains is to, watch what it does, essentially, and tell you where it is. Wow. Brad Arnold's probably got, definitely got a funnel cloud there. Dang. So yeah, Taylorville. Likely tornado warning coming in soon. We're seeing evidence of funnels forming with this storm. Funnel clouds. And then I mean, just down here near Memphis, I'm trying to keep track of this. Yeah. So I believe this is, I don't know if all of these really high wind speeds are legitimate. We're probably looking at some side lobing occurring. As you can see, if we go up much higher into the storm, 20,000 feet, our hail core is over Lexa, Arkansas, and just to the southwest in that part of the storm. But if we go down to the surface, we see that this is in clear air. So different parts of the storm are being sampled here, and that causes the radar to return artificial signatures here. They look really incredibly impressive, but are that may not be completely in reality. So we still have really strong winds up here in this part of the storm. But most of this data may not be completely accurate.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so let's look over here once again at this storm. I think I called out a failure mode for this one as it went to the north of Jackson, Tennessee. Still tornado warned for these areas here. All the way out to Huntington now, and Buena Vista and Clarksburg in Tennessee. But I don't see any tight rotation
A new tornado warning
with this
has been issued.
supercell at the moment. It is rotating, but I don't see a tornado in progress right now. Over here, our instability begins to wane, begins to drop pretty rapidly. So that this supercell over here could just be experiencing an area where
tornado watch has
it's
been
not
issued.
as conducive to for tornado genesis, or that is to say the beginning of a tornado, the development of it. So hopefully this one over here, as it tracks along north of I-40 towards Huntington and Camden, Tennessee, in west central Tennessee here, hopefully it is not going to produce again. Because what I can see, it is heading into a more stable environment, but that is not going to.
New
That doesn't
information.
necessarily
This
mean it
tornado
stopped.
warning has been upgraded.
So still, please be taking shelter over there in Carroll County in Tennessee. Just a waiting game to see what this supercell down here does. Just a waiting game. It's approaching the Mississippi River right now, going just around LaGrange and Lexa in Arkansas. On the other side, it's going to reach Tunica, Hollywood, Pritchard in the first line of sight here, maybe up north towards Robinsonville as well in Mississippi. So this one we just have to keep watching it. If it doesn't do it, it's possible that there is a stable layer just about a mile above the surface over here and right around the Memphis area. So that could be something that stops this from producing a tornado directly. But I don't know if that's going to change as the cell moves in. So you have to treat it. Have to treat it as a life-changing event for people up here. That's the best way to handle it. Okay, let's go back up to northern Illinois. All right, so northern Illinois up here, we had this predominantly tornadic part of the storm near Walnut, Illinois, headed towards Amboy and Sublette. That looks to be on track. Possible tornado here. Becoming a little less conducive for it, but just, I mean, this entire line is just extremely powerful. I'll say it again, guys. This entire line is going to be, impressive. Impressive part of this line. Confirmed tornadoes are possible all along it.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So the Carroll County, Tennessee cell that we were just looking at is now a confirmed tornado warning. Unfortunately, it has again produced a tornado despite moving into a more stable region. Should tell you that it's possible no matter what. And then we have a confirmed tornado warning up here in Ogle County, as well as Stevenson County in Illinois. So let's see here. So this one was on the ground just near Shannon, just the south and east of Shannon. There it is right there. That blue dot shows up. And I hope that it's avoided all structures in between Florence, Shannon, and Baileyville. It does not look like it's still on the ground at the moment. But it did some quick damage there. Very, very fast. Very fast. Tornadoes possible all the way up here. So Rockford, this could be the same part of the line, generally heading in your area all the way up to Beloit, possibly even Janesville in Wisconsin. Wow. So yeah, all parts of the cell. I think all parts of this line of storms to the north of Princeton. So in this area, along this line, and all the way up into Wisconsin, southern Wisconsin. This is our primary, the most intense part of the line, and also the part of the line that can produce tornadoes as it tracks east. This includes NIU in DeKalb. This includes Rockford, Illinois, and eventually down the line, this will include parts of the Chicago metro. Thank you guys for the support. I'm doing my best to include everyone. If I'm not talking about your area, it's because we're doing nowcasting right now, which means we're looking at areas that are experiencing impacts now and down the line within the next couple hours. That is why. Okay, so let's look at Central Illinois now, because we have this tornado warning still that just went through Maroa. Definitely a possible tornado developing right here. We have a tight rotation, 70-mile-an-hour winds on one side, and about 0 on the other side. So rotating storm right here, east of Maroa. And this tornado warning extends just to the west of Champaign-Urbana. This part of this storm is rotating in several spots and will travel to the east-northeast towards Champaign. Again, no tornado warning for Taylorville, even though we've observed that funnel cloud from Brad Arnold's stream. It's now in a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it, more than likely. Just be paying attention down there. I would advise shelter in Decatur because strong storms are going to move through here in Illinois. I'd advise shelter in Taylorville as well. Yeah. All right, so let me look at let me look at the Memphis storm now that Ryan's taking a peek at it. He thinks there may be a tornado on the ground. So no, there is no tornado on the ground yet. No tornado on the ground yet. All of that, all of that area we're seeing on the correlation coefficient is in the clear air. This part of the storm right here, that is not where a tornado will be. So no tornado on the ground yet with this cell that we know of. We can look at the confirmed warning up here, just about to impact the Cedar Grove, Tennessee area. I hope that this tornado is weak if it is ongoing. Everybody should be taking shelter in Clarksburg, Huntingdon, Parker Crossroads here. Northern part of Henderson County, Tennessee, most of Carroll County, Tennessee.
Has been issued.
There's the tornado warning for Christian County, Taylorsville, Illinois. Over there, so we've got that tornado warning there now. We've been talking about that one quite often. Okay, so we're keeping a close eye down here. Just want to make sure that we're on top of this storm as it approaches the southern Memphis metro and northwestern Mississippi. This is going to the north of Helena here in Arkansas. North of Helena. Okay, taking a look here. We still got rapid rotation in all parts of the storm. This area of our lower correlation coefficient is in this this part of the storm here, so this is not a tornado debris signature at the moment. Not a tornado debris signature right now. All right, back up to covered as much as this as we could. We did have that tornado warning in south central Arkansas that's been allowed to expire. Still some strong storms again moving towards
has been issued.
Moving towards the Coushatta, north of Natchitoches here in Louisiana, but the tornado threat is very low down there. Okay, we're mostly focused up to the northern part here in Memphis, Tennessee, and also the rest of today's risk in Illinois. So all of Iowa is out of the severe risk today. The cold front has passed through the state.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
The cold front has passed through the state of Iowa, so everybody in Iowa is okay. There's going to be strong winds for a while pushing this storm forward, but everybody in Iowa is okay now. Everybody in Iowa is okay. You can relay that to whoever in Iowa. I would not recommend them to go outside because it'll still be really windy. But everybody in Iowa should be past the severe weather. Yeah, I mean, it's not okay to have like 55, 60 mile an hour winds here, but most people are worried about the tornado message that was relayed today. That was a lot of what we were talking about, so that's what we're talking about. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Strong winds can still down trees, though. Never let your guard down. Oof. All right, so let's take a closer look here in northern Illinois. Most concerning parts of the storm are approaching near Rochelle and to the south, Stewart and Scarborough here. This part of the storm is probably going to have more tornado warnings issued out ahead of it. Not sure we can see any debris signatures right now. But this part of the line has had a bunch of tornadoes. There's probably a bunch of tornadoes we haven't even seen show up on the radar because they're brief. They're done in 30 seconds to a minute. We can't see them happen, but anywhere along this, that could be the case. So the nastiest part of this line is headed towards Rochelle, NIU, in DeKalb, up north through Rockford, up into Beloit and Janesville in southern Wisconsin. And this same part of the storm here, this line of the storm here is going to travel into the Chicago metro, basically impacting all parts of the Chicago suburbs here. And a lot of it is also going to travel through Rockford into North Chicago, and even as far north as Milwaukee. Everyone here in the next hour, we're getting down to about an hour out for most of these areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
To be paying attention, the most attention of the day to this part of the storm, especially for Chicago. There we go. Okay, so let's look at central Illinois. I hear Ryan talking about the debris ball right now, but I'll take a look at that in just a sec. So central Illinois, we still got these tornado warnings in pink, particularly to the west of Champaign-Urbana. All this part of the storm right here approaching Farmer City in the blue has the potential to spin up a tornado just like this in these areas where the tans are. And that's our most powerful winds with this part of the storm. And that part of the storm, this supercellular structure should go to the north of Champaign-Urbana at the moment. So Rantoul, Thomasboro, and Ludlow are really mostly in the impacts of the most significant part of this area of the storm here in central Illinois. So I'm looking at that north of Champaign, just to around Champaign, is our next area of tornadic potential in about 20 to 30 minutes from now. All of the rotating parts of the storms down here about to head into Decatur, Illinois, and areas south. These rotations look pretty weak. I don't see anything organized or too organized yet. So hopefully this is just a strong storm as it goes through Decatur in Illinois, and it doesn't impact anyone tornadically. So still watching that. We had a history of funnels down here near Taylorville. So funnel clouds, those the precursors to a tornado, have been observed with this. So yeah, so this is a confirmed tornado warning here into Macon County. So please be taking shelter, of course, in all of these locations that I'm talking about. Shelter is important. All right, so this line has really blown up as it approaches St. Louis. Let's talk about St. Louis here for just a sec. St. Louis, you're getting, man, this line was just so fast. Look how fast this was. Suddenly, bang. Went out of the west here, organized. So, like I said, I didn't want to discount it completely here in St. Louis. It could just organize really rapidly. The way this is looking from the radar, we could see spin-up tornadoes, particularly down here near Parkdale, to Valley Park to Kirkwood, and to the southwest near Scottsdale. This is the strongest part of the line here, where we're already seeing probably some downbursts forming here with really heavy rain. So anywhere where these winds are concentrated and they push forward, we could see tornado warnings issued as we go through the St. Louis metro. So yeah, never discount any part of the storm here. Rapid development. All right. So let's go down south and see we can confirm what Ryan is talking about.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Or whatever is going on here, because this is a lot of something. It's really difficult to read this part of the radar. So the Memphis storm here, this is a confirmed warning because weather spotters confirmed the tornado. Thanks, Veer, for that. Appreciate it. So this is a confirmed tornado. Even though we don't have great radar data of it at the moment, it's like I can't see much of anything ongoing. Yeah, we could have this is definitely a developing tornado. Yeah, velocity is it's a volatile variable here, so it's very it's very it can be impacted, so we can lose the data really easily. It's sensitive. That's the word I'm looking for. So it's a sensitive variable here, which means you get a lot of garbled data the moment anything isn't perfect for the radar passing through it. So we do our best to relay, what we know, but velocity data can easily become distorted. Okay. So this is going to go through Tunica, the Hollywood, Mississippi, up towards Hernando, Nesbit, as far north as South Haven, perhaps, as far south as Coldwater. You all are in basically in a tornado warning now here in the northwest corner of Mississippi. Looks like it's going to go thereafter. It is probably going to take a path similar to this near Olive Branch, Collierville. So into the southeastern, corner of the Memphis metro here is most likely in the path of this cell, this supercell. Okay. Over here, this storm doesn't look like it's organized. This looks like it's rapidly losing its organization as it approaches Huntingdon, Tennessee, and Camden, Tennessee. I would advise still taking shelter over here, Clarksburg, Brewston, and Camden in Tennessee. But I think that this storm is moving into a more stable environment, slightly more stable, which hopefully should preclude any further tornadoes from it. All right. So Ryan's showing the new tornado watch right now. That includes a lot of Indiana. And down all the way down into western Kentucky. So you're seeing that now. Man, that's gnarly. I'm not sure how much of this is legitimate velocity data, but it doesn't really matter. The storm is incredibly dangerous. And it's about to start moving back into some more areas with population centers around it. So we need to be paying attention to this storm very closely. All right, Central Illinois here. Mansfield in Illinois along Interstate 74 near Farmer City. This is to the northwest of Champaign. This looks like where this strongest part of this cell is going through near Rantoul, and Ludlow. So this is a supercellular structure, right? About like that, and it's embedded in part of this line. So we have a semi-discrete supercell, is what you'll probably hear this called, or an embedded one. This can produce a tornado here. We've had the warning for it in Piatt County in Illinois. Can't really see where these county lines are. And eastern DeWitt County. This is going to pass into northwestern Champaign County. There's the warning for it. It just came through here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go, right at the same time, right on the stream. So now Ludlow, Rantoul, Thomasboro, you guys are in a tornado warning here on the northern and northwestern part of Champaign County. So if sirens are going off in Champaign, Urbana, in the next, few minutes here, the storm is going to pass to the north of the city. It's going to pass in this direction in the polygon, so hopefully everybody up here is taking shelter. I would not advise being outside in Champaign, Urbana, though. In UIUC. So these areas down here. The tornado, possible tornadoes should pass to your north, but it's going to get nasty no matter what. Goodness. All right, so down here, Stonington, Illinois, still some rotation evident. Decatur looks okay, but y'all should be taking shelter right now in Decatur, Illinois. And our new tornado watches for much of the area over here into western Kentucky and southern Illinois. It's generally in this area, and that's going to be the watch for these storms right here in this line to pass into the area, roughly moving east in the easterly direction. So that's why we have that new watch there. So Indianapolis also included in that, down to Evansville. We're going to see these strong storms get there in a couple hours from now for most of those areas. Oh my goodness. So yeah, if you do hear sirens in Champaign-Urbana, this is why. We have the tornado warning extending to the north of the cities here. Hoping that this does not produce a tornado, but it definitely has the potential to. All right, let's look at northern Illinois, and then we'll go back to, or real quickly, let's make sure that. Okay, so I don't think this is down yet here in Memphis. So let's go back to North Illinois. We're really going to keep track of the cell south of Memphis, but I'm going to look at St. Louis after this. So Northern Illinois, I'm going to switch radar sites here. I think I need a couple to look at everything that's possibly going on. So we got a few radar sites to look at up here into southern Wisconsin. So these storms are approaching Janesville. They look nasty. Rockford, they look nasty for all of you up here. It's even going to be downpouring as far north as Madison, Wisconsin, and really gusting up there. So I think the tornadic threat is just to your south there in Madison. You can see our area of rotation that's warned right here to the east of Monroe in Wisconsin. That's going to head up generally towards the Fort Atkinson area and to the north of Janesville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now we're going to continue looking at northern Illinois because now DeKalb, Rochelle, NIU campus is in a tornado warning here. This is probably this is a blanket tornado warning. Blanket tornado warning including NIU. So this is the entire DeKalb County here. Also one to the north, including Belvedere, Rockford, now all in tornado warning. Look at the tornado warnings here. This is all tornado warning in the pink. So basically, blanket tornado warnings are being issued for many areas of rotation just occurring out ahead and on the line. So everybody here should be taking shelter. This is possibly going to be the same case or a similar case as it approaches Chicago from the west. So please be taking shelter. Get ready in the Chicago suburbs, anywhere in the Chicago suburbs to be taking shelter. If you're not in this northern bit, which is getting a tornado warned for the whole line, the southern end is going to pack some powerful winds as it is in Peru, Illinois right now. So make sure you're paying attention here in Chicago. Had to get a sneeze out there. In the next hour, now we're down to probably within the hour, especially for the western suburbs, 45 minutes out. And be paying attention here. Oh my goodness. The hope is that, any tornadoes that might happen anywhere along this line, we have several areas of rotation here. I'll circle all of them for you. Circle them in black. So this could be a tornado. This could be one. Any of these could be one. This could be one near Davis Junction. This one near Kings, Illinois. This one approaching Rochelle. And these two down here near Scarsboro. All of these are possible rotations. Okay. Even down here near Pawpaw and Scarsboro, as far down here. All of these could be possible tornadoes at the same time. So that's the reason why we have these warnings out in front. And now is the time to take shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now is the time to take shelter in DeKalb, Boone County, and Winnebago County, Winnebago, and Rockford. Yeah. I've seen a line that looks like this before. If you were in Green Bay last June,
has been issued.
it looked exactly like this. We had, up to 5 or 6 tornadoes on the ground at the same time that last a minute or two and do some damage. Some of them may be more significant, especially because this line is moving so fast. So please be taking shelter everywhere over here. Beloit, that includes you now in Janesville in Wisconsin, all the way in the northern end here. Intense line of storms here. Okay, so let's go and check on our Memphis storm real quick. Still a little bit garbled in data here. We're really looking for something to connect on this side of the storm and connect on this side of the storm in the inflow near Tunica, Mississippi. We haven't seen that happen yet. There's just a bunch of really fast rotating winds that Ryan is showing on his stream with Brett Adair up. Brett Adair. Yep, everybody in the Chicago suburbs. I'm telling you right now that it is wise to have your shelter in place plan right now. Everybody in this area as this part of the line passes through. You can see here, these are tornado warnings that encompass basically the entire line all the way up. So this is going to be similar when it gets to Chicago. So all of these are hopefully weak tornadoes if they do occur. So if you are in the interior-most room of your house or basement, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. 99.99999% of you will be fine, is what I'm hoping for. Here, so as long as you're sheltering in the interior-most room of your house. So a bunch of weak tornadoes are going to be happening with this line. We can take a look at that. We're a little bit far away from the radar, so these weak tornadoes have troubles, getting anything a couple thousand feet up so that we can see them happening and tell you that there's one ongoing. So that should tell you that hopefully most of them remain weak.
Has been issued.
All right, so yeah, that one failure mode that's possible down here near Memphis. It may be disappearing, which was that stable layer we talked about, just about a mile above the surface here. That may be gone, and that's going to allow this storm to perhaps maybe have a worst case scenario. We're hoping that doesn't happen though. But Brett Adair is showing that it is doing everything it can to try to produce something right now. Okay. Yeah, I do have a blue light filter. Thank you guys. Thank you for being in the basement in DeKalb County. You guys are wonderful. Please be safe. Wishing the best for you. All of the Chicago suburbs, I'm going to be talking about it. I'll try to get Ryan to talk about it, but the same is just going to be true what we're watching there. So hopefully I can get that to as many Chicagoans as possible. Many Chicagoans as possible so they know that is ongoing. Wow. All right. We might be 2/3 of the way through today. We might be halfway through. We've got some time to go. So make sure y'all are taking care of yourselves right now. That looks a little more concerning. So what I've been waiting for is the storm to have a continuous line down here on the rear flank of it, the back end of it. It has a continuous line down here. That means that it's establishing a consistent back part of the rotation, and now all that's left is for the inflow to connect with it. So it's really this development of the rear flank that is most important right now, I think, with this cell, if it is going to produce a tornado. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. St. Louis, let me talk about y'all. A lot of the St. Louis metro just went through some heavy rains. Really powerful winds have developed here. Look at that. These areas in the tan here are right about to be on downtown. We have some 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts, just about 1,000 feet above the surface. So the tallest skyscrapers in St. Louis, 60-mile-an-hour winds are whipping all around up there, or about to be. And I don't see any hail reports with this yet. So all of these areas in pink here are more than likely either small hail or very, very heavy downpours, blinding downpours, making it dangerous to drive. Man, okay. In terms of tornadic threat for St. Louis, I don't see much at the moment. Maybe an area or two that could warrant a warning. But I think the most pertinent thing here is we've got pockets of very strong winds that will. I mean, these can cause. These can rip shingles off roofs right here if it does reach the ground. So it's going to be pretty bad in downtown St. Louis and also into the eastern metro and on the Illinois side here in just a bit. Wow. So yeah, Clayton, Maplewood, everybody over here just got hit. They can tell you what it was like. Might have taken out some power over there. Strong part of the storms here. But if you see this part of the storms, how it's oriented like this, from southwest to northeast, this is much less favorable for a tornadic activity. Any areas of the storm that are more north-south like this are going to be in the correct shear, which is the direction of the wind and also the speed as it changes with height. They're going to be in the correct shear for efficient tornadic activity. So over here, hopefully this part of the storm coming back like this does not produce many tornadoes. It still has the potential to, and any embedded supercell structures, but hopefully that should keep it down as it passes into western Illinois here, southwestern Illinois. The storms took off. All right, let's see if we have new data for our Memphis storm. It's a little bit more of the same. We're really, I don't know exactly why it's having troubles wrapping up, but this is a good thing. This is what we were hoping for. So hopefully this it remains the same, and this doesn't put anything down as it tracks through the northwest parts of Mississippi here. Okay. All right, let's go back up to Chicago and north central Illinois here into southern Wisconsin. The worst if it's going through Madison right now in terms of what you guys are going to get in Wisconsin. It's going to be really windy out there, I think. Heavy rains. Nasty storm. The tornado producing parts of it are to your south. And parts of it include Janesville. The northern part of Rockford, Illinois. Let's see. McChesney Park and Latham Park or Latham Park into Roscoe. I don't see a tornado on the ground yet with this, but this is a pretty concerning rotation just in here. A little bit of a stronger part of the storm here, headed towards I-90 to the north and east of Rockford. All right, so in addition to our possible row of weak tornadoes that is occurring up here in this part of the storm, it's going to pass off in this direction
mostly. A new
mostly.
tornado warning has been issued.
So in that direction, we're going to get that line of tornadoes there. Dane County is now in a tornado warning. This is for southeastern Dane County. So south and east of McFarland and Madison proper.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So if you do get a warning here in Madison, Wisconsin, or you hear the sirens, the tornado warning is to your southeast. Will travel through Cambridge, Rockdale, Stoughton, west of Fort Atkinson. That is where our rotation is. Madison proper should be okay for now. But anywhere along this this part of the storm, I would recommend taking shelter. I think this one near on the north side of Rockford is pretty concerning. Really, we could see, if this is producing at the surface, we'll see a debris signature soon. However, this might be also a bit of this data may be a little bit garbled because we're looking through a bunch of hail. So if I look at this from a different radar, let's take a look. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. Okay, so here it is up here from this radar site. It is a little bit garbled, but it's definitely rotating, especially over here in Loves Park. This part of the storm is still rotating. This part of the storm near Cherry Valley is rotating from 2 radar sites, so that one's a concerning call out. All of the parts of these storms, it could be producing a tornado at any time now. So Beloit in Wisconsin, you've got rotation headed your way. I would recommend being in shelter in Beloit as you are in a tornado warning, including Janesville as well in Wisconsin. There's an area of rotation over Evansville to Albany, Wisconsin here, and that's going to the north and east towards Cambridge, Rockdale, into western Jefferson County. And that's about the extent of our tornado warned rotations here in southern Wisconsin. And then for the rest of Chicago, our southern mode here, let me point it out to you. We've had a 74-mile-an-hour wind gust here, which is nearly a significant wind gust, and that is in this area of dark blue you can see on the right. Those are our winds. I'm going to draw in here. This blue line right here is our bow echo. This is where the winds are pushing forward these storms the fastest. So this part of the storm right here is going the fastest. It will have the strongest winds as it approaches Naperville. Bloomingdale, so the central western suburbs here, Aurora into Naperville, are going to get the strongest winds in this line currently. So this is moving into Naperville probably in 20 minutes, 25 minutes along Interstate 88 here. So most powerful wind gusts are here in DeKalb County right now. Hopefully everybody's in shelter. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings. This is a destructive one, I believe. 90-mile-an-hour winds for destructive severe thunderstorms entering Chicago from the west in the next 25 minutes. Aurora, Naperville up first. Basically everyone from Joliet up to the northern parts of the suburbs here, all the way up to Milwaukee. These are going to be really, really, really strong storms moving in. I'm going to tell Ryan about that. They're going to sound the sirens for this, guys. Everybody in Chicago, they're going to sound the sirens for this almost certainly for a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with really, really powerful winds. So I'm going to come in to Ryan and tell him that. Yeah, Ryan, we're about 20-25 minutes out from our destructive severe thunderstorm warnings moving into the Chicago suburbs. Basically, everyone from Joliet up north, maybe even all the way up to Milwaukee. These are destructive storms, 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts, possible with the central warning in our bow echo. They're going to sound the sirens for this in the Chicago suburbs once this approaches. From the west here in DuPage County, Cook County, more than likely all of these areas will have tornado sirens going, whether it's for a tornado warning or not. It will be for incredibly strong winds, matching maybe what some of these areas saw in August 2020. This is a really powerful part of the line here. So if you hear those tornado sirens, you heard it here first. That is the reason why. It doesn't matter at that point whether it's winds just going straight or winds that are rotating in a brief tornado. I would recommend everybody in Chicago to, be taking shelter now, thinking about what they're going to bring to shelter, and just staying there over the next hour or so. Wow. So yeah, a lot of people are going to begin to experience this in Chicago. I'm trying to keep track of all these rotations here, but I mean the blanket tornado warnings are a smart move by the National Weather Service. It's about the best we can do. It's about the best we can do. Because just all of these parts of the lines could, all these parts of the storm here could be rotating here near Sandwich, Hinkley, DeKalb, Malta. All very small areas of rotation. So tons of vorticity just being fed into this, and that's causing our rotation here. Vorticity being the tendency for storms to rotate, so it's pretty straightforward in this at this time. They are rotating. Thank you for the support, guys. Make sure you're liking Ryan's stream and so forth here. We still have 150,000 people watching Ryan. Together, we have the power to relay things like this and let people know ahead of time what to expect. It's one of the most comforting things to know ahead of time, things like that are going to happen, and have the plan ready to go. Ready to go. Okay, so that's our northern mode here. So again, everyone from Milwaukee all the way down to the southern suburbs of Chicago are about to get in on the worst of this line, which is going to be a really powerful, very, very windy. I see an 83-mile-an-hour wind gust here near Paw Paw, Illinois. Wow. So this is no joke.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
No joke no joke up here. This is just a storm you want to be sheltered for a good hour or so as it comes in from west to east. Don't be caught slacking here, okay? If you heard this and you know somebody in Chicago, it doesn't matter where they are. I have people messaging me all over right now. I know they're in Chicago. I can't respond to all of them. I want to tell them to watch the stream and say, hey, just be in your safe spot right now. Just start going that way. No matter where you are here, Naperville, Evanston, doesn't matter. All the way south to Joliet, doesn't matter. All of these places are going to get some nasty weather. I would be in the interior most room of your house, or a basement if you got it. And take your shoes, make sure everyone's accounted for, and take us with you so that you can continue to hear what's happening as it gets closer. As it gets closer. The Windy City. Yeah, so hopefully we avoid a lot of damage here. All right, let's open up a new radar site here. I'm going to go back and look at our... New
information. This tornado warning has been
I'm going to go back and look at our Mississippi storm here, northwest Mississippi, in just a second, once I get this up. Champaign County is about to have a particularly dangerous situation tornado move through. Okay, so here's that warning right here. Rantoul and Ludlow, I've been talking about it several times. That's on the ground. Oh boy.
A new PDS
there we
tornado
go.
warning.
So this is northern Champaign County, north of the city, near Rantoul and Ludlow. Includes Rankin, Hoopeston, Rossville, and Gifford here in eastern Illinois towards the border. So, man. Look how fast it can develop while we're talking about Chicago. There it is just west of Rantoul 8 minutes ago, and there it is 5 minutes ago, and now we've got the PDS warning here. Just about to cross over Interstate 57 near Ludlow. In addition, Wellington, Milford, Cissna Park, Goodwine in Stockland here in Illinois as well toward the Indiana border. You guys are also in this tornado warning. The reason why it's split like this along these counties is because there's two separate National Weather Service offices issuing the warnings for both of these, and they have to collaborate. So that's why we see that. Wow. So yeah, here we go. We're going to see probably on the next frame. What am I looking at? Okay, we're gonna see on the next frame here, maybe the start of our debris signature. It's possibly already on the ground here in between Ludlow and Rantoul. But the moment this next scan comes in, should be in about 15 seconds. We could see that this tornado is now doing damage here, so please be in your shelters over here. This is northern Vermilion County in Illinois. This is southern and southeastern Iroquois County in Illinois. Iroquois. And northern Champaign County in Illinois. Where does that end? And parts of Ford County as well, the southeastern corner of Ford County in Illinois. So another 10 seconds here. We didn't get a radar scan yet. Okay. So it doesn't look like we have too large of a signature yet. Again, this is about a mile above the surface, so it may not have reached this high yet. But we definitely don't want it to do that, though. So yeah, this is already a confirmed tornado, though. So this is a confirmed tornado for Rankin, Hoopeston, Wellington, all of these areas here in the pink in eastern Illinois towards Indiana. This is to the north of Champaign, not impacting the city of Champaign-Urbana, those cities. And it's to the south of Kankakee, quite a ways, to the south of Gilman.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So there's the northern Illinois risk here. We've got a DeKalb County and a confirmed tornado warning. So more than likely, let me switch to that so you guys can see. More than likely, this area of the storm here near let's see, which one was it? Oh my gosh, I can't even keep track of it. So this one over here, oh, it's this one up here. Okay, so Poplar Grove, to the north and east of Rockford. So all of these areas now have a confirmed tornado warning. So I mean, one of these areas of spin has just managed to produce a signature we can see on the radar, or somebody has spotted on the ground, and you know, now we have our upgraded warning. This is going to be the case. This is going to be the case as we go off to the east more and more here. We are losing sunlight, so hopefully that helps reduce some of the volatility of these storms, but it's still going to be incredibly powerful as it goes into Chicago. Okay, let's look down at Mississippi. Definitely a possible tornado on the ground with this one. Not seeing that. Oh, there it is right there, just as I said it. So now we've got a tornado on the ground. Let me see just to verify. Yeah, that's definitely on the ground. And it's going to head towards Hernando.
Has been issued.
And Nesbitt here. So this storm has finally managed to produce a tornado that we can see on the radar. And it's approaching Interstate 55 to the south of South Haven. It's going to attract close to Hernando, Nesbitt, Olive Branch, and Miller. Everybody in this warning, please be taking shelter. Even into the southeastern extent of the Memphis metro. You don't want to chance it. Again, this tornado, as it tracks to the east-northeast here, it can at any point occlude up to the north in its dying out stage. So please take shelter. Please take shelter. Wow, I didn't even know I didn't even know these storms were ongoing here near Paducah into the Cape Girardeau area. So we got tornado warnings over here. There's so much to keep track of, guys. So Ryan was covering that, thankfully. He's about to do it. You guys will see that. So we got rotation in this group of storms here, moving into the southern tip of Illinois and towards Paducah. No, it's Paducah. I know this. I know this. Paducah, Kentucky. So the western part of Kentucky here now is going to see some strong storms moving in. All right, so another area of concern here that we're focusing on. This one over here, to the west of Nashville, has fizzled out. It's a match here with less instability in this area. So no more severe thunderstorm or tornado warning with this, as it's over Waverly, a couple counties west of Nashville. So that area is now fizzled out. But we do have this tornado going on right now to the south of Memphis. We've been coming through. We've been coming through often about this storm here. So here we go. Nesbitt, Hernando. Definitely on the ground. Ben's coming through and talking. That's good. Like to hear from Ben. Happy to hear from Ben. So yeah, just further confirmation that we've got damage here occurring with this debris ball. So we can take a close look there. Greens and blues showing up. Correlation coefficient. Here's our debris signature. Tornado on the ground, headed towards Hernando and Nesbitt in DeSoto County. All right, let's go up to our northern mode. Oops. Covering Chicago and southeastern Wisconsin here. These areas are all going to be hearing tornado sirens, like I mentioned on Ryan's stream. Hopefully, I got that out to as many people as possible. But a lot of people are going to hear those warnings, and they're going to start watching the stream. They're not going to know what I said, so I'll come through and say it again shortly if he doesn't. Because everybody, you can see his chat is absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, all of these people. If there's any warnings going on in Madison, I talked about that. Southeastern part of Madison is Dane County. The tornado warning is to your southeast quite a ways. So Madison proper should be okay. Just a strong storm moving through. Janesville, you're getting the worst of it now. To Elkhorn, here in southern Wisconsin. Warnings out ahead of this are going to probably induce sirens as it gets closer to the Milwaukee metro. Everywhere over here, I mean, if the emergency management services don't sound the sirens for this, I would be surprised. Now, all of Chicago is in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. The sirens will start shortly if they aren't already going for everybody in the Chicago metro, except for like Gary, Indiana. So I'll go ahead and come through with that since he probably didn't see it. Yeah, Ryan, just want to make sure, when people start hearing tornado sirens in our populated centers of the Chicago metro, Milwaukee, we do have the destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued there. They are going to sound the tornado sirens for this if you hear them. Everywhere in Chicago, and probably everywhere up through Milwaukee, you're probably going to hear tornado sirens for this. We have very, very strong storm moving through regardless of whether a weak tornado passes through or not. In addition to that, people want to know about Madison, Wisconsin. Dane County is the tornado warning is in the southeastern corner of Dane County. So if you're in Madison and hearing warnings, the storm is to your southeast quite a ways. But I would recommend everybody taking shelter along Interstate 94 and areas there in southeastern Wisconsin. Yeah, southeastern Dane County. Is anyone hearing the sirens in Chicago? Naperville? I mean, it's literally like 5 minutes away. So, like, it's moving real quick here. 5 to 10 minutes for a lot of the western suburbs. Aurora is going to get in on it in the next couple minutes. No alarms yet? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Some emergency management services do sound them for destructive warnings, like the ones up here in Minneapolis. They do. I know that. I remember it. So I'm just gonna say if they do it, that's the reason they're doing it. That's the best way. My goodness. I mean, this is... Oh, man, there's so much to talk about here. Let's go to Eastern Illinois. Real quick, I want to make sure that we're looking at this tornado warning because it was a particularly dangerous situation to the north and now north and east of Champaign. Champaign proper, Urbana, you guys are not in a tornado. If you're watching from this area here, you're not in a tornado. This is the strong wind part of the storm. It's going to be really, really loud. It's going to be really loud. But that is not the tornado down there. We had it up north near Rantoul and Ludlow. It looks like it's since dissipated. This is still a really dangerous part of the storm. That's going to pass over into the Indiana side of things here now, shortly. So we're going to start talking about Indiana. Don't you worry. Just be prepared. Wow. All right, let me look at St. Louis real quick here. St. Louis looks like it's moving through the eastern metro now into the Illinois side. Most everyone here is out of it. So hopefully that's the last of it for most of the Missouri side of St. Louis. Strong storms moving through. You watch them go out to the east on the horizon. Just a nasty situation over here. I don't see anything tornadic around St. Louis proper. As we start to get up here, though, we can see some embedded circulations. Up towards Greenville and Bond County in Illinois, Montgomery County in Illinois. So there are definitely areas of embedded circulations up here. Goodness. All right. So yeah, Champaign's getting in on it. Decatur, you're on the back side of it now in Illinois. Pretty hefty hail going around these areas. Hopefully that should be the last of it, but we could see a little bit more redevelopment here in West Illinois along the cold front if it does happen. Or I don't even know where the cold front is at this point. It's like kind of back in here. It's a bit tough to tell. But that's beside the point right now. Beside the point. Okay, so one more look at actually let's look at this cell here real quick. Got a little bit of a supercell out ahead of this. It's not really rotating too much near Centralia, Illinois. This one caught my eye though because it's out ahead of the line, so it could be a discrete supercell. So I'll make sure to keep this one in mind. Entering Marion County in Illinois, not currently warned. Let's look at our tornado that was ongoing in Mississippi. It may have lifted, so it's not looking very healthy out here, which is really good. Which is really good. It would have been back in here. So yeah, there it was. It was definitely on the ground and pretty strong for a little bit there, as it passed basically right over where Brett Adair was. You can see his marker right here, and the tornado is like, right next to him. So hopefully he's okay. Hopefully he's okay. I don't see his feet moving, but I'm sure he's fine. He's been doing this forever. This is occluding north, by the way. So we're watching the storm instead of moving to the east, northeast like this. It's now beginning to occlude to the north as this hook moves up into the storm. So, of course, that's why we have this warning all the way up towards the South Haven area on the Mississippi-Tennessee border. This is why we have those warnings. It's weakening and including to the north. We could get a cycle down to the south here with a new tornado soon as it goes over towards Miller and Byhalia in Mississippi along Interstate 22. So everybody in the polygon here should be taking shelter. Wow. Okay. This looks really concerning. This is our
New information. this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay. I'm pretty concerned about Rankin and Hoopeston, Illinois right now. We're gonna look at that Wisconsin warning in just a second. I don't like the looks of this though. Can I see anything? Yeah, I'm not sure here, guys. This could be another developing tornado here towards Hoopeston, Illinois, to the south of Rankin. This one looks really not good. This looks really not good here. We're far away from a couple radar sites, so it's tough to see. But I really, really don't like the look of this one from multiple radar sites. So we're going to keep a close eye on this in particular. We have rotation right here, going away from the radar and going towards the radar, and pretty powerfully so. So this one may have cycled and is about to produce another tornado that could be significant. Sorry I'm not on Twitter, by the way. I'm prioritizing the stream for sure. Like, Twitter's one way to get notifications. I'm sure most everybody here, if you're not following Ryan, you should be. He's retweeting all that stuff. So, you know, if you're looking at Twitter, that's definitely the place to be. I am all eyes on radar right now. All eyes on radar. No sirens over here in Chicago yet. No sirens in Aurora. Well, it's about 20 seconds away from you. It's about to get real nasty. Really, really nasty over here. It is in the western suburbs of Chicago now, entering them if it's not already there. So Aurora now over the next few minutes. Naperville in about 2 to 5 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. Same for Elgin. And then, you know, add 5 minutes as you go each neighborhood to the east. Each suburb to the east, add 3 to 5 minutes. So Chicago proper, probably about 15 to 20. Illinois sirens are broken. No way. Interesting. Yeah, if they don't sound the sirens there, well, I don't know. I feel like it's a good idea to do that. Winds are about to get really, really strong in here. We've had 83-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported with this part of the storm. So, very, very powerful part of the storm moving in, and it's going to be really, really strong even after some of the heavy rain ends. It's still going to be windy through all of Chicago. Okay, let me talk about this confirmed tornado warning up here in southern Wisconsin. Here we are. I think it was... So I think this whole thing is confirmed. Let me look. Yes. Okay. So this whole tornado warning is for confirmed tornadoes. We probably had some pretty powerful instances down here near Walworth and Sharon. Now are producing debris signatures. These are going to head up between Elkhorn, Lake Geneva, and Wisconsin, up towards Burlington and Waterford. So a lot of these areas have you know, brief tornadoes ongoing, 2 to 3 minutes at most for these tornadoes, their lifespan up here, and then a new one will form at some other point. It's impossible to warn every single circulation, so the blanket warning tells everybody as the storm approaches the Milwaukee metro to just take shelter. Have a plan in place to take shelter in the Milwaukee metro right now. Right now, I would recommend doing so. Because right now, you have, you know, 20 to 25 minutes to downtown proper, maybe a little bit longer. Racine and Kenosha also 20 minutes or so. And in that time, you can easily organize without panicking what you need to take with you to the interior-most room of your house or a basement if you've got it. Okay, so is that going to come through? I'm not sure. So this particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, was continued down here into Vermilion County, Illinois. It's the northern part of Vermilion County, Illinois. I'm still pretty concerned about this. Let me see if we can see any damage. Oh yeah, okay. Oh gosh, okay. I'm gonna tell Ryan about this one. Oh. Yeah, I was just about to tell you about that same tornado back on the ground there, Ryan, near Hoopeston, Illinois. Wow. So more than likely, right now in Benton County in Indiana, if you're in Fowler, Boswell, Earl Park, Oxford, and Benton County, Indiana, I imagine this tornado warning is going to be extended into Indiana as we have a damaging tornado on the ground near Rankin, Illinois, minutes from crossing the border into Indiana. So please be taking shelter anywhere from Pine Village, Judyville, up north to Earl Park. Remington in Illinois as well, up to the Interstate 65 corridor over here north of Lafayette and Purdue. Wow. So hopefully this doesn't last too long, but it's been on the ground for a few minutes now. Been on the ground for a few minutes now. It's headed towards Wellington and Hoopeston in eastern Illinois.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's for Mississippi. Extension of our storm down there. What on earth? Very strong winds moving into all the Chicago burbs right now. Sirens in Oak Forest. I swear I know where that is. I know where Oak Lawn is. hopefully all of these areas can receive some more warnings over here. The winds are really going to pick up here for everybody here. We've had 80-mile-an-hour winds for a lot of this storm. That's what it's warned for. It's warned for 90-mile-an-hour winds, and 2-inch hail is also in this warning, especially down here near Joliet. So really powerful winds, and also a hail core down here near Joliet. We should be paying attention to that. Wind-driven hail is extremely dangerous. So it's so this area of hail, possibly hail, falling here near Joliet, is also going to be driven forward by wind. I think that's where we're looking at the hail in our warning. I'm not 100% sure about this, but so like this could also be a microburst, really, really blinding rain. But hail is possible in this area, especially because the warning includes it. So Joliet is going to get a particularly bad down here. Might be one of the worst parts of the storm. Okay. Yeah. So Ryan's covering specific locations for Hoopeston and Wellington in Illinois. Again, this tornado warning is going to be in Benton County, Indiana, very soon. Benton County, Indiana, might even go further to White County, possibly northern parts of Tippecanoe County.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll see that come through shortly, I think. Oh my goodness. All right. So really powerful part of the storm here. Joliet, Lockport, Romeoville, in particular. Joliet. So let's look in southeastern Wisconsin again here. Southeastern Wisconsin, we got all these strong circulations that are going to last, and again, they're going to last a couple minutes. They're probably going to do some damage with them. As you can see, probably down here near Delavan, or we had a tornado on the ground near Sharon. It's moving really, really quickly. Look how fast it is. 3 minutes between each radar scan. It's already moved across a couple of towns here. So all of this area is very powerful. And Milwaukee proper is about to be in a big old severe thunderstorm warning from this as well. Wouldn't be surprised if the tornado warning was expanded up into that direction into the metro, because we've had persistent, small, brief tornadoes with a lot of this line. Man, so all along down here, south on Interstate 57 from Champaign to the south, you guys are going to get in on some really, really gusty winds and some hail. Really gusty winds and hail coming with this storm. Here's our discrete supercell that I pointed out from St. Louis radar. It's now tornado warned in Marion County. Yeah, we were watching that one. So now that one's tornado warned. Hopefully, I was able to call out this area well ahead of time for that. Make sure y'all know. Make sure you're taking shelter there. Okay. The warnings down here in the southern tip of Illinois towards Paducah, they were allowed to expire. We don't have any active warnings down there at the moment. But those are still strong storms that maybe there may be another tornado warning issued for them. So we still have in the most recent Storm Prediction Center update, which was 11 minutes ago. 11 minutes ago, we still have a high risk over here for the area just around Memphis, just in this area, particularly ahead of this supercell here and possibly encompassing this one back here. That's going to enter a lot of the same areas that this one is tracking through now.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So that is for the Hoopeston, Illinois cell on the border. It's going to pass into Indiana. I expect Indiana to have some tornado warnings there in Benton County. Now we're looking in Mississippi. Taking another look at this cell down here. This is our, at the moment, this is our only concern in this area. Anywhere from Nashville to the west, this is the only place we're looking at.
Has been issued.
Only place we're looking at down here. This is the only cell with warnings attached to it that looks powerful and organized. So at the moment, I believe this might be trying to cycle. We take a look at it. We can see that the cell has been organizing some rotation right in here, maybe produce a brief tornado right about where Brett Adair is now. And then it may try to do so again, coming up here as it approaches Mount Pleasant and Highway 72 in Mississippi. Should stay to the south of should stay to the south of almost all of the Memphis metro, Collierville here on the southeastern extent of it. It should stay to your south, but once you get east to Rossville, Moscow, Grand Junction, I would be taking shelter in all of these areas in the polygon here. So this storm has the tendency or the ability to produce a tornado at any point. We have to watch it closely as a result. All right, let's go back to Wisconsin. So still some tight rotation here. A couple tornadoes possible to just drop at any point with this cell right here. This is headed towards LaGrange in Wisconsin. Seems like LaGrange everywhere is what we've been talking about recently. So this one possibly is going to produce a tornado. If it's not just beginning to do so, powerful winds associated with it nonetheless. Yeah, again, this one can just vanish in the next couple minutes, and we could just see any areas along here just pop up with possible tornadoes. So that is why we have this tornado warning in place. Please heat it appropriately, and be thinking about heating it out ahead of the line here into Milwaukee. Right now that we're into Chicago, the strongest parts of the line are really focused down here at Joliet and to the north. Joliet, and to the north of Interstate 80. Strongest parts of the storm down here, maybe a little bit of a brief rotation near Preston Heights. Really brief, really small rotation there. Keep an eye on that one just in case. Intense winds, though. Like right next to the radar site, I can see up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, possibly 65 miles an hour as this line passes through.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So really, really intense winds for all of the Chicago suburbs right now. Hoping we don't lose the radar as it's overcome by this strong storm. It's going through Naperville now. The strongest winds are probably in and around that area. Next up is, you know, west to east on these suburbs. Just find your location. Just find your location.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's the Benton County tornado warning. There it is now. So Fowler, everywhere in Benton County and Indiana, be taking shelter, like I've been telling you about. Still got that widespread rotation over here and concentrated area of it that could be producing a tornado still. Windsor and Schaumburg, yep. Elgin's been in it and a little bit here. Now it's going to go to the east. Schaumburg just now arriving. Strongest part of the storm here is down here near Romeoville and Lockport, I think, and Joliet. So really, really powerful part of the storm down there I'm concerned about. Oh yeah, if anyone's watching, make sure you switch the quality to HD. I am streaming in full HD right now, so if you aren't hearing me or seeing me in that, it is on your end. Always forget about that. It's so annoying. So many people are probably like, what is this garbage? I'm like, it is not my fault. It is not my fault. So let's get to 100,000 subs so that just never happens again. Thank you. Because it's so important. YouTube, I don't know why you would ever do something like that in such an important situation like this. Don't know why. But make sure you guys are switching to HD here. Oh, man. That is agitating, but I'm on top of it no matter what.
Has been issued.
We got Ryan no matter what. I'm over here doing my thing too. How do you switch over? Mouse over or tap on the video player. Bottom right is the cog icon, and you can change the video quality there to whichever one's the highest that you can select. Yeah, because it's YouTube. So make sure you guys do that. Sorry if that's been happening to you. I always forget to talk about that. Wow. So next up here, going west to east, we got Orland Park, Homer Glen, LaGrange, Westchester, Elmhurst, Bensonville, Rosemont, Des Plaines, Elk Grove Village, Mount Prospect. So that's that north to south line as it enters Cook County here, and also Will County. Got really, really powerful winds out in front of this. I see possibly an embedded tornado near Lamont. In the Chicago suburbs here, we've got an area of rotation. So this one, if it persists, will go through Lamont to Hastings. Let me draw that in blue. Lamont to Hastings to Justice, Bedford Park, Hickory Hills. Pretty strong part of the line coming through right into this area in the Chicago suburbs here. A rotation developing also as this part of the storm approaches New Lenox. So Highway 52 down through Manhattan, just the southeast of Joliet. Rotations developing in this area. Please be in your safe spots down here. That includes Mokena, and Frankfurt. Tinley Park as well out in front of this. So these are the strongest parts of the storm, areas that may be experiencing some rotation close to the radar that we can pick out. So possibly the worst felt impacts will be along this pocket of winds here. Incredible winds moving through. Wow. Keeping an eye on that. Every new radar scan we get looks like the radar is still going, so that's good. We didn't lose it. Look out here in southeastern Wisconsin. We've still got the storm. Maybe losing a little bit of steam as it approaches Milwaukee, but still going to be really strong. Chance for tornadoes out all through here as it heads up to as it heads up Interstate 43 towards the metro, and that includes all along the coast for Kenosha, Racine. Strong storms. Strong storm moving through. Thank you for the support, guys. Appreciate it. It sounds like the response to these storms moving through has been really good. As much as we can do, you know, and really as much as we can do. as these are moving through Chicago. West Madison. Madison, you look to be in the clear. Yep, it's going to be windy quite a bit here and there, but Madison, all parts of the metro over here are in the clear. The tornado warnings are to your east, a county over in Jefferson County. They'll be moving through the county, so hopefully everybody is taking shelter over here. Madison, Wisconsin is good to go. Besides strong winds, don't go outside. Don't go outside. It's still going to be miserable, but the severe weather part of this, besides strong winds, is more than likely done for y'all. Oh, all right. Can we get a new update here? Can we get a new update? Okay, we did. Good, good, good. All right, so we still got the radar going. And wait to see our velocity scan here as best of the data as we can get. Yeah, really concerned near Lamont, also down south to New Lenox. And a lot of areas of possible rotation, maybe up here near Bensonville and Rosemont. Some of the most intense parts of the storm in those suburbs that I mentioned. All right, here we are, one frame later. Could have a really, really brief spin-up tornado here near New Lenox. Really, really brief, hopefully really weak. I don't see anything super impressive about it. The most impressive thing is up here near Lamont and Hastings. Up to 92 mile an hour winds here from the radar site, just, pretty not far above the surface. That's going to head into Justice, Hickory Hills, Burbank, Bedford Park, Hometown, Evergreen Park, Oaklawn, Hodgkins. That area is going to experience the most intense part of this line at the moment. And down to the south through Homer Glen to Marley. Orland Hills, Orland Park. So this is the strongest part right here. It's passing generally this direction, so anywhere along this line is really going to get the worst of this storm at the moment. Yeah, definitely we're gonna see power outages probably in a lot of these areas. So hopefully we're not losing power to Chicago residents. Okay. That's about the best update I can give for Chicago at the moment. We'll come back here in just a minute. We cycle through. Looking through at Mississippi. Still really a powerful supercell here. Mount Pleasant and Slade in here next in line. As well to the east of Olive Branch and most of Memphis now. However, there's still a threat for Memphis as we go into the evening hours, in the early night hours here. This is not over for this area. Hopefully it is, but from what we can see, there's still a few cells in and around here that we're going to be talking about. So this cell moving on, genuinely any minute this could organize a tornado. So Mount Pleasant, Michigan City in Mississippi, Grand Junction, Moscow, Hickory Valley in Tennessee. Please be taking shelter. Advance, y'all watch out over here in Selmer, Hornsby, and Boulevard, and Hardeman and McNairy counties in Tennessee, out ahead of this supercell. It's probably going to do the same thing as it approaches, as it goes further into West Tennessee here. It's probably going to meet those same conditions that caused the earlier supercell to really just fall apart. All apart. So hopefully that also happens here. But right now we're seeing still the continued peak likelihood for this to produce tornadoes on the Mississippi-Tennessee border. Jackson, Mississippi is fine. Okay, let's look in the St. Louis area. Storms are well past your area, but very strong wind gusts in and around St. Louis. Don't see anything to your west yet. Hopefully you're fine. Hopefully St. Louis is fine for the night.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
I'm gonna look at a different radar site here for this supercell. We can attempt to look at Marion County here in Illinois. Here's our lonesome supercell. It is doing a lot from this radar site.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, I'm not happy about this. So Louisville or Louisville, or however you pronounce it, here in Clay County, Illinois. Ingram, Horde, and Flora here, and north of Xenia, Illinois. here in basically south central to southeastern Illinois. This has got some tight rotation with it. We're gonna take a closer look at it just to make sure. Strong mesocyclone aloft. Yeah, this is just really strong through and through. So the tornado warning's extended into Clay County, southeastern Effingham County. Let's see if we've got anything ongoing at the surface, or rather not the surface, but about a mile up. Don't see anything yet, but this storm could produce a tornado at any moment here. So we're watching this one closely here. I'm going to stay on this radar site. We still got really strong rotating storms down here. Brief tornado warnings issued here and there for this part of the line here on the southern tip of Illinois into the Paducah, Kentucky area is where we're looking here. So possible tornadoes can spin up here. So please take these warnings seriously. Eventually, we'll probably head mostly to the south of Evansville, maybe Henderson, Kentucky, maybe as far south as Madisonville, Kentucky. So this area, advance heads up for this line of storms moving in this direction. Owensboro down the line. The hope, again, is that the lack of instability further east here makes it so that we don't have much more of a severe risk with these cells. So advance heads up, though, just in case they persist. The hope is that they don't, or they die out a bit. That's my assessment. All right, let's go back to Chicago now. So now in Chicago, our latest update has plenty of rotation. Definitely rotation here near Frankfort, Illinois. The southern part of this line has we have a tail end Charlie, so this is just the tail end of the storm as it's dipping down here, and we call him Charlie. So we have a name for him, and he is rotating just like this. So out this direction and in a little bit this direction. If this establishes itself, it could be really dangerous for Frankfort, Flossmoor, Glenwood, Thornton, Richton Park, Universal Park, and towards the Gary, Indiana area. So this is past Joliet now. Joliet, this is past you guys. Now you're just going to get the strong winds feeding this thing forward. But it looks like you're fine. Again, west to east here, Naperville. Besides really powerful winds moving through right now, if it is still gusty out, you guys are fine now. So as this line passes through, you guys will be fine in the Chicago metro here. You will be fine. So Naperville, you're fine. Elgin, you're fine. Anywhere west of can't really give a clear message there. Can't give a clear message. So yeah. But now we're really approaching the Lake Michigan shoreline here. So areas very close to Lake Michigan are experiencing the worst of this now. So these suburbs, Cicero. Hope I said that right. Up here towards Evanston is about to get in on it. Northbrook, Deerfield, and then Chicago downtown. Next up in line, Oaklawn, Midlothian, and then over here towards Gary, Indiana. Joliet. That's the one I prefer too, so glad to hear that's correct. My goodness, man. My goodness. Okay, let's check up on Benton County, Indiana. Benton County, Indiana looks like this rotation is very broad here. So you can see it on the right side. This is all rotation. None of it is really consolidated. So it's all apart here as it approaches Benton County. So Benton County, hopefully y'all are in shelter here. Basically, the entire county is just in a warning. It's just a square box. So hopefully everybody is in shelter here. White County, y'all watch out. This is a powerful storm no matter what as it passes through this area. So watching out here into Benton County. And of course, again, this part of the storm is rotating in the Chicago suburbs, Frankfort, in the northern parts of Will County here, as it approaches Chicago Heights. That's where I'm watching here. Glenwood, Thornton, Linwood. Here to the south of Interstate 80, we've got some rotation on the southern end of this line of storms here that could produce a quick spin-up tornado. But all along from basically all of this line is just incredibly powerful winds here. So we're getting really close to the Lake Michigan shoreline now. Lake Michigan shoreline coming up. So yeah, I mean, just hopefully everybody over here is just in a stable part of their house, because it's gonna be rocking. It's gonna be rocking. All right, let's look at southeastern Wisconsin as well. Just paying attention here. Some very tight rotation near Palmyra and Eagle, right next to the radar here in southwestern Waukesha County. So this is now entering the western Milwaukee suburbs. There's a severe thunderstorm warning out there. The tornado warnings up here were allowed to expire. This one is about to be over here in Jefferson County. So there it is. Now it's gone. So the hope is that we don't see any more tornadoes in southeastern Wisconsin, but we could see one here really close to Palmyra. So let's take a quick look. I don't see anything yet. Okay, let's go back one just to make sure. This is still probably the most powerful part of the storm right in here. So this is Eagle, North Prairie, Genesee Depot, Wales, and Dousman and Waterville here in southwestern Waukesha County. Waukesha, thank you, Waukesha County. Southwestern Waukesha. Yeah, the hope is that this area, as it enters Milwaukee, does not continue to produce any tornadic signatures. It looks better now. It looks better. It looks like we just got some strong winds moving through. It looks better now, so hopefully that's the case for Kenosha up to Milwaukee. Just this one area of concern over here near Waukesha and southwestern Waukesha County. Thank you, guys. Oh my goodness. Ooh, all right. Okay, so there's Wisconsin.
A new tornado warning has been
Take
issued.
a quick look at our supercell out here in Clay County, Illinois. This is not a good look. So we have, from the Evansville radar, we have a convergent signature just around Louisville or Louisville, however you pronounce it, in Illinois. So we have winds going this direction and winds coming this direction from the storm. This is a pretty strong signature here, currently tornado warned. Yeah, you can see that coming together recently. I'm not liking the look of this supercell. Not liking the look of this supercell as it approaches Jasper County to the south and east of Effingham. And then we'll go down here to Mississippi, because now we have our
New
cycle
information.
complete.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Our cycle is complete, and Sladen, Mississippi is taking a hit from this tornado at the moment. So there's our upgrade to our particularly dangerous situation, PDS. And we can see the debris signature right in here, this area right here over
A new tornado
Sladen.
warning has been issued.
So this one right here. This one right here is where our debris signature is. This up here is not a debris signature. It's just this area right over Sladen. Right over Sladen. So yeah, that had just touched down when we came over here and looked at it. So it is on the ground just about here. Went through a lot of Sladen here. Red Adair is just behind it. The stream's frozen though. Stream is frozen. I don't know what we're looking at with these chasers. Sorry, I'll give them a refresh just in case. There we go. So Sladen, hopefully this was a weak tornado as it moved through the area. It is doing damage though. Hopefully we can escape the worst of the damage in this area. It's going to head up towards Grand Junction, Hickory Valley, Michigan City here on the Tennessee-Mississippi border. We've been talking about it for quite some time now. It did manage to put something together. Alright, so watch out in those areas. This tornado may have been pretty brief. Still a little bit of debris right in this area here. This small area here is where we have debris. Just a little bit showing up on the radar here. Alright, so now let's go back to our there's our convergent signature I was just talking about in Clay County. This is a clear air signature, so if you hear Ryan say that there's a tornado down here, I don't think there is one right now. This is in our clear air, so this is not a tornado on the ground, but it is very close to being one. It's probably kicking up some signatures here, but this is not on the ground. Not on the ground at the moment. We'll see if that becomes true. It's probably very close to being so. Very close to being so. So not quite on the ground yet. Let's look at those winds again. Pretty close. Pretty close here. I'm really concerned with this signature coming up here, right here, and this one coming down. That establishes itself, and we're gonna see tighter rotation than this near Louisville or Louisville, Kentucky, and Clay County. So Ingram, Bogota, and Newton into Jasper County. Y'all watch out ahead of this thing. Please be taking shelter. If you know somebody in Newton, Illinois, or surrounding areas of Jasper County, very important here. Very important here. So we did see that tornado warning coming through for Cook County. That was the area I was mentioning near Frankfort. See if we go back. Go back, look. You can see that rotation wrapping up just near Frankfort. This was 10 minutes ago. And now here's our warning for Chicago Heights, Richton Park here. Right here where our rotation is. Thankfully, it looks like it is broad now. So thankfully, this rotation is broadened out. Hopefully, it's not producing a tornado in this area. I don't think it is. Please, if you weren't already taking shelter due to this extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm warning, now you should be down here. So downtown Chicago is now done with it, almost certainly, or is about to be done with it. It's passed through most all of these areas to the Lake Michigan shore, except down here in East Chicago and Gary. So now it's going into Indiana here in Lake County. Waukegan, something like that. This pronunciation is going to escape me, but the strongest part of the storm is now going to move into this area down here, or up here rather. It's a little bit delayed from the rest of this. The winds up here should be a little more tame compared to what moved through most all of Chicago at the moment. Nope, I covered the weather for everybody, so I will focus on your area at some point. Still some possible areas of rotation for Benton County in Indiana. Now that's been extended to White County, as I mentioned. So we could see a developing tornado just to the north of Lafayette in Indiana. Waukegan, thank you. Or Waukegan. two separate things in chat. The classic. Okay. So yep, Milwaukee, Chicago, getting through the worst of it now. Just a bunch of winds. Bunch of winds coming in. Here's southeastern Wisconsin. Looks like a mess because it is. Just some heavy rain here. Possibly, again, some small areas of embedded rotation near Oconomowoc. and along Interstate 94 to the west of Waukesha.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Making it through this. We're making it through it today up here. Right. So hopefully everyone in Milwaukee is fine. This has lost the storm lost a lot of its caliber as it moved up in these areas. This was expected. The Storm Prediction Center expected this, so we had a lower risk, sort of capping off as we got closer to the shore. And
a new tornado warning
we're seeing
has been
the results of that now with some disorganized storms here in the Milwaukee region. So now it's fixing up to go on to Lake Michigan here near Kenosha and Racine. Should be the last of it for this urban corridor in this area. But now our focus shifts to the southern shore rather of Lake Michigan. I'm gonna go over there after we look at Memphis really quickly. So this right here, our Memphis tornado storm, we still got that warning out ahead of it, including LaGrange in Tennessee, Grand Junction. I swear I've said LaGrange like 10 times today in every state. It's unreal. So this is not a debris signature. This is our clear air slot in here. The hook is down here, and our clear air is in here.
A new tornado warning.
Probably no tornado is ongoing with this storm at the moment. We can see just a sort of a cycle probably ongoing here. But please be in shelter all the way down here towards Hornsby.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is still a very worrying signature, a very worrying storm that's approaching Hornsby, Selmer, southern parts of Bolivar and Hardeman County, Tennessee here. Should be on the Tennessee side almost fully here as it passes by Michigan City. So it should stay north of the border. If you live in Corinth, Mississippi, or Walnut, should hopefully be north of the border, but you never can tell. So please be taking shelter. Okay, let's take one more look at our supercell here in southeastern Illinois now. This is heading towards Crawford County through Jasper County, which is now tornado warned. Hopefully that was a good heads up for y'all to take shelter in Jasper County, Illinois. I don't see anything that would. I don't think we have this tornado on the ground at the moment, but it's still impressive. Still impressive storm over here that I'm watching closely. And then this area of Interstate 57 from Effingham, basically all the way down to Alma, north of Mount Vernon, Illinois, up north to Tuscola. This is the area of pretty powerful storms here. So Mattoon in Illinois, a lot of people live there. Charleston in Illinois. Effingham are about to get on primarily some really damaging winds here. So this is a damaging wind threat at the moment, and also embedded hail all through this line, or blinding rain. So very, very, very heavy rain. Same is going to be true down here as well in the southern tip of Illinois, headed towards Paducah. And to the east-northeast towards parts of Evansville. Probably won't get the worst of it. But Owensboro, Madisonville, and Henderson in Kentucky. You guys are going to see these storms roughly in 30 minutes here, maybe up to 45 minutes to an hour in Owensboro. There we go. We're really waiting for this storm over here. I mean, it's starting to protrude down near Ingram, Illinois. It's really protruding down. It's going to head towards St. Marie. Goodness gracious, man. Okay, and then of course I was talking about this cell back here. We've got a new tornado warning. Also headed towards the same areas. Probably South Haven. Probably Hernando and Nesbitt again in the northwest corner of Mississippi. Hopefully my words about this coming into the same area, where you should be paying attention to those. So now we have this here. This cell is still strong, rotating quite a bit. And I think it's just passed, through some areas that were just hard hit here in eastern Arkansas. Maybe just to the south. Yeah, wind is up here, so my goodness. Dang. These cells down here may be able to do the same thing in southeastern Arkansas as they pass towards Clarksdale, Mississippi, and towards Batesville here along the Interstate 55 corridor. We're a little bit far out, but we still have the very, upper end risks for severe weather, especially tornadoes in this region. They are persisting. They're ongoing. So we need to be paying attention to this corridor down here. All right, let's go up to northern Indiana here. Where was my? Here we go. So now we're looking at into northern Indiana. Now that most of the storm is out into Lake Michigan for almost everyone out here, the winds are going to continue to funnel this in. Strong winds are pushing this forward, so you're going to get this. So what we call a rear inflow jet here in all of the Chicago suburbs. Probably some gusty winds here and there. Hopefully not too bad, though. I don't see too many reports of non-thunderstorm winds, so hopefully that remains the case. But we still got... This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here for Gary and Hammond as it goes through these areas. So the winds have calmed down just a bit here. We went from 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible to 70 now in the Gary, Indiana area. So the winds should keep less intense, especially as we go into the night. For everyone across Lake Michigan, and down here towards South Bend. Wow. Okay, so let's see if we can see this. I don't know if we can see this tornado warning storm better, but there is a concerning rotation near Remington, Indiana. I know there's a lot of wind turbines over here. A lot of wind turbines in this area, and also again down here near headed towards Chalmers and Brookston, in Indiana, north of Lafayette. So we got this concerning rotation right here, and up here about to pass through Remington. So let's see here. Is this doing damage? This might have produced a brief tornado in this area. I'm probably not seeing that correctly. But this is still a dangerous part of the storm. No, this is passing through a hail core. Okay, this is probably not a tornado debris signature. I doubt it. But it's tough to tell from this distance. So please treat this storm accordingly. I think this is not showing us debris, rather a bit of a beam filling. So we should be okay over there. So hopefully that stays off the ground near Remington. It's going to head up towards Lee, Monone here, Buffalo, and Francisville. Eventually Winnemac and Star City in Indiana here. Wow. All right. Let's see. Ooh, ton of coverage. Impressive stuff. I can't believe there's like 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts just above Chicago. That might not have all reached the surface. I see a bunch of 65-mile-an-hour wind reports here, Naperville, and at the airport here, at the National Weather Service office. So it's very possible that not all of the winds managed to reach the surface that we saw there. That's the best case scenario. There. So that's good, yeah. So everywhere to the west of this line here. So that's including almost all of the Chicago metro, if not all of it. Besides the Gary, Indiana portion over here, you're good to go. So Chicago should be the last of it. You should be through the severe weather today, but you still have probably a gusty night ahead of you. Okay, so Chicago, good to go. You made it through. Hopefully, no damage to any property. And the same is about to be true for Milwaukee. Still some heavy rain here along the coastline as well for Racine and Kenosha. Very soon, though, you'll be good to go as well. Very soon. Very soon. Again, if you're watching this stream and I'm in like some terrible quality, if you're just joining in, make sure you change the quality. I have no idea why that's happening, but it's a big down detriment to the stream. So I'm gonna, I'm gonna get on YouTube's case about that because you don't know how many thousands of people that could turn away. So I'll get on their case about it. So thank you guys for supporting the stream at all. I've got food in front of me. I'll eat when I feel like it. I am paying attention. So make sure you're taking care of yourselves too. I hope my side of things here was able to help more people too. While I still come through for Ryan all the time, that I decide that it's pertinent to do so. So thank you, Cameron. Thank you, everybody that I wasn't able to talk to directly or see their donations or anything like that. Much appreciated. Danville in Illinois to Covington in Indiana, right here along I-74. These are considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. So 70-mile-an-hour winds. Strong part of the storm is passing through this area. Looks like the Remington, Indiana rotation is fizzled out. Chalmers as well, or there in White County. So hopefully everybody's taking shelter here. It looks like it's not as bad as it could have been. Very thankful for that. Let's go down to our
a
supercell down here.
Warning has been issued.
This one doesn't look as good though. This one doesn't look as good. Not liking the look of this. Looks a little strange though on velocity. See if we can go up. Yeah, so this storm is dangerous. St. Marie to Oblong, Stoy, Robinson, Crawford County, all the rest of Crawford County here in Illinois. Sullivan, Indiana, next up in line for this particular supercell. It is out on its own, and it's going to continue being out on its own probably for a long time here, maybe another half hour, maybe an hour. The supercell is tracking on its own, uninterrupted, possibly has the possibility to produce tornadoes here in this area. So Jasper County, Illinois, Crawford County, Illinois coming up, Sullivan County in Indiana. Watch out. Should pass the south of I did this. I did this recently. Is it Terre Haute? Terre Haute. There we go. So it should pass the south of Terre Haute. There we go. We're zooming in here. Really just watching the continuous, signature the storm has really put out. So we're looking from the Evansville radar. So I can draw it here. Let's do it in yellow. So this is from the Evansville radar. We have winds going this direction, winds coming this direction. They're kind of converging and also rotating. We have components of both here that could produce this or make this storm produce a tornado right in this area. St. Marie in Illinois is my immediate concern. Thank you, Moonbias. So really hoping this one doesn't do it, but everything about this cell over here looks healthy in southeastern Illinois here. I think I hear sleet on my windows up here in Minneapolis too. So there is just about everything going on. Everything going on with this whole storm system here. And we might get quite a few inches of snow up here. I'm not sure how rapidly that's changing to snow in Minneapolis. If it does, we've got that winter storm warning for a reason. So now we have more of a rotational component here. Winds going this direction and winds going this direction. So we got rotation just in here as it approaches St. Marie, Illinois. The most immediate concern, whoa, is for these areas. Whoa. What? That's got to be an artifact, right? 210 miles an hour. That's definitely an artifact. I don't like the look of that. Let's get closer to that storm, can we? Here in Paducah. Yeah, let's look at this really closely. This is looking like a monster from far away. Where is that at? Are we looking there in Brownfield? This is a wicked looking storm. So very far up in the storm, we could see incredibly powerful winds blowing around here. Wow. Yeah, I really hope. I think that is probably an artifact. There's no way. There's no way the winds of that intense of a caliber are probably real in that storm. Incredibly powerful though. So these storms again are, as we're talking about them, they're going to pose a severe threat. Maybe spin up tornadoes possible here. Boy, yeah.
New information. This tornado
So there we
warning
go.
has
Talking
been
about
upgraded.
this storm here in Jasper County. Now to Richland County, or the northern part of Richland County. This is a radar indicated, particularly dangerous situation. This tells us that this has the potential to produce a significant tornado, based on what we're looking at, but has not done so yet. Brad Arnold's nearby. This is going to go through St. Marie again towards Stoy, Robinson, Palestine, and Trimble and Maram, Hudsonville, toward the Indiana border. Sullivan in Indiana is out ahead of the storm. So now we have a dangerous situation in this tornado warning. So please be taking shelter out ahead of this. Have a plan in place in Sullivan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Have a plan in place. So we have a tornado warning for Valparaiso. Let's take a look at that. Let's see here. So this area right here, a little bit of a rotation here to the south of Hobart, south and east of Gary. Let me draw that in blue. There's our area of concern. Here's our rotation on the right side. Tornado warning issued for east part of Lake County into Porter, central Porter County, where the university is here. So hopefully people in these areas are able to take shelter, take this tornado warning seriously. Radar indicated at the moment, so no confirmation. I don't know how to. Yeah, this is a tough one to pronounce. Tough one to pronounce. Valparaiso. Valparaiso? Oh, man. I'm learning. Valpo. There we go. Yeah, let's call it Valpo. Valparaiso. Valparaiso. Thank you. I got it, chat. We're good. Okay. We'll call it Valpo. I'm gonna pronounce every syllable that could possibly be pronounced before I know how it is for certain.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So there we go. We're going into Crawford County, Illinois now, expanding that warning to the east for that lonesome supercell we're taking a look at. Yeah, make sure everybody here in central Porter County in Indiana is taking shelter. Okay. So let's go back. Look at our new warning here. Crawford County, out in front of it. No tornado on the ground yet with this, but we're keeping a close eye on it as it passes over St. Marie. And I'll say it again, Sullivan, Indiana, in the line of sight there, line of fire. Let's go back to Memphis. Very, very strong rotation. We have a mesocyclone, which just means that part of the cloud, so up into the cloud here, is rotating rapidly. So that's what we're seeing here. Again, approaching the same areas. This one might be closer to Robinsonville, and Nesbitt and Horn Lake and South Haven here, to the south and west of Memphis, Tennessee. That's where we're looking now. So this is still another powerful storm. I hope that it does about the same thing as this one over here does, which is now more than likely producing a tornado. Also, let's take a close look. Okay, so this does not have a tornado on the ground yet, but this is a signature that tells me that it could be on the ground or could be doing damage here on the surface in the next 2 minutes. So it's very tight rotation here. This looks like a tornado to me, so please take this seriously again. And that's the update for Hornsby. This is cycled efficiently. Take a look at this. This is 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago, it looked like this. Then we see that those tans develop. Then we see them develop further, and then they connect into some browns here with the green surging in. So now we have our rotation. All right, so there we go. That's going to head towards, again, Selmer and Bethel Springs. Hopefully this is one last go at this supercell. That kind of looks like a dual supercell here. Incredible looking there. But it is persisting for a bit here, so let's see if we have evidence yet. There it is. Here's our debris signature to the north of Salisbury, Tennessee. So there we go. Another tornado from this supercell as it passes into Hardeman County. Hopefully this is rural. Hopefully this isn't going over any populated areas. I'm taking a close look. This is to the north and east of Salisbury. We got the West Memorial Baptist Church here. And this area, there's a subdivision here east of Van Buren, to the southeast of Hickory Valley. There's a subdivision right in there where the West Memorial Baptist Church is. This tornado is just in and around that area, maybe just to the south of it, hopefully. And it's going to head up towards the New Hope Church of Christ, the Central Baptist Church along State Road 125. Mostly rural here, but some houses spread around and some roads here in some of these branches. A bunch of branches and creeks in this area. So there we go. All right, let's see that next frame. That next frame here to see how much more we've got going on. Still, probably a brief tornado ongoing here. Hopefully that's just about it, but definitely a tornado ongoing to the north and east of Salisbury, Tennessee. Mostly rural areas, thankfully. So hopefully it's not passing over any subdivisions, but lots and lots of creeks. Lots and lots of creeks over here. Approaching State Road 125 north of Middleton. South of Boulevard. This still looks like it's intensifying, so yeah, definitely on the ground doing damage here. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it. Focusing on these. Again, if we see this cell right here.
New information. This tornado warning
as it goes PDS once again. Into McNairy County towards Selmer and Bethel Springs. If we see this happening right here, we know that the atmosphere is primed for this small cell here near Collierville. It's primed for this big cell back here approaching the Mississippi River once again in the Delta here. So all I can say is that this cell back here is going to track through basically the same atmosphere, only a little bit modified here by this previous cell. It's got more than enough to work with, and it will probably exhibit the same qualities. So we could see a lot of tornadoes cycling through here, lasting a little bit. I imagine that might be the same case for the supercell over here. Okay, let's take a look at the track of this thing. So generally, this is a pretty steady state track to the east-northeast here. So it's going to pass pretty close to Hornsby there with that blue arrow along Highway 64. Selmer and Bethel Springs are also my areas of concern. However, at any point, if you take a look at this supercell, there's a reason this whole polygon exists. If you take a look at this supercell, you can see that we've got this shape like this. This part of the storm where the tornado is can move north into the storm. Once it occludes, we can get a separation, a decoupling of the tornado from the storm itself, and the tornado will then jet off to the north because the southerly winds are driving it to the north there instead of it staying with the storm. So Hornsby could be in the direct line of sight of this tornado. So please, everybody needs to be taking shelter in here. Everybody. Yeah, and we're probably going to see the same over here. Okay. Okay, let's go back up to our northern mode here. Oh, man. So this is pretty bad here near Robinson. This is in Crawford County, Illinois. Let's see if this is garbled at all. I think this is a legitimate rotation signature, even though it's a little bit it's in an odd area. So the moment it's the best of my ability. I don't think this is producing a tornado
has been issued
right now, but this has the potential to do a heck of a lot here. So we don't want to see that happen. This is still a particularly dangerous storm. Tornado warning issued for this. So just cross your fingers here for Crawford County, Illinois, that this does not produce something at the surface. Because right now what we're looking at is something that definitely can do exactly that. And wow. All right. So still some, of course, these powerful storms down here. Yeah, this was definitely a radar artifact. That is, I've never seen anything like that show up. Yeah, that was
a new
false.
tornado
But this,
warning has
these
been
cells up
issued.
here are starting to get some tornado warnings as they approach the Evansville to Henderson, Kentucky, Evansville, Indiana area. So tornado warnings possible in here. You can see the perpetrator here is this supercell structure is in this line of storm. So we have a couple of supercells in here. Here down in Elizabethtown and up here near Shawneetown that are rotating really rapidly. I would not be surprised if down here we did have a tornado warning issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Around for Elizabethtown, Cave and Rock, Sturgis, and Blackford in Kentucky here. So this is a really powerful storm. I think we might be seeing a little bit of an artifact. So let's take a look at that from the Paducah radar, just real quick here. And then if it is concerning, I'll tell Ryan about it. So he's focusing on this side. Yeah, okay. Is that? Yeah, okay. No tornado on the ground yet with this here near Carsville. But I'm going to go ahead and tell Ryan about this area of storms. He might not have looked at it yet. Okay, so we'll let Ryan know about these storms just in case.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's the warning for it just before I could come through. Yeah, Ryan, you're hearing that new tornado warning. That's we have multiple tornado warnings going along the Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky tri-state area here. They're starting to look really, really dangerous here at the surface near Carsville. And that's on the Kentucky side here. So that's going to approach south of Evansville, Henderson, Kentucky, down to maybe Madisonville along Interstate 59 should have an advance warning for these storms coming through. They're starting to look really powerful. And we've got embedded supercell structures here that are producing our tornado warnings now. Yep. Dang. So I got that. I was talking about that just before the tornado warning came through for Ryan's stream there. Wish I was about 30 seconds sooner.
A new tornado
Okay,
warning
so
has been
this
issued.
is bad. Ah. There we go. There's our tornado finally on the ground. Wow. Wow. Massive tornado on the ground now. Headed towards Robinson. Crossing the fingers didn't work. Now we have to bless him up. Now we have to bless him up here. You can see a debris ball in the pink here. This is our tornado. Extreme tornado on the ground right now in Crawford County, Illinois. So now I've been yammering on about Sullivan here, Sullivan County in Indiana. You guys have the tornado warning. It even extends out to the eastern Greene County here ahead of this. This is going to remain ahead of the line of storms. You can see it here. It's just going just as fast. This is hardly catching up with it. So we have our supercell here with a possible long track tornado ongoing here. Brad Arnold is very close to this, that he is going to see something extreme if he manages to catch up with it. Really concerned about Robinson, Illinois right now. Only a couple minutes until this area may be demolished. I don't want to cut it. I don't want to sell it short whatsoever. That is the truth and nothing but it. So Robinson is it's a pretty big town. Oh no. This is a big town here. How many people are in here? And we got 7,000 people in Robinson, Illinois. I hope that every time I said that town that somebody has told somebody in there. Because that is ridiculous. So let's see exactly where it's gonna go. Yeah, so this looks like it's gonna clip the southern side of town, which is it goes down quite a ways here. The basically Robinson City Park, and to the south here is in the direct line of the direct path of this tornado. Oh my. Okay, so this is staying just a little bit to the south of the town. It probably sounds unbelievable in Robinson at the moment. It probably sounds unbelievable. You could probably hear the train sound of this tornado if it's not, downpouring. Unbelievable. You don't see. I want to say you don't see signatures like this, but now we've seen several of them over the last week in these last couple tornado outbreaks. This is headed towards Palestine, Illinois. Gordon, Illinois is an unincorporated area just east of Robinson. So it's going to cross along State Road 33. Palestine has plenty of people in it that should not have to go through this.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
It's just not fair to them. Good night. Just should not happen to these people. So our next tornado emergency here includes
a new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. Lots has happened at the same time here. Sullivan, Indiana. Duggar, Indiana, Midland, everybody out in front of here, please tell somebody if you know somebody anywhere in this area to get in your safe spots here. We've got a supercell out in front. No plans for it to stop. Dangerous tornado, extreme tornado on the ground. I was justified in saying that. I think it's going to pass to the south of Hudsonville and Trimble. You guys are in this tornado emergency. But just everybody needs to be in shelter. This is probably going to be upgraded on the Indiana side of the border as well. We're a couple minutes from Meram and Riverton, Meram Station. There's a few people in Meram here in Indiana, across the Wabash River. This will probably go over, what is this lake here? I don't need this.
New
doesn't even have
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Doesn't have a thing there. So now we have a confirmed tornado warning on this side of the border into Indiana. Let's see if we've got velocity data. Just not really. Just all of this right here. This velocity data is just gone because we're probably eclipsing, the range of values that we can have in here, or any radar beams that are intercepting this part of the storm are probably just being scattered back and away. So here's the debris ball, just east of Robinson, over the Gordon, Illinois area that I just mentioned. Gordon. The Equity in Robinson, the agricultural surface over there, just to the south of Lincoln Trail College. Robinson Municipal Airport is a minute away from being hit by this. Robinson Municipal Airport is a minute away, 30 seconds away. It's going to go right over the airport here, hopefully just to the north of the town of Palestine. Hopefully it avoids this town. This town does not extend far north of it at all, so we need it to go just in this area to immediately avoid impacts to civilization here. Robinson Municipal Airport next up. Oh my gosh, that's just... Man, dang it. Just, we see these supercells out in front. We can identify them as a cause for concern immediately. And Brad Arnold, I don't have Brad Arnold on the stream. Let me refresh these things again here, just in case. If not,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
If not, we've got RAILFAN cameras there just to look at. So Brad Arnold on Ryan's stream is headed straight towards us. He's got somewhat clear connection coming in and out. He is right here in Robinson. He's about to see, if you want to see what this tornado can do, he's about to see right about where it's passing over State Road 33. Hopefully going to the north of Palestine, Illinois. Good grief. Good grief. Good grief. All right, Ryan's covering the Tennessee storms at the moment, so I'll stay up here. So it's upgraded to a PDS on the other side, so now we're into a particularly dangerous situation. Okay, okay, so really briefly, while we wait for updates, this next one is going to come in 8 seconds. Once we look at that, we're going to go up to northwestern Indiana. Okay, so that's up next. I hate calling this out and then seeing it happen. But we saw this a long time ago. The supercell out in front a long time ago. And it is still massive. It is still on the ground, still doing damage. So really, really, really hoping this isn't just north of Palestine. Or Palestine here in Illinois. About to cross over the border. Riverton and Meram Station. The Illinois Central Railroad Depot. Historical landmark here. Riverton Archaeological Site is about to get blown over here. New Lebanon in Indiana, you're up next. Sullivan area, please be taking shelter. And then a lot of towns out in front of here. Please tell people. Please tell people out here into Greene County. Okay, let's look at Northwest Indiana real quick. Okay, wow. Okay, so this tornado warning is active for Kingsford Heights and Kingsbury here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got those tornado warnings going into parts of Kentucky, western Kentucky, that I mentioned, Henderson to Madisonville in particular. I'll look at those in a second. So please be taking shelter. This is still a powerful part of the storm. To the east of Valpo now. Michigan City's on top of it, or it's on top of Michigan City. South Bend is up next, and Plymouth in Indiana here. All right, and then we've had this tornado warning for a little cell here, just over the Winnemac area. I remember calling that town out. So, I mean, basically everybody over here, it's wise to be taking shelter out in front of this in Plymouth, South Bend. Would recommend just being in the interior-most room of your house well ahead of time. Well ahead of time. Powerful part of the storm still is yet to sweep through Rensselaer and Remington, but once this part of the line here is through your area, you're good to go. In the severe risk tonight, there's going to be some winds funneling it along, but this is the last of the storm as it goes west to east. So Rensselaer almost done here in Jasper County, and then we've got the storm to pass here in LaPorte, Stark, and Pulaski counties in Indiana. We're about 45 minutes out or so from Indianapolis proper. This is going to be a damaging wind and tornado threat into Indianapolis and surrounding areas. No doubt about that. No doubt about it. So we're about 30 to 45 minutes out, paying attention here in Indianapolis. Maybe about 60 minutes out once you're towards Fort Wayne here, 60 to an hour and a half along Interstate 59. So these storms are approaching from the west here, going this direction along this entire line, all the way down here with this Renegade supercell, which means it's just a supercell that's out in front of the storms. So here we go. It's the tornadoes over Riverton, still doing extreme damage, plenty of damage here. No problems for this tornado to just tear everything up. New Lebanon, Jericho, Duggar, Antioch, Gilmore, Midland, Vicksburg, Hoosier, Ellis, Gambell, all of these unincorporated areas in eastern Sullivan County and also western Greene County. Extremely, once-in-a-lifetime tornado coming through these areas right about now. Just coming up now. Thanks for the support, guys. Okay. Okay, all right. So we're talking about them, all these areas here. Down the line. Worthington and Spencer, up here in Owen County, be paying attention. Bloomfield, be paying attention. Bloomington in Indiana, be paying attention. I know there are a lot of people in Bloomington. I know that's a big city. Please be paying attention to this storm as it tracks toward your location. It's still got some room here from this the line of storms here, so it's still got plenty of time here to persist and be a long track tornado producer. No reason for it not to be at this point, so please be paying attention. Okay, and now let's go back towards Memphis. Okay, still dangerous here as it approaches Robinsonville, and then towards Newport, Horn Lake, and South Haven. Here to the south of Memphis, Tennessee. Again, we got another one going through. The cell down here is also tornado warned to the east of Star City.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Arkansas. So that's going to pass towards Clarksdale, Mississippi, Batesville, Mississippi, and areas along that path here. So take this line. Tornado warned storm coming your direction. So an advanced heads up there. What is happening? Okay, so over here near Selmer, we've been talking about y'all. Storms on your doorstep a little bit here. It's disorganized. The hope is that it continues to be disorganized to the east here. It loses its fuel. That's keeping it alive here as it goes more to the east here into Hardin County and Savannah, Tennessee. So hopefully the storm peters out. Still is rotating just in this area near Bethel Springs. Been talking about y'all. So hopefully that's about it though for that area. However, of course, now we have this supercell behind it. Not warned yet. A little bit of a signature happening. I think it's still early on in its life cycle, just a bit here. So we'll be watching this one. It's just about over Williston, Tennessee. Gonna track towards Bolivar. So Bolivar, you got, if you missed the last one to your south, now you've got this one headed towards you. Could pose a threat. We'll keep an eye on it. If there's a tornado warning issued for it, we'll have that up. Possible rotation up here near our Mari city up here to the north of Bells. This is where we had a tornado producing storm travel through earlier. Okay, let's go up to...
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Let's go back up to our tornado up here, passing into Sullivan County. I don't know. I don't even know where this thing is exactly at the moment. Yes is where it is. Yes is the answer. Please be in shelter right now. Right now. So it is right in here. Man, this is just tracking directly towards Sullivan. Sullivan, Indiana. 4,000 population here. Our debris ball in particular is right in, that's, I don't know, it's tough to tell. It is right in this area, I believe. Tracking this direction generally, so it might clip the south side of Sullivan here. That's the Fry Towing and Recovery Cat A Corner Diner. Along the junction of US Highway 41 and East State Road 54. Midland, Jasonville, Duggar, all these areas right in here, Howesville, as we get into northwestern Greene County in Indiana, are next in line. Looks like it's still on the ground doing plenty of damage here. Okay. Yep, just really watching this one in particular here. I really hope Sullivan, Indiana is in shelter. Worthington, Freedom, Spencer, Ellettsville, and Bloomington, Indiana. Down the line of this thing, it might pass just to your north or south, so make sure you're watching in Gosport, Smithville, and Harrodsburg, Indiana as well, into Monroe County. This is 2 counties away from you right now, but it don't matter. It don't matter. You gotta be paying attention here. Nighttime naders. Pretty rain wrapped here too. We've got just this area out ahead of the tornadic circulation over Sullivanville. This is heavy rain, and our tornado's back in here. Like the people are just not gonna know it's coming until 20 seconds. 20 seconds before it's there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, let's go down to the Owensboro, Kentucky area. While we hope that Sullivan, Indiana does not get hit right about now. Right about now. So now we're looking towards Henderson, south of Evansville, Indiana. This is where we have some tornado warnings down here. Another Sullivan in Kentucky. Lots of tornado warnings over here. Just following this these embedded supercell structures here. So everywhere, Henderson, Antoston, and Niagara, Robards here, and then all the way down to Slaughters, even just north of Madisonville, here in West Kentucky, Northwest Kentucky, just a little bit, right in this Owensboro area. Owensboro, advance heads up. Consider being in your safe spot now, interior most room of your house or basement if you've got it. Take a helmet with you, pillows, or a mattress. Take your shoes, and take a way to receive information. So take take some devices here that can play YouTube. Absolutely. Iowa City, I hope that was or I don't hope, I know that was probably very stressful, so hope I could help as best as possible. Alright, so that's what's happening down here in western Kentucky as well. Everyone along Interstate 59 from Henderson down to Madisonville, please consider taking shelter here in Kentucky. Owensboro, advanced, y'all watch out here for these tornado-warned storms coming up. Take a quick look here and see if we see a tornado on the ground. I do not at the moment, so but still really dangerous storms here. Okay, here it is, our debris ball once again showing up in Sullivan. That's Sullivan City Park, Backstreet Pizza. Sullivan County Fairgrounds. The tornado's there. Oh my lord. So this just went through the southern and southeastern part of Sullivan, the Bible View Baptist Church. Where this pink is generally the location of the tornado. So there it is, passing through Sullivan. Make sure y'all are taking care of yourselves too. I hope we did the most as we possibly could. Midland and Jasonville. This is your last, basically your last warning as the storm approaches with a strong tornado, intense tornado on the ground. Freedom and Ellettsville and Bloomington, Illinois, or Indiana, sorry, Bloomington, Indiana. Please be paying attention to this. It's moving a little bit more north, and that's what happened. That's why it's hit Sullivan probably directly here. So make sure you're paying attention in Spencer, Ellisville. Everybody should be able to get into shelter right now ahead of this storm. I really hope that I don't wake up to Sullivan, but I don't know how I don't. I don't know how I don't. This is the moment we start hearing anything from this town, if possible. Brad Arnold's approaching it. Brad Arnold's he's going towards this area. 4,000 people live in this town, so the moment we start hearing anything about this area here, make sure y'all pay attention to Ryan's stream. We're gonna have that that relief effort. Jeez, man, we have that relief effort to help these people out. So let's make sure we're doing that. Really, really hope that just. I don't know. Okay, so this is still got quite a bit of time between it and this line of storms approaching that would interrupt the supercell. More than possible that
a new tornado warning
this
has been
this
issued.
tornado just continues to do devastation here. Jasonville and Midland, Coal City and Freedom and Worthington, and Spencer and Ellettsville out ahead in Owen County. Eventually into Monroe County. I think the most I can will out of this is to stay away from Bloomington, Indiana, because I know a lot of people are there. But the general direction of the storm concerns me. So please be paying attention. Get in your safe spot right now. This rotation's coming together rapidly near Henderson, Kentucky, in Henderson County. This is to the south of Evansville, Indiana. If we watch this back a few frames here, you can see this line of blue streaming in, and now the reds are establishing themselves just to the north of Corydon. Draw that in black for you. There it is. It's a lot to cover. So Henderson, Kentucky, please just be in your safe spots now. Okay, heard it here first. Heard it here, heard it there, heard it from the National Weather Service. You're hearing it all the time. If that's the first time you heard it, just be in your safe spot. All the way down Interstate 59, all the way down to Slaughters in Kentucky here, Western Kentucky. Would recommend being in your safe spots as this approaches Owensboro. We got a second area of inflow just out ahead of this storm near Henderson. That if this one doesn't connect with it, this could easily just stream in and
A new
provide
tornado
a
warning has
secondary
been issued.
opportunity for a tornado to form and intensify here to the east of Henderson. Probably is when that will happen here in Kentucky. So multiple opportunities for tornado genesis in Henderson County in Kentucky. This is a worrisome signature.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. Doing good. We're doing as best we can here. Doing the best we can. Let's see. The Indianapolis radar equidistant at the moment to the storm, so we're still watching here. So this tornado is back in here at the moment, I believe. Now approaching Jasonville and Midland, probably the area right in between these two towns head on. Now this tornado warning has been expanded, of course, to include Owen County. Areas ahead of this, Freedom and Spencer, been talking about y'all. Worthington. Hopefully you should go to your north. Alright, let's look at it from another radar. I don't know. Somewhere in here, let's look at the velocity. Yeah, I just don't know. we can't really see much of anything going on here. The storm's just about this this area is where the rotation is. The best we can do is hope that this is not on the ground anymore as it approaches Jason and Howesville here. Jasonville and Howesville. Man, alright, we're looking up here into western Indiana. Again, we're about 45 minutes or so out from Indianapolis still. These storms have really taken this this S shape here, so it's going to take a little bit longer for the area to reach Indianapolis than I initially called out. So again, weather aware right now in Indianapolis, weather aware. As this strong line of storms approaches you. But up here towards Kokomo, now this part is closer. Strongest part is near Darlington and Crawfordsville. Lafayette in Indiana is just now getting out of it, so you guys should be okay but probably some lightning strikes back here in this area of rainfall will be common. All right, so up here in the northern part of the state, we were talking about Plymouth, up to South Bend here in northern Indiana. I don't see currently what's prompted this tornado warning anymore, but what I do see is a bunch of powerful winds here moving through this area. Warned for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so that's gonna be it. That's gonna be the case for South Bend, south to Rochester, in Indiana. All right, let's go down south towards Memphis real quick here. And I don't even know what I'm looking at. This is okay. We can close this. Memphis down here. Looks like this supercell is severe thunderstorm warned near Humboldt. I think it's going to do the same trend where it runs out of steam just to the east of this area near Huntingdon and Camden. We have a little bit more of a stable layer towards Nashville, so hopefully these storms are going to do this thing where they just fall apart a couple counties west of Nashville. We can stay out of the highest risk area over there. But eventually, this cold front will pass through down here. Let me draw that in blue. This cold front will pass through. That's probably a little bit to the west of that. But that's going to prompt this environment to be supportive of severe weather as we approach central Tennessee eventually. Eventually. The tornado threat hopefully should be diminished by that point. So here we are near Adamsville, pretty far away from this storm. We're looking really far up, really far up in the storm. I don't think I have Chris Hall's feed here, but he's on this storm near Adamsville. I think he's just stuck on the Be Right Back, so we'll see if he pops back up at all. I think that this is producing damage. Yeah, this is producing damage here to the north and west of Adamsville. So there we go. There's our tornado back in here, north and west of Adamsville. Very far away. We're looking 1.5 miles up in the storm. But yeah, this is definitely a tornado in progress. One more push from this storm, I hope, and that's the last one. As it approaches Saltillo or Saltillo, however you pronounce it in Tennessee, and areas just south of Milledgeville in Tennessee. So this is East McNairy County, northeast McNairy, and into northwest Hardin County, and then eventually southern Decatur County in Tennessee. Okay, this storm back here looks to have fizzled out just a little bit, thankfully. It's still strong, but it doesn't look as convincing as it did before. This one up here near Alamo has my attention. Maury City once again in Crockett County. Let's take a look at this one. Definitely continuing to rotate. How quickly did this ramp up? So this has been persistent for a little bit now.
A new tornado warning
not currently
has been
tornado
issued.
warned. That is yeah, that new tornado warning is down here for Decatur County in Tennessee, just like I mentioned, Hardin County. So let's see if this storm up here, this is not currently tornado warned. I think it might be, we might have a little bit of side lobing here, so this might not be true rotation. So good on the National Weather Service to keep their wits about them. Okay. So this is a dangerous storm, but it might not actually be truly rotating in this area, despite its persistent look on radar. The hope is that this doesn't produce a tornado. Okay, and down south of Memphis here, looking near Nesbit. And to the south of South Haven, again in Mississippi, along I-55 here. This is a disorganized cell. It's rotating, but very much disorganized. Looking aloft, though, we can see right here, about a mile up into the storm, this is a strong area of rotation. A strong area of rotation here. This part's going away from the radar. I had to think about that for a second. This part's going toward the radar. So very, very rapidly rotating storm here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rapidly rotating storm here. At the surface, we don't see evidence that has done much of anything yet, though. However, given it's moving into these same environments out ahead here in Olive Branch, Collierville,
has been issued.
Olive Branch, Mississippi, Collierville, Tennessee, we're probably going to see a similar pattern where this thing puts down a tornado, then cycles quickly. So anywhere along this line should be taking shelter, or anywhere along this purple or pink polygon here should be taking shelter. This is now including parts of the southeastern Memphis metro.
New information. This tornado
properly
warning
here.
has been upgraded.
So Germantown, Collierville, please consider taking shelter in this tornado warning. This area is a bit of a radar hole. I can try to look at the storm. This is the one approaching Clarksdale, Mississippi that I talked about before. Clarksdale and Batesville out ahead of the storm. I'm going to be in the line of it. Doesn't look like it has much rotation, but it's definitely got some hail with it. So there we go. All right, now let's go back up north to Indiana. I don't really know what I'm looking at now. All right, so So I don't think I have. I think Indianapolis radar here is not yet updated. Let's look at it from Evansville, just in case here. Headed towards Freedom, Coal City, and Spencer here. So this is the latest update I have. I don't see a tornado in progress with this storm. Hopefully it stays that way. Ryan is looking at Colfax. We're down here. We might be down here. Where is Colfax? Oh, that's north of Indianapolis. Okay. Okay. These are still dangerous storms down here. We're going to take a look at that in a second. Oh my goodness. These storms are just doing... They're spinning like a top here as they approach Owensboro, so please don't let them put anything down. That would be the best case. I'm going to close this and that. So now we have 2 radar sites. Again, yeah, Owensboro, really paying attention to this. Well, let's go to the north of Indianapolis here. We were looking at this part of the storm. I remember it. Darlington, I remember talking about this just a little bit ago. This was the strongest part of the storm, embedded supercell structure out ahead. We're on the leading edge of this part of the storm here. And there we go, and another tornado with it. Another tornado on the ground right here. So yeah, we were just looking at the strongest part of the storm here. Just 15 minutes ago, we had these hail cores. We had these hail cores right here near Darlington, and we go forward. See that tornado form. Most dynamical part of the storm here. This line up into central Indiana. Hopefully this doesn't last too long. This is probably a small cone tornado. But cone tornadoes can be spinning very rapidly at their base right here. So I imagine that is what's going to go through this area near Manson and Frankfort. Everyone in this polygon, please be sure to take shelter. Please be sure to take shelter. Should be to the north of Lebanon, Indiana. And our advance heads up here at the end of this warning is for the Tipton, Kempton, Indian Heights, and Sharpsville along Highway 31 here to the north of Sheridan and Westfield, and just to the south of Kokomo. I know Kokomo is a populated area. The storm could pass up towards and go towards Kokomo as well. So hopefully we could get everyone in Kokomo in their safe spots as well in Howard County. Another tornado on the ground here. Still doing damage as it crosses over Interstate 65. Hopefully most of the cars were able to avoid this, but it did spin up pretty rapidly here. Okay, so hopefully Kokomo, hopefully we can get everyone in their safe spots here in Tipton County, Howard County, and portions of Clinton County here in Indiana. Take a quick look up north just to make sure. Up here, we've just got a bunch of damaging winds passing through. They've moved through South Bend, Elkhart to Goshen, Indiana. Are up next here in Elkhart County. And so all of these areas are going to get in on the line of storms here with damaging winds first and foremost. This area that is tornado warned, if we take a look at the velocity, we can see that winds kind of bulge out in front here. So we've got a little bit of the strongest winds showing up here to the south of Elkhart. And eventually these areas, this part of the storm is going to approach Fort Wayne as well. It's going to just be stormy, generally stormy in the Fort Wayne area in Indiana over the next 30 minutes to an hour and a half from now as these storms move through. Maybe a couple of different strong parts here as it goes through northeastern Indiana. So we'll talk about the impacts downstream in Ohio ahead of time here in just a bit when the storms start to near these areas. This tornado is probably in its occluding stage right now, where it's hopefully this area of inflow is getting cut off, so this does not persist as it heads into Frankfort, Indiana. But we do have that big debris ball right in here. Those greens and blues there you see. We just over Manson, just to the south and east of Manson, Indiana, right next to the town. Tornado still on the ground as it heads towards Frankfort directly. Frankfort, Indiana. About to be impacted by a tornado here up towards Michigan town as well in Clinton County. Let me open a new radar. I'm going to look at the Evansville radar separately so we can keep track of Western Kentucky. Alright, so big time convergence signature here. Just to the northwest of Owensboro. Here's our embedded supercell in here on the Indiana-Kentucky border. So we got the supercell right here, base of it over Yankeetown. This very easily right here, this very easily can wrap up into a tornado with winds going this direction, and combining right here in this convergence zone. So very, very easily we can see the formation of a tornado in the next few minutes near Yankeetown and Hatfield in Indiana. So that will, this is tornado warned already, but it will include down the line Crisney and Spencer County here. And up towards Santa Claus in Indiana. This one down here, also still pretty dangerous storm. A little bit on the edge. It's tough to tell exactly what's going on But this is the storm that's going to head basically over or just to the north of Owensboro in Kentucky. So this is the one we're watching down here. Owensboro, Kentucky will be impacted by one of these, or if not both of these supercells passing through. So this is our most recent frame here. You can see those reds and blues really coming closer together. Maybe losing intensity, which would be good. So instead of coming together here and wrapping up into a tornado, we could just see them kind of bonk into each other and not do much of anything here. But
has been issued.
We've still got that new tornado warning just reissuing for all of these areas out ahead of both of these storms here along the Indiana to Kentucky border. Okay, and now let's look at Indianapolis radar. So a messy storm presentation here. This is a clear air debris, clear air signature here, so no tornado on the ground at the moment in this area. Centering the screen there, so I have that red marker there. You can see wherever there's a lower correlation coefficient, there is no rainfall in that region. So that tells us there's no tornado on the ground, even still into this frame. So I don't see a tornado right now as it approaches Spencer.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I mean, you just can't really see anything over here. It's an absolute mess of 140-mile-an-hour wind readings from the radar, which is mostly side-lobed nonsense here. So if we go up in the storm, very far up, you can see, well, I don't know. A little bit of an edge case here. Definitely a hail core in this thing, though. It's tough to tell exactly what's going on with this storm, but it's incredibly dangerous. Brad is about to get into Sullivan, so we're about to hear, I don't know why he didn't know to go into the town already, but we're about to hear the impacts of whatever just happened to Sullivan. It's going to be on the south side of the town, I think. So, first responders there. First responders there. Right. So let's take another look here in the Frankfort, Indiana area. This tornado warning is now going towards Kokomo, as I mentioned. It's kind of moving up to the north here. To me, it looks like, based on velocity, that this is not on the ground anymore. We have no tight rotation here. If we look at the correlation coefficient, we'll see it's directly over the town of Frankfort in Indiana. However, I think because most of this is yellows and greens here, that this is what we call debris fallout. This is after the tornado has lifted. Debris is still present and hanging around in the air, but hopefully the tornado has actually lifted so that this is just not doing damage. But that might not be the case because we still have some deeper values showing up. Actually, could have just easily cycled. Another thing to consider here is that we're at an angle from the radar to where the rotational aspect of the storm is almost unidentifiable. So we could still have a tornado right in here circling around, but the radar proximity, like the orientation here, doesn't allow us to see the winds on each side of it. It's also possible I've seen it happen before, but hopefully it was just hopefully the tornado has lifted here as it approaches Michigan town. Russiaville, Indian Heights, and Kokomo, please be in your safe spots. Please be in your tornado safe spots out ahead of this. Interior-most room of your house, basement if you've got it. Bring a pillow, mattress to cover your head with, and your shoes, and make sure everyone's accounted for. You have a little bit of time up there in Kokomo, so do it without panicking, all right? Keep calm and be prepared. So this part of the storm is reaching down again, just over Spencer in Indiana. Let's take a look at our velocities with height, so we can make sure we're
A
looking
new
at
tornado warning has
a
been
part of the
issued.
storm that's well represented here. So this should update soon. So let's see if we have any evidence. No evidence so far of a tornado on the ground. That can change in seconds. The storm looks like it's going to go to the north of Bloomington, Indiana. Thankfully. Keeping y'all weather aware down there. I don't want to scare you, of course, but I want you to be prepared. Martinsville and Morgantown here in Indiana are next in a line of this, though, as it passes into the northern part of Monroe County, thankfully. To avoid as much of the population as possible. The hope is that we would pass in rural areas in between Martinsville and Morgantown, should this put a tornado on the ground. Always hoping for any impacts to just be over open fields as much as we can. So this storm has the potential to cycle within one frame of data, which comes in about every 2.5 minutes here. Every frame is scary to look at here, right as it's over Spencer, Indiana. But at the moment, as of this scan, it doesn't look like it's on the ground. So this is moving northeast at 80 miles an hour. So the reason why we see these really high winds, there's about 150 mile an hour readings on the southeastern part of this inflow into the storm, is partially a radar artifact, but also let's take another look at the next scan here. So also this is a translational speed, or the movement of the storm to the north and east. That is not what I want. Yellow. Movement of the storm to the north and east, and also the rotational element of it as well, are combined on the radar readings on this side of the storm. So if we were to set a storm relative wind speed here, we would see 70, 80 mile an hour winds on this side, and also up to 70 to 80 mile an hour winds on this side of the storm as well. Okay, so I'm waiting for the next scan here. Just unreal. There's our new tornado on the ground. I'll tell Ryan. So he has the most up-to-date information. And Ryan, this cell is cycled completely, now has another powerful tornado with a debris ball to the north and east of Spencer, Indiana, headed up towards Martinsville. So that's the one to the north of Bloomington. One scan. So go Sport, Steinsville. Been talking about you guys. Paragon up to Martinsville. I'm really concerned about Martinsville. I think Martinsville is in the direct path of this tornado. The last time this put a tornado down, it lasted for about 15, 20 minutes, maybe up to 25 minutes. So Martinsville perfectly in line with, really unfortunately in line. I expect an upgrade to this tornado warning shortly. It's one thing to see a debris ball show up, or it's one thing to see these areas of blues, right? We can see tornado debris signatures popping up here, but it's another thing to see the debris ball instantly with any tornado that occurs. That is unusual hallmark of tornadoes just being instantly significant. Significant meaning an EF2 or greater tornado is possible to impact structures.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
There's our confirmation into Morgan County. Primarily Morgan County, Indiana. Martinsville in the direct line of sight of this. Big time debris ball just north and west of Steinsville, so let's start talking about it. All right, so Steinsville and Mount Tabor, just to the northwest of that. We don't have much here. Texas Ridge Road, Mount Tabor Road. This is going to head towards the Mount Pleasant Christian Church Stag Tool Works, Bear Mountain Shepherds, Zion's Hill Baptist Church. There's a lot of those in these areas. And it's going to go along the White River here as it approaches Martinsville, sorry. So it's going to pass, it's going to go right along the White River here. Maxwell to the southwest of Martinsville. The south side of Martinsville, in particular, South Elementary School, Country View. If this tornado does stay on the ground, doing a significant damage, as we can see right here, just north of Steinsville, passing this direction, it will impact Martinsville here in Indiana. So please be taking shelter. Please be getting in the interiormost room of your house. Or basement if you got it here in Martinsville, please. And Bargersville, Trafalgar, Franklin in Indiana here. This is to the south of Indianapolis now that we're giving an advanced warning to. All into this area. Please be on high alert. Talk to people in these areas in Johnson County, Indiana. Out ahead of this storm that has produced another significant looking tornado here. So just please tell these people. Please tell these people. Okay, let's go back down to Indiana. Look at this again while we wait for new data. Oh my gosh. Okay. Owensboro. Some large hail to the north and west of Owensboro. It's going to impact Rockport, Indiana, across the river. Along the Kentucky-Indiana border here. This is probably about to produce a tornado here with this signature to the north or just to the west of Owensboro. It does look like this one to the west near Robards and Niagara has fallen apart, but it's still got some large hail with it. And also this cell behind it is fallen apart a bit here. So really, our main focus is this cell near to the west of Owensboro, Kentucky, and some powerful winds here just to the north that will enter the Santa Claus and areas to the east in Indiana here, eventually reaching Mooleyville, Alton, Leavenworth. So we're watching here along the Indiana-Kentucky border. This is an important storm here. Let's play it back a little bit so we can see the evolution of it. You can see one attempt here, and then we go back to a convergence signature, and then we start to rotate a little bit more again with winds moving this direction here and this direction here. So starting up that rotation again, this should hopefully miss the city of Owensboro in Kentucky if it does do something. So let's look at it closely. Okay, this is not a debris signature. This is in the clear part of the storm. So right here in the lighter rain, these are just clear air returns. So no debris signature yet west of Owensboro, but please be in your safe spots. Thank you guys for the support. It looks more concerning every frame.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks concerning every frame. I don't know I think Ryan's about to look at the storm. Yeah, he's looking at it right now. Okay, so I don't need to update him on that. We're good to go there. Let's look at Tennessee, rather, one more time. The storm, again, is exhibiting the same characteristics where everywhere along the path, Rossville, Moscow now, in Tennessee to the south of Collierville, needs to be on the lookout here. This might be one of the last cells to travel through this area, so one more round of tornado warnings for this area right along the Mississippi-Tennessee border, once again. So this cell has the
A new
potential to
tornado
just
watch has been issued.
cycle, produce another tornado right when we're not looking. So we tell you ahead of time, and then it's down for a minute or two, up to 5 minutes, doing a bit of damage. So this is dangerous down here. This is to the east of Memphis now. Memphis, you're almost in the clear if you're in downtown. We've got time to go yet for areas on the east side of the city, but we're almost there. We're almost there. And then we're looking up here near Huntingdon. Huntingdon and toward Camden here in Tennessee has been really the border of where these storms are continuing to be intense. But once they pass these areas into Benton County, so Huntingdon and Camden, Tennessee, still on high alert here in this tornado warning, taking shelter in the interior most room of your house. Hopefully, right past this point, they begin to sputter out a couple of counties to the west of Nashville. So that's the theme we've seen. But this cold front is approaching, so it's right here about through Tennessee. This is where the cold front is, and it's going to force these storms forward in this direction. So as this becomes a part of the line, so to speak, it could be forced on its own to continue to produce severe effects into the Nashville area coming up. So that's about an hour out, about an hour away for Nashville if something were to happen here. So a little bit of an advanced warning there is finally Nashville might be looking at some severe impacts about an hour from now in Tennessee. Okay, let's go up here. This tornado that was near Gosport and Steinsville looks like it has thankfully lifted very quickly this time. Possibly some remnant debris. Still about 7 to 8 minutes out from Martinsville. Maybe a little bit less time as the storm moves pretty quickly. But we definitely don't have a tornado producing area at the moment.
A new tornado warning
the best
has been
my ability
issued.
to tell that we can see on the radar. Still violently rotating though, and Martinsville should not come out of shelter. Should not come out of their safe spots. Neither should Morgantown nor Bargersville and Trafalgar out ahead of this thing in Johnson County. This line right here, this is a bit of oddly good news, but this line right here is bulging out ahead here. I'm going to draw that in black here. This is bulging out ahead, which means that it's going to catch up with the supercell a little bit quicker than the rest of the storm. So if it does that, we can finally see this gap close, and this supercell, no longer become a long-track tornado producer. Hopefully, it still has the potential to produce tornadoes as it merges with this line back in here. More than likely, it's going to do that. So, but hopefully, this, is the beginning of the end for this supercell down here. New Whiteland, please be in advance heads up here. Okay. You're 1 county away from a tornado warning at the moment. I would just be in shelter. Get into shelter now. Another rotation coming together here. With this storm we've been watching that did some damage back here near Colfax and Frankfurt. Just persisting up here as it approaches Kokomo. So another look at Kokomo here. I don't see any debris on the ground here, or debris being flown and being tossed in the air. Man, I can hardly speak after these over 8 hours so far. But please continue to take shelter in Kokomo. Worst is yet to get there. Hopefully no tornado on the ground here, but it is possible. Remain in a tornado warning right now in Kokomo. Don't worry, I'm fine, guys. I'm fine. Possible quick spin-up tornadoes back here. approaching the west side of Indianapolis here, so Danville and Pittsboro and Brownsburg here. In this part of the line, we've got some embedded structures. You see a pocket of darker blues here. These are stronger winds pushing out in front. This can cause gust nados locally and weak tornadoes, with the more powerful part of this line that is shaping up to approach Indianapolis. I'm not sure if Indianapolis will, if the emergency management services there will, sound the tornado sirens for the severe weather sirens, essentially for a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. But I would not be surprised if they did.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So let's look at Owensboro cell again. Just so much to think about right now. So this has passed through the north side of Owensboro now. Large hail impacting the
A new tornado warning has been
Rockport,
issued.
Indiana, right along the border here. And another round possible here to the west. They're going to pass through a lot of the same areas here. So these cells are generally going to track toward Louisville. Let's see, and that's in Kentucky this time. So let's see if our environment is really supportive over there in Louisville. And I don't. It is going to move with the cold front. So I'm trying my best to look at this. It's going to move with the cold front. So we're still going to have a marginally supportive environment over near Louisville. As these storms approach, as the cold front approaches, we've still got a supportive environment that's kind of like draped in here, just like this, and it's moving to the east as this cold front progresses. Back in here. Let's see where this cold front actually is. So yeah, the cold front actually hasn't even passed through Memphis yet. It's still back into Arkansas. So the cold front really goes like this. Through the slicing through Indiana here and back through this, and then down like this in an S loop, an S shape. So I hope that no more cells are initiating in eastern Arkansas. Right along the cold front. I hope that that's the last of them. So a little bit more time to go there in Memphis, just in case. Just in case. Okay, back to Indianapolis radar. I think this is stayed lifted. No tornado on the ground as it's passed through Martinsville. I hope that we've been able to escape the worst of it there. But this is probably a tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, this is a debris signature to the south of Martinsville. I didn't even see the winds for that. So yeah, right here, right in this little area right here, these basically these 4 pixels right here. This is an ongoing tornado to the south and east of Martinsville. It looks like it's missed the city to the south and east, this town over here. That's good, but now all of these areas all the way out to Shelbyville are in a tornado warning. Really, as the supercell is still escaping the line of storms behind it in the cold front. This is in the worst place possible for like the next 30 to 45 minutes. This supercell is in the worst place possible because it just has a lot of space out in front of it. It's moving fast enough. It's in the most dynamic part of this cold front here that's moving out. That's bulging out forward here. This part of the storm here. So these are where the most powerful parts, the most powerful bits of the atmosphere that are in place are moving. So this is just bad news. So everybody in Johnson County, in Indiana, and all the way over to Shelbyville, in Shelby County, please start taking shelter right now. Start taking shelter right now. Another tornado on the ground. Oops. Still a debris signature right in here, to the south and east of Martinsville.
A new tornado warning has been
blue
issued.
circle there. All right. Kokomo, the storm's passing over you right now. It looks like it's mostly dissipated in terms of tornadic indices here.
A new
But we can take a
tornado
closer
warning
look
has
just in
been
case.
issued.
I don't see any sort of debris signature here, so I think Kokomo is mostly okay. You'll stay in your tornado safe spots for another 10-15 minutes here. Maybe another 20 minutes. And we've got this tornado warning out in front of it, though, that includes Van Buren, Warren, Magenica, Mount Etna, Huntington in Indiana here, and also Clipping, Marion. So a lot of these areas are now in a tornado warning. Approaching Fort Wayne from the southwest. So Fort Wayne about to get in on the first bit of intense storms here in this area. And then we've got this tornado warned bit of the storm approaching generally from the southwest. Likely that'll go to the south side of the city near New Haven and Hoagland. Okay. Intense coverage here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, again, the strongest part of the line here is approaching Indianapolis from, or another strong part of the line, I should say, is approaching Indianapolis from the west. The supercell is going to stay to the south of Indianapolis and the entire metro here, but this powerful line of storms over here, this part of it is going to approach Indianapolis directly, and all of the metro up to the north. It's going to get in on some powerful winds, possible spin-up tornadoes. As this evolves and gets closer to the city, we'll keep a close eye on it.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so that recent one was a new confirmed tornado warning, and that is for Benton County, Tennessee, and Henry County, Tennessee. So we're down here. We're down here, or over here rather, up near Paris. The confirmed one is for the town of Paris here in Tennessee. I have a better radar. Yeah, let's look at this from Paducah. So these cells are continuing. This area right here is the most prominent tornado threat that hopefully, is calming down just to the west of Nashville here, a couple counties out. This is where the storms are going to be at their worst. So let's see here what happened in Paris. I don't see too much of a debris signature. But we can take a look at that closely. Okay, so I need more data here. So from what I can tell so far, this was a very brief rotation. Again, it's already dying out as it leaves the Paris, Tennessee area. And we've got tornado warnings still for Huntington and Camden here in Tennessee that we've been hollering about. All right, so let's see. I believe this was a brief spin up here, but we've had a signature here near Paris, Tennessee for a while. So these hopefully everybody's taking shelter in these tornado warnings. Over here, this is now in basically in northwest Tennessee. Some of these storms are going to approach Clarksville, Tennessee, but the hope is that by that point that they are done with. Now, areas just to the west of Clarksville, Tennessee, are in a tornado warning. That's going to come through in just a second here for Stewart County in Tennessee. Appreciate the support, y'all. Thank you, thank you. through Kokomo, no power flashes. Good, good. Yep, the hope is that the
A
storm
new
remained
tornado
lifted
warning
there
has been issued.
as it went through the Kokomo, Indiana area. A little bit longer of a favorable corridor here, and then hopefully these cells are done. So, but y'all watch out ahead here in Humphreys County, Tennessee, near Waverly, and of course Clarksville, Tennessee, and into Dixon, Tennessee as well. All surrounding areas here. These storms are still, this one particularly here near Brewston, still looking pretty good to the west of Camden. So, so we've got the cells here. Also the one that is headed towards Clarksdale, Mississippi. Same time, we'll take a brief look at that. Tornado sirens in Indianapolis. Okay, once again, yep, that is going to be for that severe thunderstorm warning moving through. Some rotation down here. Not much we can see this far away from the radar, so please be taking shelter around the north side of Clarksdale, Mississippi. Headed towards Como and Sardis here in Panola County, and much of the northern side of Quitman County. Thank you, guys. Please be taking shelter. Thanks for the support. Thank you for the support. Okay, so we're going to keep this radar open. Looking pretty concerning here around the Camden, Tennessee area. This is the most concerning one here. See a little bit of a weak echo region right in here where this updraft is. So plenty is coming together here to attempt the formation of a tornado that should pass just to the north of Camden in Benton County in Tennessee. So let's go back up through our storms here. Evansville is mostly out of this. You're gonna have another strong storm in southern and southwestern Indiana here in Evansville. Rolling through here, severe thunderstorm warning off to your west. So there's our
new information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
There's our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for that storm we were just looking at here. Looking at one more time here. This is near Brewston. Or no, actually, this is for the Henry County storm. This one was upgraded. Am I seeing that right? I am. Okay. So Benton and Henry County. So it is for this one that is headed towards Dover. Let's see here. So we've had this upgraded. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado on the ground with this one, and it has re-intensified. I still don't see a debris signature with it, thankfully. So hopefully this is just a weaker tornado here, but the presentation of it on radar, the data is concerning enough for this warning to be upgraded. Again, this is going to move towards Dover, Tennessee. Coming up. Yeah, this is going to be a day we all remember for a while. But we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Okay, so once again, there's our upgraded tornado warning. Here we are looking at the storms approaching the...
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Approaching the Louisville, Kentucky area. Still a tornado warning with this. It looks a little less concerning. This is looking like it's going to be a strong thunderstorm that moves through more than anything, but potential for tornadoes exists still back in here. These storms are about 40 or so minutes away from Louisville, 30 to 45 minutes away from Louisville, Kentucky. So some strong storms headed in the area. Now let's look south of, or all around Indianapolis, so that we're covering this near Indianapolis. Actually going to take a look at the terminal radar here so that I can see what's going on here closer to this radar site. So here near Bargersville, we see a convergent signature from the terminal radar. This is a little bit closer to the site here. We have winds going this direction and winds coming this direction right here. So another convergent signature possible for this supercell that's produced tornadoes, multiple tornadoes in the past, as it approaches the corridor between Franklin and New Whiteland, south of Indianapolis. This one looks pretty concerning. So this is still our supercell that we're focused on in the best environment possible. It's probably fixing to do it again here. So let's go back to the Doppler here. Yeah, that's very valuable information because we can't really see what's happening here. But oh yeah, so yeah, look at this starting to come together here. This is from the Doppler radar. If we can go up in height, it's a little bit tougher to tell, but this area is streaming in here and connecting very quickly, very quickly here near Bargersville. So I want one more. I want one more scan from the terminal radar. One more scan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, we've got tornado warnings into Ohio now. The northwest corner of Ohio up here near Paulding. So I'll get into that in just a second. Get into that in just a second here. I'm concerned that this storm right here near Bargersville is about to produce a tornado. Okay, that's enough. That's enough for me to say it. Oh, okay. So let me tell Ryan about this. One more cycle on this dangerous supercell. South and moving to the south and east of Indianapolis now. Yeah, Ryan, I'm watching one more cycle take place in our annoying Renegade supercell here to the south of Indianapolis. I believe that imminently we could have tornado genesis once again in the corridor between Franklin and New Whiteland, up and towards Fairland to Shelbyville in Indiana. So possibly one more cycle taking place here, another tornado ready to drop, and this is both from the Doppler and the terminal radars here around Indianapolis. Okay, relay that to Ryan. And now we just hope that this doesn't come to fruition, but this is really looking
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So this has already been upgraded. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. So there we go. There's the new tornado warning for Johnson and Shelby County. This is the storm once again. One more go at a tornado here. One more go at a tornado. Okay, so now that we've talked about that, let's talk about Indianapolis proper here. The storm is quickly approaching the metro. You can see here, right now I don't see too many imminently tornadic things to the metro of Indianapolis here, all the way to the north towards Carmel and Fishers. But I do see a heck of a lot of strong winds here. Did y'all say Indianapolis? If you're there, are they sounding the sirens there? Don't go outside to hear it, of course, but just if you can hear them, let me know.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think I heard somebody reporting that. There's our tornado, just outside of New Whiteland and Whiteland. Just outside here. Oh my gosh. This is about to. This is not even on the. Well, I don't even know.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hard to tell, actually. So, this right here. I mean, on the next frame in 2 minutes from now, or maybe even a minute from now, or maybe right now, we're about to see some. We're probably about to see a big old spot of blue again. Once again, from this supercell. So, please, Fairland, Shelbyville, all the way up to Morristown in Indiana, to the south and east of Indianapolis. Please be taking shelter. We're about to see this pop up here. Just want you to be ready. Just want you to be ready for that.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So yeah, hopefully most of the Indianapolis metro is, sirens went off a few minutes ago. Okay. Okay, thank you guys. Thanks for the support. We're gonna look at northern Indiana just a second here. Yeah, so this is there's our debris signature starting up just outside New Whiteland. We have a really small area of these dark blues here. The beginning of the tornado is in progress here. Okay, impacting the Whiteland area. So let's talk about that. Whiteland Community High School. Hopefully this tornado is not going to last very long. I'm not sure if it will. It looks a little disorganized, but it definitely is doing damage here. Headed east to the Love's travel stop there in the Flying J Travel Center, together to the east of Whiteland in Indiana. So down the line, Bogstown and Fairland, and the Horseshoe Casino here in to the south and east of Indianapolis is a big casino. The Shelbyville Municipal Airport. These are areas out ahead of the path of this thing, especially to the north of Shelbyville. I think Shelbyville, the town or the city itself, will hopefully be fine, but the northern part of it is where we really got to be paying attention here, up towards the Blue Bear Golf Club, and just the north of that as this tornado begins here and hopefully ends very quickly. Okay, so Indianapolis again, those strong storms are moving in from west to east over the next few minutes. The east part we'll see in about 12 minutes or so. And now let's go up to northern Indiana here, where we've got that tornado warning entering Paulding County in Ohio. Okay, so let's look at this. Wow. So a tornado was likely on the ground here near New Haven, from what I saw. Yeah, near New Haven, traveling north-northeast, east of Fort Wayne proper in Allen County. So let's see. We're probably gonna see the debris here. Maybe okay, maybe not. Okay. It looks like we may have avoided a touchdown or a formation of a tornado, usually from the ground up. So touchdown's kind of silly to say. It's just colloquial language, if you excuse me. I think this area right here may have avoided a tornado dropping, though, just on the east side of the city towards New Haven. The tornadic part of this is moving way more north than this warning is issued for. So this is actually going to head up towards Grabville here in Spencerville, and possibly Hicksville into the Ohio side of the border here. I don't think it'll persist. I think it's just a spin up here if it did do anything. So this tornado warning could be reissued up towards Hicksville, Ohio, and if it is, that's the reason why. Because it still looks like it could produce a tornado. So this is what's happening in northeast Indiana right now, east of Fort Wayne and Allen County. I think once the worst of this next line, this little line back in here passes through Fort Wayne, you guys should be in the clear for severe weather today. Everybody to the west of this. Everybody to the west of this and through Kokomo, Indiana. You guys are fine now. Okay, back in here, it's going to be some really powerful winds from time to time. Gusty winds driving this forward. But back in here, you should be okay. So Elkhart County, you guys are okay now. Kokomo, Indiana, I hope you guys are okay. Just some heavy rain moving through. But Indianapolis proper is still fixing to go through the worst of it right now. Okay, thankfully it looks like this Whiteland tornadoes remains small. Remain small. The weakest of all of the tornadoes that were in this supercell. Right behind it, though, is this strong storm that's going to pass through the same areas in like 2 minutes after this tornadic storm moved through. So, again, we've got powerful winds driving this forward and hail stuck in here, or possibly extremely heavy rain headed through Johnson County now. It looks like this part of the storm is finally catching up. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how long it's going to take to catch up here, but once it does, there's a chance that we could get one or two more tornadoes out of this supercell. This supercell out in front here. We could see another tornado or two as it wraps up into the line here. If we see that happen in a constructive manner, then tornadoes are still possible from this storm in particular. So I'm still watching this area towards Morristown, Carthage, in Indiana closely as we move off to the east-northeast here. Indianapolis proper, a pocket of really heavy winds here just above the surface. I see 80-mile-an-hour winds possible. 200 feet above the surface, about to impact I-70 into downtown. There they go. So very, very damaging winds here are possible right through the center, the heart of Indianapolis, as the storm gets super close to the city. Wow. Okay, so all along this part of the line as well for Warren, Indiana, Van Buren. This is going to the south of Fort Wayne eventually towards Markle. Over here in northeastern Indiana. This part of the storm is still dangerous.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Still a dangerous part of the storm here. This tornado warning is, passing through and encompassing a lot of possible rotation around the line, especially down here near Jonesboro and Marion in Grant County, Indiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So now let's look at our new tornado warning into Ohio. This is going towards the Perrysburg to Toledo metro area up there. Eventually. I don't know if it's going to reach up there, but eventually this rotation, this part of the storm will go towards this area. So right now it's entering Defiance County in Sherwood. This is the part of the storm that is rotating. So let's check if it's doing anything on the... Okay, it sure is. So this warning is about to be upgraded. I don't think Ryan knows that, so I'll tell him, because he just looked at that storm, but I don't think he knows that it's actually on the ground, because this hasn't been updated yet. Wow, I did not expect that. Well, I meant to turn your lights green, Ryan. Now they're turning green. Thank you. And my last one came through as yellow. Not sure what happened there, but that Ohio storm, that's about to cross the border into Ohio. That one is on the ground, doing plenty of damage here to the east-southeast of Grabville, Indiana. We'll head towards Sherwood in Defiance County in Ohio. So take a quick look at that. All right, so you guys are right to be concerned here. As these storms enter Ohio, there is a tornado on the ground over here doing damage. Here's the location of the debris that's being kicked up by the tornado, right next to the Ohio border. It's headed towards Hicksville, in between Hicksville and Sherwood here, right across the border into Ohio. So this warning is probably going to be upgraded pretty soon here. But this tornado hopefully is not going to be, hopefully it's just not going to live longer than a couple more seconds from now. It looks a little bit disorganized, so cross fingers it stays away. All right, I gotta take a bite of food, y'all. I apologize. Thank you all for being here. Let's listen to Ryan briefly.
That's just going to happen. Okay, so anybody in front of the line tonight needs to be aware of that and understanding of, like, okay, I'm not going to be able to just track a supercell now. I have to, just be prepared no matter where the line decides to slice through my location. Still got some bit of debris signature showing up here south of Dover. I believe we've got a tornado here moving towards, once again, Dover and Oakwood in Tennessee. Bigger tornado signatures down near Brewston, Camden, and Big Sandy. All of this is coming up towards Aaron and Clarksville. I'm hoping that it dies out before it gets to you. There's a good chance of that happening. As we get closer to midnight, we're really going to lose some of the oomph that the atmosphere had.
Thank you guys. Thank you for the support. This is amazing what we're able to do tonight. Yeah, I can actually stretch my legs real quick. That's a great idea. Thank you, chat. You guys are looking out for me. It means a lot. Let me do this. Let me do this here. I raise my desk up. I got the same desk that Ryan's got. I can stand up, stretch the legs. While we do these longer streams here. I can come up here. There we go. Thank you for the reminder, chat.
You put Chris in one. Okay, so Chris Hall, he's right here.
All right.
This is his cell, and this is where it's trying to wrap up as we speak.
So let's I'm good for now. Make sure y'all are staying hydrated as well. Okay. So cut Ryan off there. Make sure we can cover all these rotation signatures here in northwestern Tennessee, headed towards Clarksville. It looks like they are weakening. They are weakening, is my hope. They've looked strong for a while now, though. I mean, you should not discount these whatsoever. So really, just cross your fingers that these continue to weaken over into this area here, and up towards Aaron, into Dover and Indian Mound in Tennessee. But please consider taking shelter now in Clarksville, Tennessee. Consider taking shelter now ahead of time. Because again, it's nighttime now. You can't see nothing. You can't see nothing except for those lightning strikes when they come through. So the best thing you can do is take shelter ahead of time. We can check how many confirmed tornadoes there are via the Storm Prediction Center site. So far, we have 56 tornado reports for today. Filtered, that's down to 48. So at least 48 tornado reports today, confirmed tornadoes. Okay. That is the most I've covered, I think. All right, so let's take a close look at Dover, Tennessee here. No tornado debris signature that I can see at this height in the storm, which is about a mile up. Yeah, every frame, we're really hoping these just continue to fall apart. They just become strong storms instead of tornadic storms as they approach the Dixon County area, the Montgomery County area here in northwestern to north central Tennessee now. They look less impressive, so let's continue hoping that's the case, but please be in your safe spots from Dixon all the way up to Clarksville in Tennessee. Okay, so I've been talking about this area down here as well. Let's take a look at this since we've got tornado warnings ongoing. Including Clarksdale, Mississippi. This one looks concerning near Falcon, Mississippi. Sledge, headed up towards Como and Sardis, like I have mentioned. This one's probably got a history of producing a weak tornado if we weren't able to see it. That's beam filling, so we can't tell there. Yeah, so no indication that we can see here. This is just a bunch of beam filling, so not a debris signature. So yeah, this area of northwestern Mississippi is still seeing these storms come through. This is a convergence zone. The cold front is back here into eastern Arkansas, so we have storms continuing out ahead of the cold front. Nothing's firing on the cold front, thankfully, so it seems. And then I mean, all of these cells down here that have gone through this same area at least 4 or 5 times now in Bolivar, Hornsby, and Selmer in Tennessee here near the Mississippi border. They're all exhibiting the same exact pattern that we've seen where they are cycling. They're struggling to put down a tornado. But eventually they do. They do happen to do it. So this is not currently tornado warned. It's going to be another instance of this in these same areas. So you're hopefully ready for it again. Hopefully ready once again. Lots of rotating cells down here. So anywhere from Cortland, Mississippi up to Como, Senatobia. Make sure you guys are taking shelter once again. Clarksdale, the storms mostly passed by you here in Mississippi, so it should be past Clarksdale in Mississippi. It's now headed towards Lambert, Marks in Quitman County, and eventually towards Panola County. This is the next area to be taking shelter. Okay, so yeah. There's all of our cells there. We'll go back to Patica, and let's actually look at these cells that were
approaching. A new
approaching.
tornado warning has been issued.
All these cells that were approaching the Louisville area. So there's that tornado warning again, including Selmer, Hornsby. We were just talking about it. Call that warning ahead of time. So we got another one going there. Another one going. So let's look at the storms approaching Louisville. No severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings for this area near Louisville, Corydon, Indiana. So let's take a close look here and see if we see anything. Strongest part is back here near Battletown, New Amsterdam, and Mockport. So that is the strongest part of this line down here, and it will generally head into the Louisville area, probably towards downtown, a little more like this. So Louisville, you're going to get in on some strong storms. They're finally getting to you in the next 25 minutes or so. Next 25 minutes or so. As well as areas to the north. Strong storms here, mostly sub-severe, but I would bet down here near Battletown and close to Brandenburg in Kentucky, right along the border here, that this is the strongest part of the line. Okay, so let's go back up to northeastern Indiana into Ohio here. So the storms passed into northwestern Ohio. It looks like it's petered out, but still rotating a little bit here near Hicksville. And also down here near Antwerp. This is a bookend vortex. The north part of the line travels up like this and wraps around. This is our bookend. Still, it is definitely capable of producing tornadoes. Yeah, thank you guys all for these contributions. I don't know where this train came from, but every one of them is much appreciated. All of those 50s. Thank you guys. All right, so again, these storms, generally this part of the storm is headed towards the Toledo-Perrysburg area here in Ohio, to the north of Finley. It is going to pose a pretty significant threat here, a little bit of a tornado threat possible here. These storms up here into Michigan are mostly sub-severe. So the hope is that none of them intensify in a localized area, and we should remain fine, with some heavy rain and winds moving through into south central Michigan. Mostly strong winds all the way back down through here near Muncie. This passed through Indianapolis on the east side of it now. So let's see what we can see. 65 to 70 mile an hour winds probably frequent through the Indianapolis metro. We're done there now for almost all of our friends here. If you're in Fishers or Fortville and to the west in Indianapolis, you're good. You're good tonight. The storms, severe weather are done. They're just now passing to the east near Cumberland, Spring Lake. Getting ready to go through here. Okay. If you don't want to look at tornado damage, Ryan's just about to show that on his stream, so make sure you're paying attention to that. Just in case you don't want to see it, because... yeah, make sure you're taking care of yourselves. Okay, so Muncie, next up, getting in on the severe part of this line is going to be really windy out. Probably a downburst possible here, maybe some small hail. Same all the way down through Carthage, toward Rushville, and St. Paul in Indiana. And the most powerful part of the storm here is just around Shelbyville to Morristown. It looks like that supercell has been gobbled up by the line,
A new tornado
finally.
warning has been issued.
I'm not seeing anything tornadic as a result of that interaction. We saw it back here near Fairland, and then it is, and since then it has been absorbed. So hopefully it just stops. But at the moment, there is some rotation over Morristown in Indiana here. This is a little bit of our supercell structure here. You can kind of see it. You can probably see it just about there. So the most concerning part of this is just to the north of Rushville, Indiana, in my opinion. In the near term here. So near Morristown, north of Rushville, Mays, and basically everybody in this considerable thunderstorm warning. You want to be inside. Consider just being in the interiormost of your interiormost room of your house for the maximum safety. Maximum safety. Don't be scared. Be prepared. All right, let's go back and look. Our storm's approaching Louisville. About 15 to 20 minutes out now. Strong part of the storm down here near Battletown. I'm a little bit concerned about this. Let's see if we can look at it. I can't really see it a little better. I think this part of the storm is rotating, though. Yeah. So this part of the storm is rotating. That's headed towards Louisville. So I'm not going to sugarcoat that at all. It just is what is happening. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Down here, this is a better look at it now from this most recent scan. This could be tornadic very soon here. So actually, you know what? I'm going to tell Ryan about that one so he focuses on it. I'll tell Ryan about it. One frame before I usually would. We'll go ahead and say it. Hey Ryan, I'm looking at the storms approaching Louisville in Kentucky, and I think the southern part of it is rotating quite rapidly, especially aloft. This is about a couple minutes before I usually tell you about it, but I just want to, have an advance heads up that we're focusing on these storms approaching Louisville and areas to the south in the metro. From the west, we're about 20 to 25 minutes out from impacts there. All right. Okay, so let's look in to Tennessee again as best we can. Thank you guys for the support. Louisville here. Yep, lots of Louisville folk. We're watching out for you. Yeah, so these storms over here have maintained their magnitude a little bit better as they head into Humphreys County than any previous one we've seen. So it looks like these storms may remain severe as they approach Nashville from the west. Dixon, Tennessee is in a tornado warning. Charlotte, Tennessee here in Dixon County. And Montgomery County, you're not in a tornado warning. This northern supercell has a little bit less rotation, even though we've got an area in here that is mildly concerning. So Clarksville in Tennessee, it's a good idea to be in your safe spot. Storm's going to be strong as it passes through. Just arrived in Muncie. Gotcha. Give the report. Hopefully you're staying safe. Wow, this one back here near Clarksburg and Huntington again is rotating really quickly. Okay, so let's open another radar site. Another radar site so we can keep track of this. Back up to 4. Let's get this from the Memphis radar. To get your parachute ready. Now, your second floor apartment in Louisville, we'll let you know if you need to seek shelter with your downstairs neighbor. But be ready to do that just in case. But at the moment, currently you're fine in Louisville. We're just watching the storms coming toward you and noting if they trend one direction or another. Selmer, Tennessee, you guys are in the path of this tornado warning storm. You should be taking shelter in McNairy County. Take shelter. Once again, you've been through this a couple times already today, so make sure you're doing it. Ryan's channel is Ryan Hall Y'all. Ryan Hall Y'all. Again, make sure we're taking shelter in Panola County, into Tate County here in Mississippi, from Cortland up to Como, maybe into Senatobia. That would be in Tate County. So strong storms. 2 of them are coming along the same path here generally. We're going to see them impact these areas with the potential to produce tornadoes. At the moment, they are not, to the best of our ability to know. So please take shelter. Act like they could at any moment. All right, all these storms are mostly headed out of the Memphis metro area, just outside of Germantown here. If nothing initiates back in here, which it looks like it's fine, it looks like it's not initiating any further, Memphis proper should be in the clear for tonight. Okay? That's the hope. That's the hope. Because the cold front will be there soon regardless. Alright, so I'm watching this one closely as it approaches Bethel Springs. We've had multiple tornadoes in and around this area. Okay, so let's go back up to Indianapolis radar. It's now well east of this area. Arrived in Muncie. Pretty strong winds here. Downpours, downbursts in there. That's why we're hearing all these doo-doo-doots coming through. Destructive severe thunderstorm in Louisiana? Okay, let's take a look. Never want to discount any part of this risk area here, so let's take a look here. This is near Ruston and Jonesboro in Louisiana. What's going on here? Okay, so this is likely for hail. So there are likely no, this is for hail and wind. This is 80-mile-an-hour winds and 20. Oh my goodness, 2-inch hail falling here in Vernon, south of Ruston in Jackson County in Louisiana. Wow, that's a strong storm, and also southern Lincoln County, or sorry, not Lincoln Parish and Jackson Parish in Louisiana. Oh, they get you with that. They get you. So the most powerful supercell is on its own down here in north central Louisiana. It's got a ways to go. It's probably on the cold front here, I think. And it's just going to keep going. It's just going to keep going with the front. So Monroe in Louisiana, out ahead of this. Wind-driven hail is going your way. Monroe, Louisiana, and Wachita Parish. If this just keeps going along I-20, you know, Tallulah, Vicksburg, eventually down the line here. Possibly a little bit more to the north, where Lake Providence and Rolling Fork are. So advance heads up for the supercell. It's probably going to persist for a while, somewhere in this direction as it moves to the east. Wow, I did not expect this to be down here. So Monroe, Louisiana, about to get in on a big one in 20 minutes from now or so. Okay, so there's our destructive. That's an extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm. This is looking not good. I don't have Chris Hall's feed, but he's just the west of whatever this is. He's still moving. I do have his feed. It's just wow. Okay, so Chris is behind this, whatever this is. What this is you're getting into shelter in Bethel Springs at the moment. So this is maybe wrapping up another tornado imminently here. Let's take a look. To the best of our ability, we can't tell if there is a tornado on the ground here as it approaches Selmer and Bethel Springs. Once again, tonight for the 17th time. So let's go back up to Northwest Ohio. Up here in Northwest Ohio, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire as it gets closer to Napoleon and eventually towards Perrysburg and Toledo, that metro area. But this is still a strong storm moving through this area in particular. Over the next 30 minutes from now, probably for Toledo. All of these storms are now approaching the Ohio border, Indiana-Ohio border. So Decatur, Indiana, about to get in on some, probably the downburst part of the storm here in the pink and red. This is where the rain is going to be blinding the heaviest, and winds are propelling it forward. Maybe even some small hail in there. Let's see, is that new? That is new. So there's Rush County, Indiana, also in a tornado warning down here. Again, I was concerned about Rushville to Mays. I think I was calling that out just a little bit ago. We could have rotation up here near Jay County as well, in eastern Indiana. So this line of storms is going to pose a damaging wind threat. Everywhere from Dayton to Columbus is still in an enhanced threat, a 3 out of 5 for a damaging wind from the Storm Prediction Center through the early morning hours here. So I would say this is about maybe 2.5 hours out from Columbus, maybe up to 3, depending on how it develops, and about an hour to an hour 15 or so from Dayton is when you're going to start hearing or seeing this thing there. Let's look at this radar here so we can see our tornado warning, and we'll talk about Cincinnati. Okay, so Cincinnati's got heavy showers moving through, probably with lightning activity. I'll double check that in just a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So that one's that tornado warning's for Mississippi. I'm gonna check on the lightning in Cincinnati. Only a little bit, a couple flashes here in the area. This is not a very electrically active line down south here. Not much cloud to ground lightning, at least, is occurring near Rushville. So that could be a good sign that this tornado that could have occurred right here near Maze was brief. But you could see it right here in between Rushville and Maze approaching for one scan. So really quick tornado. And our next scan, we don't really see a debris signature here, so hopefully this did not produce. Please be taking shelter in northern Rush County, though. If you're north of Rushville and headed out towards Milton and Cambridge City in Wayne County here, to the south and west of Richmond, Indiana. Y'all watch out for this part of the storm that is strong and warranted a tornado warning to your west. To your west. So the same is all going to be true all the way up north here through all these counties here. Blackford County. Which county is this? This is Adams County in Indiana. Wayne County, Union County, all up and down the eastern side of Indiana here. Strong storms are moving through. Just a good idea to be, moving into the interior-most room of your house for any strong thunderstorms. And then down here in Cincinnati, there's that warning extending through Richmond that's going to come through probably shortly. That general area is going to head towards Dayton, Ohio. Cincinnati's kind of in this weird zone where we kind of have some storms moving in the direction of it, but also this part of the storm is extending and might miss Cincinnati to the north. So you're gonna be in a weird spot here where you may get some strong storms moving through, but it may also miss until some of them pass later on. So let's look at Louisville. The storms are on Louisville's doorstep here. It's going to start off a little lighter, then go into heavier rain here, and then into the strongest part of the storm in the back here, when you see those reds on the left side of the radar. So again, no tornado warnings have appeared with this, nor severe thunderstorm warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So I believe that this part of the storm impacting Louisville and the metro area shortly here will be just strong, but hopefully not tornadic and not severe. So a bunch of heavy rain here and some strong winds are going to be the theme. So there's your Louisville update. Hopefully this is starting to wind down. Let's look over here near Memphis. The Memphis radar. So again, our most concerning storm here is over towards Bethel Springs. I don't see a tornado on the ground here. Our rotation's still a little bit broad here in the blue. It's not connected where we would see it right here. If this area was more connected, that would tell us that we have very, very tight, rapid rotation. Yeah, and we're still watching Wachita Parish down there near Monroe. Very, very strong storm with large hail and extremely fast winds are going to move through very soon in Monroe, Louisiana. It's about 15 minutes, 20 minutes out from you guys. You're going to see it. You're going to see it. Okay, so let's look here. Okay, so this is pretty much a tornado debris signature. Headed straight towards Bethel Springs. We finally see it wrapped up here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is where our connection has occurred. We have our rotation wrapped up tightly here near Bethel Springs, and that's showing us this right here. These greens and blues, which indicate the presence of a tornado. So Bethel Springs, please be taking shelter. You have 2 minutes to do it. Minute and a half, if you haven't already. Alright, I gotta sit back down. Let's do it. Ryan Hall, y'all. Bethel Spring is about to take an impact from a tornado if this stays on the ground for more than a couple minutes. This is in Tennessee in McNairy County, to the north of Selmer. This is the update on Louisville. It looks like storms are remaining sub-severe up there. That's the hope, that it will just be heavy rain and some strong winds. The storms calm down. We are a lot calmer than recently, but we do have an active tornado, more than likely on the ground, just outside of Bethel Springs, Tennessee. So not letting our guards down yet. Not letting our guards down. Actually, all night we shouldn't. Central Kentucky, I just talked about it. That's the some of these storms over here near Nashville have maintained their severity. So towards Bowling Green's going to get in on the fun here, and Nashville shortly. So we're going to pay attention to that in just a second. Actually, let me bring a radar over there. So yeah, here we go. So these are the storms that are closing in on the Nashville area, just outside of Dixon, Tennessee here, 2 minutes ago. Some rotation appearing here. That's going to go generally in the Charlotte, Tennessee area in Dixon County. And then we've got some severe storms up here, in south central Kentucky. These are going to go towards Bowling Green generally, hopefully posing only a damaging wind threat and a tornado threat that is minimizing at the moment. Just lowering. Wow. Napoleon, Ohio is probably getting slammed by the storms up there. All the tornado warnings up there have been allowed to expire, so strong winds are going through in northwest Ohio, headed towards Toledo and Perryville, I think, up there in that metro area. So Napoleon, Ohio, about to get in on the strong winds, heavy rain. Owensboro, you're past it. You're past most of the storms out here. You just got a couple of cells popping up to your west. These are sub-severe. Seymour, Indiana. I don't remember where that is. I know what you're talking about. I've looked at this several times, so forgive me if I've looked at literally nearly 1,000 or so towns today. So, okay, these severe thunderstorm warnings are beginning to expand into western Ohio here, all along the state. These ones down here are now severe warned that are heading into Cincinnati for wind, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. No hail expected here. Mostly just very, very heavy rain. This one also going through Louisville was severe warned, so it did reach severe thunderstorm criteria just as it reached the city. So we've been talking about it for a while. It's right on the border here, getting some severe wind gusts going through the metro. Very heavy rain. Man. So lots of western Ohio. Hopefully is going to be on the low end of the tornado threat, and we are just going to see damaging winds all along this line of reds here. Is going to promote a damaging wind threat. I don't see anything tornadic here, particularly anymore, which is just a sigh of relief, just a breath we can take. because at one point we had 18 simultaneous active tornado warnings. So Randolph County in Indiana about to get in on this as most of it heads out of the state here. Down to 4 tornado warnings. All of them are in Tennessee or Mississippi in the corridor we've been watching, so let's take a look at that again. Bethel Springs, this just went through here. And now my webcam is zoomed all the way out, of course. No, zoom back in. So yeah, Bethel Springs. This is where a tornado just went through here. I hope that it's lifted at least briefly. Again, we're looking at the storm over a mile above the surface here. So what we see here is a delay. It looks like there's a big debris signature here, and so it's going to prompt this particularly dangerous situation warning.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
And but it is a bit removed, from probably what has just happened. This debris is finally reaching this point in the storm where the radar's picking it up, but it has already done that damage at the surface in and around the Bethel Springs area. Okay. So there we go. Another tornado warning coming through this area, all the way to Clifton, Saltillo. Over here, even towards Waynesboro. Just be prepared to take shelter. Do it now, just so you're safe and confident, comfortable in where you're at taking shelter. In the interior most room of your house or basement. These tornado warnings up over here in northwest Mississippi are continuing on. So Batesville, Cortland, important that you guys are in shelter now, a few minutes away from where the rotating part of the storm will pass through. Down the line, that's Oxford, Mississippi, and Lafayette County. So, wow. So a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center says that it's gonna be some time before the severe threat is done. Let me bring that up so I can relay it. Yeah, so this tornado environment here via the Storm Prediction Center as it approaches Oxford, Mississippi, is actually expected to become more favorable in this area. So we're watching the peak tornadic activity for these storms if they do manage to produce. It'll be right in this area. So please be taking shelter in Lafayette County in Mississippi. And even over here towards New Albany in Union County and Pontotoc County in Mississippi here. These storms should pass to the north of Tupelo eventually down the line here. So just a heads up for those areas. This severe thunderstorm warning is now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. It's lost a little bit of its mojo, but it is approaching Monroe directly there in Louisiana. So Monroe's going to get in on the fun. It's not very fun, though. Not at all. So some damaging winds and hail down there. Might take them by surprise. They were a little bit south of all of the, the primary activity. So if everybody went to bed down there, they're probably going to wake up to that storm. And you got to tell them that's a damaging wind threat and a hail threat. No tornadoes down there. To the best of our knowledge. So this is still doing damage here east of Bethel Springs, from what we can tell. So please be taking shelter over here in Hardin County. Southern Decatur County in Tennessee, once again, near Sardis, in Henderson County, actually, over here. So these counties are pretty narrow. Okay, now let's look in the Nashville area again. I don't know why my camera's doing that. Nope, quit it. Stop zooming out. We're good where we are. So this tornadic storm is approaching Charlotte, Tennessee, and Dixon County. Oh, man, I don't know how much more I can say. This is a hail core here, so this is not debris all the way from the Nashville radar, or I'm sorry, the Fort Campbell radar. So this is not debris. This is our radar passing through a hail core. Otherwise, that would look really devastating from afar. I don't think the tornado is that strong, but it is definitely going to do damage, and it's definitely going to be incredibly dangerous. So please be taking shelter. No, Ohio cannot go to sleep. Ohio, this is like the primary time for activities coming up for this area. So please do not go to sleep in Ohio, if you can help it. What is this thing doing? Quit it. Stupid webcam. I am not in whiteboard mode. There, maybe this will help. It is having a fit on me right now. I like the AI tracking, but at the same time, you know, it's not helping me out. Yes, I know, we're gonna lose our live stream past 12 hours. We still got a couple more hours before that'll be the case. Right now, we've been live for, just about an hour, so 10 hours and 40 minutes. 10 hours, 40 minutes about what we've been live for. So I've been on for 10 and a half. We'll have to start that. I don't know how we're gonna do that. The hope, I mean, I guess what we can do is hope that in an hour and a half that this ramps down a bit, but I don't think it's gonna. Not too much here. Dang. YouTube is so, like, it's just a couple of things that need to change about this website. We need to make sure that quality is automatically HD for new channels like this. You know, that I've just started up here. I don't know why it's not defaulted. It's off-putting to thousands to make sure you're watching in HD. It's not on my end. It's on yours. Just in case you're not watching in HD. But at the same time, like, we need to be able to save our videos past 12 hours of a stream. I don't know why those limitations exist, but they could. Ryan's not going to be able to see it, I bet. There's just too much happening over there. Too much happening. I'll tell him. I'll tell him whenever it's most pertinent. Yeah, so many feeds can stream well in excess, but the videos aren't going to be saved. That's the problem here, is we want to be able to archive. We need to be able to archive. Can Indiana go to sleep? Almost. Almost all of Indiana can go to sleep. Almost all of you. Give me a second here. So there's still some, some heavy rain showing up back here along the cold front, going southwest here. But these are all sub-severe around the Seymour area. There it is. Seymour in Indiana. These are all sub-severe. So maybe some lightning and heavy rain will come through, but for the most part, you know, your severe risk is hopefully done today. The rest of these severe storms in Indiana are right along the border and approaching the edge of these counties here toward Richmond, Indiana. And also down here into southeast Indiana. They're just now leaving the state. So almost all of y'all can go to bed. Almost all of y'all can go to bed in Indiana. But now all of this is being concentrated in severe thunderstorm winds as it goes into Ohio. Just like this along this blue line. And, I mean, almost all of this area is just going to see incredibly powerful wind gusts. So that's Dayton, Ohio. That's Springfield, Ohio. That's Columbus, Ohio, over the next couple hours. All right. In a sense, these severe thunderstorm warnings, they are threatening. They are threatening There will be the chance for a brief tornado or two up here in Ohio. But if you need to go to sleep, I'd say it's possible, but only if you have a way to wake up to something like a tornado warning. So if you have a weather radio, if your phone will play a sound at you, any one of those ways, I would say that you're okay to go to sleep as long as you have those things. Okay, as long as you got those things. Looks like the severe stuff is almost through Louisville, now on the eastern side of the metro, towards Simpsonville and Shelbyville here in Kentucky. Almost everyone else here is sub-severe besides these storms moving around Bowling Green a little bit to the east. They might persist for a bit here. It's hard to say, guys. I really wish I could, bless everyone and have everybody go to sleep if you'd like to. But I think our areas of most concern are now around the Nashville area. So we made it to the risk area over here that we're going to start looking at. So let's look at the winds. No more tornado warnings over here and in the Nashville vicinity. The storm's headed towards Nashville. Is it going to pack a punch, though? And a tornado warning is not impossible as it moves into Davidson County and up to the north in Robertson County. So this is not impossible. The strongest storm is basically this big old chunky supercell right here. This whole thing is pretty much one cell together, but a couple of them inside here with some rotation. This is going to travel to the north and east, basically towards Millersville, Tennessee, to the north, immediately north of Nashville. That's where those severe thunderstorm warnings go. And then another round back behind it. So this is the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes for this area north of Nashville. And then this supercell back here add another 20 minutes. So over the next hour to hour and 15 or so is the stormiest part for Nashville, I would say. Maybe about an hour and a half. So the stormiest bits are coming through over the next hour and a half. Okay, and then down here, let's look at the Memphis radar once again. Here's our storm down here, still doing a heck of a lot of damage north of Adamsville. This tornado is ongoing. And it is going to pass north of Savannah. It's basically moving a little bit due east here. That's what we've seen.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Going in this general direction towards Waynesboro if it does stay on the ground. This is one of the longer track tornadoes we've seen tonight. So we're staying aware here. Most imminent concern here is Hardin County, north central Hardin County, into Wayne County, right about the area along Highway 64 where Waynesboro is, and eventually down the line in Lawrence County. Let's see how far away that is. So that is 12 minutes ago. So in 12 minutes, it's moved this much. So I'd say in about 60 minutes or so, it's in the vicinity of Lawrenceburg. About an hour from now. And in an hour, a lot can change. And hopefully it changes into no tornado. No tornado. And by that point. We're down to one tornado warning, and it's just for the storm here. I would not be surprised if warnings were reissued here. For the Oxford, Mississippi area, these are still powerful storms that are rotating. Okay, and then this powerful storm down here near Monroe is traveling along I-20. Take a quick look. This is for wind and hail down here. So Monroe, Louisiana is getting a rude awakening right now. Rude awakening right now. Rayville down the line, Delhi down the line, maybe north of Vicksburg. All right, so one last go through here. This one dominant supercell down here in north central Louisiana, now northeastern, is not tornadic. Okay, minimal tornado threat down here. Thank you guys for the support. It's so tough to see this storm near Savannah in Tennessee. It's so tough to see it because it's just so far away from any radar site. Eventually, it's going to reach the Lawrenceburg local radar site, so we'll get local data for this county. But until then, we're running on a bit of fumes here. This is definitely a radar hole. We could try looking at it. I don't know if this is going to do any better. We could try looking at it from other sites just in case we get some more information. Still rotating quite rapidly, passing to the north of Adamsville, Crump, and Savannah here along Highway 64. So this is the most concerning storm remaining tonight. This is the most concerning storm remaining right now tonight. Indiana, almost all of y'all can go to sleep, especially if you're in the western and central parts of the state. The severe thunderstorms are just now moving out of the easternmost part of Indiana. If you're in Michigan, you can go to sleep. Ohio's going to get in on the severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of gusty winds coming through. So if you have a way to wake up to warnings, I could tell you to go to sleep in Ohio. It looks like the tornado threat is not persisting too much over there. Maybe one area of concern that I'll look at in a second here. We can see the ending of the threat here as it approaches Alabama. Let's get an update on this outlook here. So this is the updated outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. So these storms are still going to pose a threat as they go into northwestern Alabama here over the next few hours. So Huntsville, Decatur, Florence, you guys are all going to have a damaging wind threat first and foremost. If we take a look here, we can see if the tornado threat persists. So the tornado threat does persist for much of these areas into the late night here, early morning hours, all the way through Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro, or Smyrna. I can't remember, dude. I got it backwards. Which one is it? It's the only pronunciation that's outside the usual, so I always mixed up in my head. So Huntsville, Decatur, and Florence in Alabama. You can see where these storms exist right now, where they're posing the largest threat here. So these are the existing supercells traveling in this direction. So it looks like areas to the south of the yellow here are not in the path of existing storms besides this one down here in Louisiana. Smyrna? Okay. Okay, it's Smyrna in Tennessee. Okay. Looking near Nashville again. Still, these storms are going to pose quite a severe threat as they move on the northern side of the metro. So these are pretty close to the northern part of the metro here. Going to start impacting up here with heavy rain and wind. But as you go further south to Murfreesboro and Smyrna, we're looking at these storms all the way over here that are going to move into the area. So you've got a long time yet until these storms get here, maybe an hour and a half or so. I think the primary risk corridor for the remainder of this day is right in this area. So any cells that pass through this area roughly are where I'd be paying the most attention. Right here in the blue circle.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So now Oxford, Mississippi, and Lafayette County is in a tornado warning. Been watching that storm for a while. I think it is a warranted tornado warning. So please be in your shelters, in your tornado safe spots in Oxford, Mississippi. So there's that rotation there. Man, this is a heck of a day. Yeah, eventually Huntsville, Alabama is going to see these cells in particular here in northern Mississippi travel in your general direction. So those are your problem makers here. They're going to exist for quite some time. And you know what, guys? You know what's something about this is that we could be doing this again next Tuesday. Now we could be doing this exact same thing for 12 more hours next Tuesday. It's very possible. April 4th. April 4th
A new
is
tornado
another day
warning
that's
has
going to
been
be
issued.
not too similar, but pretty similar to this. So have that day on your minds, on your brains as we go through the rest of today. Have that next week, next Tuesday on your brains. And the unfortunate bit is that it's for a lot of the same areas here. I think I can show it. It's going to be for a lot of the same areas. So if we go here, look at the day 5 here. If it'll show up. Sometimes this doesn't show up. I can't get it to show up right now, so take a look at that on the Storm Prediction Center site. Wow. I really hope y'all have been taking care of yourselves, of course. Hopefully, well, if the storm anxiety was bad today, rightfully so. You have no problems whatsoever in recognizing something like that. So this is the day 5 risk for next Tuesday. This 30% is equivalent to an enhanced or a 3 out of 5 risk from the Storm Prediction Center. As you can see, St. Louis is in there, and just Fayetteville, Arkansas, in this area, and just the entire state of Mississippi or Missouri rather is looking to be in the risk here next Tuesday. So we'll be paying attention to that. Damn, my voice is holding steady, guys. I've answered so many people today. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can do any more. So I just do some sweeping go throughs of what we're looking at here. Hopefully, I did the best that I could for most all of y'all. If you're in Illinois, you can go to bed. Hopefully, you're able to stay safe today. Nashville could be in a tornado risk over the next couple hours, yes. The strongest severe thunderstorms are moving through your area. Should be out of your hair in about 2 hours from now. In Nashville, maybe a little bit longer for that for Murfreesboro and Smyrna. Whew, man. Northeast Ohio, the risk is going to wane rapidly through the early morning. So by the time it's up there, it's going to be damaging wind only. Okay? So it's going to be a gusty storm. You could probably go to sleep as a result of that here in Cleveland. The tornadic activity in Ohio is really diminished. It's gone down quite a bit. We're gonna take a look at that here. That's what I was gonna do. I remember now. So let's take a look
A new
in
tornado
Ohio.
warning has been issued.
As I say that, thankfully I'm up here looking at it. This is the area that I was going to look at too here in Auglaize County. So it's up here near Minden and Neptune. This is the one area that I saw when I was looking at the nationwide radar that concerned me because we see this pattern right here and wrapping around right here. So this is a classic hybrid sort of bookend setup here. Probably where we're going to see that tornado warning pop up shortly near Neptune and Minden. So Lima, Ohio, and these areas are where we're going to have that tornado threat just about. This is a different National Weather Service office for Allen County, so possibly another tornado warning can come through to complete this polygon up here if the other office deems it worthwhile. But right now, the Cincinnati Wilmington office here in Southwest Ohio has deemed this worthy of a tornado warning, which is rightfully so. So this is the one area in particular, besides maybe down here near New Paris and New Hope, that looks tornadic in Ohio, in Western Ohio. Thank you guys for all the support. Still going, still going. Still going. We're just about past 11 hours, just about to be. So we got to pay close attention to that so we don't lose the start of the broadcast. And give as much information to y'all in the next hour as possible. Let's look at the risk area. Out ahead, you can see that if you're in Knoxville, Tennessee, you don't have much to worry about. You're in a damaging wind threat here in Lexington, Kentucky. Cincinnati, that's about to pass through. So if it's not looking really bad out there right now or in the next 10 minutes, Cincinnati will be fine. Columbus, Ohio, rather, out ahead of this. You guys will get this in about an hour and a half or so. Toledo, it's past your area, so you're good. Up here near Cleveland, you're good. The storms will be strong when they pass through. They might wake you up in Akron. Or Charleston or Huntington here in West Virginia, but you'll be fine. Atlanta, you're fine. Chattanooga, more than likely, these storms are going to wake you up when they get there. And they might pose a slight tornadic threat over here. Hopefully you're fine, though. So just have a way to wake up. Have a way to wake up if you're here in Tennessee to northwestern Alabama. Just in case the storm is the strongest over your area when it passes through, that there's a very low likelihood that it will be you. But you don't want it to be you. You don't want it to be you when it does happen. So find yourself in that circle. And make sure you're paying attention. Or make sure you're able to wake up if you do need to go to bed. Same thing, just covered central Kentucky. Same idea as Lexington. These storms are going to be severe as they pass through right now near Bowling Green, Campbellsville. So once they're through there, this line right here, once this is through, then you'll be good to go. All right, so that's a look overall. Get as much information out as possible for, the map. Get as many people situated and comfortable as possible. Here is what we're going for. Yeah, Georgia's going to be fine. Storms might be a little bit strong in the Chattanooga area toward Dalton, but for the most part, they're all fizzled out by the time they get over here. Springtime storms. You know them. No, there is no tornado in Nashville right now. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, so we'll take a look at it. It's actually pretty far north of Nashville. So Millersville, Ridgetop, White House. All the way up here, you're going to get the strong part of the storm. Very gusty. Downpours in there. Oh, Ryan. You're so silly. So Flatwoods and Waynesboro. Looks like this tornado might still be on the ground here. Clifton next up. So Wayne County and southern Perry County in Tennessee. It's the area of most imminent concern tonight. We've been watching this for a while. Hopefully you're in your safe spots with that warning out there for quite some time. Waynesboro up north to Linden in Tennessee. Please be in your safe spots. Yep, Indianapolis is good. You guys are fine. I think I said that 4 times. But it's fine. People go in and out. That's the point of being a weather person here. Yeah, so these storms are going to be severe when they pass through. Stronger into the storms we're used to here with those winds moving through. Hopefully just not tornadic in and around the Nashville area. It doesn't look too imminent to as it stands right now. So along this I-65 corridor going through Bowling Green, these storms are just to your west. I'll pass through over the next 15 minutes or so, 30 minutes up here, or 20 minutes up north towards Munfordville. Goodness gracious, starting to trip over my words here. It's at least 1,000 towns today. Hopefully able to get as much info for your area as possible when I went through it. I'm willing to go to the 12-hour mark here, Ryan, but I only went live 15 minutes after, so I feel like anything further is not going to be fruitful for us here if we have to stop. What do you think? The 12-hour mark is we're just short of it. So you're gonna hit it in 53 minutes or so, just about then, and then I'll hit it 15 minutes after you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay. What?
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So now this warning has been upgraded and extended into Waynesboro in Wayne County here towards Flatwoods, Tennessee. All right, so Waynesboro, please be in your tornado safe spots now. This is where things are going through now. And let's that other warning was for Ohio, wasn't it? When was that issued? Oh yeah, so also for Allen and Van Wert County in Ohio. So let's take a quick look at that. We're traveling through here, Waynesboro and Flatwoods. This tornado is headed towards you. Just about through this area near Clifton, about to go over. We've been watching it for a while now, so not much is new here. Summertown, Mount Pleasant, Hampshire, and Columbia. Over here in Amari County in Tennessee, y'all watch out for the storm. It's the most concerning right now that we'll probably have for the remainder of the night, besides the storm moving through Oxford, Mississippi. So y'all be taking shelter out here. If your grandparents live near Bethel Springs, you just got this one last severe thunderstorm moving through, and then that should be it. That should be it. I'm glad that they were missed. In your finger here, but not everybody is always just as lucky. So keep them in your thoughts. All right, going up to Ohio here. Here's what I was talking about. It was the National Weather Service, issuing a warning for one half of the storm, and a different office issuing it for the other half. This is how they work together. So there's that up there for Fort Shawnee and Lima, like we were talking about. This is just southwest of Hancock County in Ohio and Findlay, Arlington, over there. Our warning is pretty far away, but you can see rotation just in this area west of Fort Shawnee. And this is what's prompting these 2 warnings here. passing through the Lima area, so please be taking shelter there in Ohio and Allen County. And then if the warning does get extended, it would be up here towards Arlington and Hancock County. So y'all watch out up there. No tornado warning yet, but we could see it come through. I don't have any. I'm not paying attention to any news right now unless I see something on Ryan's stream. I am manning the radar right now, doing my best to do the meteorology side of this. I don't want to let myself get overwhelmed by, damage reports and so forth. Yeah, Louisiana down there, you got that one severe thunderstorm moving through northeastern Louisiana, all along Interstate 20. I don't even have to look at it to tell you. It's wind and hail. Wind and hail is moving along I-20. So that's now east of Monroe. Appreciate all y'all who've been here in and out, no matter when. Bowling Green can go to sleep the moment that the strong stuff ends, coming up shortly here. Okay. So let's go back. So now that we've analyzed that, I don't see anything else immediately tornadic here in Ohio. Some really strong winds, though, moving through. This is going to head along Interstate 71 toward Wilmington, Ohio. Looks like Dayton has been missed by this line of storms here, but this one back in here is going to move towards the Dayton area and maybe a bit gusty when it gets there. Okay. So that's a look at Ohio. These storms are still severe all the way up kind of towards Detroit. Wow. So it's going to be a gusty storm moving through Detroit pretty soon here. The same is all the way true anywhere along this part of Ohio. It's all the same story. I don't know if I'm making that clear enough. Like, it is just a line of damaging winds for almost everyone through here as this passes through. Some areas will get a little bit less, a little bit more. So, Ryan's looking at a Radar Omega site, I think, and he's seeing he's seeing a wedge tornado in there for our PDS in Tennessee over here. This is to the west of Waynesboro. Do we have visuals at all from FWLX? We do. Okay, so now we have this radar in sight. As we get close to Waynesboro, here's our supercell. This is a little bit different of a look from the radar here in Lawrenceburg. So it goes out a much smaller distance, but we're close enough to the storm to see this supercell take shape really nicely here. And currently, a little bit of a garbled velocity data, but we know that this tornado is on the ground. We can see it in Ryan's camera, or the Radar Omega camera that Ryan's looking at on the stream. So this radar updates every 30 seconds. 40 seconds, 30 seconds, just about in there. So we're going to have a lot of data coming in through this to keep you in the loop here in Waynesboro and Flatwoods. A lot of data. If you're in Jackson and that area in Mississippi, you should be okay. Should be okay. Yeah, this is the storm we're looking at, that Rutten was looking at on the camera there. Possible wedge tornado. Wouldn't be surprised. This one's finally the one to stick to the surface and keep doing damage for a while here. Yeah, I hope I helped as many people as possible. Spring Hill is not out of the line of sight of this. I would be more worried about Columbia, Mount Pleasant at the moment. I think Spring Hill will be a little bit to the north of the storm as it gets there. Thanks for asking about that. So yeah, I'd be watching out in Summertown, Mount Pleasant, Columbia, areas south of Hohenwald, or just about where Hohenwald is in Tennessee. as it approaches Interstate 65 from the west in Tennessee. I would not go to sleep in Spring Hill in Tennessee. No, absolutely not. That would be I would not do that. You got to stay up for this one just in case. You never can tell. Lawrence, look for tonight. It's these supercells down here in northwest Mississippi are moving into this area where Florence, Decatur, Huntsville, and Athens are. The hope is that they are subsevere by that point, but they may pose a mild tornadic threat. So if you're going to go to sleep in those areas, in Florence to Huntsville, just have a way to wake up to a warning if it does come through. That's what I would say. Boy. All right, so again, we're looking at this new data every 30 seconds or so. Ton of data coming through. You can see the rotation clearly here with this tornado possibly in the middle, passing just to the south of Clifton in Tennessee. Headed towards State Road 13 between Waynesboro and Flatwoods. Let's see if there's anything there. Hopefully it's just rural, but I don't think it is. We got Leatherwood, unincorporated area, Leatherwood. Beach Creek Volunteer Fire Department. Topsy and Ashland here toward Buffalo Valley. That's going to be in between the Hohenwald and Flatwood. So this area right here is where this tornado is tracking. Draw that in for you. Oh, Bellefontaine is between the two lines. Okay, give me a second. Does look like we could get a new tornado warning up here just about in Miami County in Ohio. So Piqua, Covington, Fletcher in Ohio up here. Would not be surprised if a tornado warning comes through. A little bit of a rotation showing up in a concentrated area. So this is a rotating part of the storm. I don't know where Bellefontaine is here. I mean, I can do the best I can. This is going to slow me down a lot, though. So if you're near Dayton, again, this line of this part of the line here is going to go this direction, all the way up into northern Ohio, where it's going to de-intensify. I hope up here as it goes east towards Norwalk and eventually towards Ashland and up toward Cleveland. I hope it's losing intensity into the early morning hours. But several parts of the storm could be strong into the night. We could see those tornadic threats come through briefly. But down here in Dayton, this side of the storm is weaker. I would go to sleep in Dayton at the moment. This is just going to be powerful wind gusts. Should be okay over here though, and that's the last of it for the most part. So Dayton, you're fine. Columbus, you might be clipped by a little bit of this part of the strong storms down here to the south of Xenia. There's our tornado warning that I was talking about, including Troy and Casstown and Fletcher as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there's the tornado warning. Just called that one out for Miami County in Ohio. If you're in Cincinnati, it's just now exiting your area. Some strong storms back behind, but you should be okay. I would go to sleep in Cincinnati. Go to sleep in Cincinnati. That is the hope, is that you'll be fine down there. I get a little loud again. You'll hear it. Heavy rain and wind, but for the most part, all these cells back in here are remaining subsevere. All right, so let's go back. So the same is turning true here all along from Covington down to Georgetown to Lexington. So it's just some windy storms are going to pass through. These are severe thunderstorm warnings for wind. along I-75 here in Kentucky, from Crittenden down to Corinth. Just some strong storms are going to move through. Same is true over here in Bowling Green, along I-65. Also going to move to the east. Okay, so let's come back down here and look at FWLX. Still a tornado, definitely ongoing right now in between Flatwoods and Waynesboro in Tennessee. Again, Summertown, Mount Pleasant, Columbia, and north of Pulaski. Not in Pulaski proper, but north of Pulaski here in Tennessee and Giles County. This is the corridor for this tornado that I'm most concerned with coming up here. So I would not go to bed anywhere over here if you can help it. Pay attention to this storm. In this blue box out ahead of the tornado warning. You're good in Georgia. Lima? Have I been seeing Lima? Okay, yeah, lima beans. I got it. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't think about lima beans. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for staying with me, even if you're in the areas past. I appreciate all of you. So here's the extension of that tornado warning. Bam, right there. Summertown, Hampshire, Mount Pleasant, Columbia, just outside of it. Like I've been telling you. Should Columbus, Ohio go to sleep? If you have a way to wake up to a warning, I would be okay with Columbus, Ohio going to sleep. You're on the edge of the risk where the storms really hopefully start to wind down. Should Cincinnati go to sleep? Yes. Yep, Cincinnati's fine. Murfreesboro, hour and a half from now. Stormiest time of the night. Ryan helped contact a friend and win before it hit in Arkansas. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. That's super important. That's the the goal of our mission here is to make sure that we get those people to safety if we can help. And the power of the channel, the power of Ryan's channel, power of my channel, any part of this operation is the exponential news relay through us to you and you to more. All of Ohio, you guys are going to have strong winds coming through. So if that is enough to keep you up with some storm anxiety, you can stay with me here. If you're not too worried about a powerful wind gust coming through, more than likely you're fine as long as you have a way to receive warnings is what I'll say. All right? I'm not going to tell you anything but that in Ohio, besides Cincinnati. Cincinnati's fine. I'm not going to tell you anything but that. So if you're in Ohio, that is what I'm going to tell you. You don't get another answer from me. I'm sorry. I can't tell you anything beyond that. And be in good conscience.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Lexington, same idea. Powerful winds are going to come through the area. Strong storms. If you have a way to receive warnings, that's the best way to do it. If you want to go to sleep. If you're in Indiana, you should be fine now. Independence, it's probably rough at the moment. Damaging winds up there. Alabama, it's going to be there in the middle of the morning, I think. A few hours from now. A couple hours from now. From Florence up to Huntsville. In northern Alabama. Birmingham, you guys should be okay. You might have the remnants of one storm that's in Louisiana right now. Might come through hours from now. Ohio, Pennsylvania, you guys are going to be like well into the morning. Well into the morning. If you're in Illinois, you're good. This tornado is still ongoing. To the north of Waynesboro. South of Flatwoods. That area is Leatherwood, Ashland, the Buffalo Valley area here to the west of Summertown. This is north of Laurel Hill Wildlife Management Area here in Wayne County in Tennessee. This is south central Tennessee. Thank you guys for the support. Is this observed up here? I did not see that. I did not see that come through. Yes, it is. Okay, so Miami County, Ohio. Thank you for paying attention to that. We've been watching up here just a bit. Called this out earlier. We've got this rotation just to the northwest of Troy now that we were talking about when it was back here near Laura. So now this is a confirmed warning. Let's take a look at it briefly here. A small debris signature is evident here. This is going to pass this direction, roughly the area of the tornado, towards Christiansburg and St. Paris in Ohio, and eventually towards Urbana in Ohio and Champaign County. That's interesting. Hopefully this tornado is very brief and it may have lifted. Hold on. Yeah, so right about here in the Pleasant Hill area, we probably had a tornado on the ground for a couple frames here. And hopefully it has since lifted here as it passes towards Casstown and Christiansburg. Wow. No, Nashville is okay right now. There's some severe thunderstorms here in the area. Strong, damaging winds. Very heavy rain, so just, be wary. It's going to be loud, so I don't know if you're going to be able to, sleep in here. So out in this tornado warning in Dixon County, it is going now into in Cheatham County. So it's bordering Davidson. We'll see if this tornado warning does get extended here. If it does, I encourage everybody to take shelter in Davidson County as well. So be ready. Be thinking about where you're going to take shelter here for a good 45 minutes or so in Nashville, because these storms will be strong, regardless of whether we're going to have a tornado threat. By the time they reach Kingston Springs, Nashville, and in these areas here, which they are doing so soon, it would be a good idea to be in shelter, regardless of that. So if you're west of this line here, now exiting Bowling Green, Clarksville, Tennessee, you guys are good. Louisville, Kentucky, you guys are good now. Anywhere west of this line, going down here, you guys are all good. Okay, we'll catch, or we'll keep up with this tornado warning as it approaches Nashville from the west. Any sort of rotation here is out in front of the storm, though, so I'm waiting to see if it wraps up at all. Otherwise, I don't believe this tornado will produce. But please be in your safe spots. Alright, let's keep looking at our radar data for our tornado down here, just to see where it's at. We still got it here in this general area. It's a bit tough to see from this radar site. We had a clear image of it before this. So from the Nashville radar, we can see it's still pretty powerful. Definitely rotating. We've got a bunch of cells streaming into it from the south here. You can see, though, these cells are all entering the Hohenwald area and are going to interact with this supercell as it moves off to the east here near Mount Pleasant and Columbia in Tennessee. Yeah, I have about 45 minutes, and I'm going to do my best, especially if we're taking on all the Ryan viewers, to give everyone sweeping assumptions of where they can, feel comfortable. Alright, so let's look down here into northern Mississippi just real quick. All of our tornado warnings down here have been allowed to expire. So these are strong storms moving through that may become tornadic as we go into the night. I think the threat should be reduced here, though. Hopefully. Wow, man. This is a heck of a stream. So I have 45 minutes left, right, guys? I think so. I think so. Troy, tornadoes heading just to the north of Troy, Ohio. If it is still on the ground, which it probably is not. Hopefully it's lifted. So we were talking about Casttown and Christiansburg. This is where that rotation was. Very weak now. So likely lifted for a while now. Gosh, Murfreesboro, hour and a half from now. Hour and 15. Oh, Ryan's so bad at rating. Ryan is so bad at rating. He's like, good night. Actually, you know what? Stick around. Ah. There goes 20,000 people. Come on, Ryan. You could do this better. I could restart, but then we'd lose every single person who's coming in the raid. So, we'll see. All right. We are going for another 45 here. I will go as long as I can, and then I will have to end it because YouTube says I do. YouTube says I do, but I'll tell every single person that I can about it till then. Till then. You're able to call your family in Sullivan and warn them. Unbelievable that they were in Sullivan, Indiana. I hope they're okay, and that you've had connection reestablished with them. Hopefully they're okay. Ryan is about to raid. He's coming in hot. Thank you guys for the support. I can start a new one. It would be tough, but if everybody subbed to the channel, we could do that as best as possible here. Oh, man. There we go. There's the Ryan viewers. Just joined. Thank you for joining. Everybody's going to start asking about their location. Here we go. Kentucky, Ohio. Yeah, I'm going to talk about all of it. Just give me a second here, okay? Just give me a second. We'll talk about all of it. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you've been taking care of yourselves tonight. I've got my channel here. I've been streaming my perspective just for over 11 hours like Ryan has into the nighttime here. So if you like what I do or you want to see the operations and how they result here, you're in the right place. I'm still working as closely with Ryan as ever. So this is the place to be. So make sure you like the stream and so forth. I'll keep you updated for another 40 minutes. This is the most I can do. Most I can do. So thank you for the support. We're looking right now in Ohio. We just had this confirmed tornado pass to the north of Troy and Miami County. The theme for the rest of tonight is that this line of storms here that is currently all the way from northwest Ohio, also in Detroit, getting a severe thunderstorm warning there. It's just going to be gusty for a while. A heavy rain there in Detroit and Michigan.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The theme is going to be that these strong storms continue to the east with time, and they will eventually die off, especially Cleveland. Everything should be sub-severe by that point, but it still is going to be pretty powerful when it makes it there in the morning. Columbus is about an hour out here in Ohio from these cells getting close to them, posing a damaging wind threat. And then Cincinnati, for the most part, y'all are good. This strong storm may come through and wake you back up, though, if you try to go to sleep in Cincinnati. And then, of course, to the south in southern Ohio, again, same deal. Same deal for everybody in Ohio right now. What I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to tell you again and again and again, is that here, you need a way to receive warnings if they come through. And as long as you got that, you are fine to go to sleep out ahead of this thing. These are just going to be strong, gusty winds. They're going to be loud, so they might wake you up anyways. But just please have a way to get warnings through a weather radio, through your phone blaring at you as best as possible. That's what I'll tell you to do. Because I know I value sleep, it's important. So let's talk about our new tornado warning here in Greene County in Kentucky. These storms have sort of consolidated. Now we're going to form a whole line in Kentucky. They've, merged together. So Lexington is about to get in on maybe some heavy rain. You might miss most of it here in Kentucky. But this down here is where our rotation is surged forward, causing a tornado warning. You can see that come to fruition here to the east of Munfordville. Over Camner now, we have rotation. This direction going this way. Winds going this way. Rotation headed towards Summersville in Greene County, Kentucky, and Greensburg. Campbellsville down the line as well. Thank you guys for the support. To the best of my ability to tell you, Louisville should be okay. You're probably going to get woken up maybe by some strong winds moving through from these cells back in here. But all of Indiana is good to go to sleep. All of Illinois can go to sleep. In Kentucky, if you're west of I-65, you can go to sleep. And we have to pay as much attention as possible to central Tennessee right now. If you're in northern Alabama here, Florence to Athens to Huntsville to Decatur, you guys are going to get in some storms that are currently in northern Mississippi. They're moving into your area with time, and will do so in the early morning. So if you have a way to receive warnings, I think you should be okay down here in Florence. Just make sure you can wake up to the storms if they come through if you really need to go to sleep. So there's your outlook. Campbellsville, Merrimack, Liberty, Hustonville. Out ahead of this strongest part of the storm in Kentucky. Here is where I'd be paying attention. Junction City to Mount Vernon in Kentucky, eventually approaching I-75. So now let's pay attention to, of course, we still got a confirmed tornado on the ground here. It is now just south of Hohenwald. This is a look at a different radar station. It's in Lawrenceburg, so we have a little bit of a texture difference here, but this updates every 30 seconds here, and we can still see strong rotation in the blue and the red here together south of Hohenwald in Lewis County in Tennessee. This is going to go towards Mount Pleasant. It's going to go towards Hampshire and Columbia here in Maury County. This is the area I'm most concerned about out ahead of the tornado here in blue. If it does continue, this is these are the people who should be in their safe spots or planning to get there in just a jiffy here. So out ahead of this is where I'm looking most concerned over there. So there we go. Let's look at Nashville real quick here. The other area of active severe weather. Up here, we've now got the considerable severe thunderstorm warning. You heard the beep coming through. That's for 70-mile-an-hour winds in Nashville. 70-mile-an-hour winds in Nashville coming in the next 25 minutes or so as it enters Davidson County. So strong storm coming through. Right now, with this storm, I don't see anything imminently or immediately tornadic. So hopefully the theme here is just really strong gusty winds, just like it is up here to the northeast of Nashville, in Gallatin, Hendersonville, and up here. So Bowling Green, you guys are fine now. And then Smyrna and Murfreesboro here to the south and east of Nashville. You guys are going to get this storm back in here near Dixon. Traveling over this way over the next hour or so, 45 minutes to an hour. This is when you're going to get in on the storminess. But again, we're really just most concerned down here near Mount Pleasant, Hampshire, Columbia, out ahead to Chapel Hill, Lewisburg, and Linville here in south central Tennessee. That's the area of concern. It is our only other active tornado warning besides the one near Campbellsville in Kentucky now. So there was a point where I was tracking 18 tornado warnings at the same time earlier today. It's been a heck of a day, so please bear with me. I've said at least 1,200 town names. And I hope all of you, are able to find value in whenever I'm talking about an area, you can see where you're at. So all of Ohio, you guys, as long as, let's see, is this a continuation? Second pop-up? Not sure if we'll hear that or not, but this is still the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here. That's what a PDS stands for in Lewis County and entering Maury County here, as well as the very northern part of Lawrence County. So Lawrenceburg, you should stay to the north, or to the south rather, of this tornado. You'll be removed from it. But anywhere in this pink polygon, this is our tornado warning. Thanks for the likes, y'all. And all the support. I heard we raised, what was the final result? 73,000, 74, 71,000 dollars for, tornado aid. Once again today, absolutely incredible work. So thank you all for contributing to that. These will weaken dramatically into eastern Tennessee, yes. Everyone in Georgia is okay. Just some strong storms will pass through the northwest part of the state in and around Chattanooga. Knoxville, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. Everyone in Ohio, I'm telling y'all, you can go to sleep if you have a way to receive warnings. If you do not, I would recommend that you stay awake, wait for the storm to come through. If anyone else is covering it, that's the best way to do it, because we don't have much time here, as YouTube is YouTube. Oh, and also, if you're all watching right now, if I look blurry or anything like that, YouTube's decided that they won't want to show me in HD for some reason. So just tap on the video, click on the cog there in the bottom right, and change the video quality to HD, because it's not on my end, it's on yours. So I'm gonna stay online with you as much as I can here, but my time is limited. Louisville and Kentucky can go to sleep. Yep. Louisville can go to sleep. You might get woken up again by some storms moving through in an hour from now or so, but they should hopefully be not severe. Louisville, you're fine. Eastern Kentucky, central eastern Kentucky, all along I-75. Again, you guys are going to have some storms move through. The strongest ones could pose a tornadic threat briefly here, like near Summersville, Campbellsville here as it approaches Taylor County. But everybody generally in these areas has a much lower chance of seeing severe weather from now on, from this point on, in Kentucky, and also a dropping threat here in Ohio, but it is going to be loud when it moves through. So just have a way to wake up is what I'll tell you. Just have a way to wake up. That's for every single person in central to eastern Kentucky, and every single person in Ohio. That is for you. So if you're going to put that in chat again, make sure you're following along with the date and time here in the bottom right corner of the stream. It is in April 1st in the Central Daylight Time, which is where I'm at in Minneapolis. So I think it's snowing here. Oh my goodness. But down here into Tennessee, I'll talk about y'all next. This is where our severe weather will be concentrated mostly here for, the strongest severe weather for the remainder of this morning. This early morning. Yeah, if you're in Oxford, Mississippi, the storms pass by you. It's now near New Albany, Baldwin, and Boonville, but no warnings are out here in northeast Mississippi. These storms are remaining sub-severe right now. Yeah, absolutely, Anita. Happy to help. For Lima Bean, Ohio. By North Carolina, yeah, you guys don't have much to worry about. Chattanooga, you're going to get this hours from now. Maybe 2.5 to 3 hours. By that point, it should be just windy. Windy and heavy rain. What did I eat? Mac and cheese. Thank you, guys. Thanks for all the support. Lima, half the people told me Lima Bean. Half told me Lima. I don't know. It's both. Lima. Amory, Tupelo, you guys are going to have those storms moving through again. Everywhere here in northeastern Mississippi has remained sub-severe. Everyone in Kentucky and Ohio, I've told you already. Everybody in Kentucky and Ohio, I already said it. You're going to get powerful, gusty winds from these storms moving through. A brief tornadic threat's possible. For the most part, every single person over here in the eastern half of the state, and every single person in Ohio, besides Cincinnati, who can go to sleep now. should go to sleep, but should have a way to receive warnings. Okay.
A new tornado watch has been
Thank you for
issued.
the update. 35 minutes into that. So that is that a continued tornado watch? Yeah, that is a continuation of the tornado watch. I think. But that new areas of the tornado watch are into parts of Alabama. So of course we're talking about that north central Alabama here. Particularly Florence to Huntsville is in that the maximized severe risk for the remainder of the night, which is much lower than what we saw earlier today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's our the strongest parts of the storm up in Ohio again are going to pose that brief tornadic threat. Okay, so really quickly here, Mount Pleasant and Columbia in Tennessee, please be taking shelter. A new tornado warning probably is going to be issued into Maury County in Tennessee here. Anyone here should be getting ready to go in their safe spot. I expect this to be continued. It looks nasty even still. Take a look and see if we can see debris from this far away. It's tough to tell. But of course, we've got those mobile radars. I just don't have them pulled up at the moment. So let's go up to Ohio. No, go up to Ohio. Alright, I might have clicked off of this. So again, tornado warning for Greene County. This may be extended into Taylor County in Kentucky. Strongest part of the storm over here. Near Summersville, headed towards Phillipsburg, Bradfordsville, to the north of Campbellsville, and towards Danville in Kentucky, down the line. So this is the most powerful part of the storm in Kentucky that we can tell. So Danville, heads up for y'all in particular. Be paying attention. So let's go to Ohio. This is including Urbana. It's going to be that same storm that prompted a warning over here in Miami County, just to the north of Troy. So this same area of rotations persisted here across that blue arrow on the right side of the screen. Here's our rotation just outside of Urbana. So this is radar indicated. No indication that damage is ongoing with this, but please be taking shelter. Issued. There's the extension of our Kentucky warning that I was just talking about. Goodness, man. Urbana? Airbana? What? So yeah, all here all the way to Mechanicsburg. This is a strong storm. If you're gonna be awake for a little bit here, you got some storm anxiety going on here in Ohio. Being in shelter is gonna make you feel better. Being in the interior-most room of your house is gonna make you feel better here. All right, so there's our extension of into Maury County here in South Central Tennessee.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. This is down here. This is going to include Mount Pleasant, Columbia. We'll see that issued shortly. Urbana. Thank you. Got it. Staying with you for another 27 minutes is the longest I can go. So I'm going to keep issuing those blanket statements about a lot of these areas. Banana. Yeah, so here's the extension. You can see from FWLX here. This is a radar based in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Short range, a little more short range here. We can see the tornado on the ground. This rotation right here is still tight. Let's see if we can see the correlation coefficient too. This is a little messy. A little hard to tell here. But this is more than likely still on the ground doing damage. We get new scans every 30 seconds here from this radar. So plenty of data to watch this as it transforms. I appreciate the support, y'all. Thank you. Can you go to sleep in Nashville? No. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. Up here in Nashville, you got this severe thunderstorm going just to the north of you. There's some big old hail. Big time hail, actually, developed here. Goodlettsville and Millersville here to the north of Nashville. This area in the pinks and purples here, this is where our hail core is going to be. This is where our hail core is going to be here, and it's going to pass through Goodletts and Millersville. If this isn't, golf ball size hail in here or ping pongs just flying through the air, what's going to happen here is that it's going to be a hail blizzard. That's what we're fixing to see here. So this could be a hail blizzard ongoing just over Interstate 24, headed towards Interstate 65, towards Millersville and Goodlettsville. So damage is possible to cars, vehicles. With this area right here. It's just popped up recently. I would not go to sleep anywhere out ahead of the path of this these tornado warns. This tornado warn storm down here. So eventually Murfreesboro is going to be, a little uncomfortably close to where this is tracking. So be paying attention here. I already said northern Alabama area is exactly what to expect. These storms from northeast Mississippi are going to move through. Right now, they're not severe. They could turn severe at any point, so have a way to receive warnings. Same thing for northeast Mississippi. If you're in Indiana, you're good to go to sleep. I just would not. In Nashville, I would just wait. Just wait and watch these storms passing through anywhere along this area here. So Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro, up to the north side of the metro. Strong storms are going to continue. This is where our storms are the strongest at the moment. But hopefully we're taking shelter up here in Taylor County in Kentucky as well, Campbellsville. Pittsburgh, you're fine. You're fine, guys. It's going to be a damaging wind threat into the early morning and maybe into the mid-morning by the time it gets over there. Saturday morn. You might wake up to it if you go to bed now. You might wake up to it. If you're in Cheatham County or on the tail end of this, strong storm is out in front of you. Moving away from you. So again, there it is. So 1.5 inch diameter hail here in northwest Davidson County here. This is moving towards Goodlettsville. Golf balls are falling at the moment. Golf balls are being propelled forward by winds. And let's make sure that all of our friends down here in Columbia and Maury County, we've been talking about you for a while. Please be taking shelter. You know somebody there, tell them to take shelter. Hopefully we just don't see any more debris signatures from this, but we might continue to see this tornado doing damage. It's a bit hard to tell at the moment. This could be a possible new debris signature starting up, so we'll wait a couple frames to see. Might just be the continuation here. Or we could also have beam filling here. This is possibly beam filling, which means we can't really tell what's happening, unfortunately. Could drag up those, let's see if I have the, these mobile radars here. Yeah, these are still scanning, so let me see if we got one in the area. This is near St. Joseph. Looking at this. See if we can see a debris signature. Hard to tell, but probable. Let's see. This is really difficult to look at, actually. So the storm would be near in between Hampshire and Summertown. And yeah, this one does not. This one's not scanning data just in that vicinity. Look at this one over here. This is further away, so we can't see it from these mobile radars. They're really close, though. They got in really good position to help us out here. But for the most part, we're just going to have to work on what we got here, headed towards Columbia, and tell you all to get to shelter. I mean, every time it looks like this might be going down in intensity just a little bit, it re-intensifies, so... Oh, man, I wish I could stay on for this. Wish I could stay on. About 20 minutes left. Cheatham County in Tennessee should be good to see. You should be good to go to sleep, yeah. You're going to get some heavy rain remnant here. But hopefully over here on the county line, The strongest of the storms have passed through. Now they're in northern Davidson and going into Sumner County here. Down the line here along I-40, it's going to stay severe for a while now, okay? I'm really most concerned about this area down here near Columbia. Out ahead of it, Chapel Hill, Eagleville, all the way up to Christiana and possibly Murfreesboro are uncomfortably close to the path of this tornadic storm. Unfortunately, it's about 45 minutes away to, 50 or so from Murfreesboro. So if it's not done by that time, well, we are in trouble. But I really hope it will be. Start a new stream. I mean, you guys are all going to have to pay attention and go over to it. Would you do that? Would you do that? Because I don't think 85% of the people here will know how to do that. Unless I set up a redirect. Maybe I could do that. Maybe we could try to do that. Is it possible? Is it possible? Is it possible to do that? I'm looking now. I'm looking. Shopping. Why do I not see it? It used to be right there, I think. So I'm not sure where the redirect went to. Yeah, of course y'all would go over. All right, so if you're gonna do that, if this storm remains on the ground just like this, or imminently posing a dangerous tornadic threat to these areas in south central Tennessee, I'll happily start a new stream. And the best way to make sure that you know that's happening if you're here now is to, of course, is to sub to the channel. It'll just let you know. It'll just let you know. So no other reason to sub right now than to see this new stream. If you're interested in the meteorology work I do here, of course, that just comes with. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it, guys. Don't worry. I appreciate it. I mean, this is a really important storm, especially as it nears very populated areas here. So, no reason not to be on. Okay. So I'll set that up in just about 20 minutes from now. So we're going to stay here until that point. And then we'll switch over as quickly as we can. Yeah, of course, y'all. So make sure y'all are staying hydrated. Sure y'all are staying hydrated. Keeping it, taking care of yourselves. Taking care of yourselves. Yeah, it's gonna be real windy in Ohio for a lot of people across the entire state. Severe thunderstorms going through. Danville, Kentucky. Yep. We were just talking about that. Let me look at it quickly here. I had a radar open. Where did it go? I have too many radar sites open. At one point, I had 6 radar sites open at the same time today. I don't know how I would do something like that again, because that's just ridiculous. But this storm here near Taylor County, Campbellsville, is currently tornado warning. Is going to head up in the general vicinity, probably just a bit south of Danville. So Junction City down here to Hustonville, Stanford in Kentucky, most directly in the line of sight here. Appreciate y'all. Make sure that you're watching in HD if you got it. Make sure you're watching in HD. Change that video quality over. And then also make sure you're keeping up with the date and time down there in the bottom right part of the stream. So these are virtual RAILFANs. Most all of our chasers have gone to bed, or I'm not getting a feed from them. So right now we just have those train cams in place to make sure you got something to look at. This storm, let's take a look at the loop of it. It looks steady state to me. So still posing a near-term tornadic risk here. Would not be surprised if this warning was extended to the north, or to the east rather, through northern Casey County, towards Stanford and Lincoln County, in Kentucky. Everyone in Ohio, damaging winds going through.
A new tornado
up
warning
there.
has been issued.
And then that's an extension for our storm up here that has been tornado warned a couple times now. This is the area that's rotating most here. It looks like it's going to pass to the north of Columbus. Here in Ohio. So again, this part of the storm is rotating. A very interesting rotation here too. You can see how it's broken apart here, and then we have this part of the storm that's moving in this direction mostly. So we find this rotation is
a new tornado warning
up
has
here
been
towards
issued.
Richwood. There's our extension of the Kentucky tornado warning, as I said, now into Harrison County. I think that's an extension. It might not be, actually. We might have a new tornado warning. Is it up here? Where are we looking? Harrison County in Kentucky. It's not popped up yet. Waiting for it to come through. There's so much to look at. Where are we at? Is it up? Is it this? It's Brown County. Oh, there it is. It was right behind it. Okay. So this is broad rotation here near Cynthiana. This is an interesting tornado warning. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is weak rotation here, but you know, there's a chance that we could have emergency management reporting at the surface here near Cynthiana.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, well, good grief. I guess we got as good of a reason as ever to stay on here. Now the Mississippi part of these storms is warranted a tornado warning down here. Definitely. Here's our rotation near Baldwin, going towards Guntown, Baldwin to the north of Tupelo. North of Tupelo here into Prentiss County. Our tornado warning is going to pop up in pink here and go out in this direction roughly into Prentiss County. So these are the storms that are going to provide much of the same risk into Florence, Alabama, and this area up here. So yeah, like I've been saying, there's the potential for these to do this very thing that they're doing here as they head into North Alabama. If the storm's done blowing through Detroit, you guys are fine in Michigan. Everyone else in Michigan is okay. Besides, you know, some snow that might be moving through the northern part, especially the UP. But everyone else is fine in Michigan. Everyone's fine in Indiana. Really looking at this part of the storm up here. Rotation also persisting west of Pontotoc, here in to the south and east of Oxford. So Oxford, Mississippi is good now. You guys are fine. Yeah, it doesn't look like much else is going to move into your area. We've had the severe thunderstorm all the way down near Vicksburg, continuing for a while. That gave some nasty winds and hail to Monroe in Louisiana a while back. 11:35 right now. Yeah, 11:45 just about. We got about 10 minutes here, and then we'll move over. All right, so imminent concern here, strong rotation approaching Baldwin, Mississippi. And nothing that we can see yet in terms of any debris. So this is just strong rotation, radar indicated. Please be taking shelter now into Prentiss County. Eventually Tishomingo. You're down the line here, and the storm will track in the vicinity of Tuscumbia, Russellville, up possibly north to Florence in Alabama. Down the line, there you go. Watching the storm in particular. All right, let's head back up to Nashville area here. Still watching this tornado warned storm. Hopefully, it's beginning to peter out as it approaches Columbia in Tennessee here in Maury County. So everybody should be in their safe spots here. We've been talking about it forever. It's almost like we're desensitized just a little bit. But this is still just as important of a situation to cover as ever here towards Columbia. Down the line is College Grove, the southern parts of Spring Hill, Chapel Hill here, Holt's Corner, and up towards Christiana and possibly southern Murfreesboro. Watching this cell in particular. Nashville looks like you might be escaping the worst of it in downtown here. Much of the metro. The southern part of the metro is going to see some more heavy rain coming through here soon as this part moves east-northeast. But this little break right in here might just mean that strong winds are going to move through Nashville. So hopefully y'all are going to escape the worst there right in the downtown vicinity and all around it. But some more heavy rain might be moving in shortly. So let's take a look over here. This is pretty concerning. I don't see a tornado warning for this yet. This is going to head up towards, what is this, Willette. Red Boiling Springs here in Macon County, Tennessee. This is to the north of Gordonsville and Carthage. This is a pretty concerning cell. I would not be surprised if there was a tornado warning issued for this at any point. We see a concerning presentation. Let's check on the rotation here. So rotation developing, I would say. We'll see if this stays true, but y'all watch out over here in Red Boiling Springs, Hermitage Springs, Moss, and Salina here into Clay County in Tennessee. This is the northern, north central Tennessee here, east of Nashville. So we're watching this area. Just saw that out of the corner of my eye there. Wow, man.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
So now we see this warning down here in northeast Mississippi. This has persisted this rotation's persisted. Let's look at it from this radar. See if we got anything closer here. Near Baldwin. It's about to pass over Baldwin. We have a confirmed tornado. And we'll take a close look. There it is. Right there in the blue. Greens and blues here. Tornado on the ground here. And it's going to pass just in between Baldwin and Guntown here. Down the line, Marietta, Mississippi. Dennis, Mississippi, and Belmont here up to Tishomingo. Please, everybody take shelter over here. Everybody take shelter over here. Wow, another one on the ground here. This is. I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm staying here for North Central Alabama. If something like this is just gonna pop up. So yeah, over here. Yep, I'm paying attention to the time. Thank you. Yeah, so make sure y'all are aware. In about 5 minutes from now, I'm going to switch over to a new live stream. It's going to be a different link. The way to keep track of that and be on this channel watching this is to make sure that you are subbed to the channel or just are able to navigate through the channel page and find the new live. This one's deepening. Unfortunately, yeah, this tornado is still on the ground doing damage. Let's take a look at velocity. Very tight circulation right in here. This is likely a cone tornado. It's likely a thin cone tornado, but its impacts will be, a little bit more widespread than a cone is. So we see that debris showing up there. Tishomingo, pleasant sight into Alabama here. Eventually towards Russellville to Tuscumbia is about the path that this supercell is going to take here in northeastern Mississippi. On the ground with a tornado right now. Passing very close between Baldwin and Guntown. So let's take a look at what's there so we can call that out. In between Guntown and Baldwin is Spring Hill Baptist Church, the Get and Go fuel stop, Ag News restaurant. Let's see. The Pine Ridge Speedway is here. And then out in front of this, we got, the Ag News restaurant, another Mount Zion Baptist Church here. Up into Marietta. It looks mostly rural, but a couple of buildings out in front of this thing as it passes close to Baldwin. Hopefully it doesn't go through Baldwin proper. It looks like it's traveling due east. Wow. Okay. Let me see here. I'm gonna try to look here if I can redirect still. I don't know if I can do that. I don't think I can. Playlist audience, paid promotion. Yeah, I don't see a redirect option in here anymore. Man, I swear I saw where it was. But that's okay. So we'll still be going live here on the new video shortly, so we can continue to cover this as we still have this damaging tornado on the ground in northeast Mississippi, in northern Lee County, and entering a southern Prentiss County, and eventually to Tishomingo County. Where the mods, they are asleep. Yep, if you're in Ohio, everybody in Ohio, keep telling y'all, you can go to sleep if you have a way to wake up to warnings here. That is what I will say. I'm not going to tell you anything but that. Nothing but that. There's our tornado warning for Clay County in Tennessee here. Calling this one out here. It's about to show up in that pink polygon. It's established rotation here near Lafayette and towards Red Boiling Springs and Willette. There it is. Is this doing damage at the moment? We can take a look. Yep. So we do have a new debris signature here in Macon County. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So new debris signature and tornado on the ground possible here in Macon County to the south and east of Lafayette, headed towards Willette and south of Red Boiling Springs. This is in north central Tennessee. There you can see where we're focusing in on. Moss, Salina here in Clay County, north of Gainsboro is where we're focusing. So new tornado on the ground here. More than likely, if this continues here, this little indicator here in the green, you see on the correlation coefficient, we'll see this warning upgraded, so that might come through shortly. But before that happens, I'm going to make sure that I start this new live stream up. So y'all, we're about to do this. We're going to start a new live stream up. It's going to be hopefully within about... it'll take me just a minute to do it and go live again, all right? So I'm going to give it 10 seconds here. 10 seconds here. And then if you can, here's what I'd recommend if you can. I'm going to try to spam the new link in the chat. Keep this chat open and spam the new link so that you guys can hop on over just by clicking a link in the chat, okay? So let's start this process now. I'll be right back.